You can't even get my exhaust fumes. I casually equipped my sister's magic rocking car with some cutting-edge artificial intelligence. And unexpectedly, it was taken by young Master Shin to compete against the Little Sun Emperor's car team AE-87. Just as the race was about to begin, he fainted due to an old illness. In a daze, he activated the artificial intelligence and swapped seats with the corgi in the passenger seat. From then on, this silly dog's glorious moments officially began. As the ace driver corgi formally applied to take action, it started off with a burst of energy, reaching a peak speed of 700, as if it were driving on a magnetic levitation track, and it had 4 additional tires installed. The Grim Reaper bends, the wind and fire wheel drifts, and the Neza emblem standing on the front of the car seems to have grown 3 heads and 6 arms. In no time, the various luxury car masters on the mountain road track were thrown into chaos by this shaky car. At the moment the rocking car crossed the finish line, everyone was stunned, staring at the corgi in the driver's seat, sticking out its tongue and drooling. Oh my! 360-degree 4-wheel lateral reverse drift, 24-cylinder card-type engine, and even the paint on the car body is coated with calcium titanium flexible photovoltaic drag-reducing paint. This is what we call artificial intelligence black technology. Did those guys in our cherry blossom country eat Fukushima's octopus sashimi shrimp? I declare that the future car god of Magic City is our little divine dog corgi. Long life corgi god! In order to obtain the high-tech solid-state battery developed by the Chin Group in the Magic City, the DAS Group sent the country's first team to gamble for it. Currently, our car god at Kyokunshin is sick in bed, and the young lady of the Chin family has already retaken the 3rd subject exam 7 times, leaving only me, the perennial 2nd place, who has recently relapsed with an old ailment. Help me decorate my Bugatti well. If I win the race, I'll immediately introduce my sister to you. My wealthy friend Shin Yongxiang has personally seen me apply invisible paint on the lightsword, and he has complete faith in my skills, which is why he drove his beloved car to my toy factory. Helplessly, the system requires me to modify a toy rocking car before I can unlock skills, so I can only slap a sun film on the Bugatti to get by, and casually installed various high-tech gadgets on a nearby Neza electric rocking car. At this time, Shin Yongxiang glanced at his watch, let out a long sigh. The swing mountain in the suburbs is 30 kilometers away from the toy factory. We must set off now to barely make it there. I looked at his disappointed expression, nodded, and said, all right, you lead the way. Lead where? Aren't you going to ride in my Bugatti? Now, besides helicopters, what else is faster than my Bugatti? Soon, a Bugatti sports car sped out, followed by a shaky car. No matter how fast the Bugatti runs, the shaking car always maintains a distance of 20 meters from it. This scene appears particularly eerie under the twilight sun. On the mountaintop at night, a thin mist floats, and 5 supercars gleam with a metallic sheen, resembling venomous snakes poised behind the starting line. Inside the makeshift broadcasting room, a 25-year-old girl is anxiously pacing back and forth, dressed in a black leather jacket. Her waist is slim, and her legs have smooth lines, exuding a wild aura. Soon, she picks up the walkie-talkie and begins to direct, drones, camera crew, take your positions. There are 60 minutes until the race starts. As she speaks, the door of the broadcasting room is forcefully pushed open, and a portly Japanese man walks in, wearing a hypocritical smile. Dear Miss Chin Wan, I heard that the car god of Chiochen Mountain is unwell, and this race has no meaning for you people from Xia country anymore. Please hand over your company's solid-state battery technology. Chin Wan scolded Shin Yongxiang in her heart, not knowing to come early for such an important race. If it weren't for needing his driving skills, she would have replaced him long ago. Matsui pointed at the supercars on the display screen. Looking confident, these 5 cars are all equipped with hydrogen fuel cells from the Yamato Group, and according to the agreement, the first place will receive the other party's technology. I am very much looking forward to the installation of Chin's Group solid-state batteries on sports cars in the East. Miss Chin Wan, if you agree to have dinner with me, I wouldn't mind having an in-depth conversation about technical parameters. Chin Wan tightly gripped the intercom in anger. At that moment, she just wanted to crush Shin Yongxiang, and that person named Gao Yang. The solid-state battery technology was going to be lost. Just as she was about to raise the intercom, a roar like that of a beast echoed towards the mountaintop, mixed with a strange melody. Fool! Fool! Big fool! You bunch of little trash! In the mountain mist, the black Bugatti darted through the mountain road like a ghost. But no matter how fast the Bugatti was, a small rocking car always managed to follow closely behind, swaying left and right, carefree and unrestrained. Soon, Shin Yongxiang opened the car door, got out gracefully, and walked up to the rocking car beside him, tapping on the door. At that moment, I had already fallen into a deep sleep due to recent fatigue. Shin Yongxiang felt both guilty and touched. No, he thought, Gao Yang was clearly sleeping, so who was driving this car? Seeing his incredulous expression, I shook my head slightly. I made a small modification and added an intelligent driving feature. Shin Yongqiang nodded in a way that seemed to understand but didn't. Thinking to himself, is there really such an amazing intelligent driving? Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Xinwan stood at the back, her eyes fixed on him, her gaze as if it wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Isn't this Sister Wan? Today I found an expert to modify the car, and as soon as it was done, I rushed over here without stopping. Look, the timing is just right. Seeing that the situation was not right, Shen Yongxiang hurriedly explained. The Shin and Qin families not only have deep cooperation in the group aspect but also have a close relationship privately. Xinwan glared at him fiercely. Xiao Chang, if we lose the match, Uncle Shin will definitely skin you alive. Sister Wan, with Yangzi here, I have no idea how to lose. At that moment, Shin Yongxiang didn't know where his courage came from. Feeling completely confident, Xinwan then turned her gaze towards me. My name is Xinwan. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for your help. There will definitely be a generous reward after the race. It seems she took me for an underground racer. Mr. Gao, I have reserved 5 supercars here. Come with me to see which one suits you. No need to trouble yourself. This is my racing car. I raised my hand and pointed to the nearby rocking car. Mr. Gao, since you accepted Xiao Chang's contract, you must fulfill the employer's requirements and take a toy rocking car to compete. Do you think I'm a fool? Xinwan had a face full of anger, but still held back her rage. However, before I could say anything, Shen Yongxiang hurriedly interjected. Sister Wan, Yangzi originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. I begged him for a long time before he agreed to help me. If we are to count, he is the employer. Xinwan pointed at me and stomped the ground twice forcefully. You have guts. Let's see how you win. With 50 minutes left before the race starts, the high-power searchlights set up on Swing Mountain all lit up, and the cameras transmitted the images, causing the audience to cheer at the huge display screen. This time, our Xia country will definitely redeem our shame. That's right. Last year the second son of the Shin family almost won, but unfortunately lost to that AE-87, and it was all because that little brat shamelessly used a rotary engine. And in the end, the car was ruined. This time, with 18 bends in the 8-kilometer Swing Mountain, we will definitely win on our home turf. I heard the racing god is sick, otherwise, second place would also be ours. Don't panic. The second son of the Shin family has invited a master, said to be even better than the racing god. Where? 7th in line. What is that thing? Upon seeing that shaky car, the audience fell into silence. After a full 20 seconds, someone finally spoke up. It seems to be a stretched version of a rocking car. Stretched version my foot. It's not even bigger than my bathtub. Has the spot been given up? Just find someone to fill in. It seems so. Getting 7th place isn't easy. Even a dog would do. Look, Miss Qin and young Master Shin seem to be arguing. Are they having infighting before the competition even starts? Xiao Chang, we only have 2 spots. You said there was someone more skilled than the racing god. I would have given up my spot, but it turns out to be an expert at go-karting. At this moment, Xinwan was hands on her hips, loudly scolding Shin Yongxiang. Jie, Yangzi's modification skills are absolutely top-notch, so you can rest assured. Shin Yongxiang comforted with a playful smile. Who is that handsome guy next to us? I don't know. I heard he's here to compete in place of the Swing Mountain car god. Just him? Underestimating oneself. I know all the drivers in the circle, but I've never heard of him. Miss Qin wouldn't have been deceived, would she? While the audience was chattering, a boy about 10 years old ran excitedly towards the rocking car, holding a corgi in his hand. Sister, this Neza rocking car is so cool. Qin Han, why are you here instead of sitting in the audience? Xinwan scolded with annoyance. If you keep messing around like this, I won't take you out next time. This little guy has good taste. I gently patted the boy's head. Look at this suspension. It provides extreme comfort while ensuring safety. Take another look at this car film. Once you sit in it, you'll be the coolest guy. Qin Han heard my praise and immediately handed me the dog leash, eager to sit in and experience it. However, at that moment, 5 people from the east came walking over, with the leader, a rider in a red outfit, sporting braids and holding a cigarette in his mouth. Shin Yongxiang hurriedly leaned close to my ear. The one at the front is called Qingxi, and his driving skills are on par with mine. With your modifications this time, I have a 70% chance of beating him. A cold wind occasionally blew through the mountain, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The blue thorn came before me, scanning the area with a scrutinizing gaze. You are the contestant representing the car god? Do you know why the so-called car god of yours pretends to be sick and doesn't dare to come? Because he is afraid. Got it. I faced his mockery as if a spring breeze was brushing my face. Provoking opponents before the match is a common tactic of the Japanese, aimed at increasing the likelihood of mistakes from the opponent. This match is very important. In order to obtain solid-state battery technology, Matsui even spent a lot of money to have the swing mountain car god feign illness. Seeing me like this, Jinxie immediately squinted his eyes. Please don't pretend to be calm. Your hands have no calluses. The angle of your shoe tips is normal. You're definitely not a race car driver who has practiced for years. You must be panicking inside, right? Ha ha ha. Are you planning to race with this toy car? I can't even remember the reasons for losing now. I saw this toy at the entrance of your summer country store. It's called a cradle car. Jinxie continued to mock after seeing my car. Let me correct that. It's called a shaking car. I continued to act as if nothing had happened. The greenthorn fiercely extinguished the cigarette but with his fingers. You only deserve to sit in a cradle with a pacifier. Riding a rocking car, you can't even get a whiff of my exhaust. Gao Yang looked at him with interest and teased. Who says I'm driving? Green Spike froze and looked around. Why? Shin has already competed. Only the Chin siblings remain. This is what you call being annoyed and speaking out of turn, isn't it? We in the East have long investigated the Chin and Shin families, and Miss Chin has made up her test 5 times in subject 3. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Chin Wan's teeth grinded. Green Spike's gaze landed on Chin Han's body, and his face froze. Is it hard to believe that this kid is a genius? Chin Han said excitedly. I'll do it. I'll pass subject 3 in one go. Chin Wan pulled him back and said in annoyance. Go play on the side. You're not even qualified for a driver's license right now. Corky squatted at Gao Yang's feet, staring curiously at the crowd, unable to figure out how humans communicate. It was good-naturedly spitting out its tongue, its eyes innocent, not realizing the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. Gao Yang reached out and pointed at Corgi in the crowd's puzzled eyes. Believe it or not, a dog can drive better than you Eastern riders? Put. Chin Wan was the first to burst out laughing. It was a joke, but it took the heat out of her after all. Shen Yongqiang put his arm around Gao Yang's shoulder and joked. Yangzi, this is the right thing to do. Don't be like a little old man day after day. You have to joke around once in a while. Gao Yang's tone remained flat. I'm not kidding. The race doesn't specify that dogs can't drive, right? Are you serious? Of course. I haven't eaten until now for your sake. Shen Yongqiang, who had seen the smart driving of the shaken car, nodded and said, all right then, order one for me as well. Chin Wan listened to the conversation between the two, her hanging heart in her throat. Gao Yang, you're joking right? Are you kidding? I did skip dinner. When Chin Wan heard his ghostly reply, she just wanted to smash the walkie-talkie in her hand over. The riders stood in place in unison, all enraged. They would be treated as VIPs no matter where they went in the Summerland. And this one, Gao Yang, didn't show them an ounce of respect. Now, I can't believe you're comparing a dog to them. Kid, you've succeeded in provoking me. Don't forget, this is a no-rules match. Green Spike looked at Gao Yang with icy eyes, his voice dripping with coldness. In the face of his threat, Gao Yang didn't care too much. The AI of Shake Shack speaks highly of Shin Yongqiang's car skills. And, the Bugatti now has a photovoltaic film on it as well. Although it couldn't power the car, the exaggerated defense of the photovoltaic film could definitely guarantee Shin Yongqiang's safety. Oh, I know. Still this kind of indifferent answer. Green Spike only felt that he had punched his fist on cotton, and the anger in his heart had nowhere to vent. Gao Yang stuffed the dog into the rocking car and didn't forget to fasten the seatbelt for it. He stroked the dog's head and said to Corky, come on, run and win a night snack with a bone. Corky sat obediently in his seat, his tongue out on his doggy face in bewilderment. The shaker's shield slowly closes. Next, he'll experience the craziest moment of his doggy life. Chapter 10, Ace Driver Corky, applying to go to war. The audience was in an uproar. What does that kid mean? Still really ready to let the dogs race? It's outrageous enough to race with a rocking car. Add a dog to the mix. Is Miss Chin out of her mind? He must have been bribed by the Easterners and deliberately wasted this spot. There was a flurry of noisy chatter. This is highly probable. Many people are beginning to wonder if there was some kind of blackout in the first 2 years of the tournament. The loud radio beeps squelched their chatter. Please get in your cars. Drivers, 5 minutes until the start of the race. The starting area of the trail. Green Spike first pointed at Corgi, then made a neck-wiping gesture at Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled faintly and returned a shooting motion to him. A sexy model takes a catwalk to the starting line. The match is about to start. Please ask the uninvolved to leave the field. Riders are getting into their cars. There was a roar of engines. Shin Yongqiang gave an okay gesture at Chin Wan and raised the Bugatti's windows. Chin Wan helplessly glanced at the corgi in the rocking car and pulled Chin Han to follow Gao Yang's back. Chin Wan, do you have a boxed lunch here? Give me 2 servings of scrambled tomatoes with an egg. Gao Yang's tone remained flat, as if he was not worried about the outcome of the match. Chin Wan stepped heavily behind him, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, the Obi room is sending 2 boxed lunches. tomato scrambled with an egg. She sent Shinhan back to the audience and led Gao Yang towards the broadcasting room. It didn't go very far, and the race was officially on. The ear-splitting sound of tires scuffing sounded. 6 cars flew like flies. The ground was left crisscrossed with tire marks. The trails are not uniformly wide, barely wide enough for 2 supercars to run parallel to each other. McLaren in the number 1 spot was a distant second. The black Bugatti caught them off guard with a terrifying 100-meter acceleration. Shin Yongqiang used the 800-meter straight to overtake 2 cars in a row. The Toyota Ultra on 2 and 3 uses blocking tactics. The 2 cars traveled side by side at the limit, blocking the Bugatti's path. The Ferraris, in positions 4 and 5, also started to drive side by side after the corner, not giving 7 a chance. But Shinwan stared blankly at the parked rocking car, very much regretting giving up this precious spot. There's no need to rush. The car machine is sampling the driver. I guess that corgi didn't pass subject 3. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang, this joke isn't funny at all. Shinwan shouted at him. Gao Yang smiled faintly, his footsteps unhurried. The 2 came into the Obi room. Matsui was the first to speak. Ms. Shin, please introduce this excellent dog trainer and thank him for giving us your valuable skills. Shinwan's face instantly turned dark, and she said in a cold voice, this race is about who can win the championship. You've already seen the Bugatti's performance, and the championship must belong to our Xia country. Matsui laughed. Ms. Shin, you seem to know nothing about hydrogen fuel technology. The 2 Ferraris are merely in a tactical blockade. Its performance is only slightly below that of the McLaren. Delivery was efficient. Gao Yang ate his scrambled eggs with tomatoes and took the time to reply. Graphite bipolar plate fuel stack. 44,000 RPM motor speed. Not bad technology. Matsui was dumbfounded and stuttered a bit. You, who the hell are you? How do you know about Yamato Group's latest technology? This technology is still in the stage of secrecy. It's impossible for you to know. Gao Yang slowly said. Can't you listen to the sound? The high-frequency motor rotates at more than 40,000. The vibration sound is very obvious. Moreover, you should be using a brushless motor. Matsui clenched his fists nervously. How old is this teenager? Surprisingly, we were able to determine the direction of the Yamato Group's hydrogen fuel technology based on sound alone. Could it be that Xia's technology has far surpassed that of the East? His forehead was already beaded with sweat at the thought. Gao Yang continued under his apprehensive gaze. That McLaren is very stable when cornering. You should have put the entire hydrogen storage bin under the car. Due to the lowered center of gravity, which facilitates chassis tuning, Matsui pushed down his inner turmoil and controlled his facial muscles. Sports cars are necessarily designed with wind resistance in mind, and it's not surprising that you would guess that given the limited height. Gao Yang ordered Shinwan, bring me a bottle of water. Shinwan returned to her senses and handed him the water bottle in her hand. It was only when Gao Yang unscrewed the cap and took a sip that she realized that the mineral water was what she had been drinking. Matsui felt that he had a little something, but not much, and opened his mouth to mock. Young man, please maintain the necessary humility. The Yamato Group's technology is beyond your knowledge. Gao Yang's tone revealed no doubt. I admire your ignorance. 5 cars in order to reduce weight. The body is made entirely of carbon fiber. The original engine compartment is replaced with a graphite fuel stack, and brushless motors are used to balance the weight of the fuel stacks, and no expense is spared for the sake of speed. Ignorance? It's the best program we've ever devised, and it's already been test run at Swing Mountain. Dangerous because of the trial run. Gao Yang's words just fell. The McLaren on the screen shifted the rear wheel slightly from side to side after a corner and quickly returned to normal. Matsui stared at the scene in disbelief. Frozen in place. Halftime. He rushed toward Gao Yang and said angrily, you did something to the car? Gao Yang said indifferently, don't think of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. There's a problem with the design of your hydrogen storage silo. What's the problem? Why should I tell you? Matsui has been watching the scene from the Obi room. Gao Yang had never been close to the supercars of the East from the beginning, so how could he possibly have the chance to do anything about it? Is there really something wrong that I haven't noticed? It can't be. It must have been an accident just now. Are the thousands of engineers in the Yamato Group no match for a kid? Matsui took a deep breath, stared at the rocking car on the screen, and said, young man, knowing more theory without practicing it is nothing more than a comical clown. Look at this ridiculous toy car. It proves your insignificance all the time. Exclamations came from the audience. The second son of the Shin family is bending the rules. Already in third place. It was so thrilling. The left rear wheel of the Bugatti is out of the cliff. That's an awesome ride. Ferrari is starting to accelerate on the wrong side of the road. Is it some new tactic? Bull tactics. The shaker is still in place. Who are they stopping? What a disgrace. What's the point of letting a stupid dog in? That is, I propose, let the border herd drive. Inside the little Neza shaker, the innocent-eyed Corky is dealing with a mechanical electronic voice. Shaking the car, detected that the driver did not obtain a driver's license. Recommended to turn on L5 level or higher intelligent driving. Corky, woof. Shaker, driver selects Ace driving mode. Vehicle will start soon. Have a nice trip. Chapter 11 Rocking car down the cliff? The war song rises. Shake Shack ejector start. Like a cannonball hurtling down a mountain road. Just 3 seconds. The Shake Shack tackles the 800-meter straightaway. In the first corner, the body drifted and the 2 left tires went airborne and appeared off the track. The red tires floated in the air and spun rapidly, like Neza's wind in fire wheels. With the extreme grip of the right side tires, the shaker takes the corner without losing speed and enters the second turn. Nearly threw up Corgi through 3 corners in a row. His tongue rested on the dog's head in a lifeless manner. The bright moonlight penetrated the mist and lit up the photovoltaic film on the car. The rhythm of the shaker's drift changes, bringing out a trail of vapors. Neza, standing on the front of the car, seemed to have grown 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in silver-white moonlight. The rocking car stubbornly weaves its way through the darkness of swinging hills. The audience was silent at first, then like water dripping into a hot frying pan, the whole place boiled. The cheers that erupted seemed to topple the roof. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that really a rocking car? Look, it's past those 2 Ferraris. Corky bullby. Base do not 6. Swipe. Swipe card. Give me 10 of these rocking cars. Dear Border Collie. I'm sorry, my heart has been filled with corgis. OB room. Matsui looked at the big screen incredulously, petrified in place. His back was drenched in sweat, and his voice trembled a little. Gao Gong. What kind of motor is this? Gao Yang handed the finished lunchbox to Qinwan to clean up, drew a wet tissue, and said, Disc motor, are you blind? Matsui asked. Already in mass production? Gao Yang said, No, this assembly line manufacturing process is very difficult. Matsui let out a long breath and said in a sincere tone, Gao Gong, on behalf of the Yamato Group, I would like to extend a sincere invitation to you, with a salary of 1 million knives per year. And you will be provided with the best secretary. Qinwan was shocked in her heart. Although she's not technically savvy, she can read a price tag. Matsui then upped the ante. If you're willing to sign a lifetime contract, I can apply for the board to give you shares. Qinwan was in a big hurry. Now she could tell that Gao Yang's technical strength definitely exceeded the enterprise level. Modifying a Bugatti proves that his traditional fuel car skills are far superior to those of experts everywhere, and that Shaker is even more terrifying, seemingly pointing the way to the future of new energy vehicles. This kind of talent can't be spared. Qinwan twisted open the lid of the mineral water and handed it to Gao Yang, pouting. Gao Gong, what they can give, Qin Group can give you the same. Gao Yang was a bit helpless. How come they all want him to work? 9-9 walking is something a human being can do? Gao Yang glanced at Qinwan and said indifferently, Please change into an untamed look. Qinwan lowered her head and put on a well-behaved demeanor, but in actuality, her mouth was secretly grinding her teeth. Now let you be cocky for a while. When you're in the group, see if I don't pinch you. Matsui once again persuaded Gao Yang. The Qin Group's temple is too small to fit a big Buddha like you. Join the Yamato Group. Disc motors and hydrogen fuel technology are the perfect match. Gao Yang returned indifferently. Mr. Matsui, you don't deserve my technology. Paranoia and unscrupulousness will only distort technology. Matsui seemed enraged and said viciously, You don't understand the sacred philosophy of the Yamato Group at all. And you will pay for today's decision. The race is still close. Halfway through the 8 kilometers, McLaren is in first place, followed by Bugatti, 2 car lengths apart. The 2 Toyota supercars are once again executing road closure tactics, not fighting for first place, just trying to lock the shaker in 5th place. Rocking car is like a fire in the dark night, with the advantage of small size crazy breakout. The Toyota driver's driving skills were top-notch, blocking the shaker's overtaking route at crucial moments every time. Ahead is the most treacherous 180 degrees death-defying bend among the 18 bends of the Autumn Thousand Mountains. This bend has no less than 10 rollovers per year. The current fastest passing speed is 81 kilometers per hour. No driver wants to face death directly, and the Toyota Supra begins to slow down. The approaching death bend resounded with 2 harsh scrapes. The 2 Toyotas drifted successively, rotating 180 degrees and turning their heads into tails. Inside the Toyota Supra, the driver saw the scene of a lifetime. Through the front windshield, a fire-red rocker, facing death-defying bends with no loss of speed. The small size of the rocker allows for a longer drift path. With the chip's strong arithmetic power, the rocking car completes the drift through the calculated perfect path. The chants in the spectator area had become frenzied. I can't begin to describe what I'm feeling at this moment. Death bend. Maximum passing speed 110 kilometers per hour. Both back wheels of the rocker are dangling. Poor corgi. I announce that the swinging mountain god of cars has changed places, and the god of cars from now on will be Key God. Did you see that? The rear wheel of the rocker was just misaligned with the body by a centimeter. There's not going to be a problem with the suspension, is there? You can't tell what kind of suspension is being used. It should have a reflective coating, and it feels like the body of the car is overhanging. It's a shame. If there hadn't been a delay in starting, the shaker would have been first. The McLaren enters turn 16. Suddenly, the car jerked, shifted its center of gravity, and both right wheels left the ground. Green Spike made an adjustment in the nick of time, quickly shifting gears and dropping speed, sidestepping his entire body to the right. The car landed on its right wheel and rejoined the trail. Shin Yongxiang seized this rare opportunity to change the angle of the tail and overtook the car at the 16th turn. Baka! Green Spike slammed on the gas, in hot pursuit. And look at the rear. The rocker clings to the cliff over a Toyota, just about to pass the second one. Inside, Toyota suddenly has a left swing. Bang! The rocker was knocked off the track and fell towards the cliffs. Corky watched as heaven and earth turned upside down outside and struggled frantically. In horror, the dog's paw pressed the red button. An electronic voice rang out from the shaker. The driver has turned on the BGM function and is selecting a battle song for you. The battle song that will be played is Family Calling Song. The Toyota Supra scraped against the other side of the mountain for some distance and scrapped to a stop. Rider number 2 spat and said grimly, "Unfortunately, it's just a dead dog." The other Toyota also stopped. Rider number 2 urged, "I'm fine. You keep racing." Rider number 3 opens his mouth wide and reaches out to point down the cliff. Swing Hill blared the music of the rocking car. The song drifted along the night wind. It echoed throughout the trail. What's Daddy's name? Daddy's name is Grandpa. Dad's mom. The sound of the battle cry resounded through the autumn hill. The 4 tires of the rocker are turned 90 degrees horizontally and the 4 hubs are transformed into fan blades. The thrust created by the rotating fan blades stiffened the car and suspended it in the air. Immediately after that, the 2 hubs rotate at an angle, like an airplane engine for a rocker. Whoosh! The rocking car was like a shooting star, rushing towards the finish line. Foothills. Yellow Hair stretched his neck to see. The rocking car cuts through the night sky and outshines the stars. Chapter 12, Swing Mountain Car God? Corky, don't with me. A drone was hit by a shaker and drifted down towards a cliff. In the audience, half the people stood up. Second Lord Shin is about to enter the last turn. We're going to win. What's so great about a Bugatti? Look at the shaker go into flight mode. This is crazy. Is this a ING shaker? The BGM is so lit. I want to switch places with Corky. I apologize for my previous ignorance. Please accept my knee. OB room. Matsui's body couldn't stop shaking. Smart driving. Anti-gravity levitation. The moment the rocker flew, he had seen the doorway in the gimbaled wheels. Has Xiao's technology reached this level? Why do you never see them publicized? Damn it. What about the promised technology without borders? Matsui clenched his hands into fists and looked nervously at the 18th turn on the screen. The 2 supercars are neck and neck for the top spot. The last turn on Swing Mountain is an S shape, because the 2 turns have almost no arc. They are called lightning double bends. Green Spike pushed the gas pedal to the floor. The liquid hydrogen in the fuel stack reacted violently and the McLaren seemed to break free and charge into the double-folded corner. Shin Yongxiang opted to slow down and the Bugatti was passed. 2 car lengths behind. Exclamations of surprise came from the audience. Are the brakes broken on car number 1? I can't believe you're not slowing down. I got a first in physics. There's no way I can float through at this speed. Holy, it's flying. Does Green Spike think he's driving a rocking car? The McLaren's suspension was adjusted to be high in the front and low in the rear, and it went straight toward the trail guardrail. The wheels pressed precisely against the guardrail struts, and the whole car took off through the incline. The fuel stacks reacted violently, and the McLaren drain shot out pale blue flames that landed heavily on the lower track. Only one last kilometer left to the finish. Green Spike was soaked to the skin, and his entire body looked like he had just come out of the water. Ha ha, there's no way I can lose. Green Spike's expression grimaced and he yelled frantically, welding the throttle shut with his right foot. McLaren looked like a dead fish, lying motionless in place. How? The joy on Matsui's face turned to horror as he looked at the McLaren that had lost power in the picture, his body trembling slightly. Fear spread through his mind. This time the no-rules tournament. The Yamato group paid a high price. He was bound to suffer the wrath of President Chizuru. Gao Gong. Just promise me. Join Chin's group. Enjoy 8 insurance and 3 gold. Triple wages on weekends and 5 times on holidays. Xinhuan saw that the victory was finalized, and eagerly pulled Gao Yang into the job. Gao Yang squinted his eyes and leaned back on the sofa as if he was asleep. It's really windy. Think of a resume that went unanswered before. And then look at the fact that now Qin is begging for him to walk him for 9 nines. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. Those who engage in technology really have a market everywhere. Xiao Qin, your solid-state battery technology is good. You can synchronize the development of liquid flow batteries, combining batteries and energy storage, more suitable for the future direction. Qinwan's face was a look of false acceptance, but the hand behind her back was clenched into a fist. Cao Gong is right. I'll mention it in the next board meeting, but the technology piece is my weakness, and I'll need you to speak about the strategic direction at that time. Gao Gong. Gao Yang opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. I'm just a small toy factory engaging in craftsmanship. I won't go to a big factory like Qin's. Qinwan couldn't maintain her expression any longer and waved her hand fists. Gao Yang, you're too worthless. What's wrong with Qin's group? To have funds, to have funds, to have money, to direct investment. Gao Yang looked at her playfully and said lightly, then why don't you just use the money to buy Eagle Jam's AI technology? To buy the hydrogen fuel technology of Eastern Japan? Is it because you can't spare the money? Qinwan froze in place, as if she had never pondered this question before. Gao Yang looked at Qinwan's eyes and said sincerely, in the future, you have to be nicer to the technicians. They only need a little bit of sunlight to grow into a big tree. Qinwan lowered her head, not daring to look at his gaze. On the track, the Bugatti breezed through the lightning double bend and brushed past the McLaren to the finish line. Shin Yongxiang stepped on the gas and gripped the steering wheel tightly. A kilometer is a matter of seconds for a supercar. Looking at the near end, Shin Yongxiang's breathing became rapid. The Swinging Hills car god is getting a name change. Yes, it's his magnificent Django. What's Daddy's brother's name? Daddy's brother's name is. Hear the familiar sound of music. Shin Yongxiang felt bad at once. A big whoop. Dog thief. The Bugatti was 5 meters from the finish line. The figure of the rocker passed him by. Shin Yongxiang watched through the glass as it crossed the finish line. Everyone in the audience stood up. Applause and clamor. Losing 2 years in a row. This time it's us who win. 2 years. Do you know how I've spent the last 2 years? Don't you guys think it's weird that the swinging mountain car god is a dog? What's really awesome is that rocking car. The Qin and Shin families are definitely way ahead in terms of technology. It's so well hidden, but I love it so much. Foothills. Brother Yang. From now on you are my god. Yellow Hair ran excitedly toward the shaker. Yang? He looked at Corky in the car and rubbed his eyes. Are you not awake? Tires scuffed the ground as the Bugatti pulled up next to the shaker. Yellow Hair rushed at Shin Yongxiang and said urgently, Brother Chang, something big is wrong. Brother Yang has turned into a dog. Shin Yongxiang slapped him again on the head. Fart. It was supposed to be a dog in there. I should have switched cars with Yoko a long ing time ago. Corgi became the god of cars. What's the deal? Kung, are you telling me that it was driving the whole race? Yellow Hair looked at the Corgi in the car with a wild look on his face. Corgi was like a dead dog, slumped in his seat. Life and death written on the dog's face. The walkie-talkie flashed in Yellow Hair's hand. He hurriedly pressed the receive button and Gao Yang's voice came out from inside. Yellow Hair, get Corky a boxed lunch with chicken thighs and put it on Keiko's tab. Shin Yongxiang grabbed the walkie-talkie. Yoko, how do you sell shakers? Sent you. Brother Atmosphere. OB room. Qinwan was dumbfounded as she took the walkie-talkie handed over by Gao Yang and said excitedly, do you know the scientific research value of this rocking car? Just give it away like that. Gao Yang smiled faintly. 2% of the shares said to be given away. And to trust me unconditionally despite not knowing anything. He deserves that car. Gao Gong. 2% shares of the toy factory is nothing. Qin Group can give you 10 times. No, 20 times. Gao Yang stood up and slowly said, Miss Qin, it's already very late. I should go down the mountain. The door to the Obi room was pushed open. Matsui walked in with a stack of information, bowed and handed it to Qinwan and said, the Yamato Group kept its promise. This is the latest hydrogen fuel technology. Qinwan received the thick stack of documents with a face full of excitement, not paying the slightest attention to the flash of mockery in Matsui's eyes. Chapter 13, The Insidious Yamato Group. Matsui sneered in his heart as he watched Qinwan's smug look. The technology is real. The parameters in it are false. There is no room for error in this path of scientific research, not to mention the change in value. Even a single decimal point deviation would be enough to bring the Qin Group into a dead end. When they have spent countless financial resources and time, they find that it is a basket case. Such a pleasant result. Think about it. Matsui trembled with excitement, thinking that he was angry at losing the technique. Qinwan said smugly, Mr. Matsui, victory and defeat are commonplace, and you won't win next time. Seeing this, Gao Yang frowned slightly and instructed, Miss Qin, You'd better find a technical expert to go over their proposal. Matsui's body jerked. Immediately, he hit it again. Chinwan was already overwhelmed by her victory and did not take Gao Yang's words to heart in the slightest. She clutched the document tightly and said to him, "Do you understand technical confidentiality? If you want to see it, sign the entry-level lifetime agreement." Gao Yang stopped talking and pushed open the door of the relay room to descend the mountain. The June wind is not cold, but carries a hint of coolness. Gao Yang carried the packing box and walked down the mountain. The roar of the 24-cylinder engine came from far away. Soon, the Bugatti was parked right next to Gao Yang. Shin Yongxiang got out of the car and rubbed his shoulders, asking, "Yangzi, why don't you wait for me on the mountain? I chartered a transportation." Gao Yang lifted the boxed lunch and asked with a smile, "Eating now?" Shen Yongxiang's stomach rumbled with hunger, and he grabbed the boxed lunch and sat in the co-pilot. "Good brother, that's enough. I want to eat. You drive." The corner of Gao Yang's mouth curved into an arc as he got into the driver's seat. The two men fastened their seatbelts. The Bugatti sped through the mountain passes. After a 180 degrees death-defying bend, Gao Yang didn't slow down. He utilized metal ceramic calipers to jump frame brakes. At the same time, the steering wheel in his hands swung rhythmically. The sports car is silky smooth through the death-defying bends. Shin Yongxiang stared intently at the dashboard. The top speed just now was 98 kilometers per hour? What kind of operation is this? Gao Yang merely wanted to test the modification performance. He took the time to glance at Shin Yongxiang and asked, "What? My car not driving steadily affecting your dinner?" Shin Yongxiang shook his head, the chopsticks in his hand waving frantically. He felt that all kinds of writers at home and abroad could only be called younger brothers in front of Gao Yang. 4 a.m. Autumn Thousand Hills Resort. A private room. Matsui bowed 90 degrees to the computer camera for half an hour. The screen showed the dimly lit conference room, and the image seemed to have been specially processed to make it impossible to see the faces of the people inside. The man in the main seat gently rubbed the C-shaped jade in his hand and spoke. "The video has been seen. Any thoughts? President Chizuru, I request to have a professional team analyze the authenticity of the video." "Takeda, are you suspecting Matsui? Don't dare. It's just that this car's performance is simply not up to par with today's technology." Takeda in the video stood up and said, "Matsui, I order you to reconfirm whether or not you sent the advertisement for the toy car." Matsui double-checked again and replied, "Confirmation complete. There's no mistake in sending it." "Baka. Do you know how much wind pressure it takes to float a 300-kilogram vehicle? Lord Takeda, I vouch for the authenticity of the video on my life, and the hovering flight was something I saw with my own eyes, and the writer can testify to it." "Matsui, this is nothing more than a lie you've written because you failed." Chizuru interrupted their argument with a voice. "Matsui, you're saying that this car was made by a Sia native named Gao Yang?" Reporting to President Chizuru, according to the investigation, the two men, Gao Yang and Shen Yongxiang, drove from the Yuanmeng toy factory to Mt. Akiyama. Matsui said, "The car resembles one of the cars in the toy factory." "You mean this is a toy car?" Chizuru's voice held a hint of surprise. "From the investigation, I'm afraid so," Matsui returned. Takeda slapped the table and said angrily, "Then go get this Gao Yang, and bring him back to me." Matsui said, "President Chizuru, Sir Takeda, I'm requesting a change in the kidnapping target for this mission." "I agree. According to the current situation, Gao Yang is much more valuable than Shen Mushui. The plan remains the same," Chizuru said. Takeda said urgently, "President Chizuru, the Shin family's third young lady is surrounded by bodyguards, while this Gao Yang is alone and can be transferred to the east without anyone knowing." Matsui agreed. "I suspect that Gao Yang knows the details of the Yamato Group's hydrogen fuel technology and needs to be interrogated to determine if there are any traitors within the group." Chizuru's voice held a hint of displeasure. "Don't question loyalty within the Yamato Group without proof." "Yes, Matsui, you saw Goyo build this car with your own eyes?" "No. Where did the car end up?" Shin Yongxiang dragged away. Chizuru paused and said, "Is there a possibility that the Qin family found the Shin family in order to obtain the Yamato Group's technology, and the two families conspired to use the toy factory as a front to disrupt the line of sight, so that we would disorganize ourselves?" Matsui exclaimed. "Gao Yang is nothing more than a puppet that was pushed out." Takeda also reacted and said, "The toy factory was not equipped to build that car at all. The car was built elsewhere and then smuggled into the factory." Matsui bowed. "I am guilty, deceived by this play they put on." Takeda said, "Gao Yang is nothing but a nobody. The mission to kidnap Shen Mushui remains the same." Matsui nodded his head and said, "Shen Mushui's location has been determined. Traveling in Changhong Mountain in Laka City." Chizuru said in a cold voice, "Matsui, this is your chance to make up for your mistakes. Do it cleanly." "Yes." Video off. Matsui walked towards the house with a grim face. The June sky was slightly white. Gao Yang was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Hello? Brother. The hot springs at Changhong Mountain are awesome. Do you want to come over and take a dip? Gao Yang glanced at the time in a daze. 5 a.m. Ian, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Brother, you're still waking up so much? Did you miss me? Not enough money? I'll transfer it to you when I wake up. That's enough. Besides, I've got a little rich girl here. Gao Yang listened to the playful sounds of the girls on the other end of the phone, and burst into a farcical fire. I'm hanging up without saying anything. Brother, don't hang up. Mu Shui and I are going to go to the cliffs to see the waterfalls. But Sister Jing said it might be dangerous. So I want to hear your opinion. Did you bring the cotton dolls? The doll is so cute. Of course I keep it with me all the time. By the way, brother, Mu Shui also wants it. You have time to make another one? No time. You can go if you want. Bye. Gao Ying pouted as she listened to the beeping sound on the phone. The young girl beside him was dressed in a light blue nightgown. Her clear eyes with a hint of a smile. She poked Gao Yin's small waist with her finger and asked, Your brother agreed? Gao Ying grabbed her strange little hand and said excitedly, Agreed. We'll leave after breakfast. I asked about the cotton dolls. Gao Ying smiled embarrassedly. I'll go back and spill my guts about the doll, and brother will definitely make it for you. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yang had a bad feeling in his heart and his sleepiness was gone. Chapter 14 Godly Craftsmanship. Reward for nanoscale hand control. The day after tomorrow is the day of the Cosplay Super League. The vitality suits have to be delivered by tomorrow night at the latest. Gao Yang looked at the workbench in front of him. The summoning system. Prepare a program for the creation of a Star Wars life support suit. Host requirements have been received and program design is complete. Helmet structure, neck protector, face shield, shell, uniform material, fluorocarbon fiber, chest armor reinforcement, bionic exoskeleton, high entropy alloy coating, belt life support system, thermoregulation module, respiratory sensing matrix, bone conduction audio module, gloves, micronized element synthesis, tactical boots, integrated quantum molding. Gao Yang stared at the mall interface and his eyebrows jumped. Not enough craft points to afford it. The 3 modules total 700 process points. High entropy alloys are sold for a surprisingly high 1,000 process points for just 5 microns of fused cladding on the surface. And that's not even counting the bionic exoskeleton and a bunch of materials. Did the system give the wrong program? Gao Yang asked in his head. System, is the program for the life support clothing wrong? The system is being tested for you. Detection is complete. Confirming that the program is correct, the host may begin production. How can I make it if I can't even get the ingredients together? Gao Yang's eyes swept over the lines of material, trying to control costs from programming. The appearance has to be a perfect match to ensure that the system is evaluated for reproduction. The life suits are already functional. They don't need to be drawn out. Innovative could be considered, with the help of the exoskeletons telescoping and folding, to make the entire costume a retractable structure, with the initial state set as a suitcase. Helmets and uniforms are handmade to save craft points. The 3 modules on the belt are just too expensive. The only viable option is to buy loose parts and assemble them yourself. Is that what the system is for? It's been a while since I've encountered an assembly process of this difficulty, and I wonder if the craft has gotten rusty. Redemption complete. Craft points consumed, 2287. Craft points remaining, 168. What a return to the pre-liberation era. Gao Yang muttered, then closed his eyes. This time, the vitality suit was extremely difficult to make, almost pushing his limits as a crafter. If the crafting fails, the remaining crafting points at this stage won't support him doing it a second time. And so, Gao Yang adjusted himself through meditation. 10 minutes later, the making of the vitality suit begins. Gao Yang, who had completely eliminated distracting thoughts, focused his eyes and entered into an inexplicable state. His hands combined speed and precision at the same time, professionally and with beauty. It's amazing that the left and right hands are working on 2 different modules at the same time. A piece of tool and his fingers freely switch, as if jumping elves. 5 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours. It was as if Gao Yang couldn't feel hunger or sleepiness. Immerse yourself in the making of a vixen suit. He didn't notice. A vignette was left over the workbench. Holographic projections recorded each step of his process and then folded it into a 2-dimensional scroll. Each craft map has a stamped seal, engraved ratings from A to S. One of the crafting diagrams, surprisingly, appeared to have a golden seal. The letters were replaced with 4 words, Godly Craftsmanship. Gao Yang didn't see the scene. The vitality suit took 20 hours to make. He blinked his sore eyes and ran his hand over the black metal case on the workbench. There wasn't a single shine on the surface of the metal box, and it seemed to absorb all the light, to take him into the dark abyss. The vitality clothing is detected to be functioning properly. Is it submitted for review? Submitted. Reduction, 100%. Development of suitcase function, degree of innovation, 20%. Functionality, 100%. Overall rating, B+. Bonus craft points, 220. Remaining craft points, 388. Unexpected comment. Instead of being disappointed, Cao Yang was somewhat excited. He vaguely sensed that he was entering a whole new realm in a certain process. Pity. That feeling only lasted for a while before it disappeared. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in his head again. Detected that the host's crafting sheet already has a Darth Vader lightsaber. Host activates set mode. Rewarding 10,000 crafting points. Remaining crafting points, 10,388. Detected host using divine craftsmanship. Reward, nanoscale hand control. 2 system reward sounds rang out. Cao Yang was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, there are other rewards. Set mode? Could it be that equipping both Darth Vader's lightsaber and Vespa suit would have new features? Nanoscale hand control? He curled his fingers and stretched his palms, quietly feeling his hands change. A few moments later, Cao Yang understood what the system meant by nanoscale hand control. Firstly, hand movements become faster, and secondly, finger dexterity is dramatically increased. And yet the most terrifying thing of all, he is now able to achieve process accuracy of 1 to 10 nanometers with just his hands. Under the right process conditions, it is entirely possible to hand-roll nanoscale chips. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face as he picked up his cell phone and dialed Shen Yongxiang's number. Shen Yongxiang quickly picked up the phone. Yoko, have a fart. You're busy? Of course. I'm looking at the registered players for the Super League. And wouldn't you know it, gentle sisters cosplaying Hatsune Miku. TSK TSK TSK. Shen Yongxiang on the other end of the phone turned his words around and asked, how's the vivisection suit doing? It doesn't have to be that fine. The appearance is not too bad. I'm going to leave for Magic City tonight. It's done. So come by and pick it up when you have time. I'm coming over now. Shen Yongxiang came quickly, carrying takeout in his hand when he entered. A simple 3-course meal. Cao Yang has been starving all day and eating like crazy. Shen Yongxiang was dumbfounded and surprised. Yangzi, are you a hungry ghost? Gao Yang replied back. I did 20 hours straight with this life support suit of yours. Shen Yongxiang didn't know the difficulties, and he laughed. You're too serious about what you're doing. It's just a piece of clothing. Why do you need to get yourself into such a state? He took out a car key and put it on the table. Yoko, I know you like to keep a low profile. You can drive this big G for now. Don't talk about money. Your shaker is worth 100. Gao Yang glanced at the car keys and laughed. Driving a big G on the low? Shen Yongxiang awkwardly said. The cheapest one in my garage is this one. Will you settle for it? Gao Yang is already full. He led Shen Yongxiang to the workroom. Shen Yongxiang looked at the variety of tools on both walls and gave a thumbs up. Yoko, professional enough. The room wasn't big, so he turned around and asked, is this where you live stream the band? Gao Yang yawned and said, well, you hurry up and try the vitality suit. I need to catch up on my sleep. Shen Yongxiang made an exaggerated expression and said, I'm personally giving you a car, and you're not even going to send me to the airport? Gao Yang faintly said, hit it yourself. Save gas. Shen Yongxiang said helplessly, you're the brother. You have the final say. But where are the clothes? You can't put such a big set of vivisection clothes into the small box, right? Chapter 15 Initial State Vivisection Suits. Horrible performance. Vivisection suits are not as dangerous as lightsabers, and Shen Yongxiang's character is trustworthy. So, Gao Yang didn't turn on the toy mode of the Vixen suit. Keiko, you should already know that my toys are not like anyone else's, right? Shen Yongxiang's face instantly became serious. Yangzi, everyone has secrets. I won't ask if you don't tell me. You just need to know that I already treat you as a brother. Would never harm you. Gao Yang smiled and asked, how's the car research going? Shen Yongxiang said awkwardly, your rocking car. A bunch of experts do not even dare to dismantle it, but also research a fart. But don't worry, I said the car was picked up. Gao Yang shook his head slightly. It will eventually be traced by someone with a heart. Shen Yongxiang coldly said, who dares to check? I have greeted with Big Brother. Now your identity has been military-level secrecy. The video of the car race is all destroyed. All the people who were present at that time were interviewed. I do things. You can rest assured. Your older brother is in the army? Yoko, I can't say more on that point. You just need to know that my big brother has enough to say. Cao Yang nodded his head and said, it's about time for Xia to change from a manufacturing power to a technological powerhouse. He pointed to the black metal box on the workbench and said, Keiko, this life support suit has 2 modes. One is the initial mode and the other is the toy mode. To make it easier to carry, I added the folding function. You mean it can be like Mark V? Holy, that's so damn cool, Shin Yongxiang said excitedly. To be precise, it should be a way of wearing between Venom and Mark V. In order to adapt to different people's body types, I changed it a little. Gao Yang continued. In toy mode, the Vixen suit parts out and can't be formed into a suitcase. So what I'm giving you is the Vixen suit in its initial state. And when you're wearing it, make sure to find a place where no one is around. Shin Yongxiang nodded vigorously and said excitedly. It's always okay to wear it in front of you. The creator, right? Seeing that Gao Yang did not object, Shin Yongxiang pressed his hands against the suitcase. Ryoko. No movement. Gao Yang spoke in Shin Yongxiang's puzzled gaze. Add user. Shin Yongxiang. The words fell. The suitcase began to split from Shin Yongxiang's hands. Shards the size of fingernails surged madly toward him. It spreads from hands to arms and gradually to the whole body. A low voice rang out. You know nothing of the power of the dark side. The sound didn't travel through the air. It was like it appeared out of thin air in the mind and shook people's scalps. With the sound of heavy breathing, Shin Yongxiang had already put on his vivisection suit. Beneath the black helmet, the mask shimmered with metal. Red goggles, like two blood-colored jewels. The metal armor with the black cape and the control panel on the chest gave an extremely oppressive feeling. Shin Yongxiang looked around. Holy, protective eyewear comes with an infrared thermometer. The mask must have a purifying effect. I feel like the air is fresher. That feeling? It's an exoskeleton. Holy, Gao Yang rubbed his ears and said in disgust, keep your voice down. For the audio I use directional bone conduction technology, which is a type of conduction that causes hearing through the bones. Shin Yongxiang was quite satisfied with the vitality suit and asked curiously, how do I get out of this suit? I used brainwave sensing for the control core and have given you permission to control it directly with your mind. Shin Yongxiang tried, and the vitality suit slowly shattered open and flowed towards his right hand. In no time at all the carrying case was formed, just enough for him to carry in his hand. Bull bye. Shin Yongxiang no longer knew how to describe his current mood, and only wanted to kowtow to Gao Yang. Yoko, I'm off. Remember to watch the Super League live. Gao Yang sent Shin Yongxiang away and turned to walk into the room. This sleep was heavenly. At noon the next day, Gao Yang was awakened by the sound of the telephone. It's Gao Ying calling. Brother, why don't you answer my calls? What's going on? Nothing doing. Sleeping. What time is it and you're still sleeping? Brother, let me tell you, the scenery of Changhong Mountain is so beautiful. Tonight Mu Shui and I decided to camp out and try to see a rainbow tomorrow. Oh, what's wrong with you, brother? Thanks to me. I was thinking of making you a wish when I saw the rainbow. Oh, Gao Ying kept saying. Gao Yang kept The call ended happily. Gao Yang hung up the phone and flipped to a text message. Gao Gong, the strategy of the toy factory has been perfected according to your program. When will you have time to come to the factory to guide the guidance? Pan Yuezhan's message was so permeated with supplication that those who didn't know thought he was reporting to his boss. Let's not talk about the fact that the Dream Toy Factory helps people with disabilities get re-employed. But the $20,000 a month is something to check out. Gao Yang packed up, grabbed the car keys on the table and went out the door. The summer sun was quite harsh, and there was an air of decay in the toy factory with only a few plants still in production. The cafeteria's a la carte window was closed. Gao Yang looked at the empty cupboard, his eyes showing a faint loss. When the elder sister, who was high on melon seeds, saw Gao Yang, she said to him, new here, right? We don't have any more big pots of rice. Do you want a small stove? Scrambled eggs with tomato. $5. Gao Yang's eyes lit up as he took out $10 and handed it to her, saying, big sister, add another egg for me. The older sister looked at the bills handed over and asked warily, the cafeteria doesn't take cash. Where's your meal card? Just got here. Haven't done it yet. The eldest sister gave him a suspicious look and shook her head. You don't look like the gang either. Soon enough, fragrant scrambled eggs with tomatoes were served. Gao Yang took a bite and complimented. This craftsmanship is perfect. Delicious. That's for sure. I've been working in the cafeteria for 20 years, and not one of them hasn't complimented me on my handiwork. Gao Yang asked seemingly offhandedly. Big sister, what did you think I was just now? It looks like it's not something to be messed with. The older sister had nothing to do, so she simply sat down and chattered. Who else could it be? I want the factory to close down that bunch of brats chanting. Sister told you, Boss Pan is a good man. If he did not give our factory missing arms and legs a mouthful of food, we are afraid that we cannot live. Gao Yang cooperated and asked. We're an old toy factory. We can't get to this point, right? Big sister sighed and said. It's also our fault that we're useless. The toy factory is getting worse every year. Otherwise the developers wouldn't have forced Boss Pan to sell his land. Selling land? Big sister lowered her voice and said mysteriously. No, I have a little news. Someone offered a big price to change the toy factory into a big hotel. Guess what? Boss Pan didn't agree. Goo, why don't you make money here? Big Sister was satisfied with Gao Yang's reaction and distributed 10 million seats to him. That's why I said that Boss Pan was righteous. He wanted the developer to arrange jobs for the factory employees. And when the two sides didn't come to terms, it went yellow. And then what? Then someone ordered a batch of toy flying saucers. Everyone was so happy. They worked overtime to finish them. But then they said there was something wrong with them. And not only did they not accept the goods, but they also wanted the factory to lose money. Big Sister said angrily, "If I say so, it must be that gang of rabbits who messed up." Gao Yang nodded his head and said, "Big Sister, I happen to be going to the production. What number workshop is the flying saucer coming from?" "Workshop no. 2, the personnel's little girl is really something. She doesn't even take you to familiarize yourself with the factory." She shouted at Gao Yang's back. "Young man, haven't found your money yet." Chapter 16 Algorithmic Fluid Dynamics. Stunned high achievers. Gao Yang just walked into the no. 2 workshop. A heat wave came to his face. The large workshop is old but cleaned up. The mottled traces on the production equipment seem to tell of its former glory. The workshop has stopped production. More than 20 employees are not idle, either to do maintenance for the machine, or repeatedly clean the floor. A makeshift workbench was set up under the only ceiling fan that was turned on. A 24-year-old youth, dressed in white overalls, was intently fiddling with a flying saucer toy in his hands. The youth had hair like a chicken's nest, wore a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses, and was holding a soldering iron and tinfoil in his hand, replacing the batteries in a flying saucer. Gao Yang walked over to the workbench and watched him operate with interest. White overalls with a cocktail hat. No need to guess that he's in the design business. Look at the age, up to 2 years after graduation. Holds a soldering iron with a steady hand and often goes down to the production line. Not the kind of douchebag who just sits in his office and dumps diagrams for production. The Goyang management team is most annoyed by the kind of process designers who think they are the best of the best. Obviously there are problems with the design of the drawings, but they want to say that the staff is not able to, or the processing of the supplier is problematic, and they are trying to evade responsibility. He's just a consultant. He can't stay at the toy factory all the time. That's a good kid to focus on. Replacing a soft pack battery with a small steel-cased lithium battery? That said, there's nothing wrong with the performance of the flying saucer. The do-it-yourselfers are using the lack of flight time to jam the toy acceptance. Who cares about the labeled range of a flying saucer toy these days? Most of the promised half an hour of full power and unimpeded play flew for less than 10 minutes. Consumers are vulnerable and have mentioned it a few times to no avail. This situation slowly evolved into an unspoken rule over time. The youth's right hand fumbled on the workbench for a moment, as if searching for something. Gao Yang picked up the no. For Allen wrench and put it in his hand. The youth's furrowed brow loosened as he assembled the toy flying saucer with a wrench. Every time he reached out, Goyo handed over the exact tool. Soon, UFO assembly complete. The youth looked up, and only then did he realize Gao Yang beside him. He held up the frame and looked at Gao Yang with admiration. "My name is Zheng Mingyu. Which group are you? A production worker? Would you like to come to the R&D department?" "My name is Gao Yang." Gao Yang smiled. "Zhang Gong, there's no hurry about the transfer. You test the flying saucer performance first?" Yes. How could I forget about business?" Zheng Mingyu put on the ring controller and lifted his palm upwards. The flying saucer rose and hovered in the air. Some of the employees stopped what they were doing, looked nervous and started timing. The whole toy flying saucer is made of ABS material, and the black skeleton structure is very good to ensure the wind pressure as well as the airflow rate. The LED walking lights distributed around the perimeter are constantly changing colors. Zheng Mingyu reversed his palms, and the flying saucer accepted the command and made the same flipping motion. The employee lowered his voice to a whisper. "Old Wang, do you think you can fly for more than 10 minutes this time?" "Definitely. Don't look at the small steel shells, they have high energy density. And you say the customer is really something. Not even flying for more than 9 minutes and not giving acceptance. In fact, it is deliberately to make things difficult for our factory. They test our above the 10th floor. The wind is so strong. It is normal to have high power consumption. Alas, it wasn't labeled in the contract either, and it was put on the line. Right or wrong on this one, the small steel shell costs twice as much as the soft pack. 10,000 flying saucers. And it's a big loss." The flying saucer toy kept doing various movements under Zheng Mingyu's control. It lasted a full 15 minutes before slowly landing on the workbench. Old Wang came over and said, "Mr. Zhang, according to this time, those customers will have enough for 10 minutes even if they fly it into the sky." Zheng Mingyu excitedly said, "Team leader Wang, I'm going to find General Manager Pan and apply for the procurement of small steel shell batteries." Old Wang nodded and said, Worthy of being a senior student graduated from Yen University. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, as long as the small steel shells arrive. I'll take my brothers to work overtime to get the goods out. Cao Yang was a bit puzzled. Is this the level of the toy factory's R&D team? Getting to the root of the problem. No consideration of cost or labor hours at all? He couldn't help but ask. Mr. Zhang, how many people are in the R&D department of our factory? Right now there's a chief counselor in addition to me. Adding you makes 3. Zhang Mingyu gave him a reassuring look and said, it just so happens that I need to find Mr. Pan, so I'll talk about your transfer together later. Gao Yang paused for a moment, not knowing what to say. The toy factory has survived until now, and it's already considered to be deep. Old Wang said on the side, don't underestimate Zheng Gong, graduated from Yen University. What kind of education do you have? Any honors? Gao Yang shook his head. Pre-crossing schools simply don't exist in this time and place. Young people, don't be overambitious, settle down more. I believe the toy factory can rise again under the leadership of Zheng Gong. Zhang Mingyu held the frame and said, Xiao Gao, the toy factory encountered some difficulties before. The old designers all jumped ship, but you don't have to worry. When the toy factory is brilliant, you'll be the patriarch of the factory. Gao Yang silently asked, what's the name of the counselor? Do you know? Old Wang looked disdainful. You don't have to care. That's just a relative stuffed in. You can't even see anyone. You're just a jerk. Gao Yang awkwardly said. Old Wang is right, but I have a small opinion about this flying saucer toy. Old Wang said. Look, I just told you not to be overly ambitious. Why don't you listen to me? Zheng Mingyu remembered the scene of Gao Yang handing over the tools and encouraged. Xiao Gao, tell us what you think. Gao Yang picked up the top pen on the workbench and wrote and drew on the manuscript paper. Zheng Mingyu merely didn't want to discourage him, and didn't think that Gao Yang could offer anything constructive. But as more and more calculations were made on the manuscript paper, his eyes became unusually grave. There is no simulation software. Didn't do a fluid test. The fluid motion of the saucer in various states was worked out by math and physics alone. None of my mentors could do it. Ghostwriter-like. Don't waste your time. Zhang Mingyu signaled Lao Wang to be quiet and stared intently at the manuscript paper. Gao Yang finished his calculations and began to draw the 3 views of the flying saucer blades on the paper. Mr. Zhang, your choice of a smaller steel-cased battery with a higher energy ratio will indeed increase range, and likewise increase the cost significantly, he said as he drew. You see, the cost of the blades is going to be much lower, and the material can be reused. Zhang Mingyu looked at the leaf diagram on the manuscript paper and kept nodding. Gao, I can't see a problem with your maneuvers, but the earliest the molds can be made is a month and a half. It's too late. The workshop has a ready-made laser mold repair machine. Just change it now. Gao Yang smiled at Lao Wang. Find 2 people to send the mold over. I'll change it. The old king had his doubts but shipped the mold anyway. With nanoscale hand control, Gao Yang changed the mold in half an hour. Young Myung-woo was stunned by the scene. There's no way an 8th grade clampman could do that. Is it appropriate to call him Ko? With the first blades molded, Gao Yang replaced the 4 fan blades of an ordinary flying saucer and maneuvered it to fly. 13 minutes and 52 seconds. Gao Gong, I'm convinced. Old Wang patted Gao Yang's shoulder and said, at this rate of production, I'll be able to change it in 2 days. Zheng Mingyu pulled Gao Yang and headed out. Just leave the production to Old Wang. You and I will go to Mr. Pan. I won't recognize the position of chief craftsman except you. If Mr. Pan doesn't agree, I'll quit. Tell that bull consultant to off. Gao Yang? Chapter 17 Cosplay Super League. Live. Young Myung-woo's emotional intelligence was not high, and he pushed the door of his boss's office straight open. Pan Yuejiang sat on the sofa next to the tea table, looked up at him and smiled. Little Zhang, you're still in such a hurry. What are you looking for me for? Mr. Pan, the matter of flying saucer toys is settled. I'm going to recommend a bull to you. Although you don't understand fluid mechanics after graduating from elementary school, I do. Look at this manuscript paper. Pan Yuejiang looked at Gao Yan who entered the door, not listening to a single word of the words that followed. Gao Gong, you're here? Wait a moment. I'll take the strategic program for you to go over. Pan Yuejiang got up to get the program. Gao Yan looked at the extra TV in the office and asked curiously, Old Pan, what's this whole thing about? Pan Yuejiang handed the document in his hand to Gao Yang and said, your strategic direction is to enter secondary products, so I'll arrange for Ting Ting to go to the Super League site for research, and the TV is for watching Roasted Spray live. Like an employee who wanted to be praised by his leader, he followed up with, I promise not to drag my feet, strengthen my studies, and keep up with the times. Gao Yang nodded his head and said, Old Pan, you're quite cognizant, that's for sure. I can't argue with my execution. Jung Mingyu's head buzzed as he opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Pan, you guys know each other? Pan Yuejang patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Xiao Zhang, I know that you have emotions. And anyone who is faced with something like parachuting a leader will be uncomfortable in their heart. But you have to believe that Gao Gong is definitely qualified to be the chief advisor. Looking at him with a desire to speak, Pan Yuejang soothed, I trust you all the same. In this case, you discuss the interview time with that cowman, and I'll have Gao Gong personally give him an interview. Gao Yang was reviewing the program in his hands, raised his eyebrows at the words and joked, interview passed, bullseye. Pan Yuejang laughed, so Gao Gong knows that cowman. That's no problem. Xiao Zhang, give me his phone number. I'll talk about the salary. Zheng Mingyu looked at Gao Yang and then at Pan Yuejang, and awkwardly said, Mr. Pan, the cowman I recommended is Gao Gong. Seeing that Pan Yuejang was full of doubts, Gao Yang explained, I've been to workshop no. 2, and I just happened to run into Zheng Gong without identifying myself. I get it. You're making a private visit to see if I've implemented the problems mentioned in the last visit. Pan Yuejang then said, Gao Gong, did you find a new problem? There was one problem. Gao Yang recalled. What is it? A safety hazard? Gao Gong, you tell me. I'll immediately arrange for someone to rectify it. I don't have a cafeteria meal card. Toy factory cafeteria. Zheng Mingyu took the rocking car remodeling plan written by Gao Yang and hurriedly ran towards the workshop. Pan Yuejang personally handed Gao Yang the finished meal card under her big sister's shocked gaze. Gao Yang swiped his card. Big sis, 2 orders of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and an extra egg. As if she had let out some shocking secret. My big sister got distracted while scrambling and added 8 eggs to it. After dinner, Gao Yang took Pan Yuejang around the factory, and the two of them resumed sitting back in the office. Gao Yang replaced the good tea on the tea tray with ordinary tea and skillfully brewed it. With nanoscale hand control, the tea ceremony becomes a tea ceremony. Lao Pan, the staff can't be bothered to turn on the fans on such a hot day. This problem needs to be solved immediately. Pan Yuejang looked back and said, I've already given notice that no matter what time of day it is in the summer, as long as the employees are on duty, they must turn on the fans. He picked up the tea in front of him and drank it. It's amazing how this ordinary tea brews up the flavor of a fine product. Gao Yang said, this kind of workshop is cold in the winter and hot in the summer, and the fans are of limited use, so central air conditioning should be installed for all workshops. Gao Gong, the central air conditioning is not cheap. The money injected has to be used to pay salaries, and there are new equipment purchases behind it. Should we hold off on this for a while? Gao Yang took a sip of tea and thought in his head, Old Pan's meaning is simple. There is not enough money on the books, and money needs to be spent. Put it off and the summer will be over. But, employee health is the bottom line, and at this rate someone might get heat stroke. The air conditioner should ideally be installed within the next week. Industrial electricity is much more expensive than residential electricity, and the late electricity bill for toy factories is a huge expense. The power supply system needs to be upgraded throughout the plant. Craft points are not lacking for now. Just use the flexible photovoltaic film in the system mall. The entire plant will be self-sufficient in electricity after the retrofit. Thinking of this, Gao Yang said in a resolute tone, Lao Pan, spend the money as much as you need to, and strive to complete the installation of air conditioners in the 8 workshops next week. Pan Yuejang looked worried and said, Gao Gong, the cash flow on the account is only enough to pay 3 months' salary. Should we look for additional funds from Mr. Shen? No. For the new production line you only need to buy raw materials. The rest of the money's used to install air conditioning. I can just take this time to build out the product line. Gao Yang said. In addition, you will pull all the bus bars of the distribution box to the top floor. I'll solve the problem of electricity in the factory. Purely handcrafted to create an assembly line of products? This matter put on anyone. Pan Yuejang have to spray to his mother do not recognize. Favorably, Gao Yang said it, and he actually took it for granted. Pan Yuejang's eyes lit up and asked, Are you thinking of using solar power? Have you measured it yet? How much can you expect to save on electricity costs in a month? Gao Yang made an anticlimactic sound in a calm tone. If you're not going to turn the toy factory into a power station, it'll last for a few hundred years, and the electricity will still be there when the people are gone. Pan Yuejang asked incredulously, and what if it's changed to a power plant? Gao Yang said indifferently, all the employees of the power plant in the city of Chochi will be laid off. The tea light in Pan Yuejang's hand fell and smashed on the tea tray, splashing tea all over the place. At this point, the TV sounds off. The Super League starts at 6 p.m. The live image on the screen is very hip and resembles a live studio. The 10,000 person-sized auditorium was filled to capacity. A barrage of pop-ups crossed the top end. It's just started and the top right corner shows that the viewer count is up to 100,000 already. The hostess is sultry looking, wearing a pair of fox ears on her head, a long gold and red interlaced dress, and 3 white fluffy tails hanging behind her. She spun around the stage and read the opening lines. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Super League Night. First of all, a big thank you to our sponsors. A flurry of sponsors read off, and the live stream surpassed 500,000 people. Finally, it's on. Wow. The host cosplayed as a fox lady. Love it, love it. I rate it as inferior to Sister Gentle. This year there's Gojo and Hinata, and ironically Hatsune. I love every IP. Ha! In the entry list, there's actually the second son of the Shin group. Is he here to be funny? Ha ha, just how dare he cost the Lord? Just coming over to have some fun. You can't imagine the pleasures of the rich. Chapter 18, Performance Accident. Brother buried alive? The number of people in the live room continues to grow. Panhua Jiang stared at one of the pop-ups and staggered. Is the audience size of the second generation so large? Cao Yang nodded his head and said, the core audience group of secondary culture is young people. The secondary users in Xia have exceeded 600 million. The market potential of this track is huge. Panhua Jiang asked, Gao Gong, how many workshops should we take for secondary products? Gao Yang replied back, the secondary yuan periphery mainly revolves around hand puppet, bar graphs, cards, etc. The production difficulty is not high. A workshop is enough in the initial stage. Why do young people nowadays like such fancy things? Panhua Jiang couldn't figure it out. Did you follow stars when you were young? Gao Yang asked. Chase it. Mesmerized. The reasoning is the same. Don't look at the secondary community with tinted glasses. They have suffered too much misunderstanding, distortion, and even denigration from the outside world. It's a paradise full of love. You can't love it but don't hurt it. Panhua Jiang was silent. The toy factory is called Roundup. I don't know when he started caring only about making a profit, but he forgot to look for his children's dreams. And luckily, it's not too late to change. He looked at the TV screen, serious and focused. Live feed. The moderator continued the presentation. The selection rules of this competition is a voting system. After all the teams have performed, the audience at the scene will start to vote. Everyone should pay attention to each audience member only has one chance to vote. Please put your precious vote to your favorite cosplayer. The audience erupted in loud cheers. The pop-up was a controversial one. Still no online voting? My 5 favorites. Well, I'll be sure to vote live next time. I protest. Distinctions are made and not being there makes you less of a human being. This mechanism is actually quite good to prevent vote scrubbing and fair to the contestants. Fair my ass. There were only 10,000 tickets in total, and I didn't get them. Oh, I want to be there to take a picture with Sister Gentle. Backstage at the venue, Shin Yongxiang is taking a picture with Sister Gentle. Gentle Sister wore blue contacts and 2 160cm long double ponytails that hung past her thighs. A little blue tank top skirt and black knee-high socks make for a young and striking overall style. Totally unrecognizable as a mom of 3. Pantingting pressed the shutter and impatiently handed her cell phone to Shin Yongxiang. Mr. Shin, please don't delay my research. Shin Yongxiang looked at the photo and his face opened up with a smile. Pam, you don't always have a stern face. If you don't genuinely like secondary characters, you can't make a product that consumers will like. Pantingting flipped out the notebook in her bag and said seriously, Mr. Shin, I'm only responsible for the data research. It's the boss's job to make the call. And also, it's time for you to change. Shin Yongxiang picked up the suitcase beside him and said, I'm going to the restroom. The Super League show is progressing quickly. Except for the stage show, which has to be kept under 25 minutes. The dances are almost always 5 minutes long. The host walked onto the stage wagging his fluffy tail. Next, there will be a dance by Sister Gentle, the realm of ultimate bliss. The crowd's passion rekindled, with shouts interspersed with whistles. It lasted a full 10 seconds. Same time, there was a strange noise from the lighted ceiling above the stage. The sound was noticeable, but it seemed so insignificant in the midst of the crowd's cheering. The music plays. Sister Gentle, along with 2 backup dancers, danced to the beat. The changing lights on the stage, along with the trio's dynamic dance moves, ignited the pop-ups. The number of people in the live stream is over 8 million and counting. Gentle Sister plus Hatsune plus the realm of ultimate bliss. Who's going to wake me up? I can't. Please call me an ambulance. As soon as Sister Gentle came out, I realized there wasn't a single one who could fight. Behind the curtain on stage left, Shin Yongxiang, dressed in a vixen suit and holding a lightsaber, waits for his next appearance. It was a treat to see Sister Gentleman dance up close. The body of the host on the sidelines trembled slightly. Did this man walk out of a movie? It's horrible. His breathing seemed to be getting more and more rapid. It's not going to eat me, is it? The host moved little by little, carefully pulling away from the two. Shin Yongxiang turned his head and looked toward her strangely. The fox lady looked into the large red eyes on the metal mask and panicked, sitting down on her knees with a thud. Shin Yongxiang just wanted to help, but he saw that Fox Nyang had already stood up, was staring at him dead in the face with big watery eyes. Sure enough, the outfit was so racy that even the hosts were on their knees. Ding! A screw fell from above and rolled just under Shin Yongxiang's feet. He looked up over the stage as the huge lighted ceiling appeared to sway slightly. Not good. Shin Yongxiang couldn't care less about the three people who were still performing, and took big steps towards the center of the stage. The host instantly panicked and shouted, "Wait! You're next on the program." The Star Wars IP is familiar to most people. Judge Dredd, the first Star Wars villain, captured the audience's attention as soon as he came on the scene. What's going on? Isn't Jennifer the next competition show? How come it came out early? I don't know. Is it going to be a performance of Hatsune Miku vs. the Jedi? Don't bother. I don't like dance tandems. That's a great recreation of this vixen suit. You didn't buy the one from the movie, did you? It's possible. I don't know about others. Second Prince Shin definitely has that strength. The three men on stage were all wearing headphones and weren't really sure what was going on. They were just a little confused by the crowd's reaction. Danger! Shin Yongxiang's voice reached their cochlea through bone conduction technology, muffling the sound of the music. The three who were dancing were clearly overwhelmed and stopped dancing. Squeak! The lighted ceiling tilted and several sparks fell from over the stage. The crowd snapped out of it, and many spectators covered their eyes. The front row of spectators yelled at the stage, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Danger!" The three men on stage also realized the danger and ran towards the side stage. Crucial time. Sister Gentle slipped and fell to the ground. Before she could get up, she found herself enveloped in a huge shadow. It's too late. Out of nowhere, she saw a black figure swooping towards her. Boom! The lighted ceiling hit the ground hard. The wires were pulled and sputtered in a cloud of sparks. The sound is off and the show is over. The screams were endless. The scene was a mess. Some people tried to rush the stage to save their lives, but were stopped by security. The stage was not safe at this point, and there were a number of rocks falling intermittently from above. The audience felt that the arena was no longer safe and many were already heading for the exits. The host reacted quickly, grabbing a microphone and shouting to try and keep order. Pity! The chaos didn't stop. It got worse. The live feeds have been in an uproar. Is this a program effect? It's blowing up. Bull ****** show effects. Can't you see the stage accidents? I've called the emergency services and I hope everyone is safe. What about this? It's too chaotic. There'll be a stampede. My gentle sister is still down there. Go save her. The scene is so messy. It looks like a child has fallen. Can the camera move? Did the cameraman hang up? All the staff at the arena are keeping order. On one side, the life and death of the man buried alive under the ceiling is unknown. On the other side is a chaotic crowd. Though the security was hissing with vigor, the crowd was deaf to it. Now, it didn't matter why they were running anymore. Many were squeezed in the middle and forced to move with the flow of people. Chapter 19 Calling Gao Yan to remotely unlock the lightsaber. The security captain came onto the stage and looked at the thick reinforced metal panels on the giant ceiling, a wave of despair welling up in his heart. Is there any chance of survival for those below in this situation? You can't think nonsense. Saving lives is important. He hurriedly greeted his team and tried to lift the ceiling. A dozen security guards shouted slogans and pushed together, resulting in the bracket not moving. The security captain, full of anxiety, shouted at the host, "Contact the firefighters. Need a crane or a hoist?" The young security guard beside him asked, "Captain, should we not find a few more people to try? It's no use. This kind of metal ceiling with integral structure weighs at least 10 tons. There's no way to lift it by human power. But we can't just stand here. So what do you want? People are buried underneath. The exact location is not known where. If the moving process causes secondary injuries, can you afford to take the responsibility?" The young security guard was speechless. The captain had nothing better to do than call out over and over again through the metal plates, trying to confirm the status of the people inside. Under the metal bracket, Shin Yongxiang's heart thumped. Think back to the tremendous impact just now. A pang of fear washed over him. The only way to realize how terrifying the weight of an entire ceiling drop can be is to experience it firsthand. If it wasn't for Gao Yang's life support clothing, he would have gone to meet his ancestors by now. After feeling it carefully, I was surprised that I was unharmed. Gao Yang's handiwork is horrible as it is. Pity. This vixen suit should have been scrapped and I don't know if it's still reparable. The moment the ceiling fell, it was too late to run. He could only pounce as hard as he could and shield Sister Gentle underneath him. Hiss. A moan of pain came from beneath her from Sister Gentle. Shin Yunxiang landed on all fours, and although she covered most of her body, she still couldn't protect all the positions. Sister Gentle, how are you doing? Hiss. Sister Gentle slowed down. Something hit the leg. It might be broken. Shin Yunxiang inclined his head to look. From the infrared spectrum, a rebar could clearly be seen inserted into her thigh, and a faint red color diffused in the vicinity. This is? Zapped the aorta. Although Shin Yunxiang had never studied medicine, he knew that this amount of bleeding was too abnormal. It hurts. Sister Gentleman's voice was low, consistent with the symptoms of blood loss. Shin Yunxiang looked through the spectrometer and saw a line of people standing outside the ceiling. He shouted, "Contact the ambulance quickly. Someone's hemorrhaging." The Vixen suit is fitted with a bone conduction audio module. No amplification equipment is required. A shocking squelching sound went straight through the ear bones to the brain. The captain was the first to react, excitedly saying, "Alive! Still alive!" Pantington clasped her hands together and said, "God of Fortune blesses that the Golden Master is still alive." Shin Yunxiang almost didn't slow down his breath when he heard the sound of talking outside. "Pam Ting Ting, I told you to call an ambulance." The captain crouched down and shouted inside. "The arena has a medical team on standby 24 hours a day, so as soon as the firefighters get you out, transfer to an ambulance." Shin Yunxiang asked, "How long before the firemen arrive?" The host returned, "The crane is being coordinated over there. It'll take about 20 minutes. Shin Yunxiang's spectrometer view. Gentle sister has begun to lose temperature. It can't wait. Gao Yang's life support suit might have a solution, but this suit could only be authorized by him." Shin Yunxiang leaned on his exoskeleton to support the ceiling and pulled out his cell phone with difficulty. "Calls are answered in seconds. Keiko, are you playing? Why don't you come out yet?" Gao Yang's voice was as calm as ever. "Yangzi, aren't you worried about me?" Shin Yunxiang asked. "I watched you bury yourself in a Vivian suit. What's the worry?" Gao Yang said back. "I'm sorry I ruined the clothes you worked so hard to make." Shin Yunxiang said, "Break it? Are you kidding me? The whole building collapsed, can't possibly break this life-supporting suit. I think you'd better come out from it quickly. The pop-up screen has already blown up, saying that the Shin family's second son is a fool, and that he can't save the beauty from the hero. But Tim Dog lost his life in the Yellow Springs." Gao Yang laughed. "Holy, who's spreading rumors?" Shin Yunxiang burst out. "I said Yangzi, this ceiling is at least 10 tons. Is it something a normal person like me can lift? How do you know it won't work if you haven't even tried?" "Really?" Out of trust in Gao Yang, Shin Yunxiang's back tried to exert himself. With the help of the exoskeleton, it was surprising that the ceiling was actually raised by 2 centimeters. Before he could rejoice, a scream came from beneath him. Shin Yunxiang hurriedly put down the ceiling and nervously looked at Gentle Sister's legs. The rebar inserted into the artery was connected to the ceiling as a whole, and if she was forced to lift it, not only would her leg be ruined, but she wouldn't even be able to save her life. "Yoko, there's another injured person in there. Can you give her permission? She should have an artery in her leg pierced by a steel bar and is about to die." Shin Yunxiang said eagerly. "The role of the life support suit is to maintain life. There is no trauma medical module. You bring her out with you. I saw from the live broadcast that there is a medical team on the stage." Gao Yang said, "I'm afraid I can't. The rebar is connected to the main structure. I'm lifting her, people will be gone." Shin Yunxiang helplessly said, "Got it. I'll unlock the lightsaber for you. You cut with it. Friendly advice. Don't hold the hilt backwards again. I don't want to incense you on this day next year," Gao Yang said. Shin Yunxiang put down his cell phone and reached out to grip the hilt of the sword at his waist. He double-checked a few times with the light of his cell phone before aligning one end with the ceiling. Zip! Buzz! The sound of high-frequency electrical currents stirred in the small space, and a pillar of dark red light shot out from the hilt of the sword, instantly disappearing into the metal ceiling. Shin Yunxiang just gently exerted his force, and the 10-centimeter thick metal plate was surprisingly easily split by the light blade. The entire stage scene was broadcast live to the public. When the dark red blade of light appeared, the live broadcast room set off an uproar, and the densely packed pop-up screen began to jam. "There's something sticking out of the stage ruins. Why does it look like a light blade? I saw Jennifer get pinned down." "Dark red light blade. It's an EP5 lightsaber." "No way. EP5 is a pixel blade, which is simply an LED light tube. How could it cut through a steel plate? It should be wherever the light just happens to shine on that spot. Can someone explain why the light pole is moving?" "I know. That's a modified plasma lightsaber, with jet propane to form the blade and strontium chloride added to produce a red flame. A flame color reaction in high school. Isn't that just a big welding torch?" "No way. If propane is used and the flames are over 2,000 degrees, how can the people inside stand it?" "You're a barbarian. So how do you think it was done? Unless lasers are used, It also requires a powerful magnetic field to bind the light particles. Hawkmaster is rumored to have this technology, but it's in the classified stage. Eagle Jam has been suppressing Xia. Would be so kind as to sell us the technology, and just make it into a prop? Is there a possibility that this is something we've developed in-house? Has our laser technology in Xia reached this point? What's this? I remember the news used to report that we could hit satellites with laser cannons. Look, you guys, the light blades on the ruins have disappeared. Chapter 20 Neural Manipulation Techniques for Sub-Threshold Information. Under the ruins of the ceiling, Shin Yongxiang is cutting the rebar on Gentle Sister's leg. The dark red blade gently slashed through, separating the steel from the main structure of the ceiling without a single vibration. Sister Gentle, we're ready to go out. There was no response from the person beneath him, only the faint sound of breathing coming from him. Gentle Sister fell into a coma due to blood loss. Shin Yongxiang didn't dare to wait any longer. His back pressed against the ceiling and began to exert himself, cut into chunks of metal around 5 square meters. He lifted them with ease. It's amazing how powerful an exoskeleton contact neural response can be. This is a metal ceiling structure. The crowd of security personnel were dumbstruck, all petrified in place. Knock! Shin Yongxiang threw the metal block to the side of the clearing. The dust cleared. The black cloak lifted and dropped naturally, revealing his form. Shin Yongxiang leaned down and picked up Sister Gentle and walked to the center of the stage. The dust on the vixen suit fell off with each step, taking on a metallic sheen once more. A terrifying aura emanated out, causing people to submit. It wasn't until Shin Yongxiang put Gentle Sister on a stretcher that the paramedics reacted. After stopping the bleeding urgently, Gentle Sister was taken to the ambulance. Live streaming pop-ups rolling. Gentle Sister seems to be injured. I wonder if it's serious. Pray, are those security guards weaklings? Mr. Shin lifted such a big piece by himself, and a dozen of them lifted a lonesome. Mr. Shin is bullish. I hope Sister Gentle is safe. I do wish someone would police the scene. There's going to be a stampede if it gets any more crowded. The security guards were dead set on the life suits. The gear was just too much help for a rescue. A look of longing appeared in their eyes, itching to snatch it on the spot. The security captain was envious, but knew his job responsibilities. He rushed at his team and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry down and maintain order." Shin Yongxiang looks down from the stage. The crowd was out of control and the scene was filled with screams of rage. Squeeze what squeeze? It's the ceiling on the stage that's falling down, not the one below it. I'm out of breath. What are you barking at? I see you're squeezing the hardest. Rushing to your destiny. Try bleeping at me again. The chaos was interspersed with the sound of children crying. A child of about 10 years of age was pushed down and several feet stepped over him. Not far away, his mother tried to go and pull him up, but was carried further and further away by the crowd. Shin Yongxiang yelled, "There's no danger anymore. All don't crowd. Line up and leave the field in an orderly fashion." Bone conduction technology, while allowing a person to hear what is being said, does not calm the impatience and fear within. Quite a few of the spectators had already reacted and they too tried to calm the crowd down. Pity. The momentum has been set. More people looked like they were afraid of losing their chance to escape and desperately squeezed towards the exit. At this point, Gao Yang's voice came from the cell phone under the ceiling. "Keiko, try the sub-threshold information manipulation technique." Shin Yongxiang, as if he had met a savior, hurried into the ruins to pick up his cell phone. "Yoko, you have an idea? What is fish and shrimp manipulation?" The human skin is able to respond to specific resonant frequencies, and with the right pulse frequency you can control a person's subconscious. You can use it too. For Hertz frequency to calm down a live audience first. Manipulating behavior through the subconscious? Yoko, quickly tell me what to do. The Darth Vader suit, when turned on, will have a new feature called neural manipulation, which causes vibrations in a person's skeleton through bone conduction, thus directly affecting the autonomic nervous system for the purpose of non-implanted manipulation. So powerful? Ask the big guy to open a permission. You've been given permission. Just say neural manipulation. Yoko, so I can't do whatever I want? You're overthinking it. This technique only works on people who are weak-willed or in a state of panic, and the control lasts only a few minutes. Shin Yongxiang put away the lost look on his face and spoke. Nerve manipulation. As his words fell, the bone conduction audio module on his belt vibrated significantly more. Everyone stop squeezing, Shin Yongxiang shouted in a fateful tone. One moment. The crowd of people all stopped moving their bodies. The live feed looked like the pause button had been pressed. What happened? Am I stuck? Don't turn off the broadcast. My friend is still there. There's no card. It's that they're not moving. Moving. It's moving. It must have gotten stuck just now. The audience is starting to line up. Thank goodness. I thought there was going to be a stampede. It's good that it's okay. A leader must have stepped in. Who has that much credibility? You know the crowd was completely out of control just now. What do you care? It's all right now anyway. Are there any in Magic City? Help go see Sister Gentle. The bone conduction audio module vibrates continuously. Under neural control, the crowd felt like they were on a sunny beach, with a salty sea breeze caressing their cheeks and carrying them through the line. A few minutes later, some people came back to reality from the beach, but instead of falling back into panic, they left the arena involuntarily with confusion. Poon Ting Ting had been doing research offstage after confirming that Shin Yongxiang was safe. She closed her notebook and walked to the stage, rushing to Shin Yongxiang. Mr. Shin, I'm done with my work. When do I leave? No, Pam, why are you so calm? My duty is data research. Other matters are not my concern. Pan Ting Ting continued. Mr. Shin, it's no longer possible to assess Gao Yang's value from the performance of the lightsaber, and I would suggest that he be in charge of all project development as well as the product process. Shin Yongxiang froze for a moment. The greater the capacity, the greater the burden? Who's the capitalist? Anyway, you can't learn that from the Qin group. Do. Gao Yang hung up the phone. Shin Yongxiang looked at his cell phone and said, Xiao Pan, if I let Gao Yang be 007, he will kill me. Do you believe me? Letter. The funders are the rich lords who say whatever they want. Shin Yongxiang's face under the mask twisted for a moment. Pam, get ready. We're going back to Autumn Thousand City tomorrow. Mr. Shin, the exit is over there. Got it. I'm going to the restroom. Mr. Shin, do you have bad kidneys? Shin stumbled and almost fell. Round Dream Toys Factory. General Manager's office. Gao Yang is holding his cell phone. Gao Yin's sharp gasps came from the other end of the phone. Brother, come and save me. Gao Yang stood up from the sofa with a pang. Ian, where are you? Brother, there are bad guys trying to get me. Sister Jing went to stop them, but there are many bad guys. Did you bring the cotton dolls? Is there any water around? Any water will do. The doll was on the body the whole time. Water? No water. Ian, don't rush. Tell me your exact location. Rainbow Mountain. Dodo. Gao Yang called back. The user you are calling is offline. Chapter 21, Should I Kidnap Your Sister or Mine? Pan Yuezhang followed suit and stood up. In his impression, Gao Yang had a maturity and stability that far exceeded that of his peers. Things never come in waves. It was the first time he had seen Gao Yang in this state. Gao Chou, what's going on? Do you need help? Gao Yang suppressed his inner turmoil and forced himself to calm down first. Gao Yin was the first and only person he met in this world. I remember when he first fused his memories. He started a high fever. It was Gao Yin who took care of him day and night. From that time on, Gao Yin then occupied an extremely important place in his heart. Gao Yang rubbed between his eyebrows and fell into thought. How could a soon-to-be college student with a relatively simple network of connections be kidnapped? Gao Yin said on the phone that the kidnappers were quite numerous and it was obviously a premeditated crime. The risk of kidnapping her is not proportional to the reward. So, the person behind it was trying to blackmail himself through Gao Yin. He's the ultimate target. Gao Yang combs through the products that have been done recently. The function of the cotton doll is not even clear to Gao Yin. Only a handful of people knew about the origins of the lightsaber and the life support suit. And by the looks of Pan Yuezhang, he definitely didn't know. So that only leaves the shaker. Car racing. Terra Nova. A viciousness erupted from Gao Yang's eyes. No matter what time period they are in, the Easterners are so despicable. The city of Loki is adjacent to the city of Akihabara. It's about 2 hours away from Toys for Tots. The terrain of Changhong Mountain was complicated, and the mountain was densely jungled, making it impossible to confirm Gao Yin's exact location. A search facility must be remodeled. Think about it. Gao Yang instructed Pan Yuezhang. Old Pan, tell Old Wang to send a box of flying saucer toys to the factory entrance and bring another toolbox. Good. I'll arrange it right away. Pan Yuezhang nodded and followed him out of the office. Gao Yang dialed Shen Yongxiang's phone and said forcefully, Xianzi, I want your big brother's help. Shen Yongxiang on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, then immediately responded. No problem. You say it. Someone is kidnapping my sister, and I suspect it's the Yamato group. Location? Changhong Mountain in Falling Sun City. The exact location is still unclear. Gather at the bottom of the mountain first. I'll contact Big Brother to send someone. Yoko, don't worry. I'll bring my lightsaber and vitality suit and head over right away. His little life. The kidnappers should be targeting my crafting skills. Gao Yin is safe for now. Is it too late for you to buy a ticket? My family has a private jet. Gao Yang stood in front of the factory and silently hung up the phone. Not far away, Old Wang ran over in a hurry holding 2 boxes. Thanks, King. Gao Yang was too late to be polite, took the box and put it in the car and sat in the driver's seat. Pam, I'm going out. Oh, yeah, okay. Pan Yuejung probably heard what was going on and couldn't help himself, so he could only urge Gao Yang to be careful. Gao Yang kicked the gas and the big G rushed out, disappearing into the night in a flash. The night is just as intense in Mordor. Clouds filled the sky and seemed to signal an impending storm. Magic City Hotel. Shin Yongxiang rushed to the phone and said eagerly, "Big brother, my sister has been kidnapped." A low voice came from the phone. "You know about the kidnapping of your little sister?" "Little sister? Shenmu Shui? My sister is tied up too?" Feeling dizzy, Shin Yongxiang asked. "Which sister?" "Xiao Chang. What are you talking about? We only have one sister." "Big brother, are you saying that Yuki has been kidnapped too?" 10 minutes ago, Snow's bodyguard, Zhou Jing, reported being followed by 5 strangers. She went up to negotiate. The other party confirmed their identity and started to move. The situation is now unknown due to the communication interruption. That means the kidnappers are targeting our Shin family? So far, it seems so. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Shin Yongxiang asked. Is Shaoshui in Changhong Mountain? Is there a girl named Gaoyin around? There is. Zhou Jing feedback. Gaoyin is Shaoshui's best friend. It's impossible that she's an accomplice of the kidnappers. Goddamn accomplices. Gaoyin is Gao Yang's sister. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. The Goyang who remodeled the shaker? Aye. His sister is as important as mine. I'll send extra men. You better worry about yourself. Gao Yang, he saved your life. Shin Yongxiang was puzzled. Big brother, I'm also in danger? The ceiling of the arena has been tampered with. And after technical analysis, the point in time of the collapse corresponds to when you went on stage. And the first few performances would have been the ones buried if they hadn't gone over time. I'm already buried. Okay? So the Shin family owes Gao Yang more than one favor. And Gao Yin's security level is adjusted above that of Snow. Hey! On what basis? Yuki is our real sister. I can't tell you the specifics. The academicians of the Ministry of Technology have joined together to report that they must meet the maker of the shaker. I can't hide it for long. Big brother, you must hide it. My toy factory is just getting started. It can't be separated from Yoko. There was another silence on the other end of the line. I'll give you a number to forward to Gao Yang. He can contact my people through this number. On the highway leading to the city of Lok Sava, the big G is flying. Turned around and passed a Mazda. Host redeeming L8 intelligent driving USB flash drive. Consuming 100 craft points. Remaining craft points, 10,288. Gao Yang inserted the USB flash drive in his hand into the center port. He didn't have time to make modifications to the big G right now, so he directly exchanged the smart driving USB flash drive in the system mall. The flash drive was inserted and an electronic tone sounded in the car. Your driving rating has been detected to be over L8. How can I help you? Turn on autopilot. Location Changhong Mountain. Gao Yang ordered. L8 intelligent driving has been enabled for you. Have a nice trip. The Mercedes continued to drive smoothly while Gao Yang came to the back of the car. He opened his toolbox and began removing the rear seat. Nanoscale hand control. Gao Yang's fingers were as nimble as flying, forming a trail of residual shadows in the car. The seat looked like it had been chewed up by a large mouth and dispersed into a pile of parts in a couple of sittings. Less than 5 minutes. The rear space then becomes completely different from before. A combination square table was placed right in the center. The square table consists of a car seat and various parts with a zero-gravity device on the bottom, which is used to ensure the stability of the table while the vehicle is in motion. Gao Yang opened the box and inside were 10 toy flying saucers neatly arranged vertically, all fitted with his newly designed blades. Old King has a heart. Gao Yang nodded, using the combination square table as a workbench and summoning the system in his mind. Prepare a flying saucer toy modification program. Host requirements have been received and program design is complete. Metal structures, integration of quasi-crystalline alloys, control unit, gravity launcher, diffusion unit, gravitational wave amplifier, power module, dark matter reactor, synthesized fuel, process point consumption required element 115 up, shell plating, bioremediation vacuum coating. Chapter 22 Godly Craftsmanship. Reward absolute touch. Gao Yang was not in the mood to continue reading. The system was clearly giving the real flying saucer scenario. What he needed to transform instead was a toy flying saucer, or more appropriately called a hand-controlled drone. Open the system mall. Gao Yang stared at the wide array of goods and began to conceptualize a plan. Time was too tight to consider the consumption of process points, and this time all modules were chosen for the design. The kidnappers aren't blind. The flying saucer must be able to be invisible, and the external structure will be made of the same material as the last color-changing needle and thread box. The new design of the fan blade structure does not need to be changed. The material needs to be replaced with an invisible material, preferably with a laser 3D printer. It's just that the space in the car obviously won't fit. System, can you send the printed product straight out? Yes, the system adds a site fee of 100 craft points/hour. Now was not the time to save craft points, and Gao Yang started printing directly. For the drive, go for the super magnetic silent motor with a maximum speed of 98,000 RPM and a noise level of 8 to 12 dB. The power source is still sodium-sulfur solid-state batteries, which are small, lightweight, and can fly continuously for at least 72 hours on an energy ratio conversion. There are only 10 flying saucers, which is a bit low in number relative to the size of the Changhong Mountains and affects the speed of the search. Gao Yang looked at the flying saucer in his hands, one with 4 fan blades in a structure, adopting a split design and using magnetic attachment in the connection position, so that one can split into 4 single flying saucers. It can meet the needs of a large area for rapid search. Multiply the number of cameras by 4 and use this one with gamma rays that can penetrate 10 meters of rock, so in case Gaoyin is hiding in a cave you can spot her in time. This brainwave controller is good. With retinal imaging, the ability to switch between the various flying saucer perspectives at will with a single thought, and a finger ring structure that makes it easy to carry. Pair that with 40 more nanochips and the transformation can begin. Redemption complete. Craft points consumed, 1500. Craft points remaining, 8888. Rear space in the car. Gao Yang placed the flying saucer modules in order by feel and started the crafting transformation. Due to the color-changing materials used throughout the outer structure, all the single modules became invisible when the colored modules, the nanochips and the camera, were installed. All that could be seen was his hands bouncing in the air as if he was displaying an elegant set of finger dances. With these blind rubbing processes, the eye no longer plays any role. The craftsman is required to have an excellent sense of touch and association. Otherwise, any single mistake can lead to a manufacturing failure of the final product. Once again, Goyang's complete process was recorded by the system. Holographic projections appear in the air. One of the folded process drawings is stamped in gold. Godly craftsmanship. The Mercedes in a hurry suddenly slowed down, swept through the ETC and then accelerated violently. Not far away, the conductor rubbed his eyes. Unmanned? Nope. It's possible the driver was a little bitty one. The Mercedes, fitted with L8 smart driving, went straight onto the Green Wave Road, passed 16 consecutive green lights and stopped at the Longhorn Hill parking lot. In-vehicle voice announcements. Arrived near your destination. The destination is on your left. Attention! Your Big G has changed from 7 seats to 2 seats. Next time you get on the bus, please rationalize the number of passengers. At this point, flying saucer toys are all remodeled. Gao Yang picked up the brainwave controller. The controller is ring-shaped with an overall gilt color that few men would refuse if used as a wedding ring. Gao Yang looked at the caliber of the ring and put it on the ring finger of his left hand. Just right. UFO modification program deviation detected. Is it submitted for review? Submitted. Flying saucer deviation from system program. Reduction, 0%. Development of splitting and invisibility functions. Degree of innovation, 40%. UFOs are unmanned and have a top speed of only twice the speed of sound. Functionality, 0%. Overall rating, D-. Bonus craft points, 40. Remaining craft points, 8928. Gao Yang was too lazy to bother with a system that couldn't even tell a drone from a flying saucer. Detected the host using divine craftsmanship. Reward, absolute touch. Absolute touch? Gao Yang muttered to himself in confusion. He placed his hand on the stealth drone. A noticeable graininess comes from the fingertips. A set of data comes to mind. RA, 0. 025. Surface finish grade 12, mirror-like glossy surface. Subsequently, the entire shape of the stealth drone also surfaced before Gao Yang's eyes. Although his movements are like a blind man's elephant, he can do a glimpse of the whole. Absolutely tactile. So that's what it means. Gao Yang was inwardly delighted. With nanoscale hand control and absolute touch, his craftsman barrier would surely be broken. Future. He may reach heights beyond human reach, even beyond the limits of carbon-based organisms. Is the purpose of the divine crafting system to make oneself a divine craftsman? Thinking that his sister was still in danger, Gao Yang controlled his excitement. He opened the car door and stepped down. Looking up at the top of the mountain in the distance, there was a light breeze around them, and the stealth drones took off, heading towards Changhong Mountain. 1 o'clock in the morning. The landscape seemed to be emptied out, empty with not a soul in sight. Mist filled the hillside upwards and large dark clouds hung in the sky as if a shower was coming. When the drone cluster reached the foot of the mountain, it quickly split into 4, with a total of 40 small drones dispersing in an orderly fashion, weaving in and out of the trees and rocks. Gao Yang clearly knew the perspective of each drone through the imaging on his retina. The terrain of the Longhorn Mountains is very complex. The reconnaissance coverage area of 40 small drones is roughly only 4,000 square meters. Gao Yang's thumb slid over the ring controller. The camera turns on gamma rays and the search extends to within the rock, so that even small animals underground have nowhere to hide. While the drone was searching, Gao Yan unlocked his cell phone. There were 3 text messages on the screen, all with the same content. Contact Fu Chiza when you arrive. Cell phone number, 138. Gao Yang dialed Fu Chiza's number. Which one? Gao Yang. Where? Parking lot. I'll send someone to pick you up. 5 minutes later, Gao Yang was taken to a restroom in the scenic area. The interior has been rearranged. Signal boosting equipment is placed around the wall. And in the center stands a 100-inch combination screen showing a live view of Longhorn Mountain. The screen is split into 9 parts, with each image corresponding to one screen. Judging by the shaking of the footage, it should be live footage taken from the searcher's body cameras. The man standing in front of the screen turned his head and looked at Gao Yang with a slightly dissatisfied gaze. Hello Gao Gong, I'm the security minister of Shin Group. Fu Chiza looked to be around 35 years old, wearing a black uniform and looking competent. His shoulders were broad and his upper body was in the shape of an inverted triangle as he rushed towards Gao Yang and extended his hand. The 2 men shook hands. Gao Yang frowned slightly. Fu Chiza's hand was like a vice, clasping his right hand tightly and gradually increasing its strength. Chapter 23 Area Signal Blocking. Squad lost. Gao Yan used nanoscale hand control and drew back his hand without moving. A hint of surprise flashed in Fu Chiza's eyes. Doesn't this kid have any bones in his hands? He was able to become the Shin family's security minister by virtue of his strength and loyalty. Because of this, he was dissatisfied with the orders given by Shin Weifeng. Shen Muxue was the one he had watched grow up. Why should her safety level be below that of an outsider? And this time the kidnappers were targeting Shin Muxue. Her safety was the most important thing. Minister Fu, you seem to have a problem with me? Gao Yang opened the door. Fu Chiza didn't have much to say about him. After all, Gao Yang was too young and had little insight at first glance, and didn't know the gravity of the matter at all. Gao Yang, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the Grand Duke, but I hope you won't interfere with my command authority, and I'll do my best to ensure the safety of Gao Yin and Shin Muxue. Gao Yin's best friend's name is Shen? Is it? What is Shin Muxue's relationship with the Shan Group? Third Miss Shen. You don't know? The guilt in Gao Yang's heart was swept away. Having thought that the kidnappers were targeting Gao Yin, Shin Muxue was suffering from an undeserved disaster. Now look, it should be the other way around. I will command the rescue next. You are responsible for executing it. Gao Yang ordered. You. Fu Chiza pressed his anger and said, Gao Yang, professional people do professional things. Don't take the chicken feather as an arrow. Gao Yang didn't care what he thought. Minister Fu, how long have you been at the scene? 1 hour. It only took 20 minutes to set up the temporary command room, and the search and rescue crews split into 3 teams to enter the mountain, with the fastest team arriving at the waterfall location 30 minutes later. Fu Chiza was satisfied with his efficiency. He rushed over as soon as he received the news and contacted the police to evacuate the tourists on the way. Good thing it was late at night and there were basically no tourists. The evacuation went well. Fu Chiza gave Gao Yang a disdainful look. What does a 20-year-old boy know about command? Think you've been playing strategy games for a few days and you're a senior commander? Fu Chiza flirted. How is it? There will be no need to bother you to take command, right? Gao Yang kept staring at the screen and opened his mouth. The search direction is wrong. 5 people from Team 1 turned left, 5 kilometers in the 175 direction. 3 people from Team 2 traveled 4 kilometers forward. Pay attention and wait to meet up with Team 1 before you make a move. There are 6 people on the other side. And don't search that area for Team 3. There is no one there. Fu Chiza's pupils contracted violently for a moment. How did you know the location and exact number of each squad? And, you even know the location of the kidnappers? You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that Gao Yin is my sister and I care about her safety more than anyone else. Gao Yang coldly said, have the 3 squads carry out my orders. Fu Chiza was suddenly somewhat unable to see through Gao Yang. Remembering Shen Weifeng's instructions, he still conveyed Gao Yang's instructions. How many kidnappers are there? Gao Yang asked. The surveillance is still being screened. Changhong Mountain has a high flow of tourists every day. It will take some time. Fu Chiza returned. Gao Yang frowned slightly. We can't determine the number of kidnappers yet? Fu Chiza shook his head and said, the one who first sent out the message was Zhou Jing. At that time, she saw that there were 8 people on the other side, so she directly fled with the 2 young ladies. Zhou Jing? Zhou Jing is MS. Shen's bodyguard, responsible for her safety. Has there been any contact since? No. At that time along with MS, Shen's signal was cut off, and it was impossible to locate the phone. Gao Yang didn't ask next because Gao Yin's phone call was also suddenly interrupted. Had the 3 of them escaped into the depths of the Longhorn Mountains, where there was no cell phone reception? It would be safer to run for the exit. Would a bouncer make such a cheap mistake? Suddenly, the screen went black as the camera feed from Squad 2 was interrupted. Fuchisa's expression stiffened. Then he called out into the microphone. Team 2. Team 2. Hear the reply. Repeat. Hear answer. At this point, the second squad had long since left the range of tourist activity, and the distance to the kidnappers shortened to less than 3 kilometers. By the light of the moon, they walked deep and shallow between the muddy hills. Not the slightest notice that the signal had been interrupted. One of the team members looked up into the sky for a moment before following the two in front of them again in confusion. What's with the feeling of being watched? In the treetops, branches and leaves swayed with the mountain wind as a drone crept up behind them. Fuchisa stared at the combination screen, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Out of touch? All teams are lost. What happened? All 3 teams were instantly wiped out? How did the kidnappers do it? Fuchisa said urgently, I'm going to report to the Grand Duke and ask for troop support. Don't worry. I'll immediately go up the mountain to rescue them after reporting. Don't get ahead of yourself. All squads are in. The signal is blocked in that area. Gao Yang's tone was calm and strong, with a calming effect. Fuchisa quickly calmed down. Carrying is messy. How could an opponent subdue a squad in an instant? As the Shin family's security minister, his performance just now was not even as good as the young man beside him. He turned his head just in time to meet Gao Yang's eyes. 4 eyes. Gao Yang's voice was chilling. Why didn't Squad 1 carry out my orders? Fuchisa's gaze flickered a bit as he didn't exactly give Gao Yang's orders. And, until the signal is interrupted, he thinks he can correct it in real time. Fuchisa explained, the camping site is the original incident site, which can be tracked by footprints. Gao Yang directly interrupted him and said, Minister Fu, next I need you to convey my orders without fail. Can you do it? Fuchisa scrambled back. Do it. Gao Yang spoke while observing through the drone. Stealth drones use quantum communication technology, and the transmitted signals cannot be eavesdropped or intercepted, nor can they be shielded. A 10-kilometer radius search is complete. Gao Yang didn't find a signal blocker. Is the judgment direction wrong? Kidnappers have more advanced shielding? Gao Yang was puzzled in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of a more secluded place. Heaven. Shielding devices are usually mounted on cars and are too obvious a target to bypass scenic surveillance. If shielding modules are mounted to a drone, they can also completely isolate signals in an area if there are enough of them. 10 stealth drones rose at breakneck speed under Gao Yang's control. It's easy to get the signal back. Just take out their drones with your own. Changhong Mountain is 1,474 meters above sea level, and 5,000 meters above the summit. Hovering over it is a flying car. The body is made of carbon fiber and the lightweight construction allows for higher loads. The folding propellers turned into 4 masses of vapors, causing the entire vehicle to reside above the dark clouds, with winds in the troposphere reaching 56 meters per second. 10 stealth drones cut through the clouds and finally spotted the source of the regional signal shield. The cockpit of the flying car sat unoccupied and held a metal shield. Gao Yang frowned slightly. The flying car was close to 7 meters in length. It was a behemoth compared to the stealth drone. He tries to hit the propeller with the drone, but each time it bounced off and couldn't hurt the flying car one bit. Invisible color changing material is not very hard but possesses great flexibility. Instead of being damaged, the bouncing drone quickly stabilized in the air and crashed into the propeller again. The camera rolled up and down with the drone, causing Gao Yang to feel dizzy for a moment. Chapter 24, Stealth Drones vs. Flying Cars. This can't go on like this. Gao Yang rubbed his hand over his brow, suppressing the desire to throw up. The good thing is that flying cars don't have drivers. They just hover in a fixed position through a set program. Minister Fu, is there a guided bazooka? Fuchisa stared stupidly at Gao Yang for a long time before reacting. You think this is a game? RPG smash? That means no. Wait a moment. I'll think of something. Gao Yang's tone was slightly regretful. Fuchisa's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Shin's security department is legal and compliant. How could they have something like a bazooka? Gao Yang looked through the drone camera and thought about what to do with the flying car. Through other drones, he realized that all 2 and 3 squads had arrived at the kidnappers' location. Because they could not get the next instructions, the 2 squads remained inactive for the moment. The signal needs to be restored as soon as possible. It occurs to Gao Yang that the camera comes with a gamma ray detector, but unfortunately, the ray dose is only 0.1 micrograms in order to prevent harm to the human body. What if we use all the cameras together to fire gamma rays? Standing waves are formed when 40 columns of rays of the same frequency are superimposed, and the entire control system is paralyzed as soon as the instantaneous energy reaches 2 megaelectronvolts. Gao Yang controlled 40 drones and surrounded the flying cars in a circle. With the touch of his thumb on the finger ring controller, 40 drones power overloaded and fired gamma rays at the same time. All the components on the flying car's electronic control boards shorted out, while the shield in the cockpit exploded outright, filling the entire cabin with smoke. The propeller speed gradually decreased, unable to provide enough wind pressure, and the flying car dropped into a dark cloud and plummeted toward the jungle. The stealth drones are low on power and have been returning automatically. In the temporary command room, the big screen relit up the picture and the call for each of the 3 teams came from the center console. Command center? Roger that. Mr. Fu, no hostages have been found. There are 6 kidnappers. Are we going up or not? There is a cave entrance nearby. I suspect the 2 ladies are hiding in it and request access. Squad 1 reports that the campground is not worth searching. Please give instructions for the next move. Fu Chiza saw that the signal was restored and asked Gao Yang with a face full of surprise. What should we do next? Immediately send Team 1 to the kidnapper's location and inform all team members to prepare for battle. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed Gao Yin's number. At this point, in the dark cave, 2 figures were running. The cell phone used for illumination in Gao Yin's hand suddenly vibrated. She looked to the caller ID and stopped, covering her mouth in excitement. Shen Mushue bumped into her back and asked with a trembling voice, Xiaoyin, why don't you run? They're almost catching up. Gao Ying pressed the answer button on her cell phone, signaling Shen Mushue to keep quiet, and lowered her head to send a message to Gao Yang. Gao Yin, brother, there are bad guys chasing me. Talking will reveal my position. Gao Yang, where are you? Coin, in the cave. There are 8 bad guys. I don't know how many are chasing me, but there will definitely be someone guarding the entrance to the cave. So keep an eye on it. Gao Yang, you keep running and stay in touch. Gao Yin hid in an alcove in the cave wall and was about to continue his reply. Shen Mushue's cell phone rings. I can follow you. Like a shadow chasing the light sleepwalking, I can wait at this intersection. Gao Yin didn't bother to reply to the message and pulled Shen Mushue's hand and ran. The kidnappers in the rear found their way by the ringing of the bell and chased after them at a fast pace. Shen Mushue was pulled by Gao Yin and ran, her face full of overwhelm. When the 2 came to the fork in the road, Gao Yin snatched Shen Mushue's cell phone and threw it into the right channel, leading her to run to the left. Cave entrance. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds and visibility was poor. The mountain wind blew the leaves, and the shadows of the trees swayed in the distance, as if the forest hid many people. The kidnappers communicated in English at the entrance to the cave. What was that noise? It should be a rock that rolled down from the mountain. Could it be the flying car? Mr. Harry, you can always trust the Yamato Group's technology. Murakami Tree. Mercenaries only believe in money and their own eyes. Harry played with the dagger in his hand, his tone becoming impatient. Still haven't caught those 2 girls. Punk, let me remind you that Shin's group is nearby in the city of Shoshan, and we're running out of time. Harry pointed to the figure on the floor and said, what's the price for this woman? If not, I'll arrange to have it disposed of. Zhou Jing was lying on the ground, her arm bent into an abnormal arc, and she had fallen into a coma. Murakami Tree laughed. She's not important. Yamato added an additional 500,000 knives for another girl. Humph, if it wasn't for Yao Yin, we would have completed our mission and evacuated by now. Is she more important than Shin Mushue? Harry, you should feel lucky to have the extra money after all, shouldn't you? Suddenly, Harry jerked to the side and a crossbow bolt grazed his shoulder, just missing Murakami Tree's thigh. Murakami Itsuki covered the wound on his leg and shouted, they're coming. 8 figures rushed out of the woods. The 2 sides were separated by 600 meters and within 2 minutes, the crowds met and a fierce fight broke out. While the squad members fought in a conservative manner, focusing on subduing the kidnappers, the mercenaries had no scruples, attacking all the vitals, and within moments a member of the team was on the ground, incapacitated. As the battle descended into a scorcher, a small group finally arrived at the battlefield. With the advantage of numbers, the mercenaries were finally all subdued. Command center. The other side's 6 people are all under control. 2 of our people are seriously injured and 4 are lightly injured. Zhou Jing has multiple fractures and needs urgent treatment. A short-haired youth called into his headset. Leave 5 people to keep an eye on the cave entrance. The rest take the wounded and move to the nearest rendezvous point. The ambulance is already in place. Fu Chi's voice came from the headset. The squad was evacuated as ordered, with the short-haired youth and 4 others remaining in place. Murakami Tree covered his wound and wailed, I'm hurt. It needs healing too. The short-haired youth snorted coldly and said, stay where you are. I'm a tourist, an international friend. You can't treat me like this. An international friend? You are nothing but a criminal. Just then, a cylindrical object was thrown from the mouth of the cave and landed right in the middle of the crowd. Get down! The short-haired youth yelled. Murakami Itsuki and Harry looked at the smoke rising from the ground and they both smiled at each other. The smoke is a neurotoxin that can cause rapid numbness and muscle tension if the antitoxin is not taken in advance. The field outside was wide open and the smoke quickly dispersed with the wind. The 5 team members left behind were prostrate on the ground. Their whole body tensed up. Even breathing became a little difficult, completely losing their ability to resist. Ha ha, Harry dear. It's been a while since I've seen you in such a sorry state. Do you need help? With his hands tied behind his back, Harry spat through his mouth in the direction of the voice. Hurry up! The Yamato group's flying car is on its way. The man has been captured. Let's evacuate immediately. 2 muscular tough guys walked out of the cave entrance, carrying Gaoyin and Shin Mushue in their hands. The 2 of them had pieces of cloth stuffed in their mouths, and Shin Mushue's face was full of tears, a look of shock. Only Gaoyin was still struggling. Chapter 25, The Cotton Doll Strikes Out. The mercenary with the high hand raised Umbra threw her to the ground with extremely rough movements. Coin tries to get up and escape, but falls again because her hands and feet are tied. The cotton doll in his arms rolled aside. Murakami Tree pressed the wound on his leg and bared his teeth as he smiled. Very well, all caught. Don't worry, the Yamato group won't treat their friends badly. Ignoring him, Tough Guy crouched down to untie Harry and said, Boss, the technology of the Easterlings is not reliable. When I captured the Xia people, I found out that their cell phones could communicate, and now that signals have been restored in the entire area, I would recommend changing the evacuation plan. Unable to accept someone questioning Yamato's technology, Murakami Tree retorted. Impossible. There won't be any problems with Yamato's flying cars. I object. Harry took out his comm device to confirm and said to the mercenaries under him, Plan B, everyone put on their winged flight suits, and after the hostages have been moved, immediately disperse and retreat to a predetermined location. Worried that the mercenaries would leave him here to fend for himself, Murakami Tree forced himself to calm down and said, Harry, as employers, you can't evacuate until I'm safely inside the flying car. Harry said, Of course, the customer is God, and there's still time, so why not have some fun with the Summerlanders? Harry came to crouch beside the short-haired youth, the dagger in his hand gesturing at his neck. The tough guy beside him spoke up. Boss, the neurotoxin has taken effect. There's no way these people are still conscious. I suggest not killing the Xia people. It'll get the organization in big trouble. With a vicious look in his eyes, Harry picked up the camera on the short-haired youth and shot it at his face. Summerlander, the game is over and I don't want to see anyone else in my sights until I leave. He moved the camera to the short-haired youth's shoulder, the dagger in his hand stabbing down without hesitation. A dagger pierced his shoulder at the collarbone, and the unconscious youth bounced violently, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. The sky is drizzling at the moment. The sparse rain fell on Harry's face, setting off an increasingly menacing expression. Everyone present hadn't noticed that the cotton doll on the ground was a circle larger than it had been a moment ago, having grown to 30 centimeters. Temporary command room. Fuchiza stared at the screen, his face a bit grim from anger. He turned violently and rushed for the door. Come back, Gao Yang said in a commanding tone. Fuchiza stopped in his tracks and said remorsefully, Gao Yang, I was wrong. If I had listened to you at the beginning, there wouldn't have been so many people injured. You told me to move the kidnappers, but I wanted to exchange hostages with them on the spot. I take full responsibility for the failure of this mission. Gao Yang comforted. Although the program of exchanging hostages at the scene was proposed by you, I also agreed to it, so you can't be blamed for it. Fu Chizhe felt even more guilty. Just let me go up the mountain. Maybe I can still put up a fight. It's too late. If you go now, the kidnappers will be long gone. Fu Chiza listened to the sound of the rain outside and disheveledly lowered his head, unable to accept reality. Gao Yang looked at the combination screen. The worry on his face had disappeared, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The sky is beautiful. It's raining. Cotton dolls are filled with absorbent cotton from the system mole, a material that expands and grows larger when exposed to water. Activating the doll's giganticization function. 2 conditions are necessary for megaization. First, coin is in danger. And second, the toy mode is disengaged. Now, both conditions are in place. On the screen in front of you, Murakami Tree limped to the camera and said in a springy manner, Shen's group, on behalf of Yamato, I sincerely welcome you as a guest in East Japan. Remember to bring along the rocket engine technology and Gao Yang of the Yuanmeng Toy Factory. Otherwise it will be difficult for me to guarantee the safety of the 2 young ladies. Goyo's voice came out of the camera's speaker. You and Matsui, you can't go back to the east. Murakami Tree laughed. I advise you not to act rashly, or I wouldn't mind a few more holes in them. Gao Yang asked. Why did the Yamato group specify Gao Yang? Murakami Tree was victorious and no longer hid it. Last night, Matsui had an operation against the second son of Shin, but it failed because of Gao Yang, who wasn't even there. With just one piece of clothing, he managed to save the day. Such a powerful technical talent is exactly what the Yamato group needs. Gao Yang said in an icy tone. Are you sure you chose the right way to invite him? Murakami Shu said excitedly. Of course. Gao Yang and Gao Ying grew up together. And in my hand, I have his most precious invitation in this world. As if showing off, he held up the camera to Gao Ying. With her hands and feet tied and her mouth gagged, she couldn't speak. Takayashi could only stare hard at Murakami Itsuki with her eyes. Murakami Itsuki ripped the cloth from her mouth and said hypocritically, you shouldn't be so rude to a beautiful young lady. Ah, loosen your mouth. Coin bit down on Murakami Tree's palm. Screaming in pain, Murakami Itsuki dropped the camera in his hand and pinched Coin's nose. It wasn't until Gawain opened her mouth to breathe that she rescued her hand from under her teeth. The mercenary let out a contemptuous laugh from the sidelines. Murakami Itsuki looked at the blood spilling from his palm and angrily raised his other hand and swiped at Takayasu's face. Ah! The expected sound of a punch in the face did not appear. Instead, Murakami Tree rolled on the ground in pain. The crossbow arrow that had been stuck in his thigh earlier, which had only been 6 centimeters into the flesh, had all but disappeared at this point, with the arrowhead piercing out from the other side. Gao Yin's small mouth opened into an O shape, her face full of incredulity. Just now, the cotton doll on the dirt floor stood up and came between Gao Yin and Murakami Tree with a cocky, domineering stride. It set up a lunge as a straight punch, the fist hitting the end of the crossbow arrow just right. Gao Yin exclaimed excitedly, beautiful, tiny Yin, give it to me. A reprimand came from the camera beside her. Yin, how can you swear? Gao Yin said impatiently. Who are you? Who are you? You're so broad-minded. You can't call Xiaoyin a little karami like you. Call her sister Yin. Gao Yang on the other end fell into silence. Could it be that he saved a fake sister? How come he didn't realize that Gao Yin had the dragon flower attribute? Fu Chiza patted Gao Yang's shoulder from the side and comforted. I have 2 daughters. The rebellious period is like this. Just bear with it. With a rare sigh, Gao Yang pressed the communication button and said, Xiaoyin, when we get home, we're going to have a good talk. The camera speakers processed the sound, but the familiar tone of voice still made Gao Yin's face flutter. She immediately turned into an aggrieved expression and said in a glutinous voice, Brother, there are bad people. Save me. The mercenaries had noticed this way when Murakami Tree howled. Eyes converged on the 50-centimeter tall doll. Chapter 26. Why is this doll getting bigger and bigger? Outside the stone cave of Changhong Mountain, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and a damp, earthy smell roiled in the air. Cotton Doll started with a set of panda punches in the rain, then struck the classic Bruce Lee pose, his little cloth hand flexing a few times to greet them on the attack. The mercenary laughed at the sight. It'll summer country kung fu, yeah. I'm so scared. There's nothing new about AI robots that mimic Eagle Jam. Stupid toy. Harry looked up into the sky. It was almost dawn, yet there was not even a shadow of the Yamato group's flying car. Follow the plan. Now at this point in time, there will be 5 flying cars coming to meet them. Something must have gone wrong in the east. Harry was a little anxious inside. Although the sky has broken, dark clouds can cause reduced visibility. And one small mistake in wingsuit flying in the rain and you're dead in the water. Can't just keep waiting. Harry pointed at the cotton doll and said, Storm Bear, clear out this crap and in 10 minutes, whether the flying car arrives or not, we'll retreat immediately. One of the muscular tough guys walked up to the doll and flew up and kicked at it. The back of the foot makes contact with the doll, a touch similar to kicking a water bag. Cotton Doll was kicked off and rolled down the hill. Storm Bear turned to Harry and said, Boss, what about the 2 hostages in Murakami Tree? There's no way we can wing it with them. Harry said, our mission objectives have been accomplished, and the blame for the problems with the evacuation program lies solely with the Yamato group, who will have to pay for their mistakes. Storm Bear was about to speak when he was suddenly alerted. Before he could react, a small cloth hand was already on his calf. Cotton Doll throws the 6 feet 9 inches big man behind him with a back aerial drop. Nearly 100 kilograms of body slammed into the ground, splashing mud and water. The crowd all froze in place, their faces full of disbelief. Temporary command room. Fu Chiza roared excitedly, Gao Yang, your doll actually knows Xia Kung Fu. At this point, Gao Yang was no longer worried at all. He was sitting on a couch he got from nowhere, happy fat water and popcorn in hand, as if he were an audience member watching a movie. Fu Chiza asked curiously, where did it come from? Gao Yang chewed his popcorn. Scenic 24-hour vending machine, it tastes pretty good. Fu Chiza looked at him, his eyes filled with longing. Get it yourself. I still have to save a bite for Xiaoyin. Gao Yang said, Brother Gao, please do something. Fu Chiza's posture was low, as he's completely disappointed with the rescue operation. Gao Yang tells him that he's made a guardian doll for Gao Yin, and that there's nothing wrong with 1 to 10 on a rainy day. Fu Chiza was in a daze. He didn't put his heart inside his stomach until the doll flipped the 1-meter-9 man over. Gao Yang said in disgust, "Go buy it yourself if you want to eat it." Fu Chiza fawned, "Brother Gao, can you make me 2 dolls? You know I have a pair of daughters." Gao Yang considered for a moment and said, "You search for Gao Gong Toy Store. Private message in the background to note. I'll be free to make it for your child." When Fu Chiza was assured, he stopped pestering Gao Yang and turned to the screen. At this point, Cotton Doll fought Storm Bear, covered in mud and water. Stormy Bear focused his entire body on his right fist and punched the doll in the stomach. Doll bounced his attack away with his absorbent cotton, and while he was still standing, jumped up and back-kicked Storm Bear in the stomach. The telescopic skeleton coupled with the water-absorbed, high-density cotton produced a 500-kilogram impact that sent him flying 5 meters away. Storm Bear covered his abdomen and spit stomach acid out of his mouth. A mercenary looked at this scene and said in shock, "Impossible. Storm Bear has a 100-match winning streak in underground boxing. This doll is not right." Another mercenary said, "Have you guys noticed? This doll was only 50 centimeters a moment ago, and now it's 120 centimeters. Can't wait for it to keep growing." All together, the mercenaries swarmed up, weapons in their hands swinging towards the cotton dolls. The material of the cotton doll skin was upgraded composite Kevlar, and the dagger couldn't even leave a scratch on it. As the battle continues, the cotton dolls got bigger and bigger while more and more mercenaries lay on the ground. 10 minutes later, the 2-meter-tall cotton dolls have been unstoppable. It flung its arms from side to side, one mercenary in each hand, slapping the ground back and forth, splashing mud and water. Shin Mushue looked at Kaoin with envy in her eyes. Cotton dolls are not only adorable, but so awesome. How come she didn't have such a good brother? Kaoin bit off the piece of cloth in Shin Mushue's mouth in one bite and said to her, "The tiny im my brother gave me is awesome, isn't it?" Shin Mushue nodded her head and said, "Awesome, Xiaoyin. You promised me that you wanted your brother to make one for me as well." Kaoin looked at her face and thought for a moment. "A doll made to look like you can't fight at first glance. I'll have my brother make you a special one." Shin Mushue smiled like a flower. "Yeah." While the two were talking, all the mercenaries were already lying on the ground, and Harry had multiple fractures all over his body as he looked over at the doll in the rain, regretting very much that he had taken the job. Cotton Doll scanned the circle and did another set of panda punches in place before coming to Gaoyin and Shin Mushue. After Bu Hands easily untied the two men, the doll assumed the classic Bruce Lee pose in place and waved at the mercenaries lying on the ground. The rain had stopped by now, and a golden glow filled the distance between the peaks. Rumble. The sky resounded with the roar of propellers as 5 flying cars hovered in midair from far away. A rope ladder drops down from the flying car. Murakami Itsuki took the end of the rope ladder and fastened the mountaineering buckle around his waist. Grinning through the pain, "Coin. That doll was made by Cao Yang, wasn't it? The Yamato group will fight tooth and nail to get him." Gaoing grinded her little tiger teeth in hatred and pointed at the flying cars. "Little Inin, shoot them down for me." Cotton Doll's cheeks puffed up high at the command. He, 2A, 2A, 2A. A water arrow spat out from its mouth. Water arrows hit flying cars with precision. The 5 flying cars staggered and crashed down as if they had been drinking fake wine. Because of the Cotton Doll's conscious control, the flying car landed without injuring anyone. Only Murakami Tree was dragged out a dozen meters or so due to his mountaineering buckle. The Cotton Doll spat out all the water that had been stored in its body and resumed its size of 20 centimeters. Gowing picked it up and held it in her arms, babying it. Temporary command room. Fu Chiza had already admired Gao Yang. He had decided that he would take the 2 cotton dolls even if he dumped his family's money. Fu Chiza asked, "Brother Gao, what next?" Gao Yang looked at the empty popcorn box and said, "Arrange for the nearest medical team to clean up the mess and take my sister next. And also, buy a box of popcorn." Fu Chiza immediately gave Gao Yang's order to the command deck. Right now, other than the need to pry the type of neurotoxin out of the mercenaries, everything else was nothing relative to the Shin family. After Fu Chiza finished arranging it, he bumbled off to buy popcorn for Gao Yang. Longhorn Mountain parking lot. A Bentley sped in and parked next to the Big G. Chapter 27, Sisters in Chinese Clothing. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Shin Yongxiang arrived at the temporary command room with a metal box in his hand and a lightsaber hanging from his waist. "Yoko, where are the kidnappers? I want to fight them for 300 rounds, Shin Yongxiang said as he looked towards Gao Yang on the sofa. "Lightsaber, turn on toy mode," Gao Yang said indifferently. "Hey, don't intervene. Without a lightsaber how am I going to one-cut 999? Said Shin Yongxiang as he put down his suitcase. He had the itchy feeling of playing a game and being turned on anti-addiction by his parents. As a professional kryptonite player, Shin Yongxiang firmly believes that recharging will make you stronger. "Yoko, tell me, how much can I charge to open the initial mode of the lightsaber? I want to be a Skywalker. Django. Gao Yang knew that he was using his middle-agedness to cover up his inner worries and spoke. Don't worry. There's no need for you to step in. They're already safe and on their way down the mountain. Shen Yongqian sniffed, and his hanging heart finally dropped. Getting down to business. What are you Shen family going to do about the Yamato group and the mercenaries? Gao Yang asked in an icy tone. The mercenaries can be disposed of before they are extradited back to China. Shen Yongqian said hatefully. The Yamato group side is more troublesome. They have already come out with a statement that Matsui and Murakami Tree are labor dispatchers for the outsourcing company, and all the actions of the two have nothing to do with the Yamato group. Two castaways. Did Matsui ask anything on his end? No. His family, all of whom are in the East, only admitted that the stage incident was an act of personal revenge on his part. Gao Yang rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, being stared at by the poisonous snake that is the Yamato group is troublesome. Shen Yongqian laughed. This time they directly targeted me and Xiao Shui. The old man was furious. The Shen family's anger is not so easy to bear. The Daiwa group will subside for a long time. The Yamato group is a state-owned company in East Japan, which is involved in a range of heavy industrial manufacturing such as shipbuilding, special vehicles and aircraft. Now the summer country and the East Kingdom of Japan in these areas there is still a depth of cooperation. The probability will not tear the face. The Shen family had a specialized security department, so naturally there was no need to worry about security. And with Gaoing going off to college soon, a mere cotton doll isn't enough to keep her safe. Just in time to make her a kit while we're on summer vacation. As Gao Yang was thinking, a figure covered in mud rushed towards the sofa and came flying. Instinctively, he reached out and put his hand against Gao Yin's head. Gao Yin waved her hands and muttered, "Brother, I just went through a vicious kidnapping and you won't even give me a hug." Gao Yan looked at the open-mouthed mud doll in front of him and said helplessly, "Go wash it first. I've left popcorn for you." Gao Yin's eyes lit up and she grabbed the popcorn next to her and rushed out. Gao Yang retracted his palm, and the mud flakes on his fingertips fell off, clean as ever. Shen Yongqian looked at the direction Gao Yin left and asked, "Yangzi, was that one just now your sister?" Gao Yan nodded. "Not bad. I also just realized that she and your family Xiao Shui are BFFs." Shen Yongqian sighed. "It's a small world. This is quite good." Shen Yongqian had been glad that he had been able to brush up on Gao Yang's live broadcast. At that time, he sent out the lightsaber that was dismantled into crumbs with the mindset of trying it out, but it ended up being repaired in less than a day. At first, he just thought that Gao Yang was a good person and worthy of deep friendship. Later, with the introduction of the rocking car and the life support clothing, Shen Yongqian had developed an absolute adoration for Gao Yang. If it weren't for the life support suit, he would have said goodbye to the world last night. "Yangzi, thanks." Shen Yongqian spoke in a sincere tone. "It's useless to be melodramatic. The lightsaber is too dangerous to disarm the toy mode for you." Gao Yang didn't want him to have a sense of indebtedness that would affect their relationship, so he digressed. "Hey, you're the savior of me and Yuki, and you still won't let me thank you? Keiko, what would you do if I was kidnapped by the East? Kam heck. I won't stop until I get you back." "That's not all. Let's talk between brothers." Speaking, two youthful and beautiful figures walked in. Shen Mushui and Gaoing had obviously just taken a bath, and there were still water droplets in their hair. They wore handboks for scenic photo shoots, as if they were fairies walking out of a painting. Shen Mushui was in a light blue jacket, elegant and mesmerizing. Gaoing is lively and cute in a long emerald green dress, agile and playful. Shen Yongqian stared at Gaoing, his eyes dropping. Seeing Shen Yongqian's piggish appearance, Gaoing glared at him fiercely and said fiercely, "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll ask my brother to beat you up." Shen Yongqian scratched his head with his left hand, pulled out his cell phone with his right hand, and stammered, "Beauty, beauty, add a contact?" Shen Mushui really couldn't look on and said helplessly, "Second brother, she's the Gaoing I told you about. Why don't you introduce me to the one next to her?" Shen Yongqian reluctantly averted his eyes and pulled his sister to introduce to Gao Yang. "Yangzi, this is my sister Shen Mushui. She will be a college student of Yen University in September." Shen Mushui obediently shouted Brother Yang, and immediately followed up with, "Thank you for saving me with your cotton doll." Gaoing shook Gao Yang's arm and pouted, "Brother, help Xiao Shui make a doll. I've already promised her." Gao Yang drew back his arm and flicked Gao Yin's forehead. "Educating? Forget it this time. Next time don't just make promises. After all, she was her own sister, so she should be favored." Gao Yang asked Shen Mushui, "Xiao Shui, do you have any customization needs for the doll?" Shen Mushui's eyes lit up and she happily said, "I don't have any other requests, as long as it's made by you." "Thank you Brother Yang." Shen Yongqian hears his sister ask Gao Yang for a doll, very surprised. What doesn't the Shen family have? And Shen Mushui never accepted gifts from outsiders. It's not right. Gao Yang must have made something good again. Shin Yongqiang asked. Xiao Shui, what's with this doll? Shin Mushue's heart palpitating recounts the kidnapping, and when she talks about the doll's battle against the mercenaries, her tone is full of praise for the doll. The more Shin Yongqiang listened to his heart, the more shocked he became. Giant dolls that can grow up to 2 meters tall. Will Kung Fu. There's also his favorite squirrel turtle spitting feature. Simply his dream love child. Yoko, make me one too. An oversized one. It better be able to grow up to 10 meters tall. Shin Yongqiang said. Step aside. What are you doing with a girl's toy? Gao Yang refused. I have a teenage heart, can't I? Shin Yongqiang said. Shen Mushua pulled Shin Yongqiang and said. Second brother. Everyone hasn't slept all night. It's better to go home and rest first. Gao Yang patted Shin Yongqiang's shoulder. Xiangzi, you take care of the rest. I'll take Xiaoyin and leave first. Shin Yongqiang signaled Gao Yang to rest assured and watched the two of them leave. Shui, you can fall in love even when you go to college. What do you think of Gao Yang? Second brother. What are you talking about? It's the first time he and I have met. Besides, Yang is wearing a wedding ring. Shin Yongqiang laughed. That ring is probably some kind of novelty toy. Gao Yang's back tone is clear. Single for 21 years. Shen Mushue's heart was inexplicably happy. She raised her hand and ran it through her hair, saying, Second brother, I think you're interested in Xiaoyin, right? Chapter 28, Dream Toy Factory's Overhaul. Longhorn Mountain Parking Lot. Coin looked at the big G in front of him and gushed as he got into the passenger seat. Brother, you bought a car? Where did you get the money? Someone else's car, temporarily loaned to me to drive. Gowing twisted her head to look at the empty backseat and nodded. Well, at first glance, it's a car used for hauling goods. This person is so cheap. Gao Yang laughed. If Chang Zi knew you said that, he would probably pull out all of his family's cars and walk them for you. Gao Yin looked seriously at Gao Yang and said, Brother, you are too different from before. Gao Yang's hand that took off the ring controller gave a beat before dropping the ring with precision into the toy flying saucer box in the back. What's different? Gao Yin looked like she had discovered his secret. You never used to make friends and would only do crafts at home alone. Now you seem to have gotten the hang of it. Gao Yang silently recited in his heart to turn on the toy mode of the flying saucer, and the invisible flying saucer in the box turned back into a visible state. Exactly the same as when old Wang delivered it. He started the car and said to Gao Yin beside him, People always change. Gao Yin nodded approvingly. Brother, you should have done this a long time ago, acting like a little old man day after day. Gao Yang joked. If it weren't for a few tales of broken silver, I'd rather be a little old man. Don't. Gao Yin took out the tiny Yin in her arms and kissed her. Brother, you're so good. You can't bury your talent. Gao Yang nodded his head in approval. Go home and get some rest. Come with me to the toy factory tomorrow. What for? Work study. Day 2. Dream Toy Factory Cafeteria. Coin was concentrating on the chicken thighs on his dinner plate. Shun Mu Shui, on the other hand, took small bites of the 2 dishes and 1 soup in front of her. Gao Yang swallowed the scrambled eggs with tomato in his mouth and asked, Xiao Shui, your family has so many industries. Why did you choose the toy factory for your internship? Shun Mushue's chopsticks shook, and the meat on top fell into the plate. She hurriedly put the meat back together and said something she didn't believe. My major is fashion design, which goes well with toy factories. Gao Yang pondered for a while and arranged. Then you and Xiaoyin will go to workshop No. 8 for internship together. Workshop No. 8 is planned to make secondary products and cosplay costumes. It's just right for you. Shin Mushua nodded obediently, while Gao Yin chewed hard on the chicken leg meat in her mouth. The cafeteria moms whispered. Those 2 daughters are so handsome. I don't know which family's boy they've cheapened. I've heard about it. The one with the tiger's teeth is the sister of the gaffer, and the other one comes from a very big place, as if she's a relative of the investor. You're talking about that quiet little girl, right? I think she's definitely coming for Gao Gong. Mr. Gao is handsome and capable. The youngest daughter has a good eye. You don't know, do you? All of our old workshops are getting big air conditioners, and I heard that it was Gao Gong who suggested it to Mr. Pan. That's called central air conditioning. Electricity is very expensive. The factory is not good. I heard that Lao Wang and the others have decided not to turn on the air conditioning. Pan always has a conscience. We also have a bunch of big old men, afraid of what heat. So many years not the same over. At this point, Zheng Mingyu followed Old Wang to the side of Big G. Old Wang, did Mr. Gao really ask you to borrow tools? Zheng Mingyu asked. What am I lying to you for? Cao Gong has asked me to come and get it. Old Wang pressed the car key in his hand. The trunk of the Mercedes opens automatically. Old Wang pointed to the toolbox and said, I'm not lying, right? Cao Gong really borrowed my toolbox. Zheng Mingyu held his black-framed glasses and said excitedly, $2,000? I'll transfer you on payday. This set of tools belongs to me. The old king joked, you are read stupid it. This set of tools bought when 600. You give the original price, I buy another set on the line. Zheng Mingyu held the toolbox in his arms and said in a cautious tone, Teacher Gao's used tools are equal to enlightenment. Can the price be the same? 2,000, not two prices. Old Wan looked at Zheng Mingyu's distant back and shook his head helplessly, turning to look at the flying saucer toy in the trunk. Old Wang muttered to himself, the workshop stopped production because of the installation of air conditioning, and the export is still short of 10 hand-controlled flying saucers, and this box is just enough to make up for it. What he didn't realize was that this decision caused great distress to the future toy factory. In the future, for the rest of the day, Gao Yang was busy with his feet. Upgrading the electrical circuits throughout the plant is a big project in itself, and to keep employees safe, Gao Yang took all the electricians in the factory and replaced all the old lines. When laying the flexible photovoltaic film, Zheng Mingyu realized why he had to pull all the bus bars to the top floor, and the photovoltaic film's horrifying photoelectric conversion rate directly fried Zheng Mingyu's scalp. He had become an avid supporter of Gao Yang when the entire plant realized self-circulation of electricity. Gao Yang is hands-on, leading the staff to build the product line. Regardless of the length of service grade, they are all treated equally. Whatever problems he encountered, he was able to solve them on the spot, so the manufacturing process of the product line went very smoothly. The production line and process flow of Workshop 8 was the first to be built. The process of manufacturing secondary products is not very physical. On the contrary, it requires a high level of detail control. At Gao Yang's suggestion, all female workers were arranged to produce. At this point, the workshop was a joyous place. Two moms communicating during a work break. Sister Yu, I heard that you accompanied your child to the Comic-Con yesterday. Weren't you always against the secondary world before? Ahem. I didn't understand it before. I thought she was being unorthodox and putting the kid through the ringer. But no. It was only recently that I was watching a fanfic with my kid and realized that his favorite secondary character is a hero who can't be beaten. Sister Yu was all smiles as she said, I'm so close to my child now. We agreed that I'll cosplay with her at the next Comic-Con. I envy your figure. You can ask Yuki to design cosplay. All the styles she designed are sold out. End of August. The Dream Toy Factory is like a new life. Boss's office. Gao Yang's set of flowing tea-making maneuvers made Pan Tingting's eyes blink. She picked up the tea and took a sip, her face full of intoxication. Pan Yuejian laughed. Ting Ting, the tea brewed by Gao Gong can't be drunk anywhere else. Pan Ting ignored her father and looked down as she organized her papers. Gao Yang stored her tea to 7 minutes full. Said, to make tea for Sister Ting, that's the right thing to do. This period of time there are fewer people and more things to do. She personnel, purchasing, marketing in one hand, and still do a steady job. Hard work. Pan Tingting sniffed and her whole body floated. Knowing that the entire toy factory was now proud to receive a word of praise from Gao Yang, she hurriedly replied back, it's all because of Gao Gong's leadership. I'm just doing what I can. Pan Yuejiang was dumbfounded. All this time, he was a signing tool, and now even his little cotton jacket was leaking. On a hot summer day, Pan Yuejiang just felt like he was locked in a freezer. Gao Gong, do you think it's time for me to retire? Pan Yuejiang asked with a smile. When Gao Yang heard this, his heart was on guard. Times like this, on the surface the boss seemed to be inquiring without thinking, but in reality he was observing his attitude. No exaggeration. Now his prestige in the toy factory has begun to threaten Pan Yuejiang's position. Unless Gao Yang becomes the general manager, the toy factory will eventually form two factions, which is not conducive to long-term development. Reacting to Gao Yang, also said with a smile, the train runs fast. All depends on the leader. When the leader makes a start, the officers will be energized. Mr. Pan, the technical work in the factory has been completed. I'll start taking leave next week to send Xiaoying to report to the university. Pan Yuejiang wasn't all trial and error. He very much hopes that Gao Yang can take over his position and lead the toy factory back to its former glory. But, the toy factory is still in a stage of transition and it is really inappropriate to change the management. And, people always change. Quiet. Listen to my report. Pantheon said loudly. Chapter 29, The Hidden Dangers of the Toy Factory. Pantheon interrupts the two men from blowing each other off. Turning over the information, he reported, the sales data of the August statistics ended on the 20th, with sales of 12 million, of which 8 million were secondary yuan peripheral products. Because our products are made of solid materials and well made, we have already harvested a large number of fans within the Valley Circle, and it is expected that next month's sales will also create a new high. Pan Yuejiang asked, how are the fist products doing? Pan Tingting replied, 2 fist products are planned. One is a rechargeable children's toy car, four-wheel drive 550 motors, can carry adults. There are 3 control modes of self-driving, remote control and app. As the production line of the toy car was only built on August 10th, it is still in the state of receiving orders. Pan Yuejiang asked curiously, "We have an app?" Pan Tingting looked at Gao Yang and said, "Gao Gong's sister is very talented in program design. The Yuanming technology app was built by her, and it has been officially launched, and all the functions are fine." Pan Yuejiang slapped his thigh and said, "I've long said that Gaoin is a talented person with an unlimited money future. Mr. Gao, should we consider letting her sign a lifetime contract with the toy factory? Wages at your discretion?" Gao Yang sipped his tea and said, "Mr. Pan, there's no rush. Wait for her to decide for herself after she graduates." Pan Yuejiang waved his hand. "Ting Ting, from now on pay Gaoin, as long as the toy factory is using her app, 20,000 per month." Pan Tingting had no comment and continued to report. The other fist product is the hand-controlled flying saucer, and the sales were quite normal in the first half of August, but something went wrong in the last few days. Pan Yuejiang said, "The school year is about to start. It's normal for toy sales to drop. Don't worry too much." Pan Tingting shook her head. "It's not a decline. It's a surge." Pan Yuejiang was puzzled. "It shouldn't be. Where's the order?" Pan Tingting took out a document full of English and spoke. "The order placed by the country of Beilime, 80,000 units, has been paid in full." Pan Yuejiang excitedly said, "So it's an export order? This kind of good thing is not rare. I'll talk to Lao Wang. This batch of goods to ensure quality and quantity." Gao Yang nodded and said, "Now that the toy factory is on track and Zhang Gong's side is already developing new toys, it's time to solve the problem of the disabled in the factory." Pan Yuejiang's heart trembled as he said, "Gao Gong, according to this momentum, the factory's performance will turn around to a profit next month, and their wages aren't too high, so I think it's quite good to just stick to the current arrangement." Pan Tingting snorted coldly. "Unloading? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Gao Yang poured himself a cup of tea and laughed. "How did I unload?" Pan Tingting said angrily. "Still saying no. They've been working with you day and night for fear of delaying the progress, and now that the production line has been built, you're going to lay them off." "I didn't say anything about layoffs." Gao Yang drank his tea in one go. Pan Yuejiang asked curiously, "Gao Gong, so what do you mean?" Gao Yang looked at Pan Tingting and said, "The toy factory had a serious staff turnover before. Sister Ting has now recruited a group of people. Say what you think about the new employees." Pan Tingting sniffed and blushed a little. With the increase in orders from the toy factory, the existing manpower is already insufficient, so she hired a new staff. Because of the high unemployment rate in the past 2 years, everyone treasures this job. At first the new employees were highly motivated and production was climbing. After half a month, however, there was a significant drop in production. Pantene made several openings to find out why, and eventually found the problem. After the new employees familiarize themselves with the operation, the efficiency of the work is significantly improved. They find it unreasonable to be paid the same salary when their daily output is much higher than that of a disabled person, so have started going to work to touch the fish. Just make sure that you are satisfied with more output per day than the disabled. Pan Yuejiang couldn't resist and asked, "Ting Ting, tell me." Pan Tingting hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. "The new employees are dissatisfied with the salary distribution and are negative. I'm already working on the KPI salary system. Give me 2 weeks and I'll solve this problem perfectly." Pan Yuejiang looked up at the window. It hadn't rained in Chui City for 2 months, and the sun was scorching the earth, wilting the leaves. He shook his head and sighed. "Cure the symptoms. Dad, your previous set of big pot rice has long been eliminated by the times. Nowadays, KPIs and OKRs are practiced. Why don't you get it?" Pan Tingting said anxiously. Pan Yuejiang didn't know how to retort and was silent. Gao Yang knew his difficulties and spoke. "Mr. Pan, any distribution mechanism has advantages and disadvantages. You insist on an average distribution of the original intention is good, but the more you take care of the disadvantaged groups, the more unfair to the others, and ultimately the loss of outstanding talent. The toy factory river, only to close down this road." Gao Gong, "Then do you think it's wrong for me to take care of the disabled?" Pan Yuejiang asked. "No, on the contrary, I appreciate that about you. But, we are opening a toy factory, not an orphanage. If the factory is gone, not only the disabled but everyone will be unemployed." Gao Yang said back. Pan Yuejiang had a bitter look on his face, but he didn't have a better solution and eventually made a compromise. "I agree with the implementation of the KPI system. Tina, set the base salary for difficult employees slightly higher." Pan Tingting put on a businesslike attitude. "Mr. Pan, the factory system has to be treated equally, otherwise it will be ineffective. Pan Yuezhang nodded with a bitter smile. The average salary of a production employee is $2,500, and it hasn't changed in all these years. Seeing that the efficiency of the factory has become better, he also thought of giving his employees a raise in wages. His previous idea of an overall restructuring does seem a bit whimsical now. The KPI appraisal methodology evaluates performance based on factual data, not subjective opinions. The data is fully transparent and open and fair. Salaries are distributed according to labor, and employees will not feel unbalanced in their hearts. Only, this system is not fair to the disabled. At this rate, life will be even more difficult for employees with limited mobility. Technology changes lives. Gao Yang must have a way. Isn't he trying to build specialized tools for the disabled? Pan Yuezhang refilled Gao Yang's tea and said curtly, Gao Gong, when will the special tools you mentioned last time be put in place? If you have any difficulties, just mention them, I'll fulfill them all. Gao Yang laughed. So Mr. Pan hasn't forgotten that changing the system for the disabled is not conducive to the future development of the toy factory, and letting them increase their productivity to earn more income is the most reasonable solution. Pan Tingting said with a clear understanding, Gao Gong, the materials you ordered and purchased last time, were they used to make special tools? Gao Yang slightly shook his head. No, when building the production line, I found that there was no way to achieve operational compatibility. The piece of human-computer interaction, the disabled and normal people are too different. If forced to remodel, the production line's operation process will become more complicated. Pan Tingting said anxiously, then why did you buy so many materials? Gao Yang picked up the tea and took a sip, saying faintly, since the production line can't be changed, let's turn the disabled into normal people. Chapter 30, Salary Reduction? Old Wang is leading the charge. Pan Yuezhang and Pan Tingting's eyes seem to jump out of their sockets, petrified in place. Turning disabled people into normal people? What a big mouth. Where did Gao Yang get the confidence from when so many experts and professors couldn't solve the problem even after decades of research? Pan Tingting asked. Gao Gong, I've seen the purchase list, and from the materials, you want to make bionic hands? Gao Yang nodded and said, there are a total of 86 disabled people in our factory, 62 with broken fingers, 12 with broken palms, and 12 with broken limbs, and I think the bionic prosthetic solution has the highest degree of adaptability, which not only solves the problem of their work, but also improves their living conditions. Tingting Pan graduated from Yanda University and also participated in various science and technology demonstrations during her school years. Bionic hands are not unavailable. On the contrary, there are many categories, but today's technology can at best hold a glass of water, shake hands, or whatever, and it can't even be controlled with precision. And it's neuron access that's the hardest part. This part involves biomedicine, and the slightest mishap can cause great physical pain to the patient. Pan Tingting hesitated. Gao Gong, I'm not doubting your skills, but this is too unbelievable. Pan Yuezhang also advised, the risk is too high. Why don't we give the disabled a separate grant? Don't worry, I'll use another technology that doesn't directly access human neurons. Gao Yang then said, Sister Ting, gather the disabled in the factory to the multimedia conference room. I have something to say. Pan Tingting looked at Pan Yuezhang and saw him nod, so she went out to arrange the meeting. Half an hour later, the multimedia conference room was filled with people. Not only people with disabilities, but also many older employees left their jobs to come over. The crowd was talking at this point. Why are we suddenly called to a meeting with a bunch of us with missing arms and legs? Is there some kind of subsidy? You're thinking too much. When does something good ever come our way? We're working slower than everyone else, contributing less, and we almost put the toy factory out of business, so we can't say we're going to be fired. I guess so. The new employees have been complaining and it's not good for plant unity. A one-armed man reddened his eyes and blamed himself. It's all my fault. Call me a loser all you want. I shouldn't have quarreled with them, causing everyone to be dragged into this now. Old Wang pulled at his empty sleeve and roared. Old Young, what are you talking about? This arm of yours was crushed when you were a firefighter. Saving people. You're not a loser. It's a hero. Old Young used his left hand to touch the corner of his eye. Generalized, a good man does not mention the courage of the year, but an arm for a child's life. It's really worth it. Old Wang slapped the table and said loudly, Cao Gong is not doing the right thing. The factory has just begun to pick up a little bit, and then you think of firing employees. This is the face of a capitalist. I firmly protest on behalf of the working class. Seeing that none of them echoed him, he then shouted, down with Gao Yang. Return the toy factory to a clear sky. The conference room was frighteningly quiet, and the eyes of the crowd stared in unison behind the old king. Lao Yang nudged toward him. Old Wang turned around, only to realize that there were already 4 more people in the conference room. Pan Yuezhang stood on the podium with a serious face. and Pan Tingting beside her covered her mouth and snickered. Gao Yang frowned slightly, contemplating old Wang's position change. Zhang Mingyu held a 3D modeling scanner in his hand and looked at old Wang with eyes full of anger, as if he would fight him if he dared to say another bad word about Gao Yang. Pan Yuejian was the first to break the cold. Gentlemen, the main reason for summoning you all here today is because of Gao Gong's intention. He has something important to announce to you, and you need to be consulted on your personal wishes. As soon as Pan Yuejian's words left his mouth, whispers rang out from the scene. It's really layoffs, and the consultation is nothing more than a walk in the park. Just announce it straight away. What's the use of personal wishes? And there won't be another factory that wants us. Alas, I thought that the days would get better and better if I followed Gao Gong, but I didn't expect. What else can we do? I hope the factory will pay more compensation. Pan Yuejian raised his hand in the air and pressed it falsely, saying, quiet. The following explanation will be given by Gao Gong. The father-daughter duo walked off the stage and found seats in the front row. Gao Yang was left alone on the podium. Gao Yang guessed the cause of the matter. Old Wang is generous and righteous. I guess I thought I was laying off disabled employees and came over to stick up for them. In that case, it would be better to surprise him. Gao Yang's eyes stared, and his entire aura changed, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Upon deliberation by the senior management, with immediate effect, Wang Gang is relieved of his position as production team leader. The stage was in an uproar. Wang Gang pointed at Gao Yang and only half a day later could he stifle 3 words. Count yourself cruel. Gao Yang looked at Wang Gang and said with a serious expression, taking the lead and leaving the post without authorization during working hours. Am I telling the truth? Wang Gang didn't even think about it and said, yes. So do you recognize when I punish you? Recognize. Gao Yang's face eased. Remember, you're an old employee. You have to take the lead. Your every word and action will affect the new employee's view of our toy factory. Wang Gang lowered his head and seriously reflected on his behavior. Lao Yang tries to defend him and raises his right hand. Gao Yang gestured for him to speak. Lao Yang spoke up. Gao Gong, Lao Wang. He's a bit impulsive, but I'm to blame for this. Please don't take away his position as team leader. The employees chimed in. Gao Gong, just spare old Wang this time. I'll work overtime all night today and make sure to finish the production tasks in our workshop. Gao Gong, I'll just break 2 fingers and work no slower than anyone else. Gao Yang scanned the circle and coldly said, my words don't work anymore? The prestige that had been built up over a month or so shut the crowd right up. There wasn't a single person present who wasn't convinced by Gao Yang's abilities. Wang Gang waved his hand and summoned the departing employees, ready to return to work. Wait a minute, Gao Yang said. Wang Gang stopped in his tracks with his head hanging down. Yuanming Toy Factory has added the position of workshop director due to development needs, appointing Wang Gang as the director of workshop too. Old Wang, I hope you won't let down everyone's trust. Gao Yang's words were steady and strong, echoing in the multimedia conference room. Wang Gang raised his head in shock, his eyes full of unbelief. Gao Yang smiled and said to him, Old Wang, congratulations. The conference room erupted in applause. Wang Gang clenched his fists in excitement and bowed deeply at Gao Yang. Gao Yang snickered. What? Didn't you want to beat me and return a clear sky to the toy factory? Still fight or not? Wang Gang shook his head back and forth. Gao Gong is wise and powerful. I will never dare to do so again. Lao Wang, director should learn to be steady. Don't be fidgety. Things are still not clear on the wild speculation. Next time you make a mistake to jerk your hat off. Yao Yang turned his head to the crowd and said, the purpose of calling you all here today is really because of the problem of productivity. The toy factory to develop. It will enable all new systems, and the latest pay system is similar to piecework. It will have a certain impact on everyone's income. The crowd on stage sighed in relief. Their hanging hearts released. So it's not expulsion. It scared me to death. It's okay. At most it's just a pay cut and a few less meals of meat each month. I told you that Gao Gong isn't that kind of person, right? You guys still don't believe me, corrupting his reputation. Next time anyone says anything bad about Gao Gong, I, Old Yang, will be the first to disagree. Podium. Gao Yang's voice was like ice water poured down on a 3-volt day, drenching the crowd. The toy factory will only grow faster and faster under Mr. Pan's leadership, and if you don't make changes, you'll be eliminated sooner or later. Chapter 31. With my hands, I will fulfill your dreams. The conference room fell into silence, and a strong sense of crisis rose in the hearts of the people. But what's the point? Lao Yang looked down and smiled bitterly. No amount of effort with one hand was better than 2. Seeing that the atmosphere had been baked into place, Gao Yang said aloud, as you all know, Yuanming Toy Factory has always been committed to solving the problem of difficult employment for the disabled. And now, I'm ready to customize bionic prosthetic limbs for you. But of course, Whether you accept or not still depends on your own will. When these words came out, the crowd on stage whispered. I've known the price of the bionic hand for a long time. The imported one costs $500,000 and the domestic one costs $200,000. How can we possibly afford it? This is going to squeeze us dry. And if we don't buy it, is the next step to force us out of our jobs? Gao Gong just said that it's up to the individuals whether or not to install a prosthetic limb. I don't pretend that the bionic hand is slow and doesn't add much to productivity. I've heard there's going to be a craniotomy and a chip implanted in the brain. It's horrible. I'd rather get fired than install something like that. Seeing that no one has the will, Panhua Jiang stood up and vouched stiffly. I know there are concerns in everyone's mind. However, please believe in Gao Gong's skills. I promise here that if I am not satisfied, I will never charge you all a penny. Many people do get a little excited when they hear that they can get a refund, but they don't act on it. After all, Gao Yang is only a toy craftsman. If he really had this kind of technology, he would have gone to a large medical enterprise to engage in research and development. How could he stay in a small toy factory? I do. As the crowd looked for the sound, Old Yang raised his left hand and looked firmly at Gao Yang. Old Yang, I'll advance you if you don't have enough money. Wang Gang stood at the door and shouted. Old Wang, why are you still here? Gao Yang's gaze swept towards the door. The crotch of my pants got stuck just now. I'll leave now. Wang Gang hurriedly left with the departing employee. Gao Yang said to Zhang Mingyu, Xiao Zhang, do mirror 3D modeling based on Lao Yang's left hand, and import the data into the toy R&D lab. Zhang Mingyu had been ready for a long time and couldn't wait to pick up the 3D scanner and come to Lao Yang. Lao Yang cooperated by holding out his left hand for him to measure. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the minds of the rest came alive. Mr. Zhang, what the hell is this? Why don't you sweep it for me too? Give me a finger. I've seen the gaffer in action when he built the production line, and those hands are steady as a leather. I don't think he'd have any problem doing artificial egg insemination. I believe in the craftsmanship of the gaffer. Give me a leg up. Although Gao Yang was a bit teary-eyed, he was still very touched inwardly. After all, we've known each other for less than 2 months, and having that trust is rare. He turned to Pan Tingting and said, Sister Ting, arrange for the materials to be sent to the R&D lab. 8 p.m. R&D laboratory of Yuanmeng Toy Factory. The laboratory has been remodeled in its entirety. The windows are fully sealed all around with a tempered glass ceiling on top. The light from the shadowless lamps shines through the glass so that there is not a single dead space in the room. The entire space is cleaned to class 1000 and is suitable for semiconductor chips, optical instruments and medical fields. It's incredible that a lab of this caliber is in a toy factory. Gao Yang sat alone in front of his computer analyzing 86 scans. After making sure that nothing was missing from the data, 3D modeling began. His fingers were like carefully carved ivory, long and lustrous. It's like a nimble swimming fish swimming around the keyboard. As time passes, densely modeled prosthetics appear on the computer screen. It wasn't until the virtual modeling of all 86 people was completed that Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Each limb is unique and breaks at different places. He had to control every detail in order to guarantee the comfort of the bond. Gao Yang came to the workbench and summoned the system in his mind. Prepare a program for the creation of a bionic prosthetic limb. Host demand has been received. System detects 3D modeling as GK white modeling. Program design complete. Filling material, cell wall-like perfluoroether silica gel. Epidermal wrap, self-healing chitosan polymer bionic skin. Support structure, remodelable endoskeleton. Transmission mechanism, titanium kryptonite alloy hydraulic linkage. Adaptive microgear, energy core, thorium energy batteries. Control unit, 21st century human behavior code big data AI chip. Gao Yang opened the system mall to check the crafting points required for various materials. Last month, during the plant's power supply renovation, the laying of photovoltaic film consumed a total of 200 points. With 188 process points remaining. The number of process points required to manufacture the system as given is astronomical. As usual, the program still has to make itself. Gao Yang examined the materials that Pan Tingting had sent into the lab while conceptualizing in his mind. Disabled employees are adults. Their bodies won't develop again. There's no need for companion growth materials. And this part saves a lot of craft points. The filler material will be purchased platinum silicone, which is resistant to high and low temperatures and has good electrical insulation. Self-repairing bionic skin is too expensive. Just use normal natural polymer materials and you don't have to buy it from the mall. The bionic endoskeleton and drive mechanism parts are good to go. The system has laser 3D printers. You just need to choose the right metal powder and print the parts. Thorium energy batteries even. The energy core or go with solid-state batteries. The problem of charging once a week is also good to solve. Add the geomagnetic field wireless charging coil. As long as on this planet, there is no worry about the lack of electricity. If someone is going to space, what am I thinking? The control unit will be according to the chip series given by the system. Everyone is still resistant to chip body plant. Then, choose this brainwave zero-frame sensing chip. The chips provided by the system mall are all quantum chips, and the number of 86 of them empties out the process points. Gao Yang determined the program and directly summoned the laser 3D printer to the empty space reserved in the lab. Redemption completed. Please note the host's laser printer rental time. Craft points consumed, 9188. Craft points remaining, 0. The process difficulty of bionic prosthetics is off-standard batch manufacturing. Gao Yang arranged the materials on the workbench according to the complexity of the prosthesis. He gently closed his eyes as nearly 10,000 individual parts were arranged and combined in his mind, culminating in 86 perspective models. Ryoko. Gao Yang opened his eyes, started batch production of prosthetics. His hands were so fast that it was hard to see, and his eyes could no longer keep up with his hands at all. With the absolute touch rewarded by the system, Gao Yang barely maintained crafting. As the 30 prosthetic limbs were completed, there was a noticeable soreness coming from the fingers. He's touching the bottleneck. Gao Yang had tried many ways before and had never been able to break through this hurdle. This is because there is an upper limit to a person's naked eye vision. Even with special visual training, it can only enhance recognition, not depth perception. Bottlenecks are a small probability. It's a rare opportunity. So, not only did Gao Yang not slow down his hands, he instead increased his speed once again. Chapter 32 Godly Craftsmanship. Reward micron-level visual inspection. Gao Yang was fully focused on making the prosthetic limbs, his pupils contracting rapidly with the movements of his fingertips. Instead of one mind, he now has 10. Each finger was used to the extreme, as if there were 10 Gao Yangs controlling each of the 10 fingers. The thumb and index finger of the right hand shape the platinum silicone, while the middle, ring and little fingers are again assembling the drive mechanism. It's amazing that a prosthetic hand was made in the air the entire time. It's unbelievable. The system's holographic projection reappears to record Gao Yang's process. A craft map was stamped with a clear S rating. A golden light flashed in the air as the 86th prosthetic limb was completed. Godly craftsmanship. All the prosthetics seemed to come to life, moving into the box in a variety of ways, as if hiding from something. Gao Yang stared at the slowly dissipating craftsmanship diagram in the air, a cloud of doubt rising in his heart. It turns out that the system not only evaluates the products he makes, but also records his process. He just didn't notice because he was so focused before. The long hours of crafting made Gao Yang's face look a little pale. System, do you holographically project every time you record a process? Only under special conditions will the host's process be demonstrated. Can you not show the projections? Demand received. Display function has been turned off for the host. What's the deal with God-level crafting? The host triggers higher than an S rating, which is judged to be divine craftsmanship. GK white mold function is detected as normal. Is the host submitting for review? Submitted. Reduction, 100%. Add geomagnetic field wireless charging coil to relieve range anxiety. Drive unit using hollow cup motor and gearless motor. Strengthened microcontrol ability. Innovation degree, 300%. The transmission mechanism adopts tendon rope and screw, which increases the degree of freedom. Add pressure sensor, temperature sensor, torque sensor and vibration sensor. Functionality, 1600%. Overall rating, A+. Bonus craft points, 2,000. Remaining craft points, 2,000. Detected host using divine craftsmanship. Reward, micron-level visual control. As the system rewards are given out, the color of Gao Yang's pupils changed, slowly turning from black to golden yellow. As far as the eye can see, all 3D dimensions are labeled for any object that can be observed. Huge amounts of information flooded into his mind, leaving Gao Yang's already pale face without a trace of blood. Good thing the data is only accurate to the micron level. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang gradually adapted to this state, and the golden color in his pupils faded. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in his head. Detected the host's brain potential developed to 20%. Nano-level hand control upgraded to pico-level hand control. Hearing the system prompt, Gao Yang realized that his brain seemed to have changed a bit differently. Fuzzy memories of the past are gradually becoming clearer. Solutions have been thought of for some previously incomprehensible technical difficulties. He felt his hands again. And that feeling is? Gao Yang directly froze in place. The Piney-level hand control is just horrible. It's like taking your hands out of the deep end without resistance or a hint of stickiness. At this point, 3 people stood outside the R&D lab. Shen Mushue's face was a bit tired, as if she hadn't rested well last night. She asked Gaoyin beside her. Xiaoyin, brother Yang hasn't slept all night. Go in and tell him to come out for breakfast before he goes home to get some rest. Gao Ying shook her head. I wouldn't dare. Shen Mushue said to Shen Yongxiang again. Second brother. You go and call. Shen Yongxiang refused. When Yangzi is engaged in craftsmanship, he is most annoyed by other people's interruptions. So let's just wait outside. Speaking. The door next to the air shower room was opened and Gao Yang walked out from it. Shen Mushue picked up the tomato and egg noodles in her hand and handed it over. Brother Yang, eat the noodles, it's still hot. Gao Yang took it with a smile and said, thank you, it's a blessing for Chang Zi to have you as his sister. Gao Ying secretly ground her small tiger teeth when she saw Shen Mushue's shy appearance. Good for you Shen Mushue. I treat you as my best friend and you want to be my sister-in-law. Gao Ying said indignantly. Brother, it was my meal card that was used to buy the noodles. Gao Yang carried the noodles and ate as he said. Xiaoyin, the prosthetic limbs are ready. Go find Lao Pan and arrange for the staff to come over and install them. Brother, you're biased. Gao Ying spat her tongue at him and ran off to find Pan Yuejiang. Gao Yang also arranged Shen Yongxiang. Xiangzi, go and move all the prosthetics out of the lab. Be careful to wear dust-proof clothing. Shen Yongxiang reluctantly into the air shower room, back and forth a few times to move the prosthetic out. Shen Mushue curiously opened the box. Ah! Only to hear her scream. Her whole body pressed against Gao Yang, almost knocking the noodle in his hand over. Gao Yang soothed. Xiao Shui, don't be afraid. It's all fake. Shen Mushue took a deep breath and said, Brother Yang, you're too good. Made it just like the real thing. Gao Yang laughed. Thanks for the compliment. Can you stop sticking to me? I want to eat noodles. Shen Mushue blushed and moved a step to the side, her eyes a little lost. Not much longer. Pan Yuejian led a group of disabled employees outside the lab. A middle-aged woman saw Shen Yongxiang scrutinizing the prosthetic leg and exclaimed, a pervert is killing people. Shen Yongxiang resentfully put the prosthetic leg into the box, full of helplessness. Gao Yang handed the bowl in his hand to Pan Yuejiang and said loudly, everyone, your prosthetics are all ready. Who will be the first to be fitted? Lao Yang was the first to walk up and said, Gao Gong, I'll go first. Gao Yang nodded and came to the box to rummage through old Yang's left hand. The crowd was talking. Look at the box with all the hands and feet. It's horrible. It's like a large crime scene. These prosthetics seem to be customized to our skin color. So real. Let's see how old Jan is fitted first. It's not going to be a craniotomy, is it? How can we open the skull here? There's too much bacteria in the environment. What if it gets infected? Old Jan took off his shirt, revealing a robust upper body, starting at the top of his right shoulder and leaving only a small, bare section. Several of the women workers were married, but they blushed at the sight of so many people on the scene. Gao Yang first cleaned and sterilized old Yang's shoulder, then brought his bionic left hand close to the location of the broken arm. All AI chips, tied to the patient. As Gao Yang mumbled in his mind, the bionic left hand began to connect with old Yang's broken arm. The polymer skin at the end of the prosthetic limb seemed to have life, constantly wriggling towards the broken arm and covering it, fusing with Lao Yang's skin. Old Yang looked at the fusion in shock, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Don't be afraid to try. It was as if Gao Yang's voice had some kind of magic power that made his body stop trembling. Old Yang's mind moved, and the bionic arm slowly raised. He gently stroked his cheek with his right hand. The prosthetic limb feeds back the unfamiliar yet familiar feel, awakening his distant memories. Couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Only those who have truly lost will know how to cherish. Flutter. Lao Yang knelt down towards Gao Yang. Chapter 33, Dreams Come True. Beautiful life. Why is old Yang on his knees? Is he crying because he's having open heart surgery next? It shouldn't be necessary. You can see that old Yang can already move his hands. Gao Gong's made prosthetic limbs that look just like the real thing. And if I hadn't spent every day with old Yang, I'd have suspected that he hadn't broken his arm. As the crowd murmured, Gao Yang helped old Yang up. How does it feel? Gao Yang asked. Good, good, like a dream. Old Yang replied while wiping tears from his eyes. Zheng Mingyu quietly walked behind Lao Yang and reached out to pinch his prosthetic leg. Lao Yang's prosthetic limb produced a conditioned reflex and naturally detached itself from Zheng Mingyu's pinched fingers. He turned his head in confusion and asked, Laborer Zhang, why are you pinching me? As if young Miangwu had verified his thoughts, his expression became a bit dull. Highly bionic motion control. Precise neural signals for immediate interpretation and feedback. The subject that has plagued Dean Liang for 20 years has been solved so easily? Liang Qihang is the dean of the School of Mechanics at Yin University and his graduate advisor. That's why Zhang Mingyu is well aware of the technical difficulties involved. Human movement produces complex neural signals and the signaling patterns vary considerably between individuals. The amount of work involved in individualized calibration alone is surprisingly high, and also requires extracting and discriminating intent from neural signals. Where does such a large amount of arithmetic power come from? How did Mr. Gao do it? Is he a god? Zheng Mingyu swallowed the saliva in his mouth and asked, Old Yang, you have a feeling? Why no? You're pinching so hard. Don't break the newbie for me. As if Lao Yang suddenly thought of something, his left hand touched into the bank card in his pocket. Gao Gong, how much is this hand? Not enough, I'll borrow it. I won't lose a penny of what I should give. Lao Yang feels that the prosthesis has become an integral part of his body. Even if you have to dump your family's money on it, you have to buy it. Gao Yang beckoned to Pan Tingting and asked, Sister Ting, what is the amount of this batch of material purchase? Pan Ting recalls, the polymer material and platinum silicone were not expensive. The specialty motor was more expensive, costing a total of $318,000. 1 moment. Gao Yang then calculated the amount of raw materials and the corresponding prices of all the prosthetic limbs. As for the materials exchanged in the system mall, the value was incalculable and the source could not be explained, so he was not prepared to charge for them. The price of your prosthetic limb is 5,199. Go to the finance to pay if you are satisfied. Gao Yang said. How many? Old Yang was shocked. Think about it. Your right hand is almost disconnected from the shoulder position. It's normal for it to be a bit more expensive since you use a lot of materials. Gao Yang explained. It's not expensive. It's cheap. Too cheap. Old Yang was filled with disbelief. The employees in a circle could not wait, their eyes staring straight into the box of prosthetics. It's good that you're satisfied. Old Yang. Gao Yang laughed. Don't be in a hurry, everyone. It's a bit inconvenient for the female employees to be here. I'll arrange for Xiao Shui and Xiao Ying to take you inside the lab to install it. Shen Mushua obediently led the female workers to the corresponding prosthetic limbs, while Gao Yin excitedly put on her duster. Zheng Mingyu hesitated and came to Gao Yang's ear and whispered, Mr. Gao, the imported prosthetic limbs on the market are about 500,000 yuan or more. How much does this have to be posted? Gao Yang gently shook his head and said, Xiao Zhang, there are some things that can't be measured with money. After a busy morning, all disabled employees were fitted with prosthetic limbs. It's already no different from normal. The crowd was happier than New Year's Eve and surrounded Gao Yang asking questions. Gao Chou, what should I do to take care of my fingers? Why don't you recommend a hand cream for me? And me, can I get a light for my feet? You won't have to carry a flashlight on the night shift. Yeah. Where's the charging port? Is my hand super fast charging? Bionic prosthetics have a battery life of 100 years, and with a geomagnetic charging coil, they could theoretically last a lifetime. The main structure only needs a simple repair as long as it is not severely damaged. Gao Yan gave a detailed explanation and took out the remaining materials to teach Zheng Mingyu how to repair it. Young Myungwoo was confused after watching the demo. Nothing was learned. Gao Yang's hand speed is just too fast. He felt like he had merely blinked and the lesson was over. There is no way around it. Zheng Mingyu took out a high-speed camera and begged Gao Yang to demonstrate it again. High-speed photography and videotaping complete. Zheng Mingyu as a treasure. Take the video slowed down 60 times speed. Carefully observe and learn. Shin Yangxiang knew that Gao Yang hadn't slept all night and saw that things had been taken care of. Drive Gao Yang home to rest. Gao Yang, who had eaten, lay down on the bed and beautifully fell into dreamland. 6 p.m. Akihabara City Experimental Elementary School. It was an hour past the end of the school day and there were only a few kids on campus who hadn't been picked up by their parents yet. A 10-year-old schoolboy, using a stone bench next to the playground as a table, was concentrating on his homework. Yang Su, do you dare to climb up? Yang Su looked for the sound. Off to the side on the bar was sitting a kid about his age. Lu Ming, come down quickly. My dad said that the bar is not the way to play. It's dangerous. Yang Su said urgently. Your dad is a coward. Lu Ming squatted on the bar and made faces at him. No, my dad is not a coward. My dad is a hero. Yang Su defended. Just a coward, and a coward without hands. You keep that up and I'm not going to play with you. Who cares to play with you? I don't make friends with cowards. Just as they were arguing, a figure walked in the distance. Little Wook, Daddy's here to pick you up from school. Yang Su looked at the familiar figure and rubbed his eyes. When old Yang came to the front, he asked with a face full of incredulity. Dad, your hand grew out? Old Yang smiled and said, Xiao Su, there's a brother who's super awesome. He made a hand for Dad. Yang Su excitedly pulled old Yang's prosthetic leg and said happily, Dad, you're the best in my heart. Lao Yang touched Yang Su's head, his eyes observing Lu Ming on the single pole. Kids, don't play on that. It's dangerous. Instead of coming down, Lu Ming stood up holding onto the bar. I wouldn't. I'm the man who's going to become the pirate king. The words just fell. Lu Ming's feet slipped, and his entire body turned 180 degrees and fell off the bar. Lao Yang quickly reacted and picked up towards the child. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for the eye to reach. In the midst of the emergency, old Jiang's prosthetic leg stretched out like a snake and rolled Lu Ming up. Lu Ming's body stopped in the air, his hair having touched the ground. The prosthetic arm twisted 180 degrees and placed him firmly on the ground. Old Jiang looked at his right hand, which had returned to normal, and was shocked beyond words. Lu Ming was scared and had a shocked look on his face. Yang Su called out excitedly, "Dad, your new hand is so awesome. It can even turn into ramen." Lao Yang came back to his senses and didn't know how to explain. "I haven't heard of any brand of prosthetic that has a deformity feature." He didn't read the instruction manual either. After all, there's a father figure to maintain. Old Jiang forced himself to calm down and said, "It's a small thing. Come on, let's go home for dinner." Lu Ming watched their backs as they left the playground, tears spilling out. Road ship long. I finally found you. Chapter 34, Checking the electricity meter at home. Day 2. The toy factory's production workshop is a hot scene. 2 female employees are making cotton dolls. "Sister Chui, you're too fast. I haven't even finished one and you're already working on the third." Lu Chui laughed. "Xiao Yan, I used to be a tailor before I broke my finger. It's normal to be faster." Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. "Gao Gong's skills are truly amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that you had broken 3 fingers." "Sister Chui, Gao Gong has been as kind to us disabled people. I don't know how to repay him." Lu Chui's eyes suddenly reddened. "He said that my prosthetic leg used less material and only charged $199. Zhang Yan nodded her head and said, "My child enrolled in a robotics class the other day, and spent $3,000 just to buy a stupid robot. If Gao Gong wanted to make money, he would have made a fortune long ago." Lu Chui said softly, "He's not like the others. It's like he came to this world specifically to save us." Suddenly, as soon as the light dimmed, the lights turned off throughout the shop and the equipment that was running stopped. In the boss's office, Pan Yuejiang held back his anger and said to the 2 men in front of him, "Bureau fan, at least wait for me to notify the workshop to cut off the power before your men carry out the inspection, right? Being in the middle of production when the power is suddenly cut off, equipment malfunction is a small matter. Can you afford to take the responsibility for injuring the operator?" Director Fan stretched out his finger and knocked on the table. "Mr. Pan, our power supply bureau works according to the rules. If we can't handle a power outage, I think your toy factory is a hidden safety hazard and needs to be shut down and reorganized." Pan Yuejiang said angrily. "Bureau Fan, what do you mean by this?" Without saying a word, Director Van found a couch and sat down. The 4-eyed man on the side spoke up. "Mr. Pan, the toy factory's main meter has been stopping since the end of July, while your factory has been using electricity. I suspect you're privately stealing the country's electricity." Pan Yuejiang said angrily. "Qin Feng, I've already explained that our factory is self-sufficient in industrial electricity. It's useless for you to play these despicable tricks. I won't sell this land to your Qin Group." Qin Feng snorted coldly and said, "You don't think you can rest easy with Xin Group's capital injection? This piece of land is transformed into a resort in order to maximize the revenue, not to mention the annual GDP generated to Chouqian City. The annual electricity consumption alone is worth 10 toy factories." Pan Yuejiang was exasperated and laughed. "After all the fuss, the toy factory saves energy and does it wrong. Everyone doesn't use electricity. Where is the production value?" Qin Feng glanced at Director Fan and laughed. "Then how can the conscientious Director Fan make progress?" Pan Yuejiang took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone, "I won't sell it to your Qin Group even if I turn the toy factory into an orphanage." Qin Feng laughed. "Mr. Pan, don't be angry." Missy gave the word. "As long as Gao Yang can come to Qin Group, your toy factory can continue to open. This deal, it's very cost-effective, isn't it?" Squeak. The office door was pushed open. A uniformed electrician stood in the doorway. Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Well, is the toy factory privately connected to the national grid?" Director Fan stood up leisurely, with a businesslike attitude. "Pan Yuejiang, stealing electricity commits the crime of theft, which is punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment. I suggest that you confess and be lenient. Don't be obsessive." Pan Yuejiang frankly said, "I have not committed a crime. Clean, stand the test of the organization." A sneer appeared on Qin Feng's face. He had already checked the toy factory's previous monthly electricity consumption. The so-called self-circulation of power to the plant is nothing more than a joke. Even if the entire toy factory was covered with photovoltaic panels, it would still be far from enough. Qin Feng scoffed. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Don't you have any idea in your heart how much electricity a factory uses? Solar power? You're lying to children." Director Fan shook his head slightly and said to the electrician, "Xiao Jin, talk about the inspection, so that Mr. Pan will know exactly what mistake he made. Jean Tao was full of doubts and said carefully, Bureau Fan, the toy factory's electricity is all supplied by the solar flex panels on the top floor and is not connected to the national grid. Director Fan froze at his words and paused. Xiao Jin, think before you speak. Don't make low-level mistakes. Xin Feng said carelessly. Bureau Fan, I don't think the electrician skills of the Power Supply Bureau are good. Do you want to come to Qin's group to go back to the drawing board? Jin Tao did 20 years of electrician. 5 consecutive years was awarded the technical standard bearer. Which can stand, a young man questioned. Mr. Qin, if you have any objections to the results of my group, you can arrange for a third party to come and test them. Jin Tao continued. I know Qin's group, relying on financial strength to go around acquiring technology companies and not investing in research and development, leaving a mess after the operation is listed. Just your kind of company, not worthy of letting me go back to the drawing board to rebuild. You, what do you know? We call this resource consolidation. And Qin's acquisition of the leading photovoltaic, the current best BC photovoltaic panels. Photovoltaic conversion efficiency is only 26%. You're telling me that the coverage of the top floor of the 8 workshops can do the factory power supply self-circulation? You must have received benefits from the toy factory. Xin Feng said angrily. Mr. Xin, you have to be responsible for what you say. The photovoltaic technology of this toy factory is at least 50 years ahead of the market. But with your IQ, you shouldn't be able to understand it. Jin Tao mocked. Mr. Fan, I want to complain. You people in the Power Supply Bureau are talking nonsense with your eyes open. Director Fan's face was somber as he said, Xiao Jin, are there any other safety hazards in the plant's electrical renovation? Jin Tao returned. Fan Bureau, all the modifications are in line with national standards, and the safety protection is even more extreme. Xin Feng interjected. There isn't a single problem? Jin Tao said impatiently. I can't even do this kind of electrical remodeling project. It simply can't be accomplished if you're not a senior technician. Xin Feng was silent for half a second and asked Director Fan, has Yuanming Toy Factory applied to the Power Supply Bureau for circuit modification? Director Fan's eyes lit up. If you can't find a remodeling problem, you can find a process problem. Even if the toy factory submits an application for transformation now, he can still be stuck in the approval process for several months. The purpose of the Qin Group is twofold. First, take the toy factory site and transform it into a resort. Second, forcing Gao Yang to join the Qin Group. Director Fan pretended to sigh and said, Mr. Pan, you are also an old cadre. How come you are getting more and more confused in doing things? Submit your application first. I will definitely give you the approval with the fastest speed. Pan Yuejiang said nonchalantly. Fan Bureau, as long as the old factory building does not replace the nature of the electricity used, it is not necessary to file a transformation application with the Power Supply Bureau. Director Fan laughed. You do not want to beat a dead horse with me. The factory is now not using the Power Supply Bureau's electricity. The nature of electricity has not changed. How? I see the nature of this matter is very bad. You have to review the review. Snap. Pan Yuejiang slapped his hand on the desktop, his face reddening. Xin Feng, on the other hand, assumed the posture of a victor and looked at him with interest. It's happening right now. The door to the office was pushed open. Pan Tingting said in a fiery voice, Mr. Pan, Mayor Yi is here. Chapter 35 Academician Qian's Invitation. Pan Yuejiang was puzzled in his mind. What's with Mayor Yi's sudden visit? There are so many businesses in Chui City. Why did you choose Toys for Tots? Is it also because of the plant's power supply renovation? It seems that the Qin family will not rest until the toy factory is destroyed. Why isn't Gao Yang here yet? Mr. Pan, can't take it anymore. Pan Yuejiang couldn't care less about Director Fan's few people and followed Pan Tingting to greet Mayor Yi. Director Fan looked at Qin Feng and asked, is Mayor Yi invited by the Qin family? Qin Feng shook his head. No, but since we've come across each other, by the way, let's borrow some momentum? Director Fan said, when the leader comes, it's natural to go and meet him. End of August. It was still hot in Swing City, with only a few robins chirping intermittently. The main street of the toy factory. A group of people were walking on the hot concrete road in the sun. The two at the front were talking animatedly, while the rest of the group followed them at a distance of 1 meter apart. Mayor Yi, Xia's toy industry is basically monopolized by foreign countries now. Shouldn't old toy factories like Yuanmeng do something to tilt the policy? Gao Yang asked. Gao Gong, there are many enterprises that the city wants to support. This green light is not a good one. Mayor Yi smiled back. So there is talk? No one else has anything to talk about, with the exception of you. Go gone. Mayor Yi carries love. How about giving the toy factory a 3-year tax exemption? Gao Yang's tone was flat. as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Behind them, Secretary Yao had been listening to the two talk, sniffing in a cold sweat. What is this Gao Yang all about? How dare you ask for so much money? And Mayor Yi had arranged a sympathy session for the disabled in order to meet him, and had also modified today's itinerary. Is it because of that phone call? Last night, Mayor Yi received a call from the Summer Academy of Sciences, and the two sides chatted late into the night. But the Summer Academy of Sciences, what does it have to do with Gao Yang? Secretary Yao wiped the beads of sweat on his head and continued to listen to the conversation between the two. Mayor Ye's expression was serious. As long as you make it possible for Chiochian City to buy photovoltaic film, I'll take the lead and give the toy factory a 5-year tax exemption. Gao Yang also put away his smile and asked, what does academician Xian mean? Xian academician said very clearly, photovoltaic film is through your shaking car reverse research out. At present will only military. Have to you nod. Mayor Yi helplessly said, it's only natural for the technology to be handed over to the state. Academician Xian is making a bit of a fuss. Gao Yang said. A trace of admiration flashed in Mayor Ye's eyes. There are just too few young people like that nowadays. Although he didn't know what other high-end technologies were available for the shaker, the revenue generated by just one photovoltaic technology was already impossible to assess. Gao Yang actually offered the technology to the country without hesitation. The most incredible thing is, the young man in front of me had actually turned down a professorship at the Summer Academy. The Summer Academy of Sciences is the highest scientific research institute in Xia. How many people squeeze their heads to get in cannot get in? Even the title of a researcher requires that one has made outstanding contributions to the academic field in order to be rated. It is unimaginable that academician Chen would directly grant Gao Yang the title of professor. The title of professor must first be nominated by academicians, and then go through a series of reviews and defenses, and after passing, there will be a second and third review. A direct grant like this has never happened before. Keep in mind that Gao Yang is only 21 years old. Mayor Yi asked. Gao Gong, so you promise? Gao Yang laughed, of course. Academician Xian dared to send me this favor. Surely has completed the product technology confidentiality. Besides, Yuanming Toy Factory wants to rise up in Xianqiu City. How can it offend Mayor Yi? Mayor Yi laughed loudly and said, you really don't consider going to the Summer Academy? With your ability, it's too much to stay in the toy factory. Gao Yang interrupted. Mayor Yi, I'll take you to see the photovoltaic film? Mayor Yi nodded and was about to go with Gao Yang to see some black technology. Secretary Yao jumped ahead and said, Mayor Yi, your schedule today is scheduled to console the disabled employees of the toy factory. Mayor Yi realized that there was still important work left to be done. His face turned serious and said, Xiao Yao, go and notify Pan Yuezhang and ask him to cooperate with the condolence work. Secretary Yao was just about to make his move when Pan Yuezhang had already appeared around the corner of the workshop. Director Fan has been following Pan Yuezhang closely. At this point, he leaned forward slightly with his upper body, extended his right hand, and jogged all the way to Mayor Yi. Mayor Yi, I just happened to be guiding the work in the toy factory. I didn't expect you to come. It seems that our working thoughts are highly unified. Mayor Yi shook hands with him and said, Fan Bureau, the country is now advocating energy conservation and emission reduction, low carbon production. Your power supply bureau must consider the enterprise and serve the people. Director Fan gazed at Gao Yang and asked, Mayor Yi, who is this? Mayor Yi smiled and introduced. This is the chief consultant of Yuanming Toy Factory, Gao Yang. Director Fan thought of many things in a flash. To be able to walk side by side with Mayor Yi at the front of the line, Gao Yang must have advantages that are different from the norm. Mayor Yi just mentioned energy saving and emission reduction, which means that the plant circuit renovation has been recognized by the leadership. This wave must stand leader. Mayor Yi is right. The purpose of our power supply bureau is to serve the people. Director Fan naturally revealed a bitter smile. Today was supposed to give guidance to the toy factory, but ended up being educated in reverse. As a cadre, I will definitely strengthen my learning. Mayor Yi satisfied. Fan Bureau, you have this learning mentality is very good. The two were talking when Qin Feng stepped forward to break up the stage. Bureau Van, didn't you say that the remodeling of the toy factory didn't fit the process? A hint of panic flashed in Director Fan's eyes as he said to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, the power modification of the factory is compliant and legal. When did I ever say that there were problems with the toy factory's processes? Qin Feng's expression stiffened. Then he sneered. Director Fan, it seems that you don't see the Qin Group's investment industry in Chiochian City. Mayor Yi was puzzled. Bureau Van, what's going on? Director Fan said awkwardly. Mr. Qin, as a representative of the Qin Group, came here to communicate about the conversion of the toy factory into a resort. Mayor Yi turned his head to Gao Yang and asked, the toy factory is changing the resort? Gao Yang said indifferently. Our factory is currently developing well and has no intention of selling land. Pan Yuezheng finally interjected. Mayor Yi, you are welcome to visit the factory. It's sunny outside. Let's talk somewhere else. In the office, Pan Yuezheng told the whole story. Mayor Yi heard this and said with a serious expression. Nonsense. Fan Bureau. This time you do a review for me and hand it in tomorrow. Director Van bowed his head and was silent. Mayor Yi, Qin's group is ready to invest in Xiuqian City. I hope you can give it more consideration. Qin Feng said. Mayor Yi directly ignored him. Instead he smiled and said to Pan Yuezheng, Mr. Pan, today I'm here to sympathize with the disabled employees in the factory. You take me for a walk around the workshop? Pan Yuezheng hurriedly led Mayor Yi to visit the workshop. Wait until only 2 people are left in the office. Qin Feng blackened his face and stared at Gao Yang who was making tea. Gao Yang, the Qin family's power is far beyond your imagination. It's your honor that Sister Wan looks up to you. Don't be ignorant. Who is Qin Wan to you? Cousin. What's wrong? You give her a message for me. What's the word? If you bother me again, Qin's group won't mix in the tech circle in the future. Chapter 36 Activating the Collection Mode. The condolences of Plant Director Ya went well. No selling out. And no inferiority complex or helpless eyes. Each one is hopeful for the future. This is because the disabled employees of the Elements Toy Factory are no different from normal people. The prosthetic limbs are, cosmetically, completely authentic. The difference can only be felt in the contact temperature. Condolences after the work is done. The toy factory is back to its previous calm. Research and development laboratory. Gao Yang sat at his workbench in his dustless suit and called out to the system in his head. Prepare a program for making cotton dolls. The system has already generated a cotton doll program and cannot provide it twice. The host can adjust it on his own. System, will there be the same crafting point reward for batch manufacturing the last cotton dolls? Repeated production of the same artifact will not reward craft points, and the system will only review and evaluate the product if it has new features. Sure enough, the system eliminates the possibility of double swiping process points. Gao Yang opened the system mall and began to inquire about the materials. He had promised Shin Muxue and Fu Chiza a total of 3 cotton dolls. Given the current lack of craft points, you still have to earn craft points on innovation and functionality. So, this time, each doll has to function differently. Gao Yang pondered as he queried. The toughest problem with the last kidnapping at Changhong Mountain was the regional signal shielding. So give Yuki's doll a direct implant of a laser communication module. The L-type laser communication module of the mall. With a starground data transmission speed of 100 gigabits per second, can autonomously construct an ultra-high-speed laser data transmission network, and can be backward compatible with any currently known communication bands, although it does not have interstellar transmission functions, but it is already sufficient. The 2 cotton dolls of Fu Chiza's daughter, one made to attack and the other to defend. The attack dolls follow the alloy telescopic skeleton, forego the absorbent cotton, and add a nano blower that uses inflation to achieve gigantic size. The defensive dolls are fitted with gravitational wave generators and gravitational beamers, which can form a spherical force field shield with a maximum diameter of 3 meters, enough to deal with all sorts of unforeseen situations that occur in life. Redemption complete. Craft points consumed, 1223. Craft points remaining, 777. Gao Yang looked at the crafting materials on the workbench and suddenly thought of Gao Yin. While Yin's cotton dolls function well, they're still too restrictive. Why don't we make her a couple more? Thinking of this, Gao Yang reopened the system mall again. There are 777 crafting points left. Barely enough material for 3 dolls. Make an invisible doll that can quietly report to me and lead the way without being detected when Yin is in danger. It's also a pain in the ass when it comes to fire. Make another doll that can absorb flames. Flames are the 4th form of matter and can be captured by specific containers. Go with the plasma storage module from the mall. The last cotton doll will be used to provide Tiny Yin with the water source needed for giantization. This M1 subatomic space module is more appropriate, utilizing spacefolding and liquid matter compression technology to allow for the storage of water. Unfortunately, solid matter can't return to its original state after compression. It can only store about 1 ton of liquid matter. The function is far worse than the universal capsule in Dragon Ball. Luckily it's enough, coupled with a superconductor anti-gravity module to reverse weight the doll for easy portability. Redemption complete. Craft points consumed, 711. Craft points remaining, 66. The materials are all exchanged. Gao Yang started the cotton doll. The process of making it does not need to be described in detail. It's not clear anyway. Under Pimmy level hand control, 6 cotton dolls were quickly made. Gao Yang looked at the doll on the workbench and silently read in his mind. System, submit for review. No. 1 doll restoration, 10%. Inflatable giant developed. Degree of innovation, 40%. Skeletal superset. Faceted supermodel. Instant fist strength 600 kilograms. Functionality, 500%. Overall rating, B. Bonus craft points, 550. Remaining craft points, 616. No. 2 doll restored, 10%. Development of a base station for astroterrestrial communication. Degree of innovation, 40%. Functionality, 300%. Overall rating, B-. Bonus craft points, 350. Remaining craft points, 966. No. 3 doll restoration, 10%. With a series of system prompts, Gao Yang's craft point rose to 2666. Just when he thought the settlement was complete, the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected that the host's crafting sheet already has cotton doll number 5. Host activates collection mode. Rewarding crafting points 10. 000. Remaining crafting points, 12. 666. Gao Yang froze. What's with the extra bonus? System, the cotton dolls I made are a set? Gao Yang asked. The host disengages the toy mode of all cotton dolls to enable the collection function. Disengage toy mode. Host creates cotton doll X7. The system analyzes the comprehensive attributes of the group and determines that the craft group belongs to the Gord sisters. What's up with the collection function? This group of artifacts is a set, and can be fused when all of them are collected. And the combined product has all the functions of the dolls, and the functional effects are enhanced by 7 times. Gao Yang smiled bashfully after figuring out the functional effects. Who's got nothing better to do than collect his cotton dolls? Tidying up the workbench, Gao Yang carried the 5 dolls out of the lab. It's the end of the day, and there happened to be quite a few employees passing by. The crowd greeted Gao Yang, and Gao Yang smiled in response. A group of women workers walk and talk. Mr. Gao is so handsome. If I were a few years younger, I would have chased after him. Forget you. I have a sister his age. Maybe we can make a couple. You guys don't mess around. I think Xiao Shui is just the right match for Gao Gong. The two of them will talk for a few years first, and when Xiao Shui graduates, they will just get married. Snowy is pretty and a college student from Yen University, so it's reasonably appropriate, but I think it hangs. What? You don't think Gao Gong is good enough for her? I'll flip you off if you do. Which can't match? I'm talking about the Shin family. This kind of high family. The most important thing is to have the right family. I do think that the Shin family can't wait to have such a son-in-law. Look at you guys. Shen Yongqiang, a young master, is like the Gao Yang family's driver every day. At this point, Shen Yongqiang had come to Gao Yang. Yoko, brother enough, the extra 2 are for me, right? Gao Yang picked out 3 cotton dolls and handed them to him. These 2 are for Minister Fu's daughter, and 1 for Xiao Shui. It's not appropriate for you, a big man, to have dolls hanging on you, Shen Yongqiang teased. So, love disappears? Gao Yang patted his shoulder and laughed. I'll make you an EDC toy someday. Want a finger euro or a push card? Shen Yongqiang's eyes lit up. His fingers rubbed his chin and said, fingertip euro. I have a set of Go Bigger's fried hair euro. That texture and play, it's very interesting. Yes. Gao Yang nodded and said, the toy factory has enough momentum right now, so it can open an additional workshop number 3 to make stress-relieving toys. Yoko, do whatever you say. I have no problem with it. The day after tomorrow I'm going to send Xiaoying to report to Yen University. You and Old Pan discuss this matter. Shen Yongqiang signaled Gao Yang to rest assured. Then asked, Yangzi, do you have time tomorrow? Something wrong with you? My dad invited you and Ian to come over for dinner tomorrow. Chapter 37, Going to the Banquet. Yongjin Yunting is the most luxurious villa area in Xiaoqian City, covering 223 acres. It contains a large golf course. Each villa is surrounded by lush greenery for privacy. Villa area gate. Security members stand in a line. In unison, they raised their hands in salute and watched as a big G drove inside the villa area. It wasn't until the car's taillights disappeared from view that one of them spoke up and asked, Captain, the one on the main driver just now is Gao Yang? The short-haired youth nodded and said, I specifically asked Minister Fu to look at his picture, and would never recognize him wrongly. At that time, we were in a neurotoxin coma. If it wasn't for Brother Yang, I guess we'd all be G8 by now. Is he really that powerful? A team member asked curiously. Captain, I'm not questioning you. I just think he's too young. Even if he practiced child kung fu, it's impossible to single-handedly take on so many mercenaries, right? The crowd nodded. On Changhong Mountain, both squads failed to take down the group of mercenaries. How did Gao Yang do it at such a young age? The short-haired youth said mysteriously. Actually, Brother Yang didn't even make a move. And the mercenaries all fell. Captain, don't sell me short. I'm begging you. The short-haired youth said slowly. Do you guys remember Gao Ying carrying a cotton doll? I'm impressed. That cotton doll is so well made. I saw second Prince Shin give two to Minister Fu today, and at the time he looked even happier than giving out year-end bonuses. Where do you sell that doll? The short-haired youth laughed. I want to buy it too, but Brother Yang's customized dolls are simply unavailable. Minister Fu is really lucky. Captain, if you can't buy it, forget it, go on. The short-haired youth looked around and saw that the crowd's eyes were full of anticipation before he lowered his voice and continued. After we passed out, it started pouring rain. That brat named Murakami Tree is really bold too, even hitting on Yang's sister. It was this act that angered the doll on Gaoyin. It was too late. Cotton Doll kicked the little kid 80 meters away and hung him directly from a tree. The mercenaries were then scared out of their wits by this scene, and each of them fled desperately. Unfortunately, it's already too late. The Cotton Dolls did a set of panda punches and whacked those foreign devils so hard they couldn't take care of themselves. One team member stammered. That's awesome. The short-haired youth nodded. There are even more powerful. The brats see that they can't beat it, and hurriedly called for flying cars to prepare to run. Guess what? Guess not. You tell me. Someone asked in cooperation. The doll merely spat at the flying cars and all of them were scrapped. The short-haired youth said. Hiss. The crowd took a collective deep breath. The short-haired youth was satisfied with the expressions that appeared on everyone's faces and said, now you know how powerful Brother Yang's exclusive customized dolls are, right? One of the team members couldn't help but gulp, and his address to Gao Yang changed. Captain, did Brother Yang come to the Shin family this time? Is there something going on? The short-haired youth said enviously. Invited by the Shin family lord, he came over to attend the family banquet. At this point, Shin Yongqiang and Shin Mushue were standing at the entrance of a Chinese-style villa. Both were well-groomed. Shin Mushue was wearing a long white dress with a slightly fluffy hemline, like clouds in water, and an ancient-style doll was hanging on her waist. Shin Yongqiang wore a black suit that hid the contours of his body well. Yuki, what do you think of the outfit I'm wearing today? Will she like it? Xiaoyin? Ergo, it's time for you to lose some weight. I'd like to. What can I do if I can't lose weight? You can definitely lose weight if you go to your big brother's place for 3 months. The big black G came from far away and stopped in front of the Chinese building. As soon as Gao Yang got off the bus, Shin Mushue walked up and said, Brother Yang, thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Smelling the light orchid fragrance on her, Gao Yang was in a state of relaxation. It's good that you like it. Gaoyin beamed and stuffed a stream of gifts in her hands to Shin Yongqiang, then pulled Shin Mushue inside. Snowy, your house is so big. Show me around. Shin Mushue's face was full of helplessness as she reluctantly moved her feet. She had gone to the toy factory for a month to intern and hadn't even spoken to Gao Yang. It's hard to come home, but Gaoyin comes out to stir up trouble again. Do we still have to be best friends? Shin Yongqiang carried the gift box and laughed. Yangzi, just mean it. What's the point of bringing so many things? Gao Yang casually said. The first time you come to the door as a guest, the proper etiquette cannot be missing. Shin Yongqiang led the way for him, and the four of them walked into the villa successively. The living room has a lot of space, about 100 square meters. The furniture is also all in Chinese style. On the mahogany sofa in the center sat a man and a woman. The man was the helmsman of the Shin group, Shen Guahao. The woman is his wife, Waken. Shin Guahao was about 50 years old, with white hair, sitting like a bell, exuding a kind of superior's majesty around him. Rulin was gentle and dignified, completely unable to tell her age from her appearance, and her looks were 7 or 8% similar to Shin Mushue. The two stood up together when they saw Gao Yang and the others enter. After all, it's a life-saving favor, and it's a family dinner. Shen Guahao and Rulin naturally wouldn't put up a fight. Shen Yongqiang introduced, these are my parents. Gao Yang smiled and said, hello uncle and auntie, my name is Gao Yang. This is my sister Gaoyin. Gaoyin smiled sweetly and said, hello uncle and auntie. Rulin watched the siblings carefully. Gao Yang is a talented, calm and collected person. Gaoyin is youthful, beautiful and sweet. The two children grew up without both parents. The older brother took on the burden of the family and worked hard to bring up his younger sister. I don't know how much aggravation I have to suffer. Rulin's motherly love overflowed as she pulled Gaoyin to sit down and tenderly said, Xiaoyin, just treat this place as your own home. Gaoyin said, Auntie, you're so young, I thought you were Xiao Shue's sister. Shen Guahao had been observing Gao Yang since he entered. Gao, accompany me to the tea room? Gao Yang guessed that Shen Guahao had something to talk to him about, so he nodded his head and said, guests follow the host. The two came to the tea room and sat opposite each other at an antique tea table. Shen Guahao laughed. I heard that you have excellent tea skills, so I won't make a fool of myself. Gao Yan looked at the tea on the table and smiled in the same way. Uncle Shen is polite. You can't drink this tea elsewhere. When the tea is done brewing, Shen Guahao picked up the teacup and took a sip. a look of satisfaction on his face. Gao, are you interested in being my secretary? No. Gao Yang balked. Chapter 38 Lord Shen's Request. Shin Guohao's gaze stared, re-examining the young man in front of him. Clear thinking, calm and steady. From the action of brewing the tea, he was already fully convinced that those high-tech toys were from Gao Yang's hand. Since becoming the head of the family, Shen Guohao had seldom had the headache of paying back favors. Gao Yang saved his sons and daughters. Repayment is nothing but fame and fortune. Paying? Where can Gao Yang not make money with his skills? Other than that, if we just talk about the cotton dolls, if Gao Yang was interested in selling them, it wouldn't take long for him to become the richest man in Qiqin City. Give the name? Academician Xian gave the title of professor, and Gao Yang couldn't even look at it. What can he do? Could it be that Gao Yang will be the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences? Shin Guohao initially wanted to give Gao Yang a place in Yen University, just to get a top university diploma. As a result, researchers from Academician Xian's team begged him to invite Gao Yang over to give the team an open lecture. Students giving lessons to teachers of teachers? It's a big deal. Shen Guohao rubbed his brow helplessly. Gao, I do have something I want to ask you for help. I couldn't open my mouth, but now that you mention it, I'd better get straight to the point. Gao Yang recalled the flavor of the tea broth with a faint smile on his face. Uncle Shun, Keiko's life support clothing was paid for, and it's impossible for me to ignore Xiao Shui and Xiao Yin when they're in danger together. So there's something you might as well talk about first. The look of satisfaction on Shin Guohao's face intensified. Gao Yang's words were in and out, fully taking care of his face, but as the head of the family, he couldn't go without a little indication. Xiao Gao, your sister has already reached adulthood. The villa next to it will be transferred to her. Shin Guohao continued. I arranged to acquire 30% of the shares of Yuanmeng Toy Factory, which has been transferred to your name. Gao Yang didn't show excitement, just a hint more curiosity in his tone. Uncle Shun, what is it that even the Shin family can't do? Shin Guohao picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, do you know Sun Xiaoping? Gao Yang nodded and said, high-end rocket research and development scientist. Successively helped Eagle Sauce develop SpaceX-1 and SpaceX-2 type rockets. I heard that he has always wanted to return to China. Not bad. Shin Group has a civilian rocket company. The current engine thrust can reach 300 tons. In fact, most of the related technology comes from Sun Xiaoping. Oh, Hawkjam has been on a technology blockade against our country. Shedding technology transition? Sun Xiaoping paid an extremely high price, whether it was on the material or spiritual level. Shin Guohao sighed. But even so, we only obtained the SpaceX-1 rocket technology, and the second-generation rocket engine has a thrust of 500 tons. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and asked, Uncle Shun, you want me to build rocket engines? Shin Guohao froze at his words. Can this kid right here build rocket engines? How is that possible? The manufacture of rocket motors involves material and structural challenges in extreme environments, as well as breaking through technological bottlenecks in the propulsion system. Definitely not a project one can accomplish. Think about it. Shin shook his head. Xiao Gao, how could I force myself on anyone? It's just that I heard that you're sending your sister to Yen University, and I wanted to ask you to drop by the Summer Research Institute to help guide the manufacturing process of the single combat suit. A single combat suit? Gao Yang wondered. Right. At the Super League, your vitality suit played a crucial role, and Academician Xian thought your ideas and opinions were invaluable. Shin Guohao hesitated for a moment and said, we're going to arrange a team to rescue Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter. And if the combat suit has your sub-threshold nerve technology and exoskeleton, the probability of success will increase to 80%. Sending a team to Eagle Sauce is a big deal. Gao Yang said. It wasn't to Eagle Jam, but Beeline Country. Sun Xiaoping's return to China. Eagle Jam had already agreed to Xiao's conditions on the surface, but behind his back, he put his wife and daughter under house arrest. Shin Guohao was filled with anger. We sent a team to rescue the person. When we detoured, Eagle Jam sent troops to intercept. The plane was forced to descend to the Belez country and lost contact. In other words, Sun Xiaoping is holding off on returning to China because of his wife and daughter? Gao Yang asked. Sun Xiaoping's own willingness to return to China is very strong, but it has been suppressed by the top management. If the personal safety of his wife and daughter cannot be ensured, the top management would prefer to continue to wait, and will not let the heroes of Xia shed blood and tears. Shin Guohao said excitedly. Gao Yang lapsed into silence. The so-called science without borders is a joke. Regardless of time and space, China has heroes who love their country. They threw their heads and spilled their blood and gave everything just for the rise of China. Shin Guohao said in a pleading tone. Xiao Gao, if you can save Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter back home in Belemnia, he will be able to return to the country without any problems. So I hope you can go to the Academy of Sciences to guide the craft. Money is not a problem. Gao Yang picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go, saying, Uncle Shen also underestimates me too much. It's my honor to do my part for this kind of hero. Shen Guahao inexplicably felt a little settled in his heart when he heard Gao Yang agree. After all, the powerful defensive properties of the vivisection suit were really reassuring. I hope there won't be any more accidents. Shen Guahao said softly, Uncle Shen, what's the current situation over there in the beleaguered lemon country? Gao Yang asked. It's the same as always. The warlords are divided and chaotic. The last call from the squad was yesterday, when it was still in a safe state. As long as they don't meet the local macro warlords, when the second team arrives, they'll be able to bring the people back safely. Shen Guahao said. The Marklar warlords? Michaela is the biggest warlord in the country of Benin, and if our people fall into their hands, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Gao Yang, who didn't know much about the situation in the country of Pei Lemon, asked, What's the trouble spot? Shen Guahao explained, this has to start from his development history. 2 years ago, Makra was still just a small tribe, with a dozen or so neighboring tribes have been in a war, and could be destroyed at any time. The head of the warlords at that time had hired a warlord from somewhere. Ever since that mysterious warlord joined, Makra's combat style suddenly started to turn weird, and was especially good at night battles. Over the next 2 years, he led the tribe in more than 600 battles, large and small, and could be said to have won every battle. Not only did he annex all the surrounding tribes, but he jumped to become the largest warlord in the Belamite kingdom. It's just that the Makra warlords have been refusing to engage with us in Xia, and seem to be avoiding something, so there's no avenue of negotiation if the person falls into their hands. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, Since we're in a hurry, we can send a small team to leave early. Shen Guahao shook his head and said, The higher-ups mean that there is only one chance, and we must ensure that the rescue is successful to the greatest extent possible. And there are new movements on the side of the Eagle Sauce, and it has already come into contact with the second largest warlord in beleaguered kingdom, the Caracal warlord. Goyo asked, Why didn't Hawk Jam contact the Makra warlords? Shen Guahao laughed. Although the Makra warlords do not deal with our Xia country, their attitude is still very friendly, and all other countries are rejected by them outright. Gao Yang nodded. What I mean is that the squad set out with a new set of cotton dolls I made, and restore the communication link first. Shen Guahao instantly understood and asked, Are you saying that every doll has a different function? That doll on Xiao Shue's body has a base station function, with a Star-Earth data transmission speed of 100 gigabits per second, capable of autonomously constructing an ultra-high-speed laser data transmission network. Gao Yang continued, I'll have Xiaoyin leave the 4 dolls she has in her hands later, plus the 2 from Minister Fu's place, to make up a set, and Uncle Shen, you'll be the one to pass it on to the rescue team when the time comes. Chapter 39, The Cotton Doll Loses. Shen took a breath. Starland data transfer speeds of 100 gigabits per second. Isn't this the technology just announced by the Summer Academy of Science? For this technology, several academicians have led teams in research and development for more than a decade. The transmission base station tower is said to be as tall as 88 meters, and Gao Yang surprisingly put it inside a doll of less than 20 centimeters. Shen Guahao calmed down and instructed, Xiao Gao, your technology can be publicized in the name of the country, but your identity needs to be kept secret. Gao Yang said, I'm just a small consultant of the toy factory. Where is my other status? The two men smiled at each other. Shen Guahao asked, Do you need to arrange bodyguards for you? Although the Easting side has been more honest lately, but they can't get enough of you, so we can't rule out the possibility of them doing something small and private again. Gao Yang shook his head and said, The toy factory has added 2 new workshops to prepare for the production of EDC toys. I'll make a sample to take with me. There's no need to worry about safety. Shen Guahao sniffed and said no more. Craftsmen like Gao Yang really don't have a safety problem. Maybe a random bracelet he was wearing could be a big killer. Shen Guahao changed the topic, smiled and said, Xiao Gao, you see lately I can't get away. Xiao Shui and your sister are in the same school. How about you help send them together? Saying this, he pulled out a pass from somewhere and handed it to Gao Yang. This is the pass that the Summer Academy of Sciences gave you. No matter which classified lab you want to go to, it will be unimpeded. Gao Yang agreed. No problem. It's just a side trip to send Xiao Shui to report for work. But what am I going to do in the research lab? Shen Guahao was embarrassed and said, Being entrusted with your rocking car shocked a group of professors at Yen University, and they are all looking forward to your guidance. Gao Yang took the pass. The unique feel triggers the absolute touch. The gold-colored cards are all made of memory metal. RA 0.025. Surface finish class 12. Under the absolute touch, the built-in 3 nanochips have nothing to hide. The functions are self-destruct, authentication, and localization. On the back of the card was the gate of the Academy of Sciences, with two simple lines mapped on the front, full professor of the Academy of Sciences of the Summer Kingdom, Gao Yang. It seems that academician Xian still forcefully argued for him to be awarded the title of professor. It is clear from these small things that Xia has respect for researchers. It's no wonder that scientists like Sun Xiaoping want desperately to return to China. Shen Guohao laughed. Now I have to call you Professor Gao instead. Congratulations on becoming the youngest full professor in Xia. Gao Yang solemnly put the card away and sighed softly. It's really a shame to receive it. Shen Guohao shook his head and said, Prof. Gao, don't be presumptuous. There are still so many places in Xiaguo where it is difficult to lay electrical circuits. Your photovoltaic film can be a good solution to this problem, and it can be said that it is a great credit to the thousands of households in the mountainous regions to send light. So it's not a matter of being deserving, it's a matter of deserving. The two chatted for a while longer when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Get permission from Shen Guohao. Shen Muxue opened the door and entered the tea room. Brother Yang. Second brother lost my cotton doll to Qin Wan. Shen Muxue gasped. He told me to come over and tell you what toy mode to turn on. Gao Yang looked at Shen Mushue's anxious appearance and asked, Xiao Shui, don't be anxious, first tell us what's going on. Shen Mushue's voice was tinged with aggression as she said, just now, second brother took Xiaoyin to play golf and met Qinwan. The two of them made a bet, and Qinwan used a birdie ball once to win away my cotton doll. Nonsense. Shen Guohao was filled with anger. He had just discussed with Gao Yang about borrowing the whole set of dolls, but he didn't realize that he couldn't get it together now. Shen Muxue sniffed as tears welled up in her eyes. Qinwan said that if second brother loses, she'll give her my doll to play with for a few days, but I didn't expect her to just not return it. Uncle Shen, you get busy first. I'll go over and take a look. Gao Yang then pacified Shen Muxue. Xiao Shui, it's fine. If she doesn't return it, I'll make another one for you. Shen Muxue was anxious at hearing this. The ancient wind doll was the first gift Gao Yang gave her and had a special meaning. Brother Yang, why don't you come with me and take a look? I don't want anything else. I want that one. Gao Yan looked at Shen Mushue's aggrieved face and said, let's go. Take me to the golf course. Although the golf course is within the Yongjin Yinting, it is still some distance from the villa. The two shared an electric golf cart and headed toward the course. 2 p.m. The weather is still hot. The late summer sunlight poured down on you, giving you a pinprick sensation. The four men were arguing furiously in the interlocking shades of the lawn's ripples. Gao Yang and Shen Muxue drove the ferry to the green. Shen Yongxian's angry voice could be heard from afar. Qin Wan, have some face. Xiao Chang, obviously you lost. Why are you blaming me? Qin Wan touched her visor and said, besides, lending me a few days to play won't cause me to lose a piece of meat. A few days? Is 3,650 days a few days? That's 10 years. Shen Yongxian roared. Qin Feng sneered from the side. Second Prince Shen, don't be unconvinced. It's not like you stipulated a specific number of days before. A few days can still be 10,000 days. Gao Ying puckered her lips and said, you guys are too much. Qin Feng was mortaring his club, but his eyes were on the cotton doll at her waist, his face full of greed. Gao Yang really spoils his sister. There were surprisingly 3 such dolls on Gao Yin. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and rushed at Gao Yin. Xiao Yin, you can win back if you're not convinced. Do you want to play around with me? I'll give you 20 strokes. Gao Yin's face bulged into a bun as she glared fiercely at Qin Feng. She usually does housework in addition to studying. Who knows how to play golf? It was also because of Shen Yongxiang's suggestion that she came to the stadium to experience it today. Shen Yongxiang brags about his skills in order to teach Gao Yin how to play golf. They came to the stadium. I happened to meet Qin Wan and Qin Feng putting on the green. Shen Yongxiang helped Qin Wan win the car race last time and naturally wanted to show off in front of Gao Yin and Shen Muxue. As a result, under the verbal stimulation of Qin Wan, she lost Shen Mushue's cotton doll. Let me play a game with you. If you win, the 4 dolls on Xiaoyin will be given to you for as long as you want. Gao Yang slowly stepped in front of Qin Wan and said in a flat tone. Qin Wan had long since noticed Gao Yang, and at the same time was plotting in her mind how to get the doll in Gao Yin's hands. It was no accident that she came to the stadium today. The purpose is the toys made by Guoyang. I was worried about how to lure him in, but I didn't expect to be given a pillow just as the sleep came. It's clearly 3. Do you think I'm blind? Qin Feng couldn't see the stealthy Lu Hua and said with narrowed eyes. 3 is 3. How about if you guys lose? You return Xiao Shui's doll to her? Gao Yang didn't want to explain to him. Qin Feng was calm on the surface, but he was already happy in his heart. He turned to Qin Wan and said, Sister Wan, someone is tired of having too many dolls on hand and is rushing to give them to us. Shen Yongxian was suffocating in his heart as he listened to the sneering words. As much as he wanted Gao Yang to win, how could someone who didn't even have golf clubs at home play golf? Shen Yongxiang spoke out to stop. Yangzi, don't fight with her. Xinhuan must have secretly practiced her golf skills. Before it was all 50-50 with me. Now it can exceed me by 15 strokes. It's already a professional level. Chapter 40, Golf? All billion ... Golf match play. An 18-hole, par 72. The winner will be assessed by the cumulative number of strokes after all the shots have been played. Xinhuan and Shen Yongqiang are among the best amateurs, both averaging in the 80s to 90s. And the last inning, Xinhuan offered a total of 10 strokes to Shen Yongqiang. Shen Yongqiang thought he was winning and agreed to the fight. I just didn't expect it. Xinhuan surprisingly shot a horrible 70. Fully 15 strokes more than him. You know, it's very rare to shoot a 70 in the amateurs. The corner of Shen Yongqiang's mouth twitched slightly as he thought of this. He said to Gao Yang, don't fight her for now. I'll think of another way to get the doll back as soon as possible. Gao Yang patted Shen Yongqiang's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Xianzi, if Xinhuan takes the doll away, it's probably never going to get it back. Shen Yongqiang was reminded by Gao Yang and immediately thought that something was wrong. According to Xinhuan's character, with this ball skill, she was afraid that she would have already flaunted it in front of him 8 or 10 times. How is it possible to hold it for so long? And, Xinfeng doesn't like to play golf, yet he is at the course at the same time as Xinhuan. It was as if they were waiting specifically for him to show up. Shen Yongqiang looked at the two people whispering in the distance. His hands clenched into fists and his face gradually became gloomy. Not because he couldn't think of it, but he never thought in that direction. The Qinshan families had cooperated in a number of business fields, so why would they want to get Gao Yang's cotton dolls through such means? Not allowing him to think too much, Gao Yang's slightly lazy voice came from beside him. It's been a while since I've played golf, so I wonder if my skills are rusty. When Shen Yongqiang thought of Gao Yang's car skills, he suddenly came to a realization and said, Yangzi, aren't your ball skills also pretty darn good? Thinking of the system rewards, Gao Yang stretched and nodded. Super hang. PIM level hand control, absolutely tactile, plus micron level visual inspection. He has no idea how to lose. At this point, Cowing came up and asked curiously, brother, when did you learn to play golf? If I knew you could, I wouldn't have let brother Chang teach me. He's a rookie who can't even hit a birdie ball, pissing me off. Cowing had an inexplicable confidence in her brother and did not doubt the truthfulness of Gao Yang's words in the slightest. Gao Yang smiled and replied, I learned it in a VR game, so I just happened to try my hand at it with real combat. When Shen Yongqiang heard this, his heart, which had just sunk, was in his throat again. Yoko, don't be ridiculous. A game and a real swing aren't the same thing at all. You don't want to lose the doll in Yin's hand again. Gao Yin bristled. Brother Chang, don't question my brother. Picking 9 lotuses, Gao Yang said confidently. Chang Zi, don't worry. I'm a thief 6 in games. At this point, Xinfeng and Xinhuan had already come to Gao Yang's side and had heard the conversation between the several people. Knowing that Gao Yang had only played the golf game, Xinfeng was greatly relieved. He opened his mouth and scoffed. Gao Gong, golf is such an aristocratic sport that a turd like you has never touched before, right? Do you want Sister Wan to let you take a few more shots? Is 20 shots enough? Gao Yang faintly said. 30 shots. Xinfeng was slightly stunned. With Xinhuan's form today, it was not a big problem to shoot a total of around 70. But allowing 30 strokes in a single round does seem a bit of a stretch. Don't rule out the possibility of guttering. Shen Yongqiang said anxiously. Yangzi, don't be impulsive. Golf is not as simple as you think. I started training since I was a child, but it is only an amateur level. Your first time playing, 100 strokes is not necessarily enough. Xinhuan straightened her hair and put her sun hat back on. Gao Gong, isn't it a bit much to make 30 rods? What? You don't dare? Gao Yang continued. Looks like you didn't take my words to heart. It's time to teach you a lesson. Xinhuan bit her lip, her face cloudy. You don't even know the strength of Qin's group. Don't think that you can fight against us just because you're attached to the Shin family. It's purely a fool's errand to think that Qin's group can be blocked in the tech circle. Gao Yang didn't dwell on the issue. Instead he asked again. 30 shots. Do you dare? Xinhuan hesitated for a moment and said. It's better to forget about it. I'm already content with one doll. Don't worry. Qin will return it to you after her research. Gao Yang spoke out of turn. Ms. Qin, you may have misunderstood. What I mean is, I'll let you 30 shots. The words just fell. The whole stadium was as if hail had fallen. Aside from Gao Yin, everyone looked at Gao Yang with incredulous gazes, as if they were looking at a little cutie. Gao Yin nodded and whispered. Kung lost by 15 strokes. My brother made it 30 strokes. It makes sense. Shen Yongqiang was petrified in place. Gao Yang, which is completely ignorant of golf, with an 18-hole standard course, the best score in the world is now a single round 55, and depending on the weather, the wind, and the condition of the players, Some of them can only play once in a lifetime. If Qin Wan shoots a 70, Gao Yang will have to complete a single round of 18 holes in 40 strokes. That's absolutely impossible. Shin Yongqiang's reaction was ultimately half a beat slower. Qin Wan had agreed. Gao Gong, since you don't know how to advance or retreat, I'll teach you how to behave. Gao Yang's tone revealed a warning. Ms. Qin, if you seek skin with a tiger, be careful of playing with fire. Qin Wan's body gave a noticeable thump. He knew about the upcoming collaboration between Qin Group and Yamato Group. This matter is only known to a few senior members of the Qin family. Could it be that someone on the East Japan side has leaked the information? I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Wan did her best to keep her tone smooth. Gao Yang shook his head slightly. He knew from Xinguahao that the Qin family had recently been trying to find a way to bail out Matsui and Murakami Shu. The two families are already wrestling behind their backs, and sooner or later they will have to turn to the stage. So many years, the Qin family has begun to drift as they play with capital in the Magic City. Gao Gong, don't try to affect my state with subterfuge. Make 30 polls, Jesus can't save you even if he comes. Qin Wan tried to stimulate Gao Yang with her words. Start when you're ready. Don't let Uncle Shen rush me to dinner. Gao Yang said indifferently. You. Qin Wan gasped. It's fine if you want it to be fast, then we won't take turns. I'll fight first, and after that you can just admit defeat without delaying your meal. Gao Yang nodded and agreed to the rules, signaling her to start first. Shin Yongqiang and Shen Mushue saw that the wood had been turned, so they stopped persuading. The crowd came to the tee. The game is officially on. Qin Wan held the no-1 wood in her hands, adjusted her breathing condition, and assumed a standard batting stance. Kickoff yards 187. 1. 2 quarters against the wind. Qin Feng reported the data from the sidelines. The words just fell. Qin Wan's club had drawn a lunar arc, and the club head smoothly struck the golf ball. The small white ball penetrated the heat wave and suddenly accelerated at the top of the parabola, rushing in the direction of the hole. Rear spin breaking. Sister Wan is beautiful, Qin Feng said excitedly. Qin Wan looked to where the ball landed. The corner of her mouth slightly raised. 1 hole, 2 holes, 3 holes. As the golf ball continued to enter the hole, Shin Yongqiang's face grew darker and darker. Qin Wan's form was too good today, and with a bit of luck, she played the round with only 60 strokes. Totally pro level. 18 holes played. Qin Wan handed the club in her hand to Qin Feng and wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead. Gao Gong. It's over. It's just now 5:30. It didn't delay your dinner, did it? Qin Feng chimed in. Sister Wan is right. Give me the doll quickly and you can get lost. Chapter 41, Hot-Blooded Golf. 1 shot to go. At the last hole of the course, Shin Yongqiang's face was ashen. Gao Yang doesn't need to fight. The end is already predetermined. All we can do now is go home and let Dad intervene. Pay some price and maybe get the cotton doll back. Cao Yin looked at Qin Feng's outstretched hand and said in disgust. Four-eyed boy. My brother hasn't even started fighting yet. What are you pretending for? Watch my brother furiously abuse your sister. Since Qin Feng became the group's investment minister, who hasn't been courteous when they see him? But this little girl in front of him disliked him 3 times, and he still couldn't do anything about her. Qin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth. What do you know, fool? Sister Wan shot a total of 60 strokes. If your brother wants to win, he only has a chance of 29 strokes. Do you think he is a god? Cao Yin was unconcerned. Che, it's only 18 holes. My brother got it done in 18 strokes. Unlike you guys who are so dilly-dallying. Qin Feng was infuriated and laughed. Okay, your brother is bullish. I'll see how he'll finish the round with 18 strokes. Qin Wan was satisfied with her performance, and this hand of overplaying had sealed the victory. She smiled and said to Gao Yang, Gao Gong, do you still want to fight? Admitting defeat now will look good on everyone's face. Gao Yang returned. Ms. Qin, my sister expects so much from my game. How can I fail her? Gao Yin sniffed and her eyes smiled into a crescent moon shape, pulling Gao Yang right into the golf cart. Qin Feng watched the 4 drive toward the tee and said indignantly, ridiculous, really not seeing the coffin. Qin Wan turned onto the ferry. Since Gao Yang didn't appreciate it, let him lose his face. Anyway, it's only 29 shots and the results will be seen soon. The crowd came to the tee. All eyes were on Gao Yang in unison. Gao Yang casually drew an iron from Shin Yongqiang's golf bracket bag and held it in his hands to feel it. By now the sun was slanting west and visibility was weak. Sunlight streams along the diamond-shaped grain of the carbon shaft, mapping the club to a black and gold color. Gao Yang turned on absolute touch. Just for a moment, the 9 iron seemed to become part of his arm, with all the detailed parameters unfolding in his mind. Carbon fiber shaft with titanium material on the front striking portion of the head and 316L stainless steel on the back. Weld channel is laser welded. Internal air holes x3. Diameter less than 0.2 millimeters. No cracks. Acceptable. Gao Yang walked to the T position with his club in his hand. He picked up the golf ball on the spike and looked at it. Then put it back on. Xin Feng sneered at the sight. 29 par 18. Do we need to tamper with the ball? Gao Yang didn't bother with Xin Feng. Just a moment ago, he had memorized the details of the entire ball. When the ball is hit, there is naturally no way to control it in the air. That's why it's necessary to adjust the direction of the swing according to the nuances. Turn on micron-level visual inspection. In Gao Yang's field of vision, densely labeled dimensions appeared. Since the grass and leaves are dynamic, the data is changing every frame. With the massive amount of information pouring in uninterruptedly, if it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been afraid of falling into a coma. Gao Yang looked at the distant flagpole with a calm face. 186. 98 yards from the center of the hole. Then he looked closely at the lawn ripples and the offset of the leaves, rapidly calculating the current wind speed in his head while extrapolating the real-time wind speed at every position in the air after the golf ball hits the ground. This process requires extreme arithmetic power. There was absolutely no way for Gao Yang to accomplish this kind of maneuver before his brain developed. Xin Yangxian looked at Gao Yang, who was about to swing the club, hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help reminding. Yangzi, the one you're holding is a 9-iron. Generally used for short-distance high toss or saving the ball from deep grass, because the hitting distance is the shortest, so it's best not to use it for tee shots. Even though Gao Yin had confidence in Gao Yang, she was still a bit nervous when it came time to kick off. Brother, I see that Kung is talking quite professionally. Why don't we switch to another one? Gao Yang shook his head and said, Xiaoyin, Chang Zi has never played hot-blooded golf and can't understand the true meaning of golf. I've never been able to walk around with one shot in the game. Put. Xinwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gao Gong, it's hard for me to believe now that those amazing toys came from you. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he turned to Gao Yin again and said, Xiao Yin, teach you the first move. Vigorously produces miracles. The words just fell. The club in Gao Yang's hand made a fan arc. Under Paimi level hand control, the head of the golf ball strikes the small white ball with precision. Bang! Perfect movement. Extreme angles. The spike seemed to be blown through a gust of wind and stayed firmly in place. The small white ball shot up into the sky, spinning rapidly in the air and rushing toward the flagpole. Xin Yangxiang's heart flew higher and higher in the air with the gaffer's ball. His hanging heart didn't let go until the white ball fell into the hole in a graceful parabola. Ice dogs. Hollow ball. Gao Yang, playful, slung his stick over his shoulder and tugged. Brother, you're so handsome. Gao Yin copped. Gao Yang has always acted mature and composed, rarely letting himself go. Shen Muxue looked at Gao Yang's clear face and her eyes pulled out silk. The other side. Xin Yangxiang rubbed his eyes and ran to the monitor on the side to double-check. Holy, Yoko, you're awesome. Hole in one. 187 yards and a hole in one. It's so damn. Xin Yangxiang had been so excited that he was incoherent. He had been refreshed by Gao Yang to refresh his three views, and he didn't stop at all. Gao Yang smiled and asked, what do I call this shot? Shen Yangxiang shouted, eagle shot. 2 strokes under par. An absolute eagle. Gao Yang shook his head. You've never played hot-blooded golf? It's clearly called banana ball. Shen Yangxiang froze, and his mouth was bitter, as if he had eaten a bitter melon raw. Ro, you're the brother. A ball is a ball when you say so. Xin Feng watched the video repeatedly and muttered. It really went in. How is this possible? It's impossible. Xinwan clenched her 5 fingers as if consoling herself. It's just a stroke of luck. The game continues. On the second tee, Gao Yang maneuvered the wind direction and observed a black spot on the distant sky. He smiled and said to Gao Yin, brother will teach you the second move. Iron head slamming the immortal gate. Bang! The little white ball took off, pulling an extremely high arc through the air. Following this trajectory, the final landing spot must be behind the hole. Xinwan's hanging heart relaxed. Sure enough, Gao Yang was merely lucky just now. The little white ball flew higher and higher, while the black dot in the air grew larger and larger. It was a little black bird. Knock! The golf ball hits the bird's head with such precision that the bird is instantly knocked unconscious and free falls. Xin Yangxiang hugged a monitor and stared at the screen without looking away, only to see the unconscious bird dive headfirst into the hole. The little white ball followed suit and also fell into the hole. Xin Yangxiang clasped his hands on the monitor, his knuckles already white. Xinwan's pupils plummeted. What kind of luck is that? Does the blue star revolve around Goyang? Chapter 42, Brother and Sister. The air at the scene froze, and even the ripples on the distant lawn seemed to stand still. A few moments later, the unconscious bird came to its senses. It pecked twice at the golf ball before squeezing its tiny body out of the hole and cursing as it flew toward the sky. Gao Yin broke the silence first. Brother, What an iron head hitting an immortal door. Is this the legendary birdie ball? Gao Yang looked at her heartfelt smile. A touch of the heart. He hadn't seen Gao Yin this happy in a long time. In the past, the family's savings could only afford to send one of the siblings to school. That's why Gao Yang resolutely gave up his studies after completing 9 years of compulsory education. This incident has always been rooted in Gao Yin's heart. In her mind, it was she who deprived her brother of the right to go to school. Yen University is the best university in Xia. Tens of millions of people crossing the One-Wood Bridge. How can it be so easy to get in? Gao Yin studied as hard as he could. Not to prove that her brother was right to give her the opportunity. Just want to graduate quickly and get a good paying job. Let the family no longer be coerced by money. Thinking about how little they must have gotten together after Gao Yin went to college, Gao Yang gave her a rare gesture. That's right. A birdie is just hitting a random bird into the hole. The eagle ball that Chang Zi just mentioned is much harder. Mainly because eagles are rarer. Shen Yongxiang opened his mouth, then wisely kept it closed. He no longer wanted to explain. Because he really hasn't played hot shots golf. The next thing you know, it's like going through the motions. Gao Yang kept switching tees with the crowd. Whether it's a par 3, par 4, or par 5. Goyo is all in one shot. He plays and teaches Gon at the same time. Isn't it cool that this trick is called nutball? Cool. Brother, what kind of fruit is a white nut? Stupid. Macadamia nuts. Hole in one. Change of station. Shaoyin. This stroke is called the 8-section brocade swing. I created it uniquely. I won't tell ordinary people about it. Whoa! Scored again. Brother is awesome. The two didn't care one bit about the cotton dolls belonging to them, and were completely absorbed in their happy time together. Shen Mushui gazed enviously at the brother-sister duo. I also thought of Shen Yongxiang, who only said Yangzi Nyobi next to me. Bowing his head, he sighed. 17 shots down. The thorn in Gao Yin's heart had been unknowingly pulled out by Gao Yang, playing to the 18th hole. Qin Feng was already a bit disoriented, wondering if he hadn't woken up. 187 yards a shot, 410 yards a shot, 520 yards is a ing shot too. Can someone tell him what the hell is going on? He's here to punch Goyo in the face, not arrive at one tee and set off for the next before his but is even warmed up. He's not here to sit on a table. Qin Wan's expression was unusually grave. Tech cheats. It's no wonder she thinks so. 17 strokes in 17 holes. No one in the world can do that. Qin Wan looked at Gao Yang with questioning eyes. She couldn't see the cheating principle at all. The clubs were Shen Yongxiang's, and Gao Yang didn't even wear gloves. The one thing that must be said to be odd is that he swings the ball before every serve. Is there something wrong with the ball? Did Goyo sneakily replace the golf ball by swinging it every time? Definitely. Qin Wan thought she had found a way to break the game. She took 3 golf balls from her bag and wrote the number 123 on each with a marker. Then he handed it to Gao Yang and said, Gao Gong, on the 18th hole I ask you to play with my ball. Take your pick of these 3 balls. Qin Feng suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Right. You're so good at making toys. You must have cheated with golf balls. I've long felt strange. Why did you swing the ball properly? So it's a magic trick to secretly change the ball. People tend to doubt the sky and the air when they experience great ups and downs. Indeed. It's much more reasonable to suspect a ball change than to suspect that Goyang has a system. Gao Yang took the ball from Qin Wan's hand and placed the marked 1 ball on the peg. Qin Feng held up his cell phone and filmed the whole process, then played it over and over again frame by frame to confirm. Hey, four-eyed boy, any other questions? Pick 9 lotuses. Don't be paranoid all day. Gao Yin disliked. What's the matter? You're pissed off? Your brother is nothing without his cheat ball. Qin Feng said reassuringly, confirming that there were no problems with the strike. Qin Wan signaled Gao Yang that he could begin. On the last tee, Gao Yang held the 9-iron in his hand and smiled at Gao Yin. Xiaoyin, this shot is a hidden shot in hot-blooded golf. I'll only play it once, so you must learn and watch carefully. Gao Yin nodded excitedly. Brother, what is this move called? Gao Yang swung the club in his hand with force and drank. Heavenly justice. The small white ball soared into the air and turned into a white dot, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Gao Yang threw the other 2 golf balls in his hand into the air at the same time. Bang! Bang! He swung the club with one hand, knocking the balls out of the air before they could hit the ground. 3 golf balls fell into the hole one after another, filling the hole. Hit the finish line and call it a day. Gao Yang handed the club in his hand to Shen Yongxiang and rubbed his sore arms. Shen Yongxiang took the club and turned his head to stare at the monitor dead on. On screen, 3 golf balls are crammed into the holes with 1, 2, 3 written on each in marker. What else do you have to say? Give little Shue back. Gao Yin rushed at Qin Wan. Qin Wan stared at the screen. The Arabic numerals were in her handwriting, and the marks made in secret could not be faked. She stole a glance at Gao Yang with a look of awe in her eyes. You're not going to cheat again, are you? Gao Yin pursued. Qin shook her head and hurriedly handed her the ancient-style doll in her hand. Gao Yin happily took the doll and turned around to pin it to Shen Mushue's waist. Xiao Shui, Brother Chang is not a good person. Secretly, he has his own lightsaber, and he even gambled with your doll. Don't ever lend it to him in the future, Gao Yin instructed. Aha! I won't lend this doll to anyone. Shen Mushue nodded her head vigorously and said firmly. Gao Yang just wanted to ask her, if Uncle Shen asks you for it, will you borrow it or not? Smell wasn't going to say much. That's something Uncle Shen should have a headache about. Sister 1, we're just leaving? Gao Yang must be cheating. We just need to find out how he cheated and we can turn defeat into victory. Qin Feng reluctantly followed behind Qin Wan. Little Feng, immediately suspend the Yuanming Toy Factory renovation resort project. Qin Wan said. You're raising others' aspirations and destroying your own. Qin Feng was very unconvinced. This is not a discussion. It's an order, Qin Wan said in a resolute tone. Although Qin Feng was dissatisfied, he would still follow the group's strategy. The Shin family, regardless of whether it was a direct line or a collateral line, was cultivated along elite lines, and the impulsive and disobedient second generation was unable to enjoy the family's resources. Sister 1, our Qin family will just avoid him from now on? Don't be in a hurry. Qin Fan will be accepted by the Summer Academy of Sciences if there are no surprises. You're talking about that dull-looking cousin? Qin Feng recalled. That's not dull. His IQ test is above 150. It's just that his EQ is on the low side. Qin Wan said. What does Qin Fan's entry into the Summer Academy have to do with Gao Yang? Qin Feng asked. I've already found out that Gao Yang seems to be a descendant of academician Xian, and all those black tech toys of his come from the Xia Academy of Sciences. Qin Wan said. Qin Feng unconsciously nodded his head. Right, that shaker is now in the Shaka yard, and as long as Qin Fan knows about these techniques, Gao Yang's ghostly tricks will not be broken. Sister 1, what's cousin's title going in? I've heard that there are a very few people that can skip assistant and go straight to researcher. Qin Wan laughed. If he passes the third trial defense, it's possible that he'll become a senior researcher directly. Chapter 43, Combined Password, Big Brother Don't Roast. Grandpa lost it again. 7 p.m. Chinese villa dining room. 6 people sat around a mahogany round table, eating simple but extraordinary dishes. Gao Yin and Shen Mushui recounted to Rulin about the afternoon's match, and their words were full of praise for Gao Yang. Shen Yangqiang tried to interject several times, but was stopped by Shen Guohao's eyes. Gao Yang had opened 3 skills in a row in the afternoon, consuming more, so smothered dry rice. Rulin looked at Gao Yang from time to time, her eyes filled with pleasure. She hadn't cooked in how many years, and her skills were long rusty. Usually the cook does all the cooking at home. This time, because Gao Yang had done a great favor to the Shin family, that's why she personally cooked. I thought that the dishes I made would be unpopular, but I didn't expect Gao Yang to never stop chopping her chopsticks from the moment she was served. Xiao Yang, eat slowly. If it's not enough I'll make it for you again. Rulin's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze brushing over the soul. Enough, enough. Aunt Lan's cooking is comparable to a 5-star chef. Gao Yang swallowed the rice in his mouth and praised by heart. Rulin sniffed and his expression became even more tender. She looked at Shen Guohao and said, Xiao Yang saved our 2 children, and you dismissed them with a little bit of shares, letting others know about it. They would think that our Shen family has fallen. Shen Guohao's chopsticks that were holding the food gave a start. 30% of the shares of Yuanming Toy Factory is already quite a lot. With Gao Yang's ability, he is bound to lead the toy factory to take off. By that time, it might be worth more than him. There's another important reason why Shen didn't give money directly and chose shares instead. It's to ensure Gao Yang's absolute say in the toy factory. When the toy factory goes public in the future, Gao Yang will definitely be the chairman of Yuanming. With these shares, it is possible to fight against the manipulation of capital. Shen Guohao put down the chopsticks in his hands, explaining to Rulin, Professor Gao is still young. When he wants to make a career, I'll definitely give him my full support. Rulin then showed a satisfied look. Snap. Shen Yangqiang's bowl fell on the tabletop and spun around a few times before stopping. Shen Guohao frowned slightly and reprimanded. All you know is not doing your job day in and day out. You can't even hold a bowl. How can you do great things in the future? Shen Yangqiang returned to his senses and asked, Dad, what did you just call Yangzi? Professor? Shen Guohao said, the Summer Academy of Sciences has given him the title of full professor. What do you call him if not high professor? Holy, Yangzi is bullish. Shen Yangqiang flicked his gaze to Gao Yang. Seeing that he still looked unperturbed, he couldn't help but ask, Yangzi, why aren't you excited at all? Gao Yang returned. I found out a few hours before you did, and I'm already excited about it. Shen Yongxiang excitedly said. You can get excited one more time. Professor Zhang is my brother. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Shen Guohao said seriously. Know the gag outside. Gao Yang's status as a professor was awarded by academician Qian's force. Don't bring trouble to him. If you don't say it, don't say it. Shen Yongxiang regretted. Yangzi's skills are good enough to be an academician. Shen Mushue's gaze toward Gao Yan was filled with admiration. Summer's youngest professor. It's a lifelong dream for many people. Gao Yan's focus was different from the others. Brother, then can you be a teacher at Yin University? Why don't you become a teacher for 4 years and quit when I graduate? Gao Yang laughed. Xiaoyin, teaching is a sacred profession. Where am I qualified? Besides, the toy factory can't leave me for the time being. Gao Ying just mentioned it in passing and turned her head to find Shen Mushui, the two whispering in low tones. The dinner ended on a warm note. The crowd chatted a bit more. Gao Yang got up to take his leave. Shen Guohao's family stood at the entrance of the villa and watched Big G leave. The evening breeze blew through, ruffled the cotton doll's hair. Shen Yongxiang looked at the string of dolls in Shen Guohao's hands and said with eager eyes, Dad, Yangzi said that all these dolls have different functions, so you'll give me some fun? Shen Guohao said in a deep voice, a big man, what cotton dolls to play with? Go to Wei Feng's place to exercise your masculinity after a while. Shen Yongxiang thought of the hellish training at Shen Wei Feng's place and bitterly dared not speak. He was most interested in doll number 6, because Shen Guohao was carrying 5 dolls in his hand, and he could only find 4 no matter how he looked. Roland smiled and said, Xiao Yang makes such exquisite dolls. Looking at this ancient-style doll, I can think of Xiao Shui when she was 7 years old. Shen Mushui stared at the ancient-style doll with a face full of reluctance and urged, Dad, you must not lose it. If you lose it, I will ignore you. Shen Guohao nodded helplessly. Just a few moments ago, he approached his own daughter to borrow a cotton doll. Shen Mushui said nothing. In the end, she reluctantly agreed because Gao Yang asked. Moonlight. A figure jogged to the entrance of the villa. Fu Chiza finished saluting towards the crowd and then said to Shen Guohao, Mr. Shun, I brought the cotton dolls. The 2 girls at home are still crying now. Shen Guohao would say, double your bonus next month and buy some gifts for the 2 children. Fu Chiza handed him the 2 cotton dolls in his hand and exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Shun. I'm going on patrol. Shen Guohao took the doll in his left hand and naturally handed it over to his right hand. 7 dolls touching together. Shen Guohao's body tensed violently as if by reflex, not daring to move in the slightest. It felt like being targeted and locked down by a sniper. All he had to do was make the slightest move, and his opponent would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The good thing is that the choking sensation passes in an instant. Shen Guohao was calm on the surface, but inside he was turning over. What a horrible set of dolls. Only, why is the conjunction? Don't grill him, he's lost his grandfather again. Nighttime. Swing City is illuminated by lights. People's lives remain calm and peaceful. The big black G drove down the street, the sound of the host's announcement coming from the radio. Listeners, an impromptu news plug. In recent days, the conflict between the warlords of Makra and Karaka in the state of Balem has intensified again, with the 21-day war reaching a fever pitch yesterday. Hawk Jam intervened in the war, supplying the Karaka warlords with large quantities of man-portable weapons. Summerlin strongly condemns Eagle Jam's involvement. The Makra warlords launched a massive counterattack in the early hours of this morning. General Makra activates a swarm of drones with C4 bombs to launch saturation strikes on Karaka-controlled mining areas. According to the latest UNHCR figures, more than 400 civilians have been killed in the past 3 days alone. Due to the escalation of the fighting, it has seriously threatened the lives of the local Chinese diaspora. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the state of Xia held an emergency briefing. Foreign Ministry spokesman Xia Jiakuan responded in a domineering manner. We will send a team to the state of Belmont within 48 hours to help evacuate 632 expatriates. And the state of Xia will not abandon any of its people. Let us all look forward to the safe return of our compatriots. The distant land of Bel Lime. The war is raging. A store owned by a Summerlander has ceased to operate. The steel doors and windows were closed, blocking the sunlight from outside. The time in the country of Balaim is 7 hours slower than in the country of Xia. It is now 2 p.m. The store was dim and gloomy, and an air of danger pervaded it. Chapter 44, a toy flying saucer sailing across the sea. About 90 square meters in the store. 3 soldiers spread out to guard the best firing positions, placing a mother and daughter in the blind spot of their vision. The mother was a Westerner with blonde hair and blue eyes, and her looks fit the Eastern aesthetic. The daughter was 7 years old and looked to be of mixed race. Her long black hair was simply tied into a ponytail and her violet eyes were clear and bright. They were a little nervous, but they didn't show panic. Mommy, let's go back to Eagle Jam, the little girl said in her less than standard summer language. Son Nianxia, I know you're worried about Dad, but you have to realize that when we arrive safely in Xia, we won't have any control over Dad, the Western woman said. I'm not going back because I miss my dad, Sun Nianxia said. And why is that? The Western woman asked. Because of Uncle. Sun Nianxia pointed at the soldier by the window and said, I don't want any more uncles to be sacrificed. By the window, Zhang Jie's eyes suddenly reddened. On this mission, only 3 of them were left in the 10-man squad. He didn't even get a chance to help his comrade collect his body. Fortunately, Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter suffered no other injuries than bruises. The Western woman said to Zhang Jie, Major Jiang, why don't we go to the gathering place of the Xia expatriates? Won't we be safe when we get there? Zhang Jie explained, Mrs. Rana, the Eagle Sauce has been keeping an eye on the gathering place. If we enter, they will definitely carry out indiscriminate bombardment, and we won't be able to protect the safety of the madam and the young lady at that time. Major Jiang, please call me Mrs. Sun, Leona continued. From what I know of Will, it would have been better to send someone to carry out an assassination rather than a mass bombardment. Zhang Jie said, Mrs. Sun, I agree with your judgment, but the Karaka warlords have already shown up with Eagle Sauce's standardized weapons. Rana thought back for a moment and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What do you mean? Our satellite communication was interfered by the star chain. We can only infer the current situation from the details. There is a high possibility that Eagle Sauce has already cooperated with the Karaka warlord and provided military weapons, as long as the gathering place is razed to the ground, and then the responsibility will be thrown to the Karaka warlord. Zhang Jie paused for a moment, his tone revealing hopelessness. By that time, even if everyone knows the truth, it won't help, so we have to wait here until the war is over? Rana asked. Last call, I've already reported the situation to my superiors. Xia will definitely send someone to meet us, so we can't be too far away from the last call position, Zhang Jie said. Lorana let her heart drop at the sound of her voice. With this period of contact, she had become convinced of the words of the Xia soldiers. This is a group of guardians who would rather give up their lives than fulfill their mission. Alert! Zhang Jie whispered. The 3 men quickly raised their guns to the window. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, followed by a sound of rocks hitting the ground, a kilometer outside the store. Steep gunfire erupted. Zhang Jie saw through the broken glass that 2 groups of blacks were exchanging fire. The personnel on both sides are well distinguishable. The one with the eagle weapon is a Karaka warlord, while the one on the other side, holding an AK, is inevitably a Makra warlord. Zhang Jie made a downward tactical gesture, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Instead, he continued to watch the outside through the glass opening. Karaka's weaponry was significantly more advanced, with a number of men wearing single-lens infrared imagers. With the help of a thermal imaging camera, Karakal beat Makra to a standstill. Warlord, help me! The black man in the lead of the Makra actually spouted a summary language. As the words fell, several drones flew up behind him. Under the control of the black man, the drone, carrying C4, rushed towards the crowd of Karaka. The drones, armed with explosives, sped nimbly through the air. It crossed the bunker with ease and then exploded through the crowd. For a while, the wailing was endless. With the addition of the drones, the field was instantly reversed. 20 minutes later, this skirmish is over. The men of the Karaka warlords died and fled, and the Negroes, led by Makra, were directing the crowd to clear the battlefield. The young leader remembers the drill sergeant's training. On the battlefield, no time should be taken lightly. He grabbed his binoculars for a moment and really noticed something wrong with the store next to him, so he took 2 Negroes with him and came toward the store. Zhang Jie looked out the window nervously. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Stand still, otherwise I'm going to shoot, Zhang Jie yelled. Surprisingly, the young leader understood what he said and signaled the 2 men behind him to stop. He looked to the word Xia on the store's sign and suddenly wanted to put on a show in front of his little brother. The young leader stuttered and shouted in Xia dialect. Team, Chief, don't, open, Ginger, it's a goose. Zhang Jie's face instantly darkened into a pot. He shouted in John Bull. We are Summerlanders and have no intention of participating in your war. The young leader said. I'm not here to fight you. This is Karaka territory. You're not safe here. I can take you to the gathering place where it's safe. Zhang Jie said. Thanks for your kindness. We're packing our bags and we'll head to the gathering place soon. The young leader nodded. The military master said that when you meet the Xia people, you should leave a line so that you can meet each other in the future. I'll leave you a military master to help me. You consume, sun, tail, juice. When he finished, he placed a cardboard box on the ground and led the crowd away. Zhang Jie made sure it was safe outside and came outside the store to open the box. Inside the box, a drone with a C4 bomb strapped to it lies silently at the bottom of a cardboard box with a ring controller next to it. Zhang Jie understood the principle of detonation after a slight observation. As long as the controller is in your hands, the explosives are safe. He carried the cardboard boxes into the store. The other two members of the team gathered around while seeing the self-destructing drone in the crate. Captain, this is a genius idea. That's right. It's extremely easy to retrofit this way. And not only does it ensure power, but it allows for targeted bombing. It also creates a low-level deterrent below 500 meters, leading to more versatile tactics. It's awesome. The idea is good, but it's too consuming. And drones aren't cheap. Captain, it doesn't seem to be a drone. Kind of like a toy flying saucer? How is that possible? A toy flying saucer can carry a C4. And besides, where in the land of Bell Lime is that kind of technology? Sun Yanxia came next to the cardboard box at some point. She picked up one of the certificates of conformity in the box and read the words on it in Xanadu. Test passed. Yuan Meng Toy Factory. Quality Inspector. Wine Gang. Zhang Jie nodded. I told you. So it's our own exported toys? At this point, the roar of a jeep engine sounded in the distance. Zhang Jie looked out through the window as the Karaka warlord's men went and returned. They suffered a defeat. So more people were assembled. Toward the store where the few people were, he charged straight over. Skywheel neighborhood. Gao Yang took a hot shower and knocked on the door of Gao Yin's room. Squeak! The door to the room opened. Gao Ying just wanted to reach out and hug Gao Yang when he put his palm against his head. Xiaoyin, stop it. We're going to send you to report to Yen University the day after tomorrow. Take some time at the university to get your driver's license. I just transferred 500,000 to you. Save your money. Gao Ying compared a heart at him and said happily, brother is the best. Gao Yang's eyes were filled with doting on his sister. You loaned out your doll today. I'm going to make you another one. So feel free to ask for anything. Gao Ying said, brother, I'm in college. It's not convenient to bring so many dolls. Why don't you make me another one? Feeling that she was right, Gao Yang nodded and asked, then what do you want? Gao Ying thought for a moment and said, brother, do you remember when we were kids? We watched the great painting of the Moonlight Box together? Chapter 45, Silver Cord in Golden Bell. Gao Yang pressed one hand on Gao Yin's head and stroked his chin with the other. Xiaoyin, don't even think about the Moonlight Box. Do you really think your brother is a god? Gao Yin's pair of eyes curved into a crescent moon and said with a smile, brother, how is it possible to travel through time and space? What I want to say is, can you help me make a silver cord golden bell? Gao Yang rubbed her head, instantly recalling the movie details. The silver cord in golden bell is the magic weapon of the purple cloud fairy. In the battle with Erlangshan and the four heavenly kings, it plays a role that cannot be ignored. When the bell rings, even the gods can fall into uncontrollable joy and madness. The main body of the silver cord gold bell is crafted from an antique brown wire in a spiral interwoven structure that extends from the wrist to each of the 5 fingers. A metal rope woven of silk thread was adorned with 9 alien bells, each etched with Sanskrit runes. The spiral structure is a metaphor for reincarnation, and the 9 bells correspond to the Buddhist concept of 9 grades of rebirth. The overall appearance is ancient and elegant with a mysterious color. Yes, there's no problem making a bracelet. What are the functional requirements? Gao Yang asked. Function? Brother, you can't really be able to make magic treasures. Gao Yin exclaimed. Xiaoyin, you're a college student. You have to believe in science. Gao Yang said. Of course I believe in science. And it's understandable that some music can make people feel happy. But how does epilepsy do that? Coin said half-heartedly. The effect of the silver soprano golden bell in the movie draws on the principle of vagus nerve stimulation, in which gamma sound waves of 40 to 80 Hz are transmitted directionally to the brainstem reticular formation through bone conduction technology, activating noradrenergic neurons in the nucleus accumbens, which can trigger a happy mood in a person. Gao Yang continued to explain, at the same time using a specific combination of sound waves. 130 dB pulsed white noise superimposed on 8 Hz infrasound can reduce the prefrontal cortex activity by 20%, lifting the rational inhibition and inducing a seizure-like state. Gao Yin's eyes twinkled with stars. Brother is just too good. Couldn't understand a word of what was being said. No wonder he's a professor at the summer academy. Brother, where did you learn all this knowledge? Gao Yin was like a curious baby. Go online and ask the Blue Whale AI. By the way, when you go to college, you can use the AI to help you customize a detailed study plan. So don't fail your college years. Gao Yang admonished like an old father. I know. Gao Yin pouted. Good night. Go to bed early. Gao Yang said, turning around and walking into the studio. Brand new tools were hanging from the cavernous panels of the walls. The category has increased a bit from before, favoring more precision manufacturing processes. The rows of tools in the white light reflect a gilt-colored glow, like treasures in a treasure trove. These tools are all hand-built by Goyang. Use materials from the System Mall. It costs a total of 888 craft points. The value is incalculable. Although Gao Yang did not lack the money to buy tools now, the ordinary tools on the market were completely unable to meet his craftsmanship needs, so he got down and dirty. Build these tools that can be called crafts. Gao Yang faced the workbench and summoned the system in his mind. Prepare a program for the manufacture of the silver rope and golden bells in the big picture West. Host requirements have been received and program design is complete. Main body material, flexible high entropy alloy. Energy core, vacuum 0-point energy generator. Conversion module, virtual particle siphon inverter. Bridging unit, Mobius ring connector. Gao Yang carefully read the descriptions of the two modules in the back. The void particle siphon inverter. A vacuum 0-point energy extracted through the Casimir effect creates a Dirac energy void around the body, transforming physical impact into mental pressure. The Mobius ring connector, on the other hand, creates a four-dimensional flow shape similar to a Klein bottle, which serves as a bridge for the transformation of physical and spiritual energy. System, this set of programs is not the right goods, Gao Yang said in his mind. Host may have suffered brain damage. Turn on brain detection. Detection complete. The host's brain is functioning normally and producing intermittent amnesia. The system will explain the program. Silver cord golden bell. In-game magic treasure. Its attribute is to convert 30% of chi and blood damage suffered into mana damage. The system has already scientized chi and mana. Please rest assured that the host will be able to manufacture it. After listening to the system's explanation, Gao Yang revealed a thoughtful expression. It turns out that the system's references are in-game spells. Follow the functional instructions on the module. There is no 30% conversion cap on this set, and although it is monofunctional, it can theoretically defend against any physical damage. System, what is the conversion ratio between physical shock and mental pressure? 1 gram of TNT equivalent equals 1 nerve quantum. 1 gram of TNT equivalent is well understood to be equivalent to the power of a firecracker. What unit is a neural quantum? Minimum energy threshold for a single neuron to maintain consciousness under quantum tunneling. What's my neural quantum count? The host's brain potential is developed to 20% at this stage, with an upper limit of 2,000 neural quanta, which are in a fluctuating state and can be recovered through sleep, meditation, and meditation. Gao Yang nodded slightly. 2,000 grams of TNT equivalent to a 120 mm tank shell exploding in your chest. It seems great for coin. System, what is the upper limit of my sister's neural quantum? Begin scanning. Subject non-host. Craft points consumed, 100. Craft points remaining, 3678. Gao Yin. 13% brain potential development. Capped at 300 neural quanta. What happens if the physical shock translates into mental pressure that exceeds the upper limit, becoming a vegetable? Gao Yang opened the system mall and directly searched for module prices, then fell into silence. The system solution can be passed. He has 678 crafting points left. A number that multiplied by 10 won't even buy a module. Gao Yang looked at the wall full of pleasing tools and began to conceptualize a plan for the production of Yin Suo's golden bell. The main material of the bracelet is then made of liquid biometal, characterized by its lightness as well as its self-repairing function. The energy core continues to use solid-state batteries, which are cost-effective. Of the 9 bells, 1 has a built-in battery, 3 have built-in white noise, infrasonic, and gamma-sonic modules that need to be micro-altered into spherical shapes, and the other 5 have top-quality sandalwood incense in them to calm the mind. Material exchange complete. Craft points consumed, 1588. Craft points remaining, 2090. Gao Yang placed the modules and materials redeemed from the system mall neatly on the workbench. Pick up the liquid metal thread and start weaving. He combines the weaving techniques of the 4-strand braid and the bird's head not to weave the silk threads. Nimble fingers are strong and powerful. The liquid metal wire quickly transformed into a bracelet in his hands. Subsequently, holding a high-entropy carving knife, Gao Yang perfectly restored the Sanskrit text on the bell. Next comes the hardest part of bracelet making, built-in module reshaping. The space inside the bell was extremely narrow, leaving Gao Yang with a gap less than 2 mm wide. The module cannot be fixed in order to ensure that the spheres can collide inside. Limit the diameter to no more than 1.5 mm. Goyo skill triple open, modified with a set of tools smaller than the tip of a needle. Chapter 46 Unexpected test results. Beads of sweat slid down Gao Yang's cheeks. Instead, he ignored it and concentrated on adjusting the layout of the devices inside the module. 3 o'clock in the morning. Gao Yang put down the silver rope and golden bell in his hand and exhaled a long breath. White light. A very technological bracelet, lying quietly on the workbench. Disengage the toy mode. Gao Yang read in his mind. While he wiped the sweat off his face, the glow on the bracelet faded and turned to an antique color. as if it had been sitting on a workbench for centuries. The bracelet is detected to be functioning properly. Is it submitted for review? Submitted. Reduction, 100%. Use of composite knitting process. Adaptive knuckle wear. Innovation, 40%. Zoom function. Functionality, 100%. Overall rating, B. Bonus craft points, 240. Remaining craft points 2330. Gao Yang picked up the bracelet and put it on his wrist. Ancient brown metal rope slowly spread out from the edges. It spread along the back of his hand, then gently wrapped around the roots of his 5 fingers. Gao Yang revealed a satisfied look, then reversed his palm to observe the other side. The 9 bells chimed without wind, and the mixed frequency resonance sound was transmitted out in all directions with him at the center. A few moments later, the whole building laughed in their sleep. Many of the lighter sleepers woke up instantly, but couldn't suppress the feeling of wanting to laugh maniacally. It is a physiologically spontaneous action, and there is no emotion of pleasure at all. Under the dark night sky, the sound-activated lights in the hallway lit up in unison, accompanied by insane laughter that was incredibly scary. Not sleeping at night. Laugh at your sister. What are you laughing at? I'm not going to work tomorrow. No, not today. Woof, 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 meow, hoo 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 hoo, grrrrrr. The silver cord gold bell does not only target humans, even mammals are not immune. All but the producers and licensors are in fits of epileptic laughter. One time, angry curses, cats, dogs, chickens and ducks barking and maniacal laughter intertwine in a perverted symphony. Gao Yang hurriedly turned off the bracelet's sonic function. The metal rope at the base of his 5 fingers slowly retracted and re-emerged as an ancient bracelet. The maniacal laughter ended abruptly, leaving only the cats and dogs and chickens and ducks still cursing. There was a moment of puzzlement for those affected by the ringing, and most of them, thinking they were dreaming, fell back on their pillows and went back to sleep. A few rubbed their eyes and flipped out their cell phones to hook themselves up with a specialist. Today, hospital psychiatry departments will see a wave of overflow. Squeak! The door to the studio was pushed open. Coin stood in the doorway in a daze, wearing cartoon pajamas, except for the upstairs floor and the downstairs floor. She was closest to the source of the sound and laughed with drool. Calvin wiped off the saliva around her mouth with her hand, grinding her small tiger teeth angrily. Brother, what are you playing in the middle of the night? Why don't you bring me to play? Gao Yang was also a bit speechless. He hadn't realized that sound waves had such a strong effect on people. The area of influence is even more exaggerated, approaching 100 meters in diameter. It seems that he should be careful when testing in the future, at least not in crowded places. Gao Yang said with an apology. Xiaoyin, a little accident. You can go back to your room and continue sleeping. Xiaoyin had a serious case of wake-up call and was about to jump up and grab her brother's ears. Suddenly, she saw the bracelet on Gao Yang's wrist and said in surprise, Brother, you're done? Did the silver rope and golden bell get it just now? I thought those theories you said were just fooling me, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Gao Yang allowed her to remove the bracelet and instructed, You've personally experienced the power of this bracelet, so don't use it until you have to. Gao Yin's face was wry as she happily put the bracelet on her own wrist. Brother, the size doesn't fit. Gao Yin muttered. Add user. Gao Yin. Gao Yang opened the permissions for her. The words just fell. The bracelet contracted in a burst, perfectly fitting Gao Yin's wrist. 9 assorted bells were evenly spaced, framing her arms in white. Brother, it's nice to look at, but it's not like in the movies. Try picturing the silver rope and gold bells in your mind. Coin sniffed and began to remember. The metal rope splits and spreads to become what it looks like in the movie. A 100% restoration. Gao Yang laughed. How is it? Is it exactly the same as Zisha fairies? Gao Yin's eyes revealed a treacherous look. Getting up breath is not so easy to dissipate. And, Gao Yang also got her face full of saliva. Tremble, my dear brother. Coin shook the bell in his hand. This night, too many people have insomnia. As the bell shook, the mixed sound waves reappeared, traveling through the walls. Ha 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 ha. Woof, ga, hu meow. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. The sound-activated lights in the hallway that hadn't been out for long came back on. The people in the next few residential buildings couldn't take it anymore. I just bought the house. I didn't realize this was a mental hospital. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How can you guys be so cool? Property. I want to appeal. Ah no. I want to complain. It didn't work. The first time I laughed, I already notified the property. What? Doesn't the property care? See for yourselves in the group video. The property smiled more than anyone else once they entered that building. In the studio, Gao Yang sullenly turned off the sonic function of the silver cord golden bell. He has supreme access to all artifacts and can control any product that comes out of his hands. Xiaoyin, if you keep this up I won't make you toys in the future. Gao Yang said. Got it. I won't use it until it's dangerous in the future. Gao Yin promised. Brother, why doesn't my ringing the bell affect you? Because I'm the maker, and makers and licensors are immune to current artifact functions. Gao Yang said back. How is this done? Sound yay. You can obviously hear it, but you won't feel like laughing. Coin asked. Go to sleep. You won't understand even if you talk about it. Gao Yang said perfunctorily. He didn't want to tell Gao Yin about the system, because as long as he knew he had the system, Gao Yin would definitely find out the truth from the changes in his body, and he has fully embraced this sister. Gao Yang's reasoning told him that hiding it was the right choice. After her excitement, Gao Yin yawned and went back to her room to sleep. Gao Yang lay down on the bed, tired from the day, and quickly entered dreamland. However, lights are on in 80% of the homes throughout the neighborhood. Sleep a hair. Get up and get high. If you don't believe me, listen. The chickens have all crowed. The two properties held the wall and stared at each other. Their eyes carried the same message. It's haunted. The next morning, a Kizan City airport. Inside the comfort of his private jet, Shen Yongxiang had been gushing. The Falcon 7X is equipped with a groundbreaking environmental control system that keeps noise below 50 decibels for much better comfort than my previous Falcon 900EX. Also, the aircraft is loaded with TFE 731-60 engines and equipped with an easy cockpit. Xiangzi, you should do your homework when you load it later. The Falcon 7X's engine model is PW307A, Gao Yang corrected. Shen Yongxiang stared at the words and took out the manuscript in his pocket and flipped through it. Holy, it's really PW307A. Yoko, do you know how to make airplanes? You have a rich imagination. Gao Yang said. Brother Chang, you can't even brag well about picking 9 lotuses in a draft. Gao Yin said. Second brother, go down quickly. We're leaving. Shen Mushui urged. Shen Yongxiang felt that he had stayed up all night memorizing airplane manuals, which was a very stupid act. He waved goodbye to the 3 men and walked resentfully off the plane. The Falcon 7X's hatch slowly closed. Not much longer. The engine roared to life. Inside the cockpit of the airplane, the captain said to the middle-aged man beside him, Co-pilot, we don't know how many times we've flown the line of Chioqian to Yanjing. Why are you so nervous? Not feeling well? Chapter 47, The Poltergeist. No, I'm fine. Not nervous. The co-pilot's grip on the joystick was beaded with sweat. The captain scrutinized him with a skeptical look, ready to take over the piloting of the plane. Last night, the entire crew was notified by the Shin family. The maximum security level is activated for this voyage. In case of emergency, it is even possible to change landing sites and park into military airfields. Captain in his 20 years of flying. This has only happened twice, and in each case it was because there were military bigwigs among the accompanying passengers. Shen Mushue had flown on this plane before, but none of them had activated the maximum security level. So, the pair of siblings in the cabin were more important than the Shin family's third young lady. The airplane has been serviced and inspected. There's no reason to worry. Think about it. The captain laughed to himself in his mind. The co-pilot probably knew the background of those two and it was normal to show nervousness. The crew of the Falcon 7X consists of 4 people. The captain, co-pilot, navigator and flight engineer. Takeoffs and landings are operated by the co-pilot. The co-pilot, although showing great nervousness, was able to complete the takeoff maneuver of the aircraft with his years of piloting experience. Yang Biao, what's wrong with you today? Intimidated by the identities of those 2 people? The captain opened his mouth and asked. Yang Biao, as if suddenly frightened, calmed down and said, Captain, as you know, this kind of notification can't be encountered once in a few years. The captain nodded. That's true, and you don't have to worry. The 2 hours of sailing time will pass quickly. Yang Biao suddenly said, Captain, thank you for always taking care of me for so many years. The captain laughed. Why have you suddenly become so pretentious? I'll treat you to a big meal when we get to Yanjing. Yang Biao bowed his head with deep guilt in his eyes. He just couldn't pay off his gambling debts. Yang Biao had a good family. The wife is virtuous and the kids know what they're doing. Since he got hooked on gambling, he owed $5 million in gambling debts after losing his house. Although private pilots are paid well, they can never pay it off with the interest from loan sharks. A week ago, an Easterner bought all his debts and transferred all his wife and children to Japan. The Easterlings made a demand that they let this plane crash if they wanted their family to live. As long as the 3 people on the plane die, not only will all of his debts be cleared, but he will be able to guarantee that his entire family will be clothed and fed for the rest of their lives. Desperate, Yang Biao agrees to the terms of the Easterners. Cabin, plush sofas surround a round table. There was a tea set on the table. Gao Yang finished the tea ceremony with aplomb. Amidst the slight jolt of the airplane, Shen Mushue quietly asked Gaoyin, Xiaoyin, your brother is so young. Why does he like tea? Gaoyin shook his head. I don't know. It seems like he suddenly fell in love. Like a little old man. Shin Mushue poked her small waist. Don't you dare talk about Brother Yang like that. Gao Yin returned the favor while saying, what do you care? You're not even my sister-in-law yet. Shin Mushue blushed and took out a rectangular gift box from her bag. She handed the box to Gao Yang. Yang, thanks for the doll. I bought a pen. I don't know if you'll like it. Gao Yang naturally took the box and opened it. A platinum cathedral blue fountain pen, lying quietly within. Gao Yang stuck the fountain pen on his breast pocket and said with a smile, Shui, thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Shin Mushue's face turned even redder when she saw Gao Yang accept her gift. Gao Yang's mental age was already over 40 years old. How could he not see Shin Mushue's mind? And he didn't let it change his attitude toward her. It wasn't because of Shin Mushue's status, but he had been single for over 40 years and had gotten used to it. Besides, Shin Mushue was at the age of longing for love. Girls during this period are often so immersed in stories of knights and princesses that they are unable to distinguish what love is. Gao Yang put down the gift box in his hand and asked, Xiao Shui, Uncle Shin isn't short of money, so why did you choose to live in the school dormitory? Shin Mushue replied, it's convenient to live in a dormitory, and it's safe on Yen University's campus. Gao Yin drummed her mouth. Brother, don't take Xiao Shui as that kind of arrogant young lady. She's just like an ordinary person in high school. She never does anything special, and it was only when I was in Changhong Mountain that I realized that she's a little rich girl. Xiao Yin, don't call little rich girl, it's too unpleasant. Shin Mushue said, what do you call it if not little rich girl? Old rich bitch? Gao Yin laughed playfully. Brother Yang is rich and you have a detached villa, so you're also an old rich woman. Shin Mushue countered. The two of them are cheeky, and with the amount of space in the cabin, the trip isn't dull. An hour and a half later, the airplane was already not far from Yanjing Airport. Gao Yin swallowed the dessert in her mouth and asked, Snowy, how come there are no flight attendants on your family's airplane? Shin Mushue said, private airplanes like this one are not equipped with flight attendants for privacy, and people who take this kind of airplane have secretaries or bodyguards. Gao Yin laughed evilly. Then pour tea for my brother. Serve him well and maybe he'll make you a bracelet too. Shin Mushue looked enviously at Gao Yin's wrist and shook her head. I'm content with a cotton doll, but I just want to pour tea for Brother Yang. Having said that, Shin Mushue got up and poured tea for Gao Yang. Suddenly, the airplane shuddered violently, and the engine on the left side of the tail made a harsh scraping sound. Coin was wearing her seatbelt, so she wasn't thrown out. Shin Mushue was not so lucky. Her whole body took off into the air, and her entire body was about to crash towards the back of the cabin. Ah! Just as Shin Mushue was shrieking, a large, warm hand pulled her back. Immediately after, she then fell into Gao Yang's warm embrace. Gao Yang quickly pulled up the seatbelt beside him and secured Shin Mushue on the sofa. Brother, this damn airplane is going to blow up. Gao Yin shouted at him. Gao Yang's heart sank. Now that they were at 10,000 meters, it would indeed be quite tricky if the plane malfunctioned. Gao Yang unbuckled his own seatbelt and held onto the table to stabilize himself, pressing his left hand against the cabin floor. Turn on absolute touch. Shasta. The structure of the entire airplane came to his mind. The Falcon 7X's engines are mounted at the rear of the aircraft in a zigzag layout. At this point, the left engine propeller had lost support and was swinging wildly from side to side. The propeller scraped against the inside of the cowling with a harsh scraping sound. The bearings were covered in cracks, as if they would break soon. You guys sit tight. I'm going to the cockpit to check out the situation. Gao Yang commanded. Shin Mushue was still in shock. Gao Yin, on the other hand, took out two parachutes from the bottom of the sofa and clutched them tightly in her arms. Gao Yang held onto the fixtures in the cabin and trudged towards the cockpit. Along the way he saw the navigator and flight engineers sitting at their workstations, motionless. The accident was not accidental, but premeditated. At this point, Gao Yang already had a guess in his heart. There's a mole in the crew. Gao Yang confirmed that the two were just in a deep sleep and their lives were not in danger. And so it continued onward. Chapter 48, Repairing Airplanes at 10,000 meters. Gao Yang came to the nose position and looked ahead. The cockpit door was in a closed position and it was impossible to observe what was going on inside. The landline phone by the hatch had fallen off, the microphone swaying from side to side with the yellow phone cord. Gao Yang did not contact the people in the cockpit. Instead, he rented a lock-picking tool from the system mall at a cost of 10 craft points. He chose to do it for a reason. For crew members, the navigator and the flight engineer were drugged with sleeping pills, ruling out the possibility of a mole. Then it's just the captain and co-pilot. And with those two, one of them is in trouble. And odds are the other won't get away with it either. Unlocking the door on a violently bumpy airplane. I guess Yao Yang was the only one who dared to do so. The Falcon 7X cockpit has a high level of protection and is equipped with an iris recognition smart lock in addition to a mechanical lock. Almost instantly, the mechanical lock on the hatch was then opened. "Brother, what are you doing?" Gao Yin's voice appeared behind him. Gao Yang's heart lurched and he turned his head to look. Shen Mushui and Gao Yin were standing in the aisle not far away, the two of them exchanging their hands to grab the handrail and approaching Gao Yang with difficulty. "Brother Yang, I brought you a parachute," Shen Mushui gasped. She was worried about Gao Yang's well-being and made sure to send him over. Gao Yang reached out and made a silencing motion. Gao Yin immediately understood and stopped Shen Mushue from continuing forward. She saw Shen Mushue's puzzled face, so he lowered his voice and said, "Remember the two people who just passed out?" Shen Mushue nodded her head and said in a very soft voice, "The captain may have fallen into a coma just like them. Shouldn't we go wake him up?" Gao Yin said with some hatred. "Xiao Shui, do you think there is a possibility that they were drugged?" "Drugged? You mean they were drugged?" "There's a high probability. After all, sleeping the dead is not normal at first glance." Shen Mushue thought about it. Agreed with Gaon. After all, from the clues we have now, the airplane accident was man-made. But, Captain Shu had been flying airplanes for the Shin family for 20 years, and had always been dedicated to his work. Not expecting to do something like this, the feet suddenly shook violently. Shen Mushue gripped the handrail with both hands to stabilize herself. She looked at Gao Yang with worried eyes. The plane's altitude began to drop and the fuselage slowly tilted. At the tilt to 90 degrees, Gao Yang was still opening the smart lock. He pulled on the hatch handle with one hand, his whole body hanging in mid-air. Soon, the smart lock was dismantled in pieces, parts falling off the door in droves. Clunk! The unlocked hatch was jerked open due to the weight of his body. Gao Yang's reaction was unusually quick, his feet stomping on the cabin bump. As the hatch opened, his entire body rose up into the air and steadily clasped the edge of the hatch. Shen Mushue and Gao Yin watched this scene, their hearts in their throats, almost screaming out. Gao Yang did a pull-up and stood firmly on the doorframe. Inside the cab, the captain is the only one. Gao Yang looked at the empty passenger seat and instantly understood the beginning and end of the matter. The plane crash should have been the work of the co-pilot alone. He tampered with the plane's domestic water, mesmerized the three crew members along with the captain, and then escaped by activating his ejection seat parachute. Gao Yang uses barrels of mountain spring water to make tea, so naturally he is not affected. And Shen Mushue and Gao Yin didn't drink the living water source on the airplane because of him. Gao Yang came to the passenger seat with quick hands. Begin maneuvering the aircraft. Turn off the left engine. Adjust the aileron angle. Cabin pressurization. Gao Yang's hand speed was so fast that the response time of the airplane couldn't keep up with his hand speed at all. 1 minute later, Gao Yang accomplished an operation that would have taken two captains at least 10 minutes to complete. The plane was still descending, but the fuselage had become smooth. Shen Mushue and Gao Yin's feet were finally back on the cabin floor. They were anxious to know what was going on in the cockpit. A few steps brought him outside the hatch. The captain is unconscious. Gao Yang is flying an airplane. The two men's eyes changed from worry to adoration. "Brother, you actually know how to fly a gray plane," Gao Yin exclaimed excitedly. "I've driven it before. The center control part is slightly different, but it's not a big problem," Gao Yang faintly said. "Brother Yang, which driving school did you learn to fly airplanes?" "So awesome," Shen Mushue said. "Hotshot Flight Simulator, a game series with Hotshot Golf." Neither Shen Mushue nor Gao Yin could fly an airplane. "It's not safe to stand here." So the two rejoined the cabin. The plane continues to descend. There was a significant lack of power due to damage to the left engine. Despite the sophisticated adjustments of Gao Yang, it could not support the arrival at the destination. This last stretch is all city streets. There's no place suitable for landing. If they choose to jump, the three remaining crew members will surely die, and it can cause casualties on the ground. The engine must be fixed. This is the best solution to the current crisis. Gao Yang immediately summoned the system and wanted to laser print the damaged parts of the PW307A engine. "System, can you speed up the printing speed?" Gao Yang asked in his mind. The S1 quantum printer is recommended for the host's current needs. Gao Yang immediately used quantum printing. The host uses a quantum printer and rents a system site, consuming 1,000 craft points. Remaining craft points, 1,320. Repairing the engine goes to the outside of the airplane. Temperatures at 10,000 meters range from -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. The air density is extremely low. When you go out, you will pass out from lack of oxygen in a very short time. It's a good thing Shin Yongxian left his life support clothing on the plane. It was just enough to ensure that Gao Yang could repair the engine at a height of 10,000 meters. It also requires a Spider-Man-like absorption set. It was only then that he was able to move freely around the outside of the plane. It's too late to do it now. Gao Yang opened the system mall and quickly rummaged through the list of materials. Bionic nanoarray layer? The surface is covered with millions of silicon and carbon nanotube micropillars that mimic the bristle structure of a gecko's paw, creating a strong adhesion by applying a magnetic field. 1 square centimeter of the array layer can lift up to 3 tons. Gao Yang decisively redeemed it. Host exchanges 8 square centimeters of bionic nanoarray layer, consumes 800 craft points, remaining craft points, 520. Host redeeming F-type Wi-Fi intelligent driving treasure, consuming 200 craft points, remaining craft points, 320. Affected by the air currents at high altitude, the airplane needs to be maneuvered by Gao Yang at all times. He had no choice but to redeem the smart driving treasure again. Drop the cigarette box-sized driving treasure on the console. Gao Yang took the nanoarray layer and headed towards the cabin. Not much longer. Gao Yang then found the Vixen suit in the combination cabinet. After a hasty makeover, he carried a black suitcase to the cockpit. 10,000 meters in the air. A low voice rang out. You know nothing of the power of the dark side. Chapter 49 Star Chain Watchers. Inside the cockpit. Resounding heavy breathing. The metallic armor held up by the exoskeleton with the glossy black cape made an extremely strong visual impact. Unfortunately, the captain in the main pilot's seat was asleep and didn't see the shocking scene. The captain scrunched his neck as if he were having a nightmare. A change in the crafting sheet has been detected. The Vitality suit upgrades the nano-adsorption function to L2, rewarding 100 crafting points. Remaining crafting points, 420. Corgi. The shield above the Falcon 7X opens to reveal the seat ejection window. Gao Yang used the adsorption function on his Vitality suit to come to the exterior of the airplane. The shield slowly closed, blocking the cold wind that poured in. The captain winced, waking from his sleep. How did I fall asleep? The captain exclaimed. He looked to the empty passenger seat beside him and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Where's Yang Biao? Did he parachute in? The captain jolted. Now was not the time to worry about where Yang Biao was going. It was obvious to him that the plane was not in the right state. 12,000 meters above sea level? Left engine off? Aileron deflection. The captain urgently took over the controls and tried to turn on the engine and shut down. Detected that the captain has exited the cabin. Sand sculpture operation is prohibited. A small round voice came from the pilot's treasure. The captain sniffed, his head a little confused. Isn't he the captain? Did he just lay himself off while he was sleeping? And this plane is becoming a masterpiece. Little Yuan's voice continued. Service area. Yuan's favorite service area. Let's have a cup of milk tea together. Don't reject me. The captain was filled with confusion. Little Roundy? Are you an airplane spirit? Sandy. I'm an F-type smart driver pa. The Falcon 7X has smart driving? How does he not know? Did the training miss a class? And, is this smart driving crazy? Turn off the engine and fly the plane. Who taught it to play like that? The captain said urgently. I am the captain. Now the plane's altitude has been dropping. We must open the left engine immediately. Give me control authority quickly. On this plane, the person with the best piloting skills can be called the captain. This baby has detected that your skills are far below Gao Yang's, stripping you of your captain status. Nonsense. I have 20 years of driving experience and have flown all kinds of civilian airplanes, so how could anyone be more skilled than me on this plane? Shucker, age 45, flew Airbus A320, C919, Boeing 737, Falcon, accident rate 0%, pilot skill level C, emergency response level D, aircraft maintenance skill level Z. A piece of information was published by Little Roundup. Captain Shucker listened in a cold sweat. Gao Yang? Wasn't he a passenger on this voyage? Xiao Yuan, since you said that Gao Yang's skills are better than mine, have him hurry over and fly the plane. Shook resigned himself to his fate. Gao Yang does not have time now by this baby piloting the airplane. Wish you a happy trip. Little Round replied. So where is he? Shulk asked. Stupid. The engine is broken. The captain must be fixing the plane. 10,000 meters in the air. The air currents are raging. The sun above the clouds was so blinding that it gilded the outer surface of the fuselage. The plane is speeding along at 653 kilometers per hour. And the fuselage, a small black dot, was heading toward the tail of the plane. Cold wind. It blew the black cloak around. Gao Yang looked toward the wobbly propeller in the left engine. Couldn't help but pick up the pace. The plane goes further up. Ilio track. A group of satellites is traveling at 7.6 kilometers per second. They are lined up like a chain of LED lights. These satellites are the star chains that Eagle Sauce built at great expense. Eagle Jam's satellite surveillance of summer never stops. Yenjing, on the other hand, is their key surveillance area. The star chain is 550 kilometers above the ground. In clear weather, it is possible to photograph the street at ground level. At this point the Falcon 7X is above the clouds. The situation on the plane was transmitted via Starlink to the Eagle Jam Space Agency. God! I saw something. Inside the Eagle Jam Space Agency, a Westerner with a high nose marveled. Smith, what happened? Is it another test of the Orient Express on the Xia side? Smith shook his head and pointed at the screen. Report, Colonel Will. I see someone walking on top of a Falcon 7X. The screen suddenly flickered. Immediately after, the plane on the screen disappeared without a trace. Smith, today is not April Fool's Day. Will looked to the screen to reprimand. Smith rubbed his eyes and switched back to replay, but the Falcon 7X was never found. Sorry, Colonel Will. I must have blinked. Pay attention next time. You people have slacked off during this time when Sun Xiaoping was away. At this point, inside a hilltop villa in the land of eagle sauce, Sun Xiaoping is concentrating on the computer in front of him. The tapping of the keyboard stops. He breathed a long sigh of relief. So close. That plane was almost spotted by the Eagle Jam Space Agency. Sun Xiaoping is now under house arrest by Eagle Jam. Due to his immense scientific value, Eagle Jam did not resort to mandatory incarceration. Will uses a policy of wistfulness in order to be able to get him to come around. Try to fulfill all conditions except that you cannot go out of the villa's boundaries. Sun Xiaoping has been looking forward to returning to China, but is incredibly worried about his wife and daughter. So he tried to find the movement of his wife and daughter through the star chain in the country of Belle Lime. As the key person in charge of the Starlink project, he was familiar with the Starlink system and could compile the acquisition signals easily. Sun Xiaoping looked at the computer screen and could hardly contain his inner excitement. Although he didn't find his wife and daughter moving, Xia has the super single equipment, which can surely guarantee the safety of his wife and children. Sun Xiaoping was a top scientist and saw the technical difficulty of that kit at a glance. Maintaining breathing and body temperature at 10,000 meters is already in the realm of special combat clothing. Not to mention, it can also walk freely on the shells of airplanes that exceed the speed of half a tone. If this was put on the battlefield, wouldn't you be able to fly over the walls? Sun Xiaoping processes signals quickly. Did not see the next action of Gao Yang, mistaking it for just a test of Xia's equipment. There he is. Hawk Jam will never try to get a shred of important information about the Summerlin through the Starlink. The Falcon 7X is cloaked under the watchful eye of Starlink. Inside the cabin, a mess. The five sat around the round table. The navigator and flight engineer have woken up. Their mouths were wide open as they listened to Shucker's Pie in the Sky story. The navigator hadn't gotten over the shock. He rubbed his temples and asked, Captain, do you mean we're flying to the Yankee Mountain Military Airfield? Shuck nodded and shook his head. It's not me. It's Gao Yang. He's afraid of dropping crumbs when he's repairing the airplane. And he's worried about hitting the little kids on the ground. The flight engineer on the couch sniffed and exclaimed, Captain, are you out of your mind? How dare you tell me that someone is out there fixing airplanes right now? Chapter 50, Yangue Mountain Military Region. Chief's anger. Gawain slammed the desktop and said, What's wrong with my brother fixing airplanes? Did he eat your family's rice? If it wasn't for my brother, you'd be dead already. The flight engineer's aura instantly weakened as he looked at the fierce little girl in front of him. That's not what I meant. Right now we're in the stratosphere, more than 10,000 meters above the ground, and it's minus 50 degrees outside, an environment where a human being can't survive, let alone fix an airplane. Gawain didn't accept anyone questioning Gao Yang and said, Just because you can't doesn't mean my brother can't, so I'll send you a message. Pick 9 lotuses. With a puzzled look on his face, the flight engineer turned his head sideways to the navigator and asked, What does that mean? The navigator replied, More practice if you dish. The flight engineer grimaced. Is this a multi-practice thing? Correcting a moving airplane at 10,000 meters is something only God can do. I'm afraid. The navigator patted him on the shoulder and said reassuringly, The least you can do is tinker with the wiring in the cabin. I'll be miserable. I'll be a straight-up loser. The flight engineer said, Yeah, change course, why don't you go navigate? The navigator said quietly, Little round driving treasure. You deserve it. Tail section of the airplane. Both engines are working at full capacity. The one propeller, on the left, was being carried around by the high-speed airflow. Kurga. Synthetic gloved hands plunged into the spinning propeller. The paddles were held by these hands and shook wildly before coming to a standstill. Bang clunk. The propeller, which was over 2 meters in diameter, was pulled down hard by Gao Yang. The tactical boots stood so high and raised that the airplane skins were nearly ripped off by the force of the absorption. Gao Yang stomped a few feet harder. Under the powerful force of the life-suited exoskeleton, the airplane bulge was flattened, leaving only a few superimposed footprints. The rattling sound carried into the cabin. The flight engineer was then convinced that someone was really out there working on the airplane. His heart pounded. Was that great God out there fixing airplanes or tearing them down? The Falcon 7X has flown to the Gooseberry Mountain area. Gao Yang held up the huge propeller and used micron-level visual inspection to observe the situation below. Such a big propeller. How bad it is to hit the plants and flowers. Actually, he was overthinking it. The plane was traveling in the direction of the Yankee Mountain Military Airfield. It's uninhabited for hundreds of miles. Suddenly, the roar came from far away. Cao Yan looked for the sound. 3 huge flying cars that were approaching him at 744 kilometers per hour. The overall length of the flying car is a whopping 39 meters, close to that of an Eagle Sauce 26 helicopter. The Koyo exterior is instantly recognizable as a product of the Yamato Group, except for the size. The structure is exactly like the one on Longhorn Hill. Integrate the current situation. Yao Yang understood the originator of this machine disaster after a little thought. Go you! The propellers were thrown by him, cutting towards the foremost flying car. Air battles are most thrilling. Often a split second can make the difference between victory and defeat. It took only 3 seconds for the high-speed rotating propeller to come to the flying car. The driver hasn't begun to react. The propellers are then already lodged in the flying car. The entire center section was devastated, and the flying car shook as it plummeted down the valley like a kite with broken strings. The other 2 flying cars saw this and acted quickly, spreading out to outflank the Falcon 7X. The Gatling underneath the 2 flying cars opened fire at the same time, and the bullets poured towards Gao Yang like they didn't need money. The 7.62mm bullet struck Gao Yang and was deflected by the high-entropy fusion cladding. The black cloak was pierced by a bullet, and pieces the size of fingernails hung from the cloak, flying up and down with the bitterly cold wind. 2 seconds later, the shards stuck to the hole once more, and the black cloak was restored as before. Inside the flying car, the 2 Easterlings communicated by radio. You megawa cooler, did we miss him? Pale bang beat, I don't know when I'm desperate. Rumble. The flying car that was pierced by the propeller has crashed. The explosions echoed through the valley. 3 seconds later, alarms sounded at the Gooseberry Hill military base. All soldiers on the base are in combat mode. Office of the Chief. A 50-year-old soldier sat upright in a chair. His expression was calm, without a hint of panic. Having experienced a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Dang Hongchang can calmly face any unexpected situation. Besides, this is the Yankee Mountain military base. Where are the ghosts and goblins that dare to haunt this place? There was a knock on the door. Come in, Dang Hongchang said. A soldier with a country face pushed his way in. He first saluted toward Dang Hongchang, then spoke. Reporting to the chief, there's an enemy attack. Dang Hongchang asked. Shen Weifeng, what happened? Chief, there's been an explosion 280 kilometers to the northeast, and detection radar shows 3 planes approaching Yengue Mountain Airport. An airplane will land at our airport today? The plane Gao Yang was traveling on contacted the tower half an hour ago and requested a landing request, which we have agreed to. Dang Hongchang violently stood up from his chair. What? Gao Yang is here? Why are you just reporting to me now? Don't you know that the development of the new helicopter has been stuck on the hovering technology? Shen Weifeng straightened his back. Can he not know? But Gao Yang was supposed to go to the Yanjing airport, and the plane had a malfunction before it was temporarily changed to the Yengue Mountain Military Airport. A few days ago, Shen Weifeng had communicated with Xinguahao and wanted to invite Gao Yang to come to the military base. As it turned out, knowing that he was going to the summer academy and that it was about Zhang Xiaoping, the idea was abandoned. Dang Hongchang laughed loudly. This is a great thing. Quickly go and prepare the meal. Bring out my treasured special Mao Zi. I want to see whether this melon child has 3 heads and 6 arms or not. Shen Weifeng said. Chief, Gao Yang applied to land at our airport because of an airplane malfunction. It's too slow to go to the explosion site with the speed of the ground troops. I'm applying to activate the Z-20 combat helicopters to go forward for search and rescue. Search and rescue? You mean Gao Yang's plane crashed? Dang Hongchang shouted. Go! Send 3 Z-20s to take off immediately. Bring all the medics with you. Dang Hongchang's rank was piled up with military service, and he has been calm and measured all these years. Shen Weifeng had never seen the chief in this state before. It seems that Dang Hongchang's regard for Gao Yang has reached an outrageous level. Shen Weifeng couldn't help but think, did Gao Yang still have secrets he didn't know? Reporting to the chief, the radar shows that one of the 3 planes matches the Falcon 7X characteristics. Gao Yang should be fine. Shen Weifeng said. I don't want to hear should. Send 3 more Z-20s off, and after you determine which plane Gao Yang is in, order the other 2 to get as far away as they can. Shoot down all of them if they don't obey. Dang Hongchang said in a domineering manner. Roger that. Shen Weifeng got the order and went out to do the command dispatch. In the meantime, the Falcon 7X has dropped to 8,000 meters. Xiao Yuan directly turned on the fighter pilot mode. The Falcon 7X is flying through the air in a fancy way. doing all sorts of incredible flips. The flying cars of the East have also shown great pursuit performance, deadly biting the Falcon 7X. It kept shooting at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was hanging upside down on the airplane as if he were a bat, frantically repairing airplane engines in the rain of bullets. Chapter 51. The flying car was chopped into 8 pieces. Main bearing replacement completed. Propeller installation complete. Left engine start. All power restored to the Falcon 7X. Conditions are in place for a safe landing. Finally, I can free my hands to tackle those 2 flies, Gao Yang said in his heart. Although the bullets couldn't do any damage to Gao Yang, they still broke a few parts, seriously affecting his repair speed. Most importantly, Gao Yang couldn't be sure that the people in the flying car hadn't seen those parts appear out of thin air. The secrets of the system. Can't let anyone know. Gao Yang looked towards the flying car in the sky and took out the lightsaber pinned to his waist with his right hand. Zip! Buzz! The dark red blade stretched out and cut a vista in the sky. The Easterlings inside the 2 flying cars radioed in impatient tones. You Megawa cooler! It's been 10 minutes. We must retreat now. Baka! Takeda misjudged Koyo's craftsmanship, and the Gatling couldn't do a single bit of damage to the life suits. The group has parametric data on that life support suit, but it only mentions collapse resistance and a powerful exoskeleton. I didn't realize it had such strong bulletproof features. What to do? Should we retreat immediately? I feel like that lightsaber is dangerous. What are you afraid of? Lightsabers are limited in length and flashy. Let's get another round in and empty the Gatling of all its bullets. Good. By then, even if the mission fails, Takeda will have no reason to punish us. Change the target of attack this round. Hit where? Fuel tank. Abgar. Destroy the plane. Gao Yang stood on the airplane, his body parallel to the fuselage. Pilot took the plane into the clouds at his command. Change the particle magnetic field. Gao Yang held his lightsaber in his hand and gave orders to the control chip. The particle magnetic field beamer adjusts the magnetic field range. Dark red photons of light stretched along the magnetic field space, starting at the top and stretching up to 300 meters. A dark red glowed through the thick clouds. The 2 flying cars rushed into the cluster of clouds right behind them. The Gatling's muzzle shot flames and a barrage of bullets toward the belly of the plane. It's happening right now. 3 Z-20 helicopter gunships came from a distance and hovered 7.5 kilometers from the battlefield. The Z-20 pilot started calling on a multi-channel radio. Immediate ceasefire ahead. Emphasize again. Ceasefire immediately, or we will attack you. The Z-20 flying at the front of the line calls the Falcon 7X alone. Inside the cockpit of the Falcon 7X, a soldier's mellow voice rang out. Forward Falcon. This is Z007 from Goose Hill. Please reply if you receive this. Please reply immediately if you receive this. The little round voice rang out within his headphones. This is Potato. Calling Groundhog. Groundhog receive please reply. On the Z-20 helicopter, the officer's face was black as the bottom of a pot. Calling Falcon. Please be decent. Groundhog dork. This baby is serious. The officer's face went from black to purple as he saw the pilot beside him desperately trying to stifle a laugh. He still said in an official tone, "Hello, I'm here to confirm if the Gao Yang siblings are on the plane." Groundhog. Gao Yang is on the plane, but he can't communicate with you. The officer asked. Why? Is he injured? We have medics here. Please follow us to the landing. Can't fall a bit. Gao Yang wants to fight the devils. This baby only listens to him. Fighting ghosts? The officer realized something abruptly. You are under siege by 2 other planes? A small, round, teasing voice came from the headphones. Correction. 1 for 2. Advantage to this baby. The officer gave a puzzled look. What the hell? Isn't the Falcon 7X a private airliner? Are they carrying heavy weapons? Before he could ask again, 4 fan-shaped red lights suddenly appeared in the distant clouds. The red light flickered. It's like it never existed. 6 seconds later, 8 pieces of flying cars crashed out of the clouds. All of the fighters on the Z-20 went into combat mode. The heavy weapons in their hands were each aimed at the falling chunks. In the scope, the 2 flying cars were split evenly into 8 pieces, each free-falling with a propeller. Huge chunks nearly 20 meters in size. The edge cuts are flat and look like they've been cut by a laser. Report, sir. Judging from the target structure, it's a new type of flying car. The officer reacted from his shock and ordered. Attention all personnel. Unidentified laser weapons have appeared. Missiles loaded and ready to fire. Immediately after, he yelled into the radio. Falcon 7X. Hurry up and get closer to us. There are unidentified laser weapons in the clouds. We'll cover your withdrawal. This time, the voice that annoyed him was no longer in his headphones. After Gao Yang finished off the 2 flying cars while using micron-level visual inspection to confirm that the 2 Easterners were dead beyond death, back in the cockpit. Okay, please lead us to evacuate. Gao Yang faintly said. The officer saw the Falcon 7X break out of the clouds and there were no visions behind it. Take a long breath. 3 Z-20 helicopters, quickly coming up behind the Falcon 7X, escorted the aircraft to land at the Gooseberry Mountain Military Airfield. Inside the cockpit, Gao Yang put down the radio intercom in his hand and carried his suitcase to the safe. He placed the metal suitcase in the safe and stretched out toward the cabin. Cao Yin was the first to see Gao Yang and said excitedly, "Brother, you're back?" Gao Yang smiled and nodded. "There's been a bit of a twist, so I'll send you to report to school tomorrow," Gao Yin said. "There are 3 days for enrollment at Yen University, so it's just right to go tomorrow." Gao Yang picked up the tea set on the ground that wasn't broken and came to the round table to calmly make tea. Shun Mu Shui, who was helping to clean the tea utensils, looked up and asked, "Brother Yang, are you hurt?" Gao Yang laughed. "Xiao Shui, your brother left his vitality suit on the airplane. You know that suit. What can I do?" Shun Mu Shui thought if Shin Yongshan was 10 tons of ceiling pressure are okay. Hanging heart finally put down. Captain Shuck tried to speak several times, but held his tongue. He had already seen Pilot Poe's flight piloting skills. There would be no doubt that Gao Yang's skills were more bullish than his. Such a young airplane pilot also fixes airplanes. Third mission served him tea, and he saved his own life. It caused Shikaku to not know how to speak. Seeing his dilemma, Gao Yang opened his mouth and asked, "Captain, do you know this person, the co-pilot?" Shulk was violently shocked. This was a question to him. He gritted his teeth and said, "His name is Yang Biao. We've known each other for 5 years, and I didn't know he would do such a heartless thing." Gao Yang took a sip of tea and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to know his motives." Shuck shook his head. "I can't figure it out either. It makes sense that he wouldn't get a single benefit from this." "Not necessarily," Gao Yang said. "Is he very short of money?" Chapter 52 Makra's Call. Warlord's Request. Shuck froze. Yang Biao did often borrow money from him during this time, and it was the kind of money that was borrowed but not repaid. Shuck deliberated for a moment and said truthfully, "Brother Yang, he did ask me to borrow money, and it's a large amount, and I don't know what he wants the money for." Gao Yang looked at him lightly and said, "How old are you to call me Brother Yang? Forget it, leave this matter to Uncle Shin." Shucker smiled awkwardly, thinking, "You have called Shin Guahao uncle, how dare I offend you?" Shin Mushue covered her mouth and laughed. "Brother Yang, don't worry, I'll call Dad when the plane lands." At this point, inside the cabin came the broadcasting voice of Little Round Round. "The airplane is about to arrive at the destination. Round Round's mission is completed. Remember to give a 5-star praise." Oh. Gao Yang smiled and said to Shin Mushue, "Xiao Shui, fasten your seatbelt." Shin Mushue nodded her head and obediently sat beside Gao Yang and fastened her seatbelt. The Falcon 7X landed smoothly. 10 military vehicles sped up to the plane and surrounded it. Gao Yang just got off the plane. A spirited soldier came up to the front of the room. The soldier was still 5 meters away from him and had extended his right hand. Not far. All of the officers by the other military vehicles were dumbfounded. When did the chief become so solicitous? It was important to realize that there were no more than 10 people in the Summerland who could make him reach out early. Although Gao Yang didn't know the situation, he wouldn't reject someone's enthusiasm for no reason. And so, the two hands were clasped together. Dang Hongchang said enthusiastically, "Gao Gong, I can expect you to come. Come on, let's go for a drink." Gao Yang was somewhat speechless. "Who are you? Why do we have to drink when we meet? Don't you know that people in R&D make strange things when they get drunk?" "Old master, which one of you?" Gao Yang asked as he drew back his hand. "This is the head of the Yengui Mountain Military Region, Dang Hongchang." Shin Weifeng, who was following him, introduced. Gao Yang very naturally shook his withdrawn hand with him again. "Party chief, I've heard so much about your deeds. It's really an honor to meet you today." Dang Hongchang was also shocked by Gao Yang's cheek. This kid doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he can play both sides. Dang Hongchang's expression remained the same as he said, "Gao Gong, I've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time, and you're the one who's truly young and talented." The surrounding officers and soldiers were petrified in place, almost forgetting what they had come over for. "Brother, you wait for us." Cao Ying pulled Shin Mushue and ran towards Gao Yang. The 3 crew members couldn't help but smile bitterly as they watched them go away. They also had to be left for questioning, where they were treated so well. The officers took them away and interrogated them separately. Another group carpet searched the airplane. Since this matter involved the Shin family, it had to be taken seriously. The Shin family ostensibly operates few businesses. It's lucrative, but it's just about as good as you can get in Chui City. In fact, the Shin family has a century-old military factory. Since Shen Guahao's father, he had been developing and manufacturing military weapons for Xia. After Shin took over, he began to make another push in the aerospace field. advancing the aerospace and aviation industry in Xia. So, unless the nature of the Shin family changed, no family dared to target the Shin family in the open. Even the heads of the 4 great families in Yanjing would give Xinguahao a few points of face. The search of the airplane was quickly concluded. An officer came to Shin Weifeng with a metal suitcase. Colonel, a metal box of unknown material has been found, and when analyzed with the alloy elemental analyzer, the elemental type could not be detected. The officer paused and said, "Our alloy element analyzers are state-of-the-art. Unless the material used to manufacture this metal box is not within the periodic table of elements." Shin Weifeng felt like he had a bit of a headache. What did Gao Yan come up with again? Not even alloy elemental analysis can detect it. This situation, it has to be reported to the chief. Knowing the chief as he did, he would definitely test the strength of the case with a variety of missiles. "Give me the case first. I'll report to the chief later," Shin Weifeng said. "Colonel, that's out of order. The alloy element analyzer is broken. Send it to the Summer Academy of Sciences for repair tomorrow." "Colonel, how could the elemental analyzer be broken? It was just calibrated a week ago." The officer shafted a bit. "Then let me ask you, are there any elements in this world that are not in the periodic table of elements?" Shin Weifeng asked. The officer froze in place, thinking and thinking. "I'll send the elemental analyzer for overhaul immediately." The officer saluted. "Colonel, I apologize for my shallow knowledge." After Shin Weifeng sent the officer away, another cold officer came to him. "Colonel, there are footprints on the airplane." Shin Weifeng said angrily, "Isn't it normal to have footprints on an airplane? Do you have any brains at all?" The cold officer said coolly, "Colonel, when I say up I mean above the airplane." Shin Weifeng asked, "Which on? Could it be the top of the airplane?" "Yes, there are footprints not only on the top of the plane, but also on the nose, belly, and butt of the plane, where the engine of the plane's butt is located. There's a piece of it that's all been stepped on and deflated," the cold officer said while handing a bunch of photos to Shin Weifeng. Shin Weifeng quickly flipped through the photos, and his expression changed from surprise to gravity. He handed the photo in his hand to the cold officer and ordered, "Make a report and turn it in." "Roger that." Shin Weifeng looked at the direction the cold officer left with a very helpless expression. Goyang, what's the point of getting on a plane for fun? If you don't hand over this technology, how can the chief let you go?" A private room in the military canteen at Yengue Mountain. Gao Yang looked at the 4 boxes of special Mao Zi on the ground and couldn't help but be a little staggered. Dang Hongchang overbearingly said, "Gao Gong, I'm getting old, so I'll drink less today. 2 boxes for 1 person. Not enough, I'll get you more." Gao Yang managed his facial expression with regret in his voice. "Chief, I forgot to tell you that I'm allergic to alcohol, so I can't get drunk with you." "What a pity." Dang Hongchang carefully observed his expression and leisurely sighed. Forget it. Think about it. Back in the day, Gao Haoren was known as the immortal of wine. I didn't expect to give birth to a son who was allergic to alcohol. Gao Yin's meat-chewing mouth lurched and her voice blurred as she asked, "Chief, you know my father?" Dang Hongchang nodded. "I and your father, that is an iron brother, together carried a gun, together, crossed the river, and, you guys don't call me chief, call uncle." Gao Yin asked curiously, "Uncle Dang, I was still young when dad died, can you tell me about him?" Dang Hongchang recalled, "Good niece, your father he is a hero." The ringing of the cell phone interrupted Dang Hongchang's narration. Gao Yang pulled out his cell phone. It shows a foreign caller. Gao Yang signaled that he had to take a call and got up to walk out of the box. He came to a remote corner and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone came the standard Summerlin language. "Gao Yang, I am. Help me. Who are you?" "My name is Long Ziguang. Not recognizable. I'm an expatriate employee of the Summerlin Chrysanthemum Factory." "Looking for me for what?" "In my other capacity, I am the warlord of the Makra warlord in the country of Bel Lime." Chapter 53, 2,400 pounds of gold. You 7 and me 3. Bay Lemon Country. Extremely luxurious room. Long Ziguang sat on a pile of gold nuggets with a somewhat apprehensive expression. On the ring finger of his left hand, he wore a gilt ring. If Old King were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that it was the controller for the box of toy flying saucers on top of the big G. "Long time no see. I didn't realize that the second in command of the biggest warlord in Bellamont was an employee of the Chrysanthemum Factory." Long Ziguang heard the voice on the other end of the phone and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Gao Gong, don't laugh at me. I beg you for something. I have 400 pounds of gold bars and 1 ton of gold ore. I'll share half of it with you after it's done." Gao Yan lapsed into silence with his cell phone. Is playing Clash of Clans so profitable? Plus, Long Ziguang is the second in command of the Makra warlord. Is there anything he can't do? "Sarge, where did you get my phone number?" "Yuan Meng Toy Factory." "And, Gao Gong, You can just call me Xiao Long. I'd better call you Long Gong. It turns out that all the toy flying saucers that have been exported recently were ordered by you. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but your flying saucer has precise controls and a good towing capacity. It's good for low-level bombing. With a little thought, Gao Yang understood Long Ziguang's usage, carrying C4 free trajectory directional bombing for one-time consumption without having to think about soft-pack battery life. That's right, Gao Gong. You're definitely better than me at being this warlord. Don't be ridiculous. Didn't the macro warlords take a pass on Xia? How did you get in touch with me? Alas, it's a long story. I just came here for an errand. How did I know I'd get involved in a tribal conflict? Working during the day and fighting at night. If this keeps up, I won't be able to keep my perfect attendance award. Get to the point. Long Ziguang sniffed with a murderous aura in his eyes, and then quickly returned to his mute expression. As second in command of the Michaela warlord, he led his black minions in more than 600 battles, large and small, and the deaths of those who died at his hands were at least 10,000. Who dares to talk to him like that now? Nope, it's still true. Long Ziguang showed a sad face. The director scolded him yesterday at the weekly meeting of the Jew factory. Being a cow horse, he didn't even dare to fart. No way. He's guilty of too much. The golden hand was all black again. Not a gram of it could be shipped back home. His own chronically ill parents are dependent on his salary for treatment. Long Ziguang spoke into the phone. Early on I was having a great time over here. There are no rules and regulations for fighting a war here. And I have a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War to walk around the world. In order to prevent the company from finding out, I told General Michaela not to have any contact with the Xia state, not realizing that I was in a cocoon. By the end of the day, there were no channels for trying to contact summer officials. As his territory grew bigger and bigger, the general's ambition had swelled to no bounds, intending to overthrow the regime of the state of Belmont, and saying that he would appoint me as the country's deputy prime minister when it was accomplished. Although I have never been an official, but also read the water margin. On the general of that brain, as a horse bandit leader is bad enough, but also ing dare to run a country. I'm riding a tiger. I can't leave. I can't do it, and it's hard to get in touch with you. Gao Yang lapsed into silence. A small employee of the chrysanthemum factory has gone against the odds to become a vice premier. I'm afraid only nobles would dare to write that, he said into his cell phone. It's a good thing to do. Just apply to the company to return home. Gao Gong. I can't. I signed a 5-year expatriate contract with the company, and it's only been 2.5 years. Then you'll continue to make it bigger and better, and make it great again. Don't. The job I can quit, but you have to help me bring the gold and a dozen wives back home. Long worker, love can't help you. You've committed a war crime. Bigamy. And along with my toy factory, you've also committed international arms trafficking, bringing 400 pounds of gold plus a dozen people back home. You're messing with me. Long Ziguang eagerly said. I'm not joking with you. Gold you 73. You see okay. Gao Yang asked in a flat tone. What makes you think I can do it? Long Ziguang paused and said. Gao Gong. When I first generated the idea of suicide drones, I used the Dajang drone, and in the end, because of the cost problem, I tried to buy the flying saucers from the Yuanming toy factory, and there were 10 of them in the first batch of goods that were in my hands, and these 10 flying saucers, every time I finished the suicide attack, they would come back to my hands unharmed. Gao Yang's expression froze as he remembered. Chan Hongshan made 10 invisible flying saucers in order to search for Gao Yan's location. At the time, it was thought that the old king had just put them away, not realizing that they had been sold to the country of Bel Lime. Although the saucers had been turned on in toy mode, they were still capable of withstanding TNT explosive equivalents of up to 10 tons. Long worker? That's not a good enough reason. Gao Gong. Just yesterday, my men encountered a team of 7 Xia Special Forces soldiers, and the 7 of them KAM'd 100 men of the Karaka warlord. Oh, the Xia Special Forces are quite capable of single combat. Big brother, this is war feeding. It's not a movie. There's no such show as tearing ghosts apart with your hands and bullets flying in the sky. So how did they win? What else can I count on? Your 2 cotton dolls whacked 100 soldiers of Karaka into grandchildren. Long Ziguan gasped. That's so sick. You even made 6 of these dolls. Well, it seems that they have arrived. Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter are in your hands? Gao Yang's tone was permeated with a hint of danger. How dare I detain Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter? They are being held by the Karaka warlord, and together with them, there are 3 Xia Special Forces. Long Ziguang explained. Are you trying to get the Special Forces to take you back to your country? That's right. Hawk Jam is negotiating a quid pro quo with Karaka, and after both sides reach an agreement, they'll be transferred to the Hawk Jam nation. Long Ziguang continued. For this reason, I'm not hesitant to encourage the general to go to war with Karaka. The people must be rescued. Don't get in your face. The two parties were already incompatible. Yes. Gao Gong. Look, I've already done that. Can you give Captain Wei a call to say something? Captain Wei? Don't recognize it. How can it be? Captain Wei spoke to the top brass of Xia and was instructed that unless you step in to bail me out, you'll send me to an international military tribunal afterward. I'm so facetious? You don't know. Those special forces have made a god out of you. The cotton dolls won't even touch me. And I have to take them with me when I go to the bathroom. Gao Yang considered for a moment and said, fine, I'll discuss it with the chief. You arrange for troops to be sent out, and you're limited to rescuing the people within 24 hours. Otherwise prepare to be on the news. The phone hangs up. Long Ziguang had a bitter face. Fishing 5 people out in one piece in 24 hours is just too strong. He could only do the pulling on the frontal battlefield. And things like rescuing weren't something these old black men were good at. Right. Look for the Summerland Special Forces. After all, it's family, not family. Gao Yang's cotton doll might have teleportation. Thinking of this, Long Ziguang was full of confidence. It's just saving lives. So easy. Chapter 54, Warehouse full of expired products. Gao Yang walked into the private room. There was already one more person inside. Shin Weifeng got up and shook Gao Yang's hand. Hello, Gao Gong. I'm Shin Mushue's elder brother. Shin Weifeng. Gao Yang smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. And thanks for what happened at Changhong Mountain. It should be. In fact, the Easterning people's target was Xiao Shui, and Gao Yin was implicated by the Shin family. Shin Weifeng said. The airplane incident this time also involved the Easting people. Gao Yang reminded. I've just arranged for someone to go to Yamato Group's branch in Magic City, and there will be results tomorrow at the latest. Shin Weifeng nodded. It was inconvenient for Gao Yin and Shin Mushue to know what happened next. Deng Hongchang drank the 2 taels of Maozi in his cup and interrupted the conversation between Gao Yang and Shin Weifeng. Sit down, all of you, and don't grunt like a pussy. The two sat down. Shin Weifeng lifted the suitcase at his feet and handed it to Gao Yang from under the table, saying, the airplane is going to be detained by us for a while, so I've taken your luggage down first. Gao Yang looked to the bottom of the table, then realized what he meant and smiled. Thank you, please. Deng Hongchang suddenly interjected. Xiao Yang, what's the good stuff you're holding? Are there boots in there that can run on airplanes? Gao Yang called just now. Shin Weifeng had already briefly reported to Deng Hongchang. Plus, Gao Yin made her brother out to be omnipotent. Deng Hongchang's curiosity had been piqued. Gao Yang casually placed the suitcase on the ground and said to Deng Hongchang, Uncle Deng, this is one of Shin Yongshan's clothes. I forgot to take it when I put it on the airplane. Deng Hongchang said suspiciously. Really? Gao Yin interjected. Uncle Deng, that is indeed Chang's cosplay costume. So don't always think about the things of your juniors. Deng Hongchang said seriously. Xiao Yin, how can you think of your Uncle Deng like that? I'm not that kind of person. Gao Yin smiled 2 small dimples and nodded her head. Uncle Deng is the best. Take me to the shooting range later. I want to play big sniper. Deng Hongchang laughed out loud and said, Weifeng, there's a batch of bullets in the warehouse that's about to expire. So take Xiao Yin to the range this afternoon to consume them. Roger, Chief. Shin Weifeng said helplessly. Deng Hongchang finished off another 2 taels of wine and asked Gao Yang, Xiao Yang, I heard that you have some kind of treasure called Xiao Yuan Yuan. Show it to me? Gao Yang handed him the pilot treasure in his pocket and said, Uncle Party, this is the Wi-Fi intelligent pilot treasure. There's nothing wrong with driving a normal fighter. Deng Hongchan's eyes lit up and he slipped the driving treasure into his pocket. How can this be a good thing? How can I not give you face when you are a junior giving me a gift? When Shin Weifeng saw this scene, the chopsticks in his hand rested on the edge of the bowl and almost fell to the ground. He wondered if his chief was possessed by some ghostly thing. Deng Hongchang glared at him and said, Weifeng, Xiao Yang gave me a gift. I can't do without a little gesture. There just happens to be a batch of armor-piercing bullets in the warehouse that are about to expire. So you drive a tank out and let Xiao Yang hit the PAO. Snap. The chopsticks in Shin Weifeng's hand fell to the ground, and he had no intention of picking them up. Is Gao Yan the chief's illegitimate son? Armor-piercing rounds have a shelf life of 10 years, and the ones in the warehouse have only been there for less than 2 years. Is this cannon something you can just shoot? Gao Yang relieved himself and said, Uncle Party, I'll be looking for you later for something. Save the tank gun for another time. Deng Hongchang revealed a regretful expression and asked, What is it? There are no outsiders here. Just say it here. Gao Yang said indifferently, the matter of Sun Xiaoping, the second in command of the Makra warlord of the Belamite kingdom has just approached me. Stop. 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 Deng Hongchang roared. Let's talk about this later in my office. The meal went quickly because of Gao Yang's amazing words. After the meal, Shin Weifeng took Gao Yin and Shin Mushue to the shooting range to cool off. Gao Yang, on the other hand, followed Deng Hongchang to the chief's office. Uncle Party. I'm surprised you don't have a tea set here, Gao Yang said. What's the point of drinking that, which is not as fragrant as thatch? Deng Hongchang said. Quickly tell me, what's going on with the military division? That phone call I received before dinner was from Long Ziguang. That mysterious warlord of Makras is called Long Ziguang? What's with the Xia name? He was an employee of the chrysanthemum factory who was sent out on a business trip to the country of Bel Lime and by mistake became the second in command of the Makra warlord. Deng Hongchang was filled with incredulity after hearing Gao Yang's account. Work by day, fight by night. 2.5 years of perfect attendance on both sides of the company and the warlord. Hiding 400 pounds of gold. Nearly 10,000 lives are on his hands. The most mysterious warlord of the Bay Lemon Kingdom is actually a minor employee of the chrysanthemum factory? Xiao Yang. The rescue squad for Zhang Xiaoping's wife and daughter must have already fed back the situation. Deng Hongchang mused. Since I was not notified, and Long Ziguang was able to contact you, the meaning of the higher-ups is already clear. The decision on this matter is in your hands. My idea is to bring back both Long Ziguang and gold, and as for his dozen or so wives, let's be widows, Gao Yang said. What do you mean? Deng Hongchang inquired. I expect that General Makra will start the war early tomorrow morning, and at that time, I will arrange for Long Ziguang to fake his death and get away in the chaos, Gao Yang said. Deng Hongchang nodded. It's not a bad idea. It was not a glorious thing for the Xia people to stir up trouble in the country of Bel Lime. This move, death without proof, is good. That boy after returning to China first pulled to me to practice. I will see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Deng Hongchang then said. Tomorrow morning you accompany me to the command headquarters. Uncle Party. What am I going to do at the command post? What else can I do? The rescue squad will definitely synchronize their actions when the time comes. What other functions the cotton doll has, only you know best. Deng Hongchang said. Nope, just a merge feature. That's going to go too. I think that ensemble gag you gave was a flimflam. Gao Yang didn't chime in. The password was given by the system. What could he do? Deng Hongchang looked at Gao Yang's breezy demeanor and said without a trace of anger. Big brother, don't bake it. Grandpa lost it again. Is this the kind of thing a normal person can come up with? The two talked for another quarter of an hour. Gao Yang agrees to check out the latest Z-30 helicopter after Deng Hongchang's soft words. Deng Hongchang has a work schedule, and Shin Weifeng takes Gao Yin and Shin Mushui target shooting. So Deng Hongchang arranged for his female secretary to take Gao Yang to the Z-30 parking airport road. The pretty female secretary had a disgruntled look on her face. She said to Gao Yang with her head held high, I don't care what relationship you have with the chief. Don't just walk around when you arrive at the parking airport. And don't touch it. The Z-30 is the most advanced helicopter in Xia. You can't afford to pay for it if you touch it. Without a ripple on his face, Gao Yang said indifferently. Secretary Lu. Uncle Deng called me over to guide the Z-30 improvement and upgrade. Secretary Lu said disdainfully. Just you? A relative of the head of the government from nowhere, dreaming of improving the Z-30? Gao Yang's expression flashed with a hint of displeasure as he said. Secretary Lu, even if I don't know anything, there's no need to be aggressive, right? What's wrong with being better than you? I'm most annoyed with you playboys. You can't do anything but eat, drink and play. You're simply the assholes of Xia. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks. What's the matter? A couple of words and you're still not convinced? Secretary Ryu taunted. How do I get to the range? Just turn left over there. You don't want to compete with me in shooting, do you? Let me tell you, other than Shin Weifeng in the entire base, I'm the best shot. Secretary Lu condescendingly said. No, I'm looking for someone, and the Z-30 is off the table. Secretary Lu looked at Gao Yang's distant back. The disdain on his face intensified. Pretend what you're pretending. Just in time now to go back and resume with the chief. Anyway, it was Gao Yang herself who didn't want to go. It had nothing to do with her. Chapter 55, Swipe the Ranking in Pilgrimage. Office of the Chief. Deng Hongchang put down the phone in his hand, his expression flashing with a hint of pleasure. Knock knock, come in. Deng Hongchang looked at Secretary Lu who pushed the door in and asked. Lu sure. Why are you back so soon? Xiao Yang is instructing the improvement of the Z-30. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You should sit in on it. Lu Sure coldly said. That one called Gao Yan played a big game and threw his face at me for not going to the parking airport. Deng Hongchang's face stared. His sharp intuition told him that Gao Yan was definitely not the type of person to go back on his word. What's going on? Did you say something you shouldn't have? Deng Hongchang asked. Chief, I merely told him some precautions and he couldn't comply, so he simply didn't go. Lu Sure said. It shouldn't be. What did you tell him? Deng Hongchang asked. Don't touch what you shouldn't touch, and don't touch what you shouldn't touch. Lu Sure replied. You, Deng Hongchang said angrily, I only put you around as a secretary because of General Lu's face. Since you're not qualified for the position, go back from wherever you came from. Lu Shi froze. She had only said a few words about Gao Yang. Why was the chief so angry? Plus, doesn't Gao Yang have any responsibility at all? Chief, the Z-30 is the most advanced armed helicopter in Xia, and it uses the magnetic levitation technology of that mysterious shaker. You don't really think that Gao Yang can upgrade the Z-30, do you? Lu Shi stubbornly said. Deng Hongchang hadn't been this angry in a long time. It was hard for him to talk Gao Yang into stepping in, and in the time it took to make a phone call, Lu Shi messed things up. Knock knock. When Deng Hongchang heard the knock on the door, he said without a word of humor, come in. The office door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with gray hair walked in. He looked at Deng Hongchang's bad face and rubbed his hands together as he carefully asked, Chief, didn't you say that Gao Yang would come to guide Z-30's magnetic levitation technology? I waited for half a day and didn't see anyone, so I'm afraid he's not familiar with our military region and came over to lead the way. In Lianguang, be at ease. Deng Hongchang turned his gaze to Lu Shi and asked, Secretary Lu, did Xiao Yang tell you where he went? He went to the range to find someone. Ryushi replied. In Lianguang's frequency of rubbing his hands became noticeably higher when he realized where Gao Yang was going. He excitedly said, Chief, Secretary Lu, you guys are busy. I'll go invite Professor Gao. Lu Shi sniffed and asked, In Gong, what did you just call Gao Yang? Professor Gao, isn't that right? You say he's a professor? A professor from where? It's not just an honorary title donated by some random university, is it? In Lianguang's expression huffed as he said angrily, Secretary Lu, Gao Yang's title of full professor was issued by the Summer Academy of Sciences. If you have a problem with it, please reflect it to your superiors at the Academy of Sciences. Lu Shi's small mouth was slightly open, shocked in place. Gao Yang is a professor at the Summer Academy? How is that possible? How old is he? Lu Shi was filled with incredulity. Professor ratings look at ability, not age. Yin Lianguang exclaimed. Just based on that rocking car he built, the title of full professor is well deserved. What? The mysterious shaker was built by Gao Yang? Lu Shi was surprised. Yin Lianguang realized that he had missed his words and hurriedly said, You guys are busy. I'll go show Professor Gao the way. Don't keep him waiting. Deng Hongchang saw that Lu Shi also followed, and said, Secretary Lu, where are you going? Without looking back, Lu Shi said, I don't believe it. I'm going to break up his trick. Deng Hongchang shook his head slightly and picked up a document with the words top secret written on it and read it. On the range. Mutant. Holding a Type 56 submachine gun, Gao Ying frantically strafed the standard target 200 meters away. Shin Muxue covered the soundproof headphones with both hands and unconsciously took 2 steps back. It wasn't until the clip was empty that Gao Ying lowered the muzzle. She shouted towards Gao Yang, Brother, why don't you help me hold the barrel? It's all misfiring. Gao Yang was right beside her and sniffed and took off her headset and said, The barrel of the gun is several hundred degrees hot. Do you want to scald me to death? Gao Ying looked to the smoking barrel of the gun and spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Brother Peek, is the magazine loaded? I'll take another shot. Shin Weifeng handed her the loaded magazine and lowered his head to start loading another magazine. He was helpless. Originally, he was doing well as an instructor, and Gao Yin and Shin Muxue were obedient. I didn't expect Gao Yang to come. The two went rogue en masse. Had to ask Gao Yang to teach them how to shoot. Shin Weifeng sternly refused. After all three are new to firearms and there is a high degree of danger. I didn't expect Shin Muxue to offer to let him and Gao Yang compete and whoever is stronger will be the coach. Then 3 games. The first match was more than a gun dismantling. With a Xia Type 191 assault rifle, Shin Weifeng has disassembled this rifle countless times, and he can finish disassembling it in 5 seconds with his eyes closed. The results are obvious. Gao Yang finished in 1:23 seconds. The second match was over 200 meters of target shooting with a Type 56 submachine gun. Shin Weifeng used point shooting to score a total ring of 72 points with 10 rounds. The results are obvious. Gao Yang used back-to-back shots to finish with 100 points. The third match was over sniper rifles, shooting sporting targets out to 1,500 meters. Shin Weifeng was very cautious this time, using his best QBU 1012, 7mm sniper rifle. A shot to the head is accurate during the movement of the humanoid target. The results are obvious. Gao Yang fired 5 shots in a row during the movement of the humanoid target, directly blowing up the head of the target. And so, Shin Weifeng was forcibly divided into logistics personnel by Gao Yin, specialized in filling her with bullets. Professor Gao, can find you, Yin Lianguang shouted as he ran. And you are? Gao Yang turned to the Chinese-haired middle-aged man in front of him and asked. Yin Lianguang, senior researcher of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Yin Lianguan gasped. Hello, Mr. Yoon. What can I do for you? Yin Lianguan calmed down and said, I've been assigned to come over to train the warriors in the operation of the Z-30, and I heard that you'd be giving us instruction, so I've come to pick you up. Gao Yang looked at Lu Shi behind him and said, Secretary Lu prohibited me from touching the Z-30, and it's difficult for me to provide you with precise guidance under these conditions. The gazes of the crowd all converged on Lu Shi. Looking at her back, Lu Shi said stiffly, I'm just following the rules. Gao Yang is not an insider of the military region and has no access to Z-30. Yin Lianguang said excitedly, Don't talk to me about permissions. Gao Yang is a full professor at the Summer Academy of Sciences and has class A military equipment permissions. Lu Shi continued to question, Do you all believe he can modify a helicopter gunship? Shen Muxue nodded her head. Gao Yin huffed, It's just a helicopter. My brother isn't happy to change it. Lu Shi landed her expectant gaze on Shen Weifeng. Believe. Shen Weifeng said seriously. Yin Lianguang had already lost his patience as he pulled Gao Yang towards the parking airport. As he walked away, he said, Professor Gao, you're a generous man. Don't bother with the girl doll. You can change the Z-30 as you like. It's best to upgrade it to the Z-40. Our next generation armed helicopter has encountered a bottleneck in research and development. Ryoshi watched the crowd leave and picked up his submachine gun and tried to hit the target to vent. Steep. She saw the leaderboard on the big screen in the distance. All 3 records have been set in the Yengue Mountain Military District. Name replaced by XX. Lu Shi hurriedly accessed the security footage. Ryoko. She sighed quietly. I'm so blind. Chapter 56, Remote Unlocking Toy Flying Saucer. Stop at the airport. A brand new helicopter gunship, parked silently in Sector H. The Z-30 has a narrow body design, which not only reduces air resistance, but also reduces the radar reflection area, like a student who wanted to be praised by his teacher. Yin Lianguang explained to Gao Yang, For the power system, we chose 2 turboshaft engines, with a cruising speed of 255 km per hour, a maximum flight speed of up to 324 km per hour, and a combat radius of 400 km. Gao Yang frowned slightly. HawkJam's Apache helicopter gunships have a top speed of 365 km per hour and a combat radius of 480 km. There is still a considerable gap between Xia's aviation technology and Eagle Sauce. Yin Lianguang continued his explanation. In terms of firepower configuration, the Z-30 is equipped with a 23mm cannon and 4 external mounting points on the short wings on both sides of the fuselage, which allow for a variety of weapons to be mounted, including anti-tank missiles, air-to-air missiles, and rocket-launching nests. Gao Yang touched the anti-tank missile, and all the structural parameters of the missile were presented in his mind. Not bad, with fiber optic guidance. It's just that the range is too short, only 18 kilometers. Yin Lianguang was filled with shock. What kind of divine trick is this? You can tell the range of a missile by touching it? It is important to know that fiber optic guidance technology for more than 10 kilometers is still in a state of absolute secrecy. Cao Yang's next words directly knocked him from heaven to hell. The R&D is going in the wrong direction. I built a shaker that uses anti-gravity technology instead of magnetic levitation. Yin Lianguan's pupils dilated and he was instantly petrified. So it is. Their group's R&D has been in the wrong place. No wonder that no matter how you calculate the simulation, the math always comes up with insufficient buoyancy. The gimbaled tires on a rocker can't even rev up to 100,000, creating wind pressure that theoretically can't hold the body up. After all, the body weight is there. Brother, what's the difference between magnetic levitation and anti-gravity? Gaoyin asked curiously. Magnetic levitation is based on the interaction force of magnetic fields, levitating objects and realizing contactless movement through electromagnetic or permanent magnet systems, while anti-gravity is shielding or counteracting the gravitational field to realize levitation without an external force, and its essence is to manipulate gravity rather than fight against it. Gao Yang replied, Brother, you're awesome. Gaoyin didn't understand at all, but it didn't affect her admiration for her brother. Yin Lianguang came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Professor Gao, graviton is still in the conceptual stage. We can't even observe it. So what are we going to study it with? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and spoke. Help me bring a message to academician Shen that according to the vacuum is not empty concept of quantum field theory. Even if there is no matter present in the vacuum there is still energy rising and falling. Yin Lianguang memorized his words word for word. Gao Yang touched the fuselage again and said, There is no longer any need to modify the Z-30. Who is the leader of your R&D team? With a somewhat lost expression, Yin Lianguang replied, Zhang Qinghua, academician Zhang. Gao Yang patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't be discouraged. Ask academician Zhang if he still needs a consultant for the development of the Z-40. Yin Lian Guang's entire body was energized by Gao Yang's slap. 2. How can I not? Academician Zhang would probably be too excited to sleep if he knew you could come. Gao Yang corrected. It's just an advisor. I have other things. Yin Lian Guang asked. Professor Gao, could it be that you're ready to build an R&D team? Although a professor-level team can't get an S-rank project. If it's you, can I join? Gao Yang said indifferently. I have another toy factory. If you want to come, I'll count you as having passed the interview. Yin Lian Guang laughed awkwardly. Then forget it. Your toy factory won't be able to build a helicopter gunship. The group headed out toward the parking lot. Goyo is going to focus on the warlord war in the beleaguered kingdom tomorrow. He said to Gao Yin and Shin Mushue, I won't send you off tomorrow, and I'll go to Yin University to see you in the next couple of days. The two nodded good-naturedly. Had dinner. Gao Yang was arranged to rest in a clean room. The quilt on the bed was like a green tofu, so neat that you couldn't bear to cover it. Before he could lie down, his cell phone rang. Long Ziguang's voice came from inside. Moshi Moshi. What the? Fart. Gao Gong. Thank you. The special forces have quietly transferred my hidden gold to the airplane. You can forget about the gold. That's going to the state. A sigh came from the other end of the line. What? Ready to take the money and not the life? That won't happen. It's just pity for my flowery wives. You wouldn't even have a child. Would you? Gao Yang asked. I'm infertile as a congenital man. You're envious, aren't you? Long Ziguang's tone revealed pride. You feed your stomach? Long Ziguang was silent for a while and said, Be lemon time. Tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. We will launch an attack with 2 targets. One is the largest gold mine in Karaka, and the other is the embankment of the Weimei River, which is close to their granary. You hit hard enough. Have you determined the location of Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter? Already found it. In the bunker next to the forward command post in Karaka. Who confirmed it? Captain Wei told me. They snuck into the command post and detected it with an infrared spectrometer. 5 people, basically the same size. Are those 10 toy flying saucers I made around? Of course it's there. It's what keeps me alive. Gao Yang was a bit uneasy, so he deactivated the toy mode of the flying saucer. Holy, Gao Gong, the flying saucers have disappeared en masse. Not even a hair can be seen. Did you summon them back? The saucer is still there. It's just invisible to the naked eye. Try controlling it with your brainwaves. I've given you permission. After about 2 minutes, Long Ziguang finally spoke. Gao Gong, holy, it turns out that I have been using a beggar's version of the flying saucer. I should have thought of it earlier. Your cotton doll is so powerful. How the flying saucer is like a naive batch. It turns out that you have also hidden a hand. No, you even opened the control authority for me from 15,000 kilometers away. It's really a small knife-pulling ass. Open eyes. Cut the crap and have the toy flying saucer confirm that the bunker is not the one we are trying to save. Okay, no problem. Holy, this flying saucer can even split. That's like 2 of my wives washing their hands. Gao Yang's tone revealed danger signals. Little dragon, believe it or not, I can manipulate the toy flying saucer to make your fake death turn into a real one. Brother Yang, don't kill me. I'm going to see it now. After Long Ziguan's excitement, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. The whole thing looked like it had been fished out of a river. 2.5 years as a military advisor reinforced his sense of risk. Carry the explosion. Stealth. Transoceanic control. If Gao Yang really wanted to kill him, he didn't know how many times he would have died himself. Half an hour later, the stealth saucer then arrived at the front-line command post. The swarms of flying saucers were like nobody's business throughout the command post and bunker. Check the inside out in a few minutes. Next, Long Ziguan's urgent voice came from Gao Yang's cell phone. Brother Yang, those 5 are all black. Captain Wei has been tricked. Chapter 57, Flathead's live broadcast. Sure enough, the rescue operation was not that simple. Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter are important bargaining chips for the Karaka warlords. Whether it's for the exchange of benefits from Hawk Jam or in defense of a rescue from Xia, it's impossible to just hold them on the front lines. Expand your search and keep looking. Focus on where there are white people. Gao Yang ordered. Understood. I'll notify you as soon as I find it. Long Ziguang replied on the other end of the phone. Hang up. Gao Yang didn't have a trace of sleepiness. If the Hawk Jam and the Karaka warlords have made a quid pro quo, perhaps Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter will begin to move tonight. By that time, Sun Xiaoping's return will become a distant prospect. Waiting for Long Ziguang to reply to the message, Gao Yang searched his cell phone for the latest news from the beleaguered kingdom. Suddenly, a live stream called Be Lemon Wandering Flathead caught his attention. Tap on the live feed. A head that looks like an African honey badger appears on the screen. The middle-aged man was bearded, his hair dyed white, and his eyes revealed bravery and fearlessness. Life and Death looked down. Do it if you don't want to. Families, your war correspondent. Flathead. Here we go again. Pinto speaks passionately to the camera. Here is the earthly purgatory of artillery fire. The air is filled with smoke at all times, in order to let the families penetrate the fog and see the truth. Brother Pingtu is not afraid to risk his life to bring you live broadcasts. Everyone quickly brush up the gifts. The pop-ups on the live feed quickly rolled in. Life and death look down. Do it if you don't want to. Flathead is back on the air, sending you little hearts. It's really Flathead. You haven't been on the air for 2 days. I thought you'd hung up. Watching the news yesterday, the 2 major warlords of the beleaguered kingdom will break out into a large-scale armed conflict at any time now. So you'd better go to the shelter quickly. Flathead has a massive fan base. The number of people in the live room instantly rose to 50,000 people. Who is this guy? He's posing with a green cloth, right? Who would go there to get killed when Belle Reve is so dangerous? Newcomers in front. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. You can't even imagine how reckless Flathead is. Exactly. Pinto was hit by stray shrapnel last year and recuperated for most of the year, and his medical bills alone were 2 meters long. Flathead, are you out of money for therapy? I'll give you some likes on the popularity. Pinto said to the camera. Families, thanks for the warm tips, and don't worry, I did not go to the firefight zone. There was a lot of talk in the live room, so it's not in the engagement area. Then I'm relieved. Ha ha, Pinto was beaten honestly by that shot and is no longer reckless. Cut. What a wimp. Maybe he's at the shelter right now, waiting for our rescue forces from Xia. Flathead looked at the pop-up and exclaimed, how could your Flathead wimp out? Honeypots are never slaves. I'm going to give you guys some whole dry goods today. Everyone brush up your rockets. When the number of people in the live room reaches 60,000, I'll start revealing the secrets. The curiosity of the netizens was piqued. Flathead, what are you doing? It's just a show effect, doing anything for a gift. Upstairs, don't stand around talking. If you dare to go live to Bay Lemon, I'll give you 10 rockets. Don't provoke me, Flathead, because you don't deserve it. That is, Brother Pingtu was realistically injured, and if he was unlucky at the time, he would have ended up with at least the lower half of his body disabled. The gift effects on the live feed started to pick up and the old fans started to support it. Pinto read in a rousing voice. Thank you to Taihio Insurance for sending 4 airplanes. Thank you to Lee's Coffin Shop for the 4 supercars. Thank you Heaven on Earth Clubhouse for sending 100 more boiled water. 5 minutes later, the live feed shot up to 60,000 people. The winds of the pop-up began to shift. Flathead, it's 60,000 people already. Yeah, make good on your promise. You're not going to cheat on the wave of gifts and go straight off the air, are you? In front of the screen, Flathead's expression stared and he lowered his voice. Today's dry run is Hawk Sauce's private meeting with the Caracal warlord. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Next, please follow the camera as Flathead will take you into the 44th installment of Bay Lemon Wanderer. Then the camera panned. The screen switches to a first-person view. Gao Yang took his cell phone and scrutinized the screen. Hawk's Bane meeting with the Karaka warlord? Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter. Could they be locked up here? The screen showed a crumbling street. Most of the buildings on the left have collapsed, with a few intact on the right. As you can see from the picture, Flathead is alert. He had been walking along the left side and occasionally through collapsed houses. 10 minutes later, Pinto drilled into a dangerous building on the left. He climbed up to the 4th floor rooftop with his excellent physical condition. There were already quite a few pop-ups of discontent on the air. There's no hawk sauce, no secret talks, just us getting screwed, watching parkour in the middle of the night, or in first person. I'm drunk, take off. You've lost this baby. Instead of speaking, Pinto turned the camera to the building across the street. Just see the room on the 3rd floor. There were a couple of white guys that were saying something to another group of black guys. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. I've seen the news. That black guy at the top. That's General Caracal. The foreign ministry spokesman said Eagle Jam interfered in the Belmont regime. And it turned out to be true. Nonsense. Does the foreign ministry have to lie to us? Holy. It's solid. Hawk Jam and General Karaka PY deal. Quickly record the screen. Let's see what Eagle Sauce will play dumb with later. A pop-up scrolls by at a rapid pace. In the picture, the parties appear to have reached an agreement. A black man opened the 2-meter-long crate and nodded toward General Caracal after inspecting the goods. Several white men left the room, went downstairs and got into a military jeep and took off. Pinto didn't say a word the whole time. The pop-ups, however, are going wild. The case is full of arms. This deal is so strange. The Eagle Sauce party didn't ask for anything. I thought it would be exchanged for gold. I told you how the Karaka warlords grew so fast. So it's Hawk Jam behind the scenes. Gao Yang exited the live broadcast. Call Long Ziguang's phone number. Brother Yang? Don't worry. I'm still looking. Xiaolong, do you know there is such a street? Gao Yang's description was unusually precise. Street details, building structures, room dimensions, all accurate to the centimeter. No, that's Baker Street. My little brother even fought Caracal over there a while ago. Brother Yang, you've been there? Long Ziguang asked. Never been there. Saw it live. Live? Never mind that. Send a flying saucer over there and carpet search. Pay particular attention to a Jeep. License plate number 9527. Roger that. 10 minutes later. The phone came with the sound of Long Ziguang's continuous report. Brother Yang. Target vehicle sighted. Xia Special Forces spotted. Spot the Yankee girl. Chapter 58. Assassination of the Warlord. Gao Yang's brows furrowed as he asked. How many people are in Eagle Sauce? What equipment? Long Ziguang instantly understood and replied. 10 people. 7 combatants. Wearing Eagle Sauce's latest CP9 single combat suit. The clothes are old and expensive. 500,000 US dollars a set. Price goes without saying. What's the carrier? For used jeeps, 3 Apache helicopter gunships. That's a heck of a plane. Long as a stick. Gao Yang's tone was a bit helpless. Is Captain Wei around? Was hidden by me in the cellar. Brother Yang, I tell you, this side from time to time will fall from the sky a missile. Thanks to my cleverness, old Doug A. I damn well wanna kill you. Tell Captain Wei to pick up the phone. Gao Yang said angrily. 5 minutes later, a smooth, thick voice came over the phone. Professor Gao? I am Captain Wei, and just now, I confirmed the rescue target location. Wei Xinghua immediately realized something. You mean Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter are not in the front line bunker? Yes, there are fishhooks in the bunker. Where exactly? Captain Wei, I can't rule out if the target is moving. Take Xiaolong with you. He can determine the exact location. Wei Xinghua paused for a moment and said, Professor Gao, I don't doubt the veracity of your information, but the order from the top is to capture the bunker at all costs. Soldiers must obey orders. There's no way to change that. Understood. I'm in the Yengue Mountain military area right now, while being appointed by the party chief as an advisor for this operation. You go first. I'll go to the chief immediately and command the rescue in 15 minutes. Copy that. Xia Special Team 3. Resolutely complete the mission. Gao Yang hung up the phone and mentally reviewed the information again, then informed the generals outside and head in the direction of the command post. On the other side of the country of Belle Lime, an airfield 15 kilometers off Baker Street, 3 Apache helicopter gunships, parked in a zigzag pattern in the optimal takeoff position. Inside the plant next to it, 7 Eagle Jam Rangers guarded a mother and daughter and 3 Xia Special Forces. The other 3 Hawks Baniers are gathered together, with the one wearing a ducktail hat operating a computer. Locke, are you ready? I've promised General Caracal that I'm going to send that military commander of Makra to God. Locke turned his own ducktail 180 degrees and laughed. George, you're still so impatient. My drones are about to reach that clown's position. It won't be long before he's blown up to nothing. George nodded. Very well. There's a saying in the country of Xia that goes, do unto others as they would have them do unto you. And that's what it means. Locke said disdainfully. George, I'm saddened by your stupidity. Makra's suicide drone was built with a hand-controlled flying saucer from a toy factory in Xia. A barbaric design that only a clown could come up with. And our MQ-9 Reaper drones, which are God's design, only need one laser-guided bomb to level that villa. George said seriously. Locke, please watch your attitude. Locke said. I'm a hacker just here to get a nice paycheck. Don't you talk to me in a superior tone. George grunted and said to the man beside him. Go and make preparations at once. And in an hour we'll evacuate with the prisoners. Villa Arms Master. There were 8 people standing in the lavish room. Wei Xinghua said to Long Ziguang. How much longer? We're leaving. Long Ziguang wrote on the table as he said. Captain Wei, it's almost time. Just 9 words. Suddenly, the clothes around the waist of one of the room's short-haired Special Forces soldiers vibrated out of nowhere. Reporting to the captain. Doll alert number 6. Check the manual. The short-haired special agent pulled out a tablet and began deciphering the vibration frequencies. 5 seconds later, he said eagerly, an unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching us. It has a 1-kilometer range destruction capability. Is it a missile? It doesn't say in the manual. Long Ziguang had just put the note into the safe when his body was lifted up by Wei Xinghua. Full retreat. As the order was given, everyone quickly evacuated from the cellar. Alarm! Alarm! The MQ-9 appeared over the villa and the black minions were in a panic. Someone was shooting wildly at the MQ-9 and the bullets couldn't even reach the drone. Run, Warlord! The black minions shouted as they escorted the lady away from the villa. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 GBU missiles sped down. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Waves of scorching heat radiated in all directions with the villa at the center. The blinding white light passed. The villa, which had been so splendid just a moment ago, was in ruins. The young leader was covered in dust, and the sadness in his eyes flowed against the tide. General Makra awoke from his sleep. Soon came the scene of the ruins. There's going to be a war tomorrow. As a result, today the master-at-arms died. Scenes from the past came back to the general's mind. The warlord taught him the art of war and took him to farming. A life confidant whom he cited. And now, his base runner's corpse was nowhere to be found. So much hate. The general looked up to the sky and shouted, "The heavens are mourning me." The young leader stepped out of the rubble with a note. He handed the note to the general and said, "General, this was found in the safe." The general looked at the note through the bright light. It had 9 summer characters written on it. Build up your grain, build up your wall, and slow down your rain. 30 kilometers outside the ruins, a dismantled, skeletonized SUV filled with 8 people. The 3 Special Forces soldiers were picking at the frame of the car, their feet on the SUV's pedals. Long Ziguang was squeezed in the middle of the back row. "Captain Wei, it was so close just now. If it wasn't for the cotton doll's warning, we might have been buried alive." "What are you whining for? Can't give up the position of military division?" Wei Jingguo reprimanded. "It's mainly because I'm afraid that the kingdom I've worked so hard to build will be lost in his hands." Long Ziguang sighed. "And fight the river? If it weren't for Professor Gao, you'd probably be in prison for the rest of your life." Wei Jingguo said. "Yeah." Long Ziguang said. "Do you think Chu Factory will give my family a compensation payment if they know I'm hanging up?" Wei Jingguo didn't bother with him and looked up into the dark night sky. "There's doll number 6 to help with orientation. The SUV avoids the MQ-9 and Locke doesn't pick up on their trail." Wei Jingguo calmly thought about his next tactic. From the information provided by Long Ziguang, Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter and 3 of his teammates were held separately. Although they were all in the plant, 3 teammates had undergone severe torture and were completely incapacitated. Since the hostages were separated and there were no vision blind spots inside the plant, save one side first, and the hostages on the other side will be in a desperate situation. It's logical to save the special forces first, because odds are eagle sauce won't hurt Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter. But, who dares to bet? Wei Jingguo's eyes gradually became firm, and his heart made plans. Just then, the tactical cameras on the chests of the 7 Special Forces soldiers vibrated at the same time. Everyone reflexively pressed the connect button. Deng Hongchang's voice came out of the camera speaker, calling Special Team 3. "Your command has been transferred to Yankee Mountain Command. Please respond when you receive it." Chapter 59 Rescue Operation begins. Goose Hill Command Center. The 300 square meter space is furnished with a variety of military equipment. The 6 technicians took their places and worked methodically on the instruments. Gao Yang and Deng Hongchang stood side by side with serious expressions. Shen Weifeng stood behind them, ready to follow the arrangements. Lu Shi gazed at Gao Yang, her eyes revealing complex emotions. The speakers in the command room sounded. "Xia Special Team 3, Wei Jingguo. Copy." Deng Hongchang sniffed and said in a neutral tone, "The political commissar and I have unanimously decided that Gao Yang is the supreme commander-in-chief of this rescue operation. No one can have any objections." "Roger that." Special Team 3 is sworn to complete the mission. Communications equipment before. The young tech trooper reported. "Chief, our satellites are being jammed by the star chain and we can't access interstellar communications." Deng Hongchang said sternly. To repeat, the highest person in charge of this operation is Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't blame the young technician. He spoke up and asked, "What's the test delay?" "Professor Gao, although your doll number 2 has set up a communication network, the number of base stations in the country of Belline is just too small. Plus it's a cross-country communication. The current delay is 517 milliseconds. Gao Yang looked at the monitoring screen in the command room with a thoughtful expression on his face. "This time it's a rescue operation. 2.5 seconds of delay is just too much. It is likely that the situation has changed while the order was being transmitted." Gao Yang said into his headset, "Captain Wei, activate the clairvoyance function of doll no. 2. I need to get 38% control of the star chain without being detected by eagle sauce." 5 seconds later, Wei Jingguo's voice came from the headset. "Copy that. Already checking the manual." The words just fell. The images on the 7 displays suddenly fast-forwarded and then returned to normal again. The young techie's voice trembled a little. "Prof. Gao, the delay is now 17 milliseconds. Shen Weifeng didn't find it strange. For her part, Lu Shi covered her mouth with her hand and stared nervously at the big screen. Gao Yang's eyes turned to the central tactical sand table. Sandbox. Terrain is being constructed with holographic projections. The terrain was very slow to extend due to the fact that Special 3 was all in one vehicle. Gao Yang asked, "Is Xiaolong around?" On it, my Yang. What are the instructions?" One of the screens was filled with a head. Gao Yang saw Long Ziguang's face for the first time. Thick eyebrows and a high hairline. It's one of those things that you wouldn't even notice if you threw it in a pile of people. No one would have thought. Such an honest young man was the 100th warlord of the Makra warlords. Gao Yang ordered. "Immediately describe to me the terrain of that airfield where Eagle Sauce is located." Long Ziguang returned. "No problem." Gao Yang walked over to the holographic sandbox operating table. The text consciously moved out of the way. Next, Gao Yang and Long Ziguang began to cooperate in building the terrain. Long Ziguang changed from his previous gags, and with his toy flying saucer, he accurately reported the data. Yao Yang's hand speed was so fast that it formed a trail of residual shadows over the operating table. The technician soldier next to him was so dumbfounded that he began to doubt life straight away. My goodness, is this a human hand? If the professors of the Summer Academy of Sciences are so good, wouldn't the academicians be able to rub tanks with their bare hands? 3 minutes later, the holographic projections on the tactical sand table were all constructed. The entire airport is visible inside and out. There are also red and blue highlights on the details, corresponding to our personnel and enemy personnel, respectively. Deng Hongchang nodded in satisfaction. Appointing Gao Yang as the commander-in-chief was really a wise decision. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Shi's forehead as she looked at Gao Yang with a hint of fear in her eyes. Gao Yang said to the technician soldier beside him, "You and Xiaolong have a single line of communication to update the location of the mobile personnel in real time." "Oh, yes. The tech soldier hurriedly agreed. Sitting stiffly in front of the sandbox console, Gao Yang came to Deng Hongchang's side and said into his headset, "Captain Wei, you are 5 kilometers from the target location. Get off and change to walking immediately." "Roger that. Professor Gao, what about Long Ziguang?" "Little Dragon, stay where you are and report enemy movements." The screen shifted as all 7 members of Special Team 3 abandoned their vehicles and raced at a run. Gao Yang continued, "Captain Wei, in addition to 10 people from Eagle Sauce, there are 33 Caracal soldiers on the enemy side. Coordinates: clear out the soldiers outside first and wait for the next instructions." Nighttime. Like ghosts in the night, the special forces arrived at their destination within 20 minutes. Wei Jingguo reconfirmed the enemy coordinates and then completed the combat arrangements through sign language. 7 special forces soldiers disguised as the Grim Reaper, reaping a life. Gao Yang looked at the blood sliding down the screen, quickly eliminating his discomfort. Wei Jingguo lowered his voice and reported, 33 target units have been cleared. Please give the next command. Gao Yang ordered. Dull carriers 1 through 3 enter through the east gate to protect the safety of Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter at the first opportunity. And numbers 4 through 7 break the windows from the top of the factory building to make sure to save our fighters. Deng Hongchang opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak out to stop him. A wave of warmth rushed through the hearts of the special forces soldiers far away in the country of Bel Lime. Wei Jingguo clenched his fists and said thank you heavily in his heart. Gao Yang didn't think there was anything wrong with his arrangement. Doll number 3 has a spherical force field shield, enough to keep Sun Xiaoping's wife and daughter safe. Just as the special forces were heading to their assigned location, an 18-handed 50 Hondo headed toward the airport. Pinto drove with one hand and held his cell phone live in the other. Thanks to Die Early for sending 44 rockets. Flathead will fulfill your request. Go spy on Eagle Sauce's shocking secret. The live stream pop-ups refreshed like crazy. His name is all about early death. You go a hammer. Flathead. I know you're reckless. Okay? Just go back. Please, don't go. Didn't you see how many arms there were in the room just now? If Hawk Sauce kills you, you'll have to go to the King of Hell to tell him what's wrong with you. Not necessarily. The country of Bel Lime is so far away from us. Yama doesn't know if he cares to reach it. Flathead. Look ahead. There's a jeep. There's someone in the car. The 50 headlights are too dim to see, but it's certainly not a black man. Could one of the stupid elks have gotten lost during the evacuation? The 5-0 Hondo crunched to a stop next to the SUV. Pinto got out of the car with his cell phone. He knocked on the SUV's skeleton and said, Moshi, Smitty? Long Ziguang looked at the little cutie with the like look at him. Seeing that Long Ziguang didn't respond, Ping Tu added, Palace Jade Liquor? 181 cups. Long Ziguang replied reflexively, how's the wine? Listen to me blow you. Ah blow. There was a lot of laughter in the live room. Ha ha, compatriots. Pure compatriots. I can't believe they're doing a skit when it's so tense and exciting. I can't hold it together. Quick, ask him what Palace Jade wine plus 8 sledgehammers minus 5 small hammers equals. 153? Brothers, I caught a spy. Chapter 60, The World Has Abandoned Me. The two men finish a skit. Flathead got excited and said, "Comrade, what's your name?" "Long Ziguang. What about you?" "The jungle people call him Flathead. Long time no see. Pleasure to meet you." Gao Yang's voice rang out in Long Ziguang's headset. "Who's there? Get him under control immediately." Long Ziguang heard the voice and abruptly realized the current situation. He put his hands on his waist and said to Pinto, "Sorry about that, brother." Pinto had spent years wandering around Beilim, so how could he not know the meaning of this action? He hurriedly said, "Brother, don't mess around. I have a million water army in my live room. I'll spray you to death in minutes." Long Ziguang looked sideways at his cell phone and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There are clearly only 90,000 people." Pinkie Pie said awkwardly, "Little Boilcast, I'm sorry to make you laugh." Long Ziguang said into his headset, "Brother Yang, it's hard to get a hold of him. He's opened a live stream. And the live stream is called something like Wandering Flathead Brother." Inside the command room, Gao Yang instantly realized that the mangaka had followed him. He said to Lu Shi in the back, "Secretary Lu, immediately block the live broadcast of Beilemon Wandering Flathead Brother." How could Lu Shi dare to disobey Gao Yang's order now? And hurriedly contacted the internet police. It didn't take long. The live feed went black. Yet the pop-up discussion continues. What were Flathead and that compatriot doing just now? It looked like a hack. "It's too dangerous abroad. The baby is scared. Don't be afraid of the young lady in front. This must be a live effect. They are all actors. Right. It's just a gimmick. Why did the platform block the live broadcast? Flathead's trumpet is online. Everyone charge with me." Next to the 5-0 Hondo, Long Ziguang turned off the microphone on Pinto's cell phone. "Flathead, are you really not afraid I'll shoot you?" "I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid of being poor. My background is bigger than you can imagine. And it's useless for you to have more trumpets than you can handle. Brother, this is all I've got. It's just to make a living. There's no need to be like this." Long Ziguang thought of his sick parents and the gold that didn't belong to him and felt some sympathy in his heart. He said into his headset, "Brother Yang, I'm controlling him from running around. Can you get him to broadcast?" Gao Yang was listening to Lu Shi's report. Mi Huan, Jingchu native, parents died early, was tricked into cutting a kidney in the country of Median at the age of 17. Escaped from Median at the age of 20, appeared in the country of Beilim at the age of 22 and began to make a living from live streaming, with 10 years of live streaming earnings of 64 million. Lu Shi choked and read, Mi Huan, as an anonymous person, donated 108 Ho primary schools in the mountainous areas of Xia country, subsidizing 1,863 students. His own biggest purchase was medical bill. Gao Yang took out his cell phone and tapped on the historical viewing record. Follow the Lemon Wanderer Flathead link to his trumpet. A live broadcast called "The World Has Abandoned Me." Recharge. His fingers flew into action. Turn all the quarterly dividends from the toy factory into bean coins. Subsequently, Gao Yang put down his cell phone and ordered, "Tell him to broadcast it where he is. But the sound must be banned." Long Ziguang patted Brother Pinta's white hair and laughed. "Brother Yang has granted you permission to broadcast, but you have to be honest." Flathead was oblivious to Long Ziguang's movements, his eyes staring straight at the cell phone screen. The live broadcast room lit up with a succession of gift effects, and the heat instantly surged to number 1. Gaucho Toys gives away. Sale for Love X 5200. Except for the viewers in the blocked broadcast room, more viewers flocked to the World Has Abandoned Me livestream. The pop-ups began to lag. Holy, Brother Toho, bull buy. Where is this place? A live broadcast of an airport and there are tycoons swiping gifts? 2 million. The anchor is definitely a girl. I just went to the Gokong toy store. Is selling turnip knives so lucrative now? Who cares? Let's follow the wave first. In case they give their fans domestic cars. Just when Flathead was in a state of shock, Gao Yang gave the order for Special Team 3 to attack. Wow! The plant's glass shattered. The 4 Special Forces soldiers fell from the sky and landed firmly on the ground. Wei Jingguo led the other 2 Special Forces soldiers to enter through the east door and quickly approached the mother and daughter who were tied up in knots. The Eagle Jam Rangers thought they were winning, and with the Karaka patrolling soldiers outside, they didn't react until the Special Forces got close. Because of the hostages, the Special Forces did not use firearms. Bang! Wei Jingguo relied on his sprinting inertia and the exoskeleton on his combat suit to send a ranger flying with a punch. Giggle. With his elbow strike motion, the exoskeleton emitted a piercing mechanical sound, raising the intensity of his attack to 600 kilograms. Knock. The rangers activate their CP-9 combat suits and easily block the blow. The advantage of surprise disappears. Both sides fought furiously. Inside the command room, the display on the screen has lost its reference value. The battle was predictably intense. Gao Yang asked Dang Hongchang, "Chief, How big is the gap between our combat uniforms and Eagle Sauce's CP9? Dang Hongchang sighed. There is a 20% difference in flexibility and an even bigger difference in attack strength. CP9 can reach 1,200 kilograms of single punch strength. He's not growing others' ambition and destroying his own. The attitude of scientific research is pragmatic. You can't fake data performance alone. Lu Shur added from the side. Our special forces have made up for 20% of their flexibility through training, but there has been no breakthrough in the research of this part of strength. Professor Gao, can you help think of a solution? Gao Yang returned. That's for later. The crowd looked at the screen. The two display screens are stationary. Means that two special forces soldiers are out of action. Although the training of Xia's special forces was hellish, the gap in technology had reached a point where manpower could not make up for it. In the still frame, for Eagle Jam Rangers could be seen falling to the ground, their chests and faces covered in blood. In the airport plant, Wei Jingguo yelled, "No more hiding. Enable the cotton doll to fight quickly." The words just fell. The doll hanging from his waist came off and fell to the ground. The sound of a whimpering drumming wind. The red doll kept getting bigger and bigger, growing to 2 meters in a flash. Although the punching power of the No. 1 doll is only 600 kilograms, the instant explosive power can soar to 2,000 kilograms with the help of jet power. Snap! A loud sonic boom rang through the plant. Doll number 1's the ranger right in the face. The ranger crashed through the metal wall of the plant, leaving an irregular gaping hole in it. A total of 3 of the 7 dolls are combat types. Doll number 5 gets watered down by doll number 7 with a set of panda punches. With the addition of Xia's Kung Fu, knocked the combat suits on the last 2 rangers to overload. 2 CP9 smoldered with white smoke, scalding the ranger and making him wince. Doll number 5 squeezes a ranger in each hand. Then came the classic right and left pop. KO. The battle ended with incredible speed. So fast that the 3 remaining Eagle Jam people hadn't slowed down. Fark. Are those 3 things the demons of summer? George screamed at the top of his lungs. It should be a kind of battle robot. Locke stated his guess. My God. Why does the devil have to wear such a lovely coat? George said. This is not the time to discuss this. We should evacuate immediately. Locke said. George was pleased with Locke's now horrified appearance. Stupid Locke. Sun Xiaoping's family is very important. So the federal government gave me the biggest card in the deck. Chapter 61, Cotton Doll Combination. Undercard? Locke suddenly realized something. He restrained the urge to run away and looked to the metal cabinet off to the side. The silver and white cabinet is nearly 2 meters high and just the right size to accommodate a person. George pointed to the metal cabinet and proudly said, "This contains the Federal Bureau of Science and Technology's newest product, the CP-10 battlesuit." Immediately after, he said to the muscle-bound man at his side, "Jason, it's your turn to perform. Go tear those evil dolls to pieces." Without a word, Jason walked over to the metal cabinet and pressed his palm against the authentication panel. Squeak! The cabinet door opened, revealing the humanoid battlesuit inside. The CP-10 has a modular magnetic design that makes it easy to put on. Each module corresponds to a part of the body. The material used is titanium alloy with a chrome-plated surface. The hands and feet are equipped with flame pulse thrusters for low-altitude flight capability. Bang! Before Jason could equip his battlesuit, doll number 1 punches the cabinet and sends it flying, spilling the battlesuit module all over the floor. Doll number 5 squeezed Jason's right leg and lifted him high into the air before slamming him towards the ground. Fark! George and Locke cursed at the same time. Goose Hill Command Room. Dang Hongchang was full of relief. While he's sick, take his life. Be a man to be a mending stream. Gao Yang looked at the scattered battlesuit modules in the screen with a grave expression. Shen Weifeng could see that his face didn't look right and asked, "Gao Gong, is there a problem?" Gao Yang stared at the wrestled Jason and said, "That Eagle Jam man has a magnetic attraction device on him. I hope it's not what I think it is." Shen Weifeng observed carefully, finally spotting the rows and rows of mahjong-sized chunks of metal peeking out from under Jason's shirt. Just as he was wondering, the battlesuit modules scattered on the ground looked like they had been summoned by Jason and took off toward him. Gao Yang quickly reacted and said into his headset, "Captain Wei, gather the cotton dolls and merge immediately." Inside the plant, Wei Jingguo also noticed that something was wrong. "Hurry up and order the special forces to recall the doll." Doll number 5 was about to retreat when his right hand was snapped back. At this point, Jason had already put on his battle dress. He frantically outputs at doll number 5, who spits out water and is knocked back to its initial form. "Take the rescue target with you and retreat with all hands." Gao Yang's order came from the headset. The 7 Special Forces soldiers supported each other, and Wei Jingguo, along with 2 other Special Forces soldiers, escorted Leona and Sun Yanxia to exit the plant. Before leaving the plant, Wei Jingguo shouted into the plant, "Big brother don't bake. Grandpa lost it again." After the password is shouted, Wei Jingwa turned to follow the group. The Special Forces soldier beside him gasped, "Captain Wei, we don't want the doll?" With a hint of regret in his eyes, Wei Jingwa said, "Hurry up. A doll can be made again if it's gone. But a life is really nothing if it's gone. The airport is well lit and it's easy to get your bearings." The crowd ran in the direction from which they had come. After running a kilometer, the sound of a plant collapsing came from behind them. Leona turned her head to look and was directly shocked in place. The plant had completely collapsed at this point. A giant cotton doll is swinging at a flying object in the air. Successive sonic booms kept coming. It shook her eardrums. "What was that? The doll from earlier?" Leona said in a hoarse voice. "Mrs. Sun, don't look. Go," Wei Jingwa said. "Is the technology of the Summer Kingdom already so advanced?" Rana withdrew her eyes and quickened her own pace. Inside the command room, Gao Yang is talking to Long Ziguang. "Little dragon, how's it going?" "Brother Yang, the battle is too intense. That Eagle Jam man's combat suit can fly. Talk about flight speed and freedom. Very agile. Not too fast. Just now the doll hit him." Long Ziguang's excited voice came from the speaker. The crowd in the command room sniffed and their hanging hearts dropped. Dang Hongchang said, "Fortunately, another quarter of an hour's delay, and we'll be able to reach the pickup point." Lu Shi reminded. "Chief, we only have one buggy." Gao Yang said. "No, there's also a 5-0 Honda." Flathead's livestream. The otherwise listless pop-ups were steeply active. "What's that? A secret weapon of the state of Benin? Too far away to see. Looks like a cotton doll. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of cotton doll is that big? Making a movie, right? Looks like a sci-fi blockbuster from Hollywood. That cost enough too. Look at that Apache helicopter gunship that was shot down like it was real. Doesn't anyone think that doll is cute? In front of you. I found the same model at the Elements Toy Factory. Go order it now. It might be out of stock when the movie comes out." Next to the 5-0 Hondo, Long Ziguang wrapped his arm around Pingtu's shoulders. "I just received a notice to take you back to China with me." Pinkie Pie turned off the live cell phone feed and asked, "Because I know too much?" Long Ziguang teased. "No, for commandeering your van." Flathead laughed. "Jung-Hu save emergency. I understand. Right. Just now you are saving people?" Long Ziguang nodded his head and said, "The people have been rescued. When they arrive, I'll take you on a special plane back to China." Pinto put away his cell phone and his eyes moved to the 5-0 Hondo. "Lung, what do you think I can do when I get home?" "What do you want?" "I don't know. That's easy. You just follow me." "What for?" "Go to a toy factory together to make toys." Brother Yang swiped $2 million for you. "You mustn't work to show it?" Flathead was slightly stunned, and seemed to think that this was a good offer. "You're right, Lung. I can sell toys live. I've traveled the world for so many years, relying on the word righteousness." "Lung, what's wrong? Do you think we should drive up and pick it up?" Long Ziguang slammed his thigh and called out, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Any later and it'll be too late." Nighttime. The two used cars sped side by side in the moonlight. It soon met up with the evacuation team. Wei Jingbo looked warily at the 5-0 Hongguang parked in front of him and hesitated to get into the car. Long Ziguang then shouted at him, "Captain Wei, one of our own. Get in the car." The 5-0 Honda is worthy of being the god's car of the Summerland. Carries 10 people faster than a buggy. Wei Jingwa asked Long Ziguang, "Who was driving? Has Eagle Sauce chased after you?" Long Ziguang stepped on the gas and returned. "Cotton Kong Jr. Add up 3 Apaches. What are they going to chase with? A new type of battle suit? That suit won't work. The limit flight speed is only 50 kilometers per hour." Wei Jingwa let out a long breath. The Special Forces soldier sitting in the backside. "Unfortunately, Professor Gao won't get his doll back." "How come?" "With me here. Brother Yang can't lose his doll." "You mean the doll will come running back on its own?" "No, it's flying back." The sky in the distance. 7 20-centimeter cotton dolls, suspended in the air by an invisible flying saucer, flew in the direction of the two cars. Chapter 62 Decision of the Yamano Group. Ruins of collapsed plant. The power system has all but collapsed. Moonlight shines. The entire battle area was as if it had been smashed by a meteorite, filled with large and small craters. Locke patted the dust from his head and sighed. "Ahem. I thought I was going to meet God." George's face was grim, and there was a chill in his gaze. He slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Locke, did you record a video of the battle just now?" After examining the device, Locke replied, "The memory chip was pierced by a water arrow and has been completely scrapped." George hated. 3 Apache helicopter gunships scrapped. 7 Rangers dead. This operation, we failed miserably. Locke nodded. "I didn't realize that Xia had such a terrifying war machine. If I hadn't seen it with my eyes, I would have definitely thought it was just some toy. George snapped out of it. Toys. Right. Xia is using the toy factory as a cover to secretly develop weapons of war. Locke froze and said, the Xia characters on the giant dolls seem to be the same as the self-destructing drones used by the Makra warlords called Round Dream Toy Factory. Sanction. George's tone was unusually heated. I'm going to petition the federal government to sanction this toy factory for 500 years. 3 a.m. Yinjing time. Goose Hill Command Center. The command room erupted in applause. Just now, everyone from this operation got on a plane back home. Although most of the people were seriously injured, none of them had life-threatening injuries. Deng Hongchang put down his clapping hands and smiled. Xiao Yang, good job. Do you want to come work in our military district? Gao Yang stretched and said, not interested, too tired from the trip out. I'm starting to miss my toy factory. Deng Hongchang laughed out loud. Where is your toy factory? With all the toys you made, it's definitely not too much to say it's an arsenal. Lu Shi bowed deeply towards Gao Yang. Professor Gao, I apologize to you for my previous rudeness. Seeing her sincere attitude in admitting her mistake, Gao Yang didn't make things difficult for her. Secretary Lu, don't put the past in your heart. Lu Shi added, as a sign of sincerity, I invite you to be my guest at the Lu family, who will surely offer you hospitality. Gao Yang was just about to refuse when Deng Hongchang spoke up. Xiao Yang, the Lu family is known as the four great families of Yinjing. You can go over there when you have time. And by the way, say hello to General Lu on my behalf. Gao Yang instantly understood what Deng Hongchang meant. This is trying to pave the way for him in Yinjing. It's just that he's wearing several hats right now and doesn't want to be in contact with these big shots. Further, at this stage, the so-called contact is also due to the value of one's own research and development. To put it bluntly, it's all about trying to make him a cowboy. But Deng Hongchang's face cannot be ignored. Gao Yang thought for a moment and chirped. I came to Yinjing this time for the sake of my sister's schooling. I also have to make a trip to the Shaka Academy. I will return to Chouqin City immediately after I'm done with my work. The next time I come to Yinjing again, I'll definitely pay a visit to my door. Lu Shi's face showed disappointment. Other people can't find their way to the Ryu family if they want to. Gao Yang, however, was not interested at all. Deng Hongchang did not persuade any further and arranged for the crowd to go back to rest. While Gao Yang was sleeping, the headquarters of the Yamato Group in East Japan was brightly lit. Penthouse conference room. 5 people sat at a conference table. The air was oppressive. The eyes of the crowd converged on a woman right in the center. The woman wore a white kimono with a mole under her eyebrow and smelled like cherry blossoms. Matsui couldn't stand the long silence. President Chizuru, all of our Mordor branch personnel in the Summer Kingdom have been taken under control. Do something. Chizuru gave him a faint look and continued to remain silent. Why aren't you all talking? A middle-aged man spoke up. Matsui, the flying car is the evidence, and there's no way we can mount a defense. Let the Qin clan come forward. If they refuse, we'll publicize our cooperation with the Qin clan. The middle-aged man said. Qin Xiong has already explained the situation in detail, and Xia is a direct intervention by the troops this time, and will not negotiate any conditions. What then? Won't all our years of laying out in Xia be lost? The middle-aged man sneered. It's not because you're not doing your job well. The flying cars are all equipped with self-destruct devices, and you've left so much evidence behind. Beads of sweat broke out on Matsui's forehead. That Falcon 7X was definitely a trap. I've already explained it to the president. A trap? Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Not an excuse. The laser that appeared in the last video couldn't have been loaded on an airplane. That place is a military area. They must have fired a high-power laser cannon. In that case, there was no time to initiate the self-destruct sequence. Quiet. Chizuru spoke out. Find Gao Yang-kun and negotiate. We'll fulfill any condition if he mentions it. Matsui sniffed sharply. President Chizuru, we're already incompatible with Gao Yang. There's no way he'll make peace with us. Chizuru said lightly. Matsui, you have an unshirkable responsibility for the failure of this mission. So it is arranged for you to talk to Gao Yang-kun, and if he doesn't agree, you will commit harakiri. Agreed. There was a collective voice in the room. Matsui's face went pale and he slumped right into his seat. That afternoon, the sun is shining. Yenjing University. Gao Yang accompanied Gao Yin and Shin Muxue on the campus of Yen University with dark circles under his eyes. There were envious looks from people all along the road. 2 schoolgirl-level beauties accompanying each other. What a blessing it is. But, the boy seemed to be very unhappy about it. After Shin Muxue rejected the 6th senior who wanted to help her with her luggage, eyeing Gao Yang in front of him. Brother, why don't you help Shui and I with our luggage? Look at those seniors. How attentive each one of them is. Gao Yin was upset for Shin Muxue. Xiao Yin if you help Xiao Shui fierce a few seniors, they won't dare to come up. Gao Yang lazily said. Don't. Gao Ying shook her head. I'm a lady, okay? Gao Yang turned around and gave her a faint look. A lady? It did before. Only it was all pretending in front of him. Seeing that Gao Yang ignored him, Gao Ying turned her head to Shen Mushui and said, Xiao Shui, Yin Lian Guang is so powerful. One phone call and he assigned us to a dormitory. Or a double dormitory. Shen Mushui smiled and said, the deans of both departments, me and you, are both his students, and it's not against discipline to change dormitories, so of course he's going to send a personal favor. Gao Ying asked, what's the point of sending us favors? We should be the ones begging him not to flunk. Shen Mushui pointed at Gao Yang who was walking in front of her and nudged her mouth. He must be afraid that your brother won't help him with Z40. Yang is now the meat and potatoes. Just then, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. The call was from Shan Yongxiang. Yoko, you come back quickly. The cotton doll popped the order. Well, then one new workshop will be opened for production. I can't. All 8 workshops are in full production. Chapter 63 Toy Factory Expansion on 2,000 acres. Gao Yang stopped at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The expression carried a hint of surprise. There were 2 workshops reserved when we left. It's only been a few days. There's not enough room anymore. Gao Yang was calculating in his mind. Workshop number 1 builds rocking cars. Workshop 2 manufactures flying toys. Workshop No. 3 has started mass production of fingertip gyros. Workshop No. 4 produces secondary yuan peripherals, and its current products include bar stools, risers, keychains, and so on. Workshop 5 produces customized cosplay costumes. Workshop No. 8 makes cotton dolls and pillow knitting products. As things stand, Workshop 6 and 7 have been positioned as knit product workshops. These products do not require large production facilities. The workshop is again readily available. It is indeed possible to set up a production line in a few days, but according to his planned strategy, the existing site is already far from adequate. There's no night shift scheduled, right? Gao Yang asked. No, how dare old Pan and I touch the rules you set. Besides, you now have 51% of the original shares, proper big boss of the toy factory. Shen Yongxiang returned. 51%? I remember that with the shares Uncle Shen gave me. The total is 32% only. Old Pan gave you his 17% free of charge, saying he wasn't capable enough to manage it himself, so he let you be the boss and he worked for you. With Yuan Ming's current size, 17% is already quite a lot. In the long run, is Old Pan having a brain fart? Gao Yang laughed. Yangzi, I'm a good judge of character. Could it be that you'll treat Old Pan poorly in the future? Also, the remaining 2% was put together by the employees of the factory. I couldn't see past it and acquired it at 10 times the original price. Shen Yongxiang added. What do they mean? Of course it's because I'm afraid that you don't have the absolute right to speak when Yuan Meng goes public in the future. It's completely unnecessary if you ask me, and I don't think about what kind of relationship I have with you. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth rose slightly. Chang Zi, notify Pan Ting Ting that for all the employees of the toy factory next month, the salary will be adjusted upwards by 80%. No problem. Shen Yongxiang continued. By the way, something very strange happened this morning. Xinwan suddenly contacted me and said she wanted to give away 1,800 acres of land to the toy factory. So I'm asking for your opinion. Does she have some kind of conspiracy? Gao Yang asked. What did Xinwan tell you? Shen Weiqiang recalled. She said that the flying car thing had nothing to do with the Qin family, and wanted to use 1,800 acres of land in exchange for a write-off of the past. Where is the land? It's right next to our toy factory. The Qin family wanted to transform this place into a resort before, and except for the toy factory's land that they haven't chewed down, they've already taken all the other land. The Qin family is really big. Although the toy factory is on the outskirts of the city of Qiuqian, the price of industrial land is $1 million per acre, plus acquisition premiums. The Qin family paid $2 billion for a lesson. Don't worry about taking the land, and tell the Qin family that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Gao Yang said. Well, the land has not enough money. How to do? Shen Yongxiang's tone is somewhat helpless. 1,800 acres is too big. One-time expansion is not realistic. Split into 3 phases of construction. The first phase is planned according to 600 acres. Gao Yang arranged. If it's 600 acres, there won't be much of a problem with funding. Shen Yongxiang continued. I received a call at noon from the Summer Academy of Sciences, wanting to set up a joint lab with us. Gao Yang was happy. CASA is ranked 3rd in the world, second only to Eagle Sauce and Woolly Bear. The ones that have partnered with them to set up joint laboratories are all country-based. Small bullet countries like the Eastern Japan and the Rods are not qualified to cooperate with the ASTRI. We a toy factory. Is it necessary for the Summer Academy of Sciences to set up a joint lab with us? Gao Yang asked with a smile. Then I don't know. Mayor Yi was beside me at that time, and had already agreed for us. The conditions were given in place. Even the money for building the lab didn't need to come out of our pockets. Shin Yongxiang said back. Who was the caller? Academician Zhang. I think his name is Zhang Qinghua. Gao Yang nodded slightly. It seems that the development of the Z-40 helicopter gunship has reached the stage of a race against time. Academician Chang is reliant on his side even if he has to move. Okay, set aside an area to set up a joint laboratory. Gao Yang replied. One more thing. Have a fart. There's a big client who wants to come on board. On the payroll? Eat as much as you want. There's enough for 5 years based on the number of flying saucers he's bought. Isn't it called Long Ziguang? That's right. He also brought someone named Mi Huan. Shall we take him? Take it in. Sign the lifetime contract. Next to the flower bed by the girls' dormitory. Several men were gathering to discuss it in low voices. All things considered, it's still the 2 schoolgirls who just went in that have the highest ratings. Indeed, the ranking of Yen University's schoolflowers is going to be changed this year, and the first place will definitely come between them. Too bad one of them already has her heart in the right place. You mean the gentle schoolgirl? Nonsense. The gentle schoolgirls are looking at that boy with dripping eyes. Who's that guy? I don't think I've ever met one. How would I know? It's probably a student from another school. Isn't it just being handsome? Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? You don't say. It does work. Ha? What's the dean of our academy doing here? Unbelievable. Dean Liang actually shook hands with that kid. In front of the dormitory door, Liang Qihong held Gao Yang's hand tightly. Professor Gao. Welcome, welcome. Dean Liang. Thank you for cultivating an excellent talent. Zhang Mingyu is now my right-hand man. Liang Qihong couldn't suppress the laughter in his eyes when he heard Gao Yang praising his student. Where? One is that the boy fights for his honor, and the other is that he has met you as a nobleman. I am nothing more than a pedagogue. The 2 men conferred in blue for a while. Gao Yin and Shenmu Shui then came down from upstairs. Gao Yin looked curiously at Liang Qihong and asked, Brother, you're done with your phone call? Who is he? Gao Yang introduced. The dean of Yen University's Mechanical Engineering Institute. Mr. Liang Qihong. After the 3 greeted each other, Liang Qihong said, Professor Gao, you must give me a chance to do my best as a landlord today. Academician Xian has booked a place at the Yanqi Hotel. A trace of surprise flashed across Shin Mushua's face. Despite its humble name, Yanxi Restaurant has a long history. The hotel is not open to the public and hosts heavyweight guests. Because of this, foreigners are proud to be in the Yanxi Hotel. Gao Yang happened to be hungry, so he smiled and said, Dean Liang is polite, so I'll take it as a compliment. The 4 left the campus as the students watched. They were picked up by a 7-seater domestic new energy vehicle, branded Be Your Dad. On the way to the Yanxi Hotel, Liang Qihong praised, Professor Gao, our new energy vehicles in Xia have gotten better and better. Gao Yang used the absolute touch, nodded, it is indeed good. The energy density of lithium iron phosphate battery is very high, and the diaphragm adopts the laser scribing process, which improves the battery performance by 32%. Liang Qihong's face tightened and then relaxed. I was responsible for the development of the entire process, and if that hadn't come from you, I would have thought someone on the team had leaked it. Gao Yin, who was sitting in the back row, asked, Dean Liang, the cars are all ready made, won't we know once we take them apart? Liang Qihong shook his head and said, everyone knows about the laser scribing process. It's just unbelievable that the performance enhancement can be said to be so precise. Gao Yang nudged. Dean Liang, you use single-mode laser beam splitting to do the process. It is possible to greatly improve the efficiency, but the beam is not done to stabilize after splitting, and the focus fluctuates too much throughout the dynamic process, resulting in a limited enhancement. And if you solve these problems, the performance can still be improved by 13%. Liang Qihong marveled. Professor Gao, I'm completely convinced of you now. Chapter 64, First someone sends land, then someone sends money. The evening rush hour in Yanjing is very congested. 7 p.m. Gao Yang and his group arrived at the Yanqi Hotel. The wide plaza isolates the hustle and bustle of the street and makes the hotel look cozy and peaceful. Liang Qihong showed the invitation. Lead the crowd into the restaurant. Inside the booth, sitting there were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated with a stack of documents. Academician Qian, do you really agree to set up a joint laboratory with Yuanmeng Toy Factory? Would it be a bit of a show? Qian Shuesheng said. Comrade Ruan, you can just say what you have to say. Ruan Xiaohua stated. There has never been a precedent for cooperation between the Summer Academy of Sciences and Enterprises, and I'm worried that if the matter is publicized, it will have an impact on the reputation of the academy, Zhang Qinghua said with some dissatisfaction. Comrade Ruan, the toy factory is not the point. The point is this person Gao Yang, Ruan Xiaohua said nonchalantly. Academician Zhang. Gao Yang has accepted the title of full professor and deserves to work at the Summer Academy of Sciences. And since the Z40 is the project you're responsible for, you'll have to bear the risk of leakage by changing the R&D location to Zhoutian City. If it leaks, I alone will bear the responsibility, Zhang Qinghua said with a resolute attitude. I admit that I'm not capable, but Xia's armed helicopters must surpass the Hawk Jam within 3 years. Ruan Xiaohua was silent. He has his own position, but when it comes to what is right and wrong, all have the same goal. Plus, it takes a great deal of heart and courage for an academician to admit in person that he is inferior to others. Qian Shuesheng broke the silence and said, Comrade Ruan, we've made proper arrangements regarding the leakage issue, and as for Gao Yang's job, the senior management has unanimously decided to completely follow his personal wishes. Ruan Xiaohua was filled with shock. Talents like Gao Yang are subject to partial personal freedom restrictions, and the higher-ups would completely liberalize it? Just because of Gao Haoran? Qian Shuecheng said with a serious face. It's not just because of Gao Haoran, but also their mother. Ruan Xiaohua recalled the classified S-rated information and asked, wasn't their mother an archaeologist? Back then, when the Sanctioned archaeology, Yin Yumeng was the leader of the first team. Qian Shuesheng sighed. In order to get that thing, the team was wiped out, and Xia owes a lot to their siblings. Ruan Xiaohua's eyes widened. Confidential information on. There are only a few introductions to the parents of the Goyang siblings. All he knows is that Gao Haoran died for his country on a special mission. Yin Yumeng died as a result of her archaeological work. The specifics are not known. But now, combined with the information given by Chancellor Chang, everything became clear. Archaeology of the Samsungdui in Xia, Eagle Sauce Atlantis exploration, Pharaonic Pyramid reorganization. Access to these 3 documents is unknown. Collectively, the World Turbulence Papers. It's like the Samsung pile. Only a very few people know. The Samsungdui site, now open to the public, is actually a prop city. Xia spent 3 years digging a hole. The replicas were laid in and then slowly archaeologized and shown to the world. The real Sanctioned is not called a site, but a relic. The location is on the Kunlun Mountains. Archaeological work at the ruins of the Sanctioned is always accompanied by life-threatening risks. And most importantly for the first archaeology, only one person in a team of 10 escaped from the ruins, and she died of serious injuries after handing over what she brought out to the state. I didn't expect her to be Yin Yumeng. The air conditioning in the private room was turned down, but Ruan Xiaohua's forehead was beaded with sweat. What Yin Yumeng brought out was too important. Eagle Sauce has all sorts of blockade sanctions on Xia's chip technology. Neither can stop the rise of the summer chip. It comes down to this. It's because of that thing. No wonder the executives gave such great preferential treatment. What's a toy factory in Goyang? As long as he doesn't commit treason. Jokes are fine. Personal favors are nothing. Summer's favors can be as big as the sky. Ruan Xiaohua calmed down and asked, Academician Qian, Gao Haoran and Yin Yumeng have made such a great contribution to the country. Why did you let the Gao Yang siblings go unattended? Zhang Qinghua also interjected. Yeah, this isn't letting heroes bleed and shed tears. Qian Shuesheng didn't retort and leisurely said, this is Yin Yumeng's last wish. Zhang Qinghua could not say anything. After all, it was someone else's family matter. Speaking, the door to the booth was pushed open. The 3 stood up at the same time, their eyes looking towards the oncoming young man. With a faint smile on his face, Gao Yang said stoically, there was a traffic jam on the road, so you all have been waiting for a long time. After introducing each other, Qian Shuecheng went straight to the point. Professor Gao, the contract for the joint lab has been drawn up, so take a look. Gao Yang took the document and said, Elder Qian, don't call me professor. I'm curious why the Summer Academy of Sciences chose to set up a joint lab with Yuan Meng. Qian Shuecheng laughed. Gao Gong, Zhang Academician is worried about Z40, and he is going to join you. I can't stop him. Zhang Qinghua said, don't listen to Academician Qian's nonsense. He heard your quantum science dynamics theory and went so far as to tell me that the Z40 would have to wait until 10 years from now before it could be built. Half of my body is already buried in the earth. How can I wait until then? Gao Yang signed his name on the document. Elder Qian, Graviton observed? Academician Qian said with an excited expression. Although it only existed for a few microseconds, it was indeed observed, proving that the anti-gravity technology is theoretically realizable. Zhang Qinghua chimed in. Gao Gong, the size of an observation device alone is so large, how can we fit it onto the helicopter? Ahem. Ruan Xiaohua, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Everyone, the food will be served soon. Zhang Qinghua also realized the sensitivity of the topic and greeted everyone to sit down. Ruan Xiaohua collected the documents and said to Gao Yang, Gao Gong, please name the joint lab. Gao Yang thought about it and said, let's call it Summer Dream. Gao Ying said from the sidelines, Xiaoguo Academy of Science, Yuan Meng Toy Factory. Brother, Xia Meng is a good name. Shan Nguyen identified the lab name and put the file away. Professor Gao, my name is Ruan Xiaohua. I'm responsible for the coordinated construction of all the joint laboratories, funding payments and project acceptance. The first phase of the construction of the Xiameng laboratory is $500 million, with $9.5 billion left over. Do you want to see if you want to start the second phase of the construction? Gao Yang sighed in his heart. The CAS is worthy of being Xia's own son. 10 billion allocated to build a lab. Let's talk about it later. The phase 1 site is more than enough to build the Z40. Gao Yang said. Prof. Gao, given that your R&D is inspired by toy manufacturing, the construction fee for the 1,800 acres of land can be used with surplus funds. Ruan Xiaohua said. Gao Yang froze for a moment. What day is it? Some rushed to give away land. Others rushed to give away money. How is this good? Gao Yang extended his hand towards Ruan Xiaohua. You should. You're worth it. Two hands clasped together. Open the meal. The waiter began to serve the food. The food at Yancey's is exquisite. After dinner, the crowd excused themselves. Gao Yang sent Shin Mushui and Gao Ying back to their dorm rooms. Come and check in at the 5-star hotel next to the Summer Academy. The hotel system automatically deducts the fee. The system shows Gao Yang negotiating for the preparation of the joint laboratory. The room fee is deducted from the designated funds. The deduction is successful. Enjoy your stay. 65. Logistics Equipment Research Department. Day 2. Gao Yang ate the hotel buffet, walked to the gates of the Summer Academy. The Summer Academy of Sciences belonged to Yanjing's landmarks and grew like a giant beehive. Gao Yang admired it for a while and strutted into the reception room. The reception room was very nice. There was tea and a variety of fruit plates. Two stick countrymen were munching on watermelon in front of a fruit plate. Park Street. I can't believe such a delicious watermelon doesn't cost a smidgen of money. The short fat stick man said. Kim Soo-ji, don't talk, eat quickly. There are only 2 pieces left. The tall and thin stick man said with a watermelon in his mouth. Tick-tock. A delivery robot came to their table and set a plate full of watermelon in its mechanical hands on the table. After putting the fruit, the sweeping module underneath the robot is activated. Park Street, hurry up and eat. This robot must have delivered it by mistake. If it gets taken away later there'll be no Similac. Kim Soo-ji sniffed and took a piece of watermelon in each hand and bit into it left and right. The 2 reception ladies discussed in low voices. Don't they have watermelons in stick country? Why do you look like a starving man? I heard that the stick people eat pickles all the time. So it's sad. They're at least from the Samsang Zaibatsu. Why don't they have any quality at all? Watermelon juice gets everywhere and the skins are just thrown around. Keep your voice down. They understand Summerland. At this point, Gao Yang, who was standing at the front desk, knocked on the table. Hello, how do I get into the Summer Academy? The round-faced young lady turned her head, saw Gao Yang's eyes light up, and said, Little handsome, are you here to visit? The visiting passage is on the right-hand side of the gate. There are some areas of the Summer Academy that are open to the public. Open to the public on Saturdays. Many college students come to the program. No, I'm here to see the money academician. The round-faced young lady looked at Gao Yang with the appearance of a student and thought that a certain researcher in the institution was his teacher. So he put his hands on the keyboard and said, Little brother, not everyone can call academician in the Summer Academy of Sciences. What's your teacher's name? I'll look it up for you. Gao Yang didn't explain and said, Xian Shuesheng. Okay, little brother. A little. Money learning Chang? The round-faced young lady looked surprised. No need to look it up. There are only a few academicians with the surname Chen in the Summer Academy. Xian Shuesheng is the best one. Do you have an appointment? The round-faced lady spoke a bit cautiously. No, I forgot about the date yesterday when I had dinner with him, Gao Yang said. The round-faced young lady flashed a professional smile. You're having dinner with academician Xian? What a lie. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do without an appointment. Why don't you give academician Xian a call? Gao Yang then realized that he hadn't exchanged phone numbers with academician Xian. Is it okay to call Zhang Qinghua? Academician Zhang? The round-faced young lady tried desperately to keep a professional smile on her face. No, academician Zhang is on a business trip and not at the Summer Academy. Gao Yang nodded and said, Can't you swipe your own card for it? The round-faced young lady finally couldn't hold her tongue and smiled. Yes, little brother, but I have to remind you, the school cafeteria meal card can't be swiped in. Gao Yang came to the doorstop. Take out your pass and swipe it. The glass doors slid open left and right, only to close again when Gao Yang entered. The round-faced lady froze. She was only joking. I didn't realize that the college-looking young man had actually gone in. Is the gate broken? She rushed to check the swipes on the screen. The record reads, full professor at the Summer Academy of Sciences, Gao Yang. Summer Academy of Sciences Logistics and Equipment Research Department. Gao Yang presented his pass and passed through the gun-toting guards with no problem. The Logistics Equipment Research Building has 7 floors. Floors 1 to 5 belong to product development. Each layer develops a different product. It is divided into 5 areas: military clothing and footwear for sea, land and air, functional attire, man-portable combat uniforms, human body armor systems, and battlefield dietary support. Gao Yang took the elevator directly to the 3rd floor and rang the manufacturing workshop doorbell. The door was opened by a young man with a mute expression who looked to have just graduated. Who are you looking for? Find the person in charge here. The young man brought Gao Yang to the door of an office and turned his head to continue to busy himself. Gao Yang stood in the doorway, the roar of the men in the office coming from his ears. 3 days. The cotton doll will lend me 3 days. What? You've already returned it all? Wei Jinghua, I'm going to cut ties with you. Knock knock. Gao Yang reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. In the office, a middle-aged man in his 40s tapped his cell phone on the table. He turned his head to look at Gao Yang and said suspiciously, You are? Gao Yang. The middle-aged man was stunned at first, then his face turned into a smile. Professor Gao, Professor Gao. I can't wait for you to come. Gao Yang smiled and responded. I haven't asked for your name yet. Exempt your name is Hao. First name is Run. He is the head of the Logistics Equipment Research Department. Hello Minister Hao. Hao Ren rummaged through a box of tea leaves from the table and said attentively, Professor Gao, I heard that you like tea, so I've specially saved it for you. Gao Yang laughed. Let's dispense with the tea. You know the purpose of my visit, don't you? I know, Hao Ren said. I've prepared all the exoskeleton materials for the combat suit. Everything is ready but you. Dongfeng Luo. Gao Yang asked. How's the neural manipulation module doing? Finished product testing was done, but it has been transferred to another R&D department. Hao Ren continued. That thing doesn't distinguish between enemy and self. The closer it is, the more it is affected. It's just like hurting the enemy by 800 and losing 1,000. Gao Yang showed a thoughtful face. Unless authorized by the system, the limitations of this group impact technique are really significant. The 2 men arrived at the R&D workshop. A group of researchers are working on the task at hand in an intense and organized manner. Occasionally someone looked curiously at the young man next to the minister. Hao Ren clapped his hands and shouted, Everyone, today I'm honored to have Professor Gao come to our department to demonstrate the exoskeleton manufacturing process. So everyone put down the work at hand and come over to learn. The crowd gathered toward the front at the command. A number of researchers were talking in low voices. He's Gao Yang, the youngest professor of the Summer Academy of Sciences? There's a 97.6% chance, as you can guess by looking at Minister Hao's attitude. I heard that Gao Yang is only 21 years old. What can you tell by looking at his demonstration? Indeed, something like craftsmanship relies on years and years of accumulation, not just being clever. How can someone else be a professor and work without someone watching, pulling us in for a show? Minister Hao must mean the same thing. We'll cooperate when the time comes. When everyone was gathered, Gao Yang walked to the temporary workbench in the center. Absolute touch opens. The parameters of the tools and materials are well understood. Gao Yang first replaced the titanium alloy material with air holes and cracks, then walked over to the handheld laser welding machine. The 2 RDs exchanged pleasantries. That equipment has just been imported back from abroad. Could Professor Gao be using it? It can't be. And this laser welding machine comes with a coaxial wire feed, the operation of which requires an extremely high level of proficiency. The crowd. A mute young man was staring at every step of Gao Yang's operation. Chapter 66, Open Classes Comparable to Concerts. CASA Logistics Equipment Research and Development Department. Developing a manufacturing workshop. Gao Yang beckoned to the mute lad to come over. The boy came to him nervously. What's your name? Professor Gao. My name is Qin Fan. Give me a hand. I just got into the Summer Academy a couple days ago. Qin Fan's expression was somewhat resistant, because Gao Yang had already started to dismantle the laser's exit unit, an $8 million piece of equipment said to be torn down. How dare he go up and help? It's not that the Qin family has no money to pay, mainly because of the long procurement cycle of foreign equipment, the responsibility of delaying the progress of the project he cannot afford. Hao Ren urged from the side. Go! Don't ink it! Qin Fan reluctantly went up to hit the ground running. Dozens of researchers are analyzing and discussing. What did Professor Gao ask Fan to move the UV laser for? Look! Another red fly has been moved. It's not a mess. The combat suit exoskeleton is made of a super titanium alloy. Where does laser welding use so many light sources? Professor Gao doesn't think that the more lasers there are, the better, does he? Maybe that's what he's thinking, and it's easy to make excuses when it comes time to weld out. Ugh, why is Minister Hao letting him run amok? What am I going to use for my project if I dismantle the laser head? Gao Yang didn't stop them from talking. Instead, try to slow down your hands. Allow the fellows to keep up with him. As time passes, Gao Yang has completed the modification of the exit head. The expressions on the faces of the group of fellows ranged from amused to incredulous. It's laser composite welding. Will an assembled ejection head that is not done in an ultra-clean room work? I saw Prof. Gao seemingly flicking dust particles in the air with his fingers while he was assembling it. 3 light sources compounded? He actually managed to integrate the control. A molecular gas plus inert gas mixture for protection? Why didn't I think of that? Regardless of the end result, I'm already convinced. Gao Yang easily completed the implantation of the transition metal, and then instructed everyone to put on their protective eyewear. 10 minutes later, the complete titanium exoskeleton had been presented to the crowd. Haoren came to Gao Yang's side in 2 steps and said excitedly, "It's already done?" After testing it with his absolute touch, Gao Yang said, "Not quite perfect, barely usable." Haoren sniffed and nervously checked the exoskeleton. Pure titanium emerges as a colored halo in the light. The welds are dense and smooth, so you can't see any problems. Professor Gao, excuse my eyes, but what's wrong? The temperature of the titanium alloy raw material was not controlled properly during molding, and there are residual stress cracks inside, and it is best not to exceed 1500 kilograms for the fist force setting value. Gao Yang said. Haoren gulped. Summer's combat suits are no match for the power and sensitivity of the eagle sauce. The root cause is not the power, but the material. When used for extended periods of time with greater than 600 kilograms of punching force, titanium alloys can be cracked by the tremendous recoil. As the combat uniforms are close to the body, it is very easy to cause secondary injuries to the fighters, so the performance of the combat suit was neutered. Haoren took a deep breath. 1,500 kilograms? That's 300 higher than the Eagle Sauce CP9 combat suit? Gao Yan nodded. If the material is even better, it should be able to reach 1,800 kilograms. But at that level, the person wearing the combat suit may not be able to stand it. Haoren inquired in a low voice. Professor Gao, is it convenient to test it live? After getting Gao Yang's consent, Haoren went out and called a guard in. It didn't take long. The guards had already put their exoskeletons on. 5 fellows spontaneously moved the tester. Wanting to know the strength data at the first opportunity, the guard came to the tester. Report. I'm ready. Begin the test. As soon as Haoren's words left his mouth, he felt a wind pressure on his cheek. Bang! There was a loud bang in the R&D workshop that shook the R&D staff upstairs and downstairs and made them spit fenugreek in their mouths. The tester base was a full block of marble, which nearly toppled over under the blow and shook for a while before restabilizing. The researcher seemed unable to feel the pain in his eardrums, his eyes staring straight at the data on the display. 1,616 kilograms. The R&D workshop resounded with the sound of cool air being sucked in. The punch shattered all their past learning theories. Haoren reacted and checked the exoskeleton again. The skeleton is not warped and the weld channels are intact. Professor Gao, I'm so damn convinced. The same material has directly increased its power by 2.7 times after your process. Haoren exclaimed. Minister Hao, the welding process has been confirmed to be fine. Next you arrange the automated production line modification yourself. Gao Yang said. You're not staying in Yanjing for a few more days? I'm going back to Chui City tomorrow. Haoren was filled with regret, thinking about what methods to use to keep Gao Yang behind. He turned his thoughts. Why not move the R&D shop to Chui City? I've heard that a joint lab is already being planned and built. It's not too much to ask for a piece of land for his logistics department, is it? Haoren is envisioning a bright future. A crowd of researchers rushed up and surrounded Gao Yang, taking turns asking various questions. After Gao Yang collected the questions, he temporarily decided to hold an open class. Haoren waved his hand and immediately prepared the latter conference room. The elevator goes up and down. It aroused the curiosity of several ministers. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The fact that Gao Yang was going to give a lecture spread throughout the logistics department. The 1,000 person-stepped conference room was filled to capacity, with many people having to stand to listen to the lecture. Gao Yang stood on the podium. The expression was calm and self-possessed, and the whole body radiated confidence. A public lecture was soundly delivered and the crowd was mesmerized. Someone was so excited to have their long-standing problem solved that they fainted on the spot. The scene was comparable to a concert of world superstars. 5:30 p.m. Gao Yang ended the public lecture with a dry mouth. Qian Shuecheng, who had long since heard the news, brought Gao Yang along towards the cafeteria. The two men exited the stepped conference room. Loud applause erupted behind them. Qian Shuesheng said to Gao Yang, "Gao Gong, I don't even have such a big scene as you do in my lectures." Gao Yang laughed. "On a whim. I didn't confiscate it. I just want to have a mouthful of soup first now." Qian Shuecheng said, "While you were lecturing, Hao Ren begged to come to me, hoping that a plot of land would be allocated to him in the toy factory." Gao Yang understood after a little thought. "Minister Hao is relying on me." "You can't say that either. The CASA doesn't just serve the military, but most importantly the people." "What do you mean, Elder Qian?" "Set aside a plot of land for a production plant to convert the exoskeleton military to civilian use." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "Anyway, there's plenty of land now and it doesn't cost him any money to build. Exoskeletons have a wide range of applications. It is used for things like unloading and carrying, knee pads for the elderly, delivery, courier sorting, and even hiking." The two of them arrived at the cafeteria and went straight to the second-floor reception booth. The round-faced young lady happened to be eating her work lunch, until the backs of the two disappeared down the stairway. It took her a moment to come back to her senses and murmur, "What my little brother said about eating together turned out to be true." Inside the booth, Gao Yang finished the bowl of tomato and egg soup with a satisfied look on his face. With no lunch and a full day of mental and physical cycles, the average person really can't carry it off. So, round dream toy factory on 5 off 2 unreasonable. When we go back, we'll switch to 4 on 3 off. Who's the boss and who's in charge? Chapter 67 Yellow Springs Elevator Plan. Qian Shuecheng saw that Gao Yang had almost eaten and got up to make sure that the door of the private room was closed. Seeing this, Gao Yang was puzzled. "Elder Qian, something's wrong?" Qian Shuesheng took out a notebook from his arms and handed it to him after he resumed his seat. "Gao Gong, take a look at this first." The notebook was yellowed, with slightly warped creases at the edges, and it looked like it had been rewritten over the years. Gao Yang turned to the first page. It says, "Yellow Springs Elevator Plan." As Gao Yang flipped through the pages faster and faster, a shocked and grave expression appeared on his face. "Big deal. It's amazing that Xia has been preparing for this program for a full 20 years. It took 7 years just to survey the site. There are currently 3 alternative addresses, and the Hami Basin is the most promising. The Yellow Springs elevator is as the name implies. In total, there are 3 levels. It leads from the Earth's crust all the way down to the soft flow ring 220 kilometers underground. The amount of work and difficulty can be imagined." Gao Yang closed the notebook with a slight frown. "Well, is the program feasible?" Qian Shuesheng asked expectantly. "If the assumptions in the plan are correct, there's roughly nothing wrong with it," Gao Yang said. "But I'm curious, what's the point of spending so much manpower and resources to drill a hole in the ground? Simply for the rare metals underground? Even if there really are that much gold and oil reserves, it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the huge expenses." "You're right, but what if there is thorium of nuclear purity level in the soft flow loop?" Chancellor Chang said. "How can there be thorium energy when the solid rocks in the soft flow ring are usually peridotite and garnetite?" Gao Yang asked. "You went to see it?" Qian Shuecheng asked rhetorically. Gao Yang's expression froze as he said, "Elder Qian, it's written in the book, so it can't be wrong." Qian Shuesheng shook his head and said, "What's written in the book is correct, except that there are many things that aren't written in the book at all. Indeed, being and informing are 2 concepts. Thorium energy is a substance that can replace radioactive uranium and only produces radiation equivalent to 0.6% of a nuclear power plant during the generation of electricity. Although crustal content is high, purification is quite difficult. If the soft flow loop really has a lot of nuclear purity grade thorium, it would only cost the construction of the Yellow Springs elevator once. The thorium energy mine would be enough to last the Summerland for tens of thousands of years." Gao Yang handed the notebook to Qian Shuesheng. "Elder Qian, what do you mean by showing me this plan?" Qian Shuesheng looked like he was caught up in memories as he leisurely said, "When I was still young, I used to study in the Manhwarecap kingdom, and at that time, I took part in a project in the Manhwarecap kingdom called Digging Through the Blue Star program. The woolly bear nation of that period made big money off of oil and was rich. According to project personnel, the last president of the woolly bear nation thought there would be a different world at the center of the earth. He went to great lengths to start drilling holes in the ground so that he could make the woolly bear nation the first in the world to occupy there." Gao Yang nodded and said, "I've heard of this. It said that the Manhwarecap country drilled 100 kilometers underground and terminated the project because of the oil price plunge and the national treasury was strained." Qian Shuesheng shook his head and said, "The concealed camel is bigger than a horse. It's not that he doesn't have the money, but he doesn't dare. Could it be a plastic flow layer down there? All molten magma? And no, it's because we heard the Yellow Springs As Jian Shuecheng finished his sentence, a deep fear appeared on his face. Gao Yang was filled with incredulity. The scientists are pre-scientists who espouse materialism, and only a very few of the top weeks, later in life, move into the field of theology. Has the money fellow reached that point? Jian Shuesheng seemed to have seen Gao Yang's thoughts, and said with slight helplessness, I love science, and I also revere science, so if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, oh no, it could also be a brainwave conduction technology like that. I would never believe it. Brainwave conduction? Yes, that sound can't be recorded, like it appears directly in the cochlea, and I can only tell you by feeling that it is indeed a sound. Jian Shuecheng explained. Gao Yang's curiosity was completely mobilized. The voice of the Yellow Springs? Jian Shuesheng said in a firm tone. That is definitely the ancient language of Xia, and the hairy bears can't tell the difference. What's it say? I don't know. Can't understand. Can you tell its summary if you can't understand it? Jian Shuecheng looked embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain it. There was a pause. Jian Shuesheng slowly spoke. Do you know why the Yellow Spring elevator project has never been launched after so many years of preparation? Why? Gao Yang asked in cooperation. For waiting for you. Jian Shuesheng's tone was unusually firm. Wait for me? Are you kidding? Who said that? Gao Yang was surprised. Jian Shuesheng hesitated for a moment and finally said the name. In Yameng. I am now. Gao Yang's words got stuck in mid-sentence. In Yameng seems to be his mom? Steep. Gao Yang seems to have realized something. Mom, what did she say? Jian Shuecheng said. I was there before she died. And she said, when one day Gao Yang becomes different from before, the plan Xia prepared can be carried out. Gao Yang's entire body was in a cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Mom? Yeah. His mom knows he's crossing over? Or do you know about the divine crafting system? The world is not at all as simple as it seems. The water is too deep. So eager to go home. Gao Yang's voice trembled a bit as he asked, Elder Qian, what else did my mom say? Jian Shuesheng didn't notice Gao Yang's strangeness, and only thought that he had touched his sadness, and it was normal for him to show agitation. It is forbidden to monitor and interfere with anything your siblings do, even if it's a life and death crisis. Jian Shuecheng said, your mom should have seen that you are a stoic super genius a long time ago, but you hit it too deeply and didn't show your sharpness until you ran out of money. So yesterday was indeed our first meeting. Gao Yang's hanging heart finally relaxed. A stoic super genius? That argument is at least better than aliens. Whether it's for the sake of Xia, or for his secret, the Yellow Springs elevator project has to be involved. Elder Qian, I'm involved in this project. What progress has been carried out so far? Gao Yang asked. The drill bit is still undergoing fabrication. In order to cope with the sheer strength of the lithosphere, which is close to 10 GPa, we can only use artificially grown diamonds. And as you can see the set size of the diamond on the tip of the drill bit, it takes a 12-month growth cycle for a 1-meter diameter diamond. Jian Shuecheng returned. Because of Yin Yuming's incident, Gao Yang began to become cautious. No spare system mole materials allowed. Diamond grown according to existing methods has a hardness of about 120 GPa. No problem drilling the lithosphere. But it's not always resistant when you enter the soft flow loop. Soft flow rings flow plastically and are extremely viscoelastic at high temperatures and pressures, which can rapidly deplete bit life. The amount of work and the long lead time for changing drill bits underground can seriously affect the project schedule. Gao Yang explained. Elder Qian, after the diamond is grown, a high-pressure phase transformation with an onion carbon precursor can synthesize ultrafine nanotwin diamond. Jian Shuecheng made a note of it and asked, Gao Gong, what is the theoretical hardness you calculated in this way? 276 GPa. Jian Shuesheng got the data and couldn't wait to invite Gao Yang to experiment together. Gao Yang directly refused and hurried back to the hotel. Chapter 68 Seal of Civilization. Airplane to Akihabara City. First class. Gao Yang is resting his eyes. Before he left, he made a pact with academician Xian. Start the Yellow Springs elevator program next winter. As for now, the focus is still on the expansion of the toy factory and the creation of summer dream labs. The amount of money needed to invest in research is astronomical, and the source of funds cannot be divorced from food, clothing and shelter. Current situation. Summerland is close to saturation in all sectors. If he intervenes forcefully, he will certainly cause turbulence in the economic situation of Xia. No exaggeration. Assuming that Gao Yang creates a new car-making force, it means that the only way for existing car companies to go is to go out of business. Sessions. The unemployment of 10 million employees in Xia will bring unimaginable disasters to the families behind them. Sure, a model for external export is also possible, but the world's attitude towards Xia is obvious. With all kinds of bans coming out of the woodwork, the goal is to suppress the rise of Xia and protect their own businesses. So, Gao Yang decided to solve the problem of research and development funds through the Dream Toy Factory. Things like toys are hard to define and have a huge market, theoretically covering all ages. It's the perfect track for the moment. System, is there really a yellow spring in the ground? Gao Yang asked in his head. Host, please explain your definition of the yellow springs. The other world that people go to when they die? Judging from the definition. No. What about the spirit world after death? Judging from the definition. No. How should that be defined? Seal of civilization. The seal of civilization? An astral species produces a series of cultural achievements and norms of social behavior, including, but not limited to, language and writing, art, science and technology, religious beliefs, morality and ethics, legal systems, etiquette and customs, etc., which are defined as an imprint of civilization. System, you mean there's a civilization imprint in the Earth's core? Host, there are a total of 3 civilization imprints in the Earth's core, and the Samsung Dewey currently developed by Xia belongs to the Mesozoic Divine Dragon civilization, which is strictly defined as belonging to the dragon's heirloom. Gao Yang violently sat upright from his chair. The stewardess crouching beside her was startled. Mr. Gao, would you like a drink? Gao Yang shook his head and reclined his back against the chair. When the mind is well calmed, he inquired again in his head. System, what was the sound that academician Xian heard? The host may call it an echo of civilization. What does it mean? The host's authority is insufficient. Please continue to reach the divine craft for unlocking. What are the other 2 marks of civilization? Insufficient host authority. In the meantime, on the other side of the blue planet, Eagle Sauce Federal Bureau of Science and Technology, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses looked at the report in his hands with a gloomy expression. Bang! Will slammed the report down hard on the table. George, you're disappointing me with your ability to get things done. George's hands shook slightly, a hint of awe in his expression. Dear Chief Will, allow me to explain to you that the Xia doll is a powerful weapon of war, and our CP-10 suits can't do destructive damage to it. Will held the frames of his glasses with his middle finger and said in an icy voice, a doll toy? Why don't you make up a better reason? George said in a firm tone, Chief Will, I swear on God's honor, it's really a doll. I saw them merge together and form an oriental giant with my own eyes. Will picked up the report again. The records on it include Locke's dictation and Newt Jason's handwritten notes. The dolls blend like slimes, has a gravitational field defense shield, combat chip with built-in Xia Kung Fu, can spray water arrows and rockets. The battlesuit inexplicably went out during the battle. Doll's arm becomes invisible for a short time when he throws a punch. Is this ING telling me a sci-fi story? Bang! The report was slapped on the table once more. Damn! Because you didn't bring back Leona and Sun Nianxia. Sun Xiaoping was already extradited to Xia in the morning. Will's expression grimaced. If we knew that things would turn out this way, we shouldn't have agreed to Xia's quid pro quo in the first place. George shrunk his neck and said with trepidation, even if Xia has Sun Xiaoping, it will take at least 10 years for the space and astronautics technology to fall into place. And by that time, our star chain, which has long since covered the entire LEO orbital path, won't leave any space for Xia. Will's expression eased slightly. George, do you have any evidence of military equipment being developed at the Roundup Toy Factory? Flying saucers. That self-destructing flying saucer is proof. Damn. Do you have any brains at all? That's just a modified toy. Commissioner Will, since when do our Eagle Sauce sanctions need justification? George rightfully said, I propose that toy factory be sanctioned for 500 years. Will laughed at his remark. Xia is already the largest manufacturing country in the world. Half of our 3C products are made by them. Unjustified sanctions? Do you think that the exchange between countries is a game? What then? Let God sanction them? It's happening right now. There was a knock on the office door. A tall female secretary walked in and handed Will the papers in her hand. Chief, here's the latest news from the Xia side. George's eyes were fixed on the back of the female secretary's departure, and he gulped quietly. Will read the contents and jerked the paper in George's face. There's a reason for sanctions. After today, any country that dares to contact the Yuanming Toy Factory is against Eagle Sauce. George ignored the pain in his face and raced to read the contents of the document. The first article of the document is that the Summer Academy of Sciences and the Yuanming Toy Factory set up the Summer Dream Joint Research and Development Laboratory. Despicable. How dare Xia say that the purpose of establishing the laboratory is to improve the lives of its citizens? George's face muscles twitched as he was hit. I've recognized the correctness of your information. That toy factory is an arms factory for Xiao's cover-up. Will said. What is the annual limit for our sanctions? Just as you said. 500 years. The prestige of Eagle Jam will not allow any country to provoke it. George rubbed his cheeks and reported. Director Will, The stick country's Samsung Zaibatsu feels that the price of the CP7 combat suit is too high, and has already sent someone to make contact with the summer country. A hint of cruelty appeared on Will's face as he said, "Tell the stick country to buy another 5,000 CP7S. Tell the Samsung group that the SAD anti-missile system can not only deter Xia, but it can also level half of the stick country to the ground." George nodded his head and continued to report. The Chizuru family of the Eastern Kingdom seems to want to reconcile with Gao Yang. Eastern Japan? Will's face showed disdain. A dog presumptuously looking for a new master. Since the Chizuru family doesn't want to be a dog, it will be replaced by the Kusanagi family to take the throne. Yes. George's body stood straight as he exclaimed. Hawk Sauce hegemony forever. Chapter 69. The Toy Factory was sanctioned by Eagle Sauce. Swing City. Round Dream Toys Factory. A big black G drove up to the factory entrance. A 3-meter high cloud of dust rose from the back of the car for a long time. As soon as Gao Yang got off the bus, Shin Yanshan went up and tried to give him a big hug. "Yangzi, you finally gave up to come to the toy factory. Came back for a week, did not see your shadow. If not, I cannot go now. Must kill to your home." Gao Yang stopped his hugging action and said, "I'm tired from a trip to Yinjing. I'm resting for a week." "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Shin Yanshan shook his head and laughed. "You're my boss now. How dare I have any ideas?" Gao Yang wasn't actually there to rest. Instead, they observe if they are under surveillance through micrometer-level visual inspection. After a week, he had ruled out any possibility of being watched, unless Summerlin created a separate Truman's World for him. Otherwise it could not have escaped him. Shin Yanshan wiped the dust from his face and said, "How was it? See the speed of Xia, right?" Gao Yang looked around. Work has already begun on the 600 acres to the northeast. All kinds of engineering vehicles come and go at the site, and the air around is filled with dust everywhere. Chang Zi, the first phase of the toy factory's expansion is starting so soon? Gao Yang asked. "That's for sure. Mayor Yi personally presided over the approval. Green light all the way. This is already considered slow." Shen Yongxiang proudly said. "How long is it expected to take to build? Since the money doesn't have to come out of our pockets, I've pulled in some of the biggest engineering teams in Akachin City. The workshop will be completed in 2 months, and the Summer Dream Lab building is expected to take 8 months. Gao Yang frowned slightly. "It's too long. Can it be done in a month?" Shin Yongxiang's expression froze and he asked in a low voice. "How long?" Gao Yang confirmed. 1 month. Shin Yongxiang removed the construction site helmet from his head as he pulled his hair and said, "Yangzi, are you sleep deprived? 1 month? Not even enough time to lay the foundation. How can you build? Tofu dregs construction?" Gao Yang said, "We have plenty of space, so we can use modular construction. Make each floor first, and then use stacked floors to complete the whole building." Shin Yongxiang expression through the helpless, pointing forward, said, "You see, a phase of land next to so many buildings have not been demolished, where there is a place to put the module. 20 floors laid up. How big a piece of land it must be, ah?" Gao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Leave the demolition of the building to me. 3 days is almost enough." Shin Yongxiang's mouth was wide open and he was petrified in place. So many days of sight experience had made him forget about Gao Yang's strength. Yang is the master of making so many amazing toys. Cotton dolls aside, it's long past time for him to put on his vixen suit and demolish the building. Demolish the building with your bare hands. It's exciting to think about. Shin Yongxiang took a deep breath, and the floating dust entered his lungs, causing a coughing fit. Gao Yang glanced at him. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. The dust in the air is also a big problem. The employees of the toy factory have been working in this kind of environment. It's not good for the respiratory tract. The demolition of the building will be slowed down for 2 days beforehand, and you can just take advantage of the time to contact a few more construction teams. I'm going to solve the problem of air dust first." Shin Yongxiang heavily exhaled the air in his lungs and nodded. "Okay, I'll contact the construction team right away." Wait for Shin Yongxiang to finish his call. The two had walked to the office building of the toy factory. Gao Yang looked toward the toy exhibition area and wondered, "Chang Zi, what are they doing?" Shen Yongxiang responded, "They're 2 live treasures. Arranging the workshop works at a waste of their talent. Told them to go to the construction site, and cannot carry 2 bricks. The post transferred a circle, and finally took over the old Pan's live work." Gao Yang came to heel, found Long Ziguang and Ping Tu to be very dedicated. Long Ziguang was sitting on a rocking car sleeping so soundly that his harangue was hanging on his neck. Pinto, on the other hand, rushes the airwaves to explain how the cotton dyeing state is Keiko waste. Selling toys? They sell a hammer. Gao Yang looked at a complete set of live broadcast equipment with a crying expression. Pinto looks up and sees Gao Yang, gets up and pulls him in front of the camera. Gao Yang was unsure, so he followed Pinto's wishes to see what he was going to do. "Families, tell you all one more harsh truth. Pinto gave a passionate speech. A man as handsome as this one is in cotton dyeing country. Snap! Gao Yang slapped Pinto's white hair. Hey, who are you to hit people? I can tell you, the boss of Yuan Meng is my brother's brother. Be careful of transferring you to clean the toilet. Brother Ping-tu arrogantly said. Mi Huan, it seems like you can't get enough of sweeping toilets. Do you want me to keep transferring you over? Shen Yongxiang flirted. Brother Chang, what brings you here? Brother Ping-tu's tone carried a hint of ingratiation. You're blind. I can't see when I'm standing at the door? Shen Yongxiang said. I've spent 10 years in the land of Bell Lemon and I can't even tell what a black person looks like. How am I supposed to recognize you when you're so tanned? Flathead commiserated. Say you're blind and you don't believe me. You dare to pull the boss live. You do have some guts. Shen Yongxiang arched his fire and said. Pinto inclined his head to look at Gao Yang, then quickly ran over to the shaker and slapped Long Zi on his bald head. Get up! The boss is coming. Long Ziguan opened his eyes in a daze and wiped the drool on his neck with his hand. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he shouted. Round the dream rocker. Round your cradle dream. Oi! Gao Yang said indifferently. Don't pretend and make the audience in the live broadcast room look at the joke. Just now, Gao Yang has already observed the Round Dream Toy Factory live broadcast. The number of people was 5,000, with little fluctuation. The best sellers were the cotton dolls. As you can see from the viewer pop-ups, many of them are Pinto's original female fans. Wow, is that the owner of Dreams? So handsome. Seeking contact. Cell phone number 138XXXXXXXX. Do not disturb those who eat roots. Gmail guys, wipe your eyes. Live streaming with the beauty face on. Look at Flathead's chin can be used as a needle. I heard his name is Gao Yang and he's a professor at the Summer Academy of Sciences. Ask for one-on-one tuition. How is that possible? This princess has dated countless people. He is at most in his early 20s. It is difficult to be a researcher at this age. And he is still a beast? In the front, Casa made the announcement 5 days ago. I've seen the photos. It's a notch more handsome than the one in the live broadcast. I read the announcements too. He's the youngest professor in the Summer Academy and he's still the boss. Drool. This can't be faked. There are 2 copies of the notice. The other one is to set up a joint lab with Yuan Meng Toy Factory. Scary as hell. This is the first time that the Summer Academy of Sciences has set up a lab with a company. And although I can't understand it, it doesn't affect my support for my own country. So I'll place my order first. Gao Yang looked at the crazy orders in the live broadcasting room and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support. Yuan Meng will, as always, guarantee quality and accompany children's growth with high-quality toys. And, at the same time, I hope to fulfill your dreams of childhood innocence. The words fell shortly after. The pop-ups in the live feed scroll faster. Boss, when I was a kid I wished I had a pillow with a shark on top and a bee on the bottom. Can you customize one for me? Little brother. I want a shark ride. Please. I want turtles with bees. I want people to attend the cock. I want duck horse butterflies. Gao Yang always had a faint smile on his face. He turned his head to Shen Yongxiang and said, Xiangzi, record the fans' requests and make arrangements. The live feeds were once again buzzing with magical ideas spewing forth. Just then, a figure darted down the stairs. Pan Yuejiang saw Gao Yang in his afterglow and first froze, then immediately ran towards him. As he ran, he shouted, Boss, our toy factory has been sanctioned by Eagle Sauce. Chapter 70, Hawk Sauce continues to raise the stakes. 3 countries sanctioned. Pan Yuejiang hurriedly distributed the documents in his hands to Gao Yang and Shen Yongxiang. He was talking very loudly just now. This resulted in a change in the content of the pop-ups in the live stream. I think I just heard some kind of sanction? I heard that too. I think it said Eagle Sauce sanctioned the toy factory. How is that possible? A business that makes dolls is worth all the fuss over Hawk Jam? Absolutely impossible. This kind of document is for the whole world. Isn't Hawk Jam afraid of being laughed out of the world? That's right. What threat can toys be? Are they afraid of our cultural invasion? Just as the audience was talking, the number of people in the live stream went up like crazy. 10K. 20,000. Flathead looked at the data soaring on the screen and unconsciously rubbed his eyes. He's been live for a week and his highest number is 6,000. Or because he has old fans. Gao Yang stops here. The number of people broke 20,000 straight away. New viewers to the live stream started sending pop-ups. Taking a chance. Is this the official roundup account? I just got here too. This should be real. I just went into a couple fake live rooms and they were instantly blocked. Officials aren't even allowed to rub it in. The background of the roundup is too strong. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Newcomers, are you here to buy toys? What toys to buy? I came over to see the high-tech company. And just now I read the news that Eagle Jam declared that it had listed Round Dream as being on the sanctions list. 500 years of sanctions. That's a clear sign of never cooperating, leaving no room for détente. Holy, so the words that were said in the live broadcast just now were true. Bull bye. As long as the ones sanctioned by Eagle Sauce have to be national enterprises of Xia. At this point, Gao Yang had already finished reading the document in his hand. With a confident smile on his face, he said to the viewers in the live broadcast room, "Thank you Eagle Sauce for the advertisement for Round Dream. You can click on the link below to see if there are any toys of your choice." The live stream instantly exploded. He's the owner of Round Dream? Why so calm? Don't panic when things go wrong. Half the style of the old man. But he's just too steady. What if Eagle Sauce doesn't work with elements and there are no orders? You'll see what's inside the link. I thought Yuanmeng Toy Factory was a hidden tech company, but I didn't realize it really sells toys. Wang Defa. This can be a friggin' collaboration. Will Eagle Jam be short of rockers and cotton dolls? So that's it. No worries then indeed. There's a toy flying saucer in the link. Looks good yay. Plant a weed. Extra extra. 5 minutes ago, the Kingdom of the Stick and the Kingdom of the East issued statements one after another with the same content, both sanctioning the Yuanmeng Toy Factory. Holy, sanctions of the three kingdoms. I'm kind of lost in this world. Why? Is there a hidden agenda I don't know about? Have you guys forgotten? The Summer Academy of Sciences and Yuanmeng have set up a joint R&D lab. Could it be because of this? Suddenly, the Wazi Gift special effect appears on the screen. Immediately after, the special effects begin to loop. Summerland Daily is giving away a Huazi X6. The Summerland Academy of Sciences gave away the Huazi X6. Xia's Ministry of Diplomatic Speaking sends out the Huazi X6. Viewers across the country watched the live feed and fell into a state of self-doubt. Subconsciously assumed that the official accounts have been stolen en masse. What a joke. These official accounts don't even give a few followers. Who's ever seen them swipe a gift? And a uniform swipe of 6. Is that meant to say roundup 666? A large number of viewers followed the gift records to the official account to make sure it was real. It turned out that all were wearing official badges. It really couldn't be more true. The heat in the live stream is soaring wildly, firmly at the top of the list. The number of viewers exceeded 100,000 people. Holy, roundup is ing awesome. The official personally came down to support it. I would call it the strongest toy factory in Xia. Up front. That's not what I'm talking about. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Summer Kingdom has just made a statement that we have chosen to launch countermeasures because of the sanctions imposed by the three countries on the Round Dream. I've seen it too. Putting Eagle Sauce's 6 conglomerates on the list of unreliable entities, restricting the operations of the 6 companies from the Stick Country in the Summer Kingdom, and directly ended the hydrogen fuel automobile technology cooperation with the East. I can't use words to describe how I feel right now. Back then when Ju Factory was sanctioned, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just strongly condemned it. I thought the gap between Xia and Eagle Sauce was too big and needed to hold back, but I didn't realize that we're already so strong that we can fight them hard. This is too much of an exaggeration. I read the history of Yuanmeng Toy Factory, and it was mediocre before until it took off in all kinds of ways with a new boss named Gao Yang. Gao Yang is what you call it? You have to call Professor Gao. He's a serious full professor of the Summer Academy of Sciences, or the kind that doesn't have to sit on the bench. Envy. Gao Yang turned off the reward function of the live broadcast, mainly because there was no subscreen, which affected his ability to see the gift records. Subsequently, he thanked them all for the camera. The enthusiasm of the live audience was great. Although I don't understand what exactly Round Dream does, the fact that the officials have come down to support it means that Round Dream must have made a significant contribution to the country, and the joint sanctioning of the three countries has definitely been whacked by Roundup. Such national enterprises must be supported. Since you can't swipe a gift, then clear the link. The live stream continues to record record purchases. 10 minutes later, the link was swept clean of toys. A chorus of complaints appeared on the live stream pop-up. Pick up catfish, are you sick? Buy 30 rocking cars to open an amusement park. I don't want you to worry about it. I'll sit on one a day for a month without a change. Did anyone even a cotton doll for me? My phone got stuck for a bit and I didn't grab one. You can wait. Shark B. In front. If you don't let me in, what gives you the right to curse? He's not scolding you. The Roundup boss both favors his fans and listens to advice. And he'll be doing shark rides later. After the live broadcast, Pan Yuezhang's entire body relaxed. He walked up to Gao Yang and said in embarrassment, "Boss, it's me who made a fuss." Gao Yang laughed. "Old Pan, you'd better call Gao Gong. It's weird to hear you call the boss." Pan Yuezhang smiled at his words and said, "Gao Gong, I thought you would be a new official." Gao Yang sidetracked the topic and pointed at Long Ziguang and Brother Pingtu and said, "Later on, let these two boys record the requests made by the audience in the live broadcast room. Lock the top 10 in demand first, and then arrange for production." Okay. Panhua Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, "Currently, our factory's toy supply can't keep up. Should we extend the working hours by 2 hours?" Gao Yang denied. "Don't mention the overtime in the future. Starting next week, the toy factory will change to 4 off 3. Only working 4 days a week?" A difficult look appeared on Panhua Jiang's face. "Gao Gong, the workshop planned for the first phase hasn't been built yet. The current production capacity is completely insufficient." Gao Yang understood what he meant, but didn't agree in his heart. Go recruit, provide employment, and don't keep thinking about squeezing employees. Panhua Jiang wanted to say something. "Don't worry, the new workshop will be solved soon," Gao Yang arranged. Re-expand the factory's power distribution room and introduce photovoltaic energy storage. The flexible photovoltaic film I laid before. After recording the matters arranged by Gao Yang, Panhua Jiang ran out of the office building and began to execute the implementation. After Gao Yang caught up with Long Ziguang and the others, "Come alone to the toy factory's R&D lab. Start working on a new craft." Chapter 71, The Absolute King of Excavators. The lab hasn't changed much. It still looks the same. The ultra-clean space is spotless thanks to the photovoltaic film that provides ample power. Gao Yang looked through the materials in the system mall with a difficult look on his face. Remaining 420 craft points. Totally insufficient to manufacture large-scale air purification equipment. To save on process point consumption, it still has to start with the toys. Gao Yang adjusted the order of production and decided to work on the engineering vehicle toy model first. After all, the construction and demolition operations of the Elements Toy Factory are now inseparable from construction vehicles. And Goyang plans to add a new workshop to produce toy models of engineering vehicles. These toys are made of high-strength plastics and wear-resistant metals, and the production process is carried out according to strict standards of workmanship to ensure sturdiness and durability. The engineering vehicle model is extremely free-flowing. By simulating real-life operations, a real operating experience is achieved with the controller. Except for the difference in exterior proportions, it's almost to the point of being a fake. A favorite of punk mechanic fans. One more thing. Gao Yang wanted to trigger the system's collection mode by creating a certain number of engineering vehicles. System, prepare a program for making an excavator. Host requirements have been received and program design is complete. Frame, super stainless steel. Bucket assembly, liquid metal memory alloy. Transmission components, non-Newtonian hydraulic arm. Track unit, all-terrain adaptive module. Power unit, high-speed disk motor. Energy core, thorium energy batteries. Gao Yang had already designed the program in his mind just now, comparing it to the system program with slight differences. Because the excavator model is going to be put into actual construction, a bucket that is too small will inevitably lead to extreme inefficiency. So the folding extension technology is needed. By a method similar to origami, the bucket can be enlarged to any working size, and then folded back to normal model matching size when not in use. In that case, liquid metal memory alloys would be inappropriate, and high entropy alloys would be used instead. The amount of crafting points is just too low, so you can only exchange ore from the system and make iron yourself. The non-Newtonian body hydraulic arm is also to be replaced with a telescopic structure to suit the bucket's operating conditions. The next issue is the center of gravity. Utilizing an anti-gravity module for counterweighting. Still a matter of craftsmanship points. The module needs to be built purely by hand, redeeming gravitons and black boxes from the system, and hand-rubbing the anti-gravity module. Another eye for the excavator, and a camera from the system mall will do the trick. Lastly, there's the control unit, and as more and more toys are made in the future, it's best to have a centralized controller. Gao Yang swept his gaze to the toy flying saucer on the side. When Long Ziguang returned to China, he brought back the entire set of flying saucers. It's sitting in the lab right now. The gilt finger ring controller glows with a little starlight in the shadowless lamp. Then make a pair of centerfold glasses. Redemption complete. Craft points consumed, 420. Craft points remaining, 0. Gao Yang looked at the forging table around him that he had rented from the system. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and an incomparable confidence spread across his face. He's going to continue to have a 100% production success rate. When a crisp smack of iron announced that the making of the excavator had begun. The next 20 hours, Gao Yang spent his entire time, except for meals, immersed in the crafting of the excavator. The vast majority of the raw materials used in this one craft, he was required to build the individual parts by hand. Coupled with the fact that there was only one copy of the material, Gao Yang didn't dare to slack off for a moment. Because of this, Gao Yang's understanding of the skills given by the system was getting deeper and deeper, and his proficiency was also increasing. Even at one point when we were returning to the lab from dinner, Goyang forgets to actively turn on micron-level visual inspection, all of which achieves precise size control. Forging high-entropy alloys takes the longest time. The pounding echoed around the lab. People are curious though, but after realizing that it was the boss doing R&D in there, they didn't dare to disturb, afraid of ruining the boss's inspiration. To know, without the owner there would be no toy factory today. In the lab, Yao Yang installed the last part onto the excavator and let out a long sigh of relief. The excavator toy model is finally finished. With its shiny super stainless steel shell, dark silver telescoping hydraulic arm and serrated bucket, and silver-gray metal tracks, it's a man's dream vehicle. Gao Yang put on his golden eyeglasses center controller and mentally mumbled, "Disengage the toy mode." The words just fell. The excavator's tracks turned and traveled forward. When it neared the wall, the excavator didn't slow down, but instead stuck directly to the wall and climbed vertically. What do you mean by all-terrain adaptive? It's ing called all-terrain adaptive. Gao Yan looked at the excavator hanging upside down on the roof glass and nodded in satisfaction. System, submit for review. Reduction, 100%. Addition of folding and expanding technology to the bucket. Development of sentry mode. Degree of innovation, 80%. Host builds G2 anti-gravity module. Excavator has positive and negative gravitational subfields. System calculates excavator's maximum digging height to be 152 meters. Functionality, 5000%. Overall rating, A+. Bonus craft points, 5180. Remaining craft points, 5180. Detecting the host's use of divine craftsmanship. The micron-level visual inspection is upgraded to a nanometer-level visual inspection. It's finally bleeding back. Gao Yang sighed silently in his heart. I must save craft points in the future. It's so hard to live without money. Gao Yang went home and slept beautifully. Arrive at the lab again with homemade tools from home. After a good night's sleep and a good meal, Gao Yang's condition had returned to when he was at his peak. He maneuvered the backhoe down that had been dangling from the roof all day. Then summon the system in your head. Prepare 3 production plans for a dump truck model, a bulldozer model and a crane model. Host requirements have been received and program design is complete. Frame, dumper super stainless steel. Transmission components, dumper non-Newtonian hydraulic connecting rod. Tires, dump truck all-weather adaptive tires. Power unit, dumper high-speed disc motor. Energy core, dump truck thorium energy battery. Frame, bulldozer super stainless steel. Bulldozer, liquid metal memory alloy. Looseners, bulldozer's seismic wave generators. Crawler unit, bulldozer all-terrain adaptive module. Power unit, dumper high-speed disc motor. Energy core, bulldozer thorium energy battery. Frame, crane super stainless steel. Lifting assembly, crane maglev tower crane. Lifting assembly, crane non-Newtonian hydraulic connecting rod. Tires, crane all-weather adaptive tires. Power unit, crane high-speed disc motor. Energy core, crane thorium energy batteries. Chapter 72, Super Toy Engineering Team. Redemption complete. Craft points consumed, 1620. Craft points remaining, 3560. When Gao Yang held a sledgehammer and slammed it heavily on the high-entropy alloy ore, the flying sparks were blocked by an inexplicable force field. System rentals are a must. The forging table not only provides controlled temperatures in a designated area, but also isolates fumes as well as metal splashes through a force field. With his repeated hammering, the high-entropy alloy ore gradually changes to a sheet 5 microns thick. Gao Yang adjusted the particle binding field of the lightsaber, locking the diameter of the red light blade at 1 nanometer, and then made a precise split of the high-entropy alloy plate. Cutting, drilling, and mounting hinges. Delicate model parts gradually filled up half the workbench. Folding dump bucket. Folding bulldozer. Telescopic boom. Dark silver luster under the light. Gao Yan was completely in the state of mindstream and his understanding of the craft was deepening. Time passes little by little. A pile of parts gradually took shape between his deft fingers. Dumper truck toy model completed. Bulldozer toy model completed. Crane toy model completed. Goyang made programmatic adjustments to the dump trucks and cranes. Changed the all-weather adaptive tires to all-terrain adaptive tracks. After all, a construction truck that can't climb a wall is not a good toy. All 4 models are close to 1 meter in length and are neatly listed in a row. Gao Yang looked at his work with satisfaction. Mental note. Disengage toy mode. Submit for review. Dump truck restoration, 80%. Replacement of all-terrain adaptive tracks. Addition of folding and expanding technology. Development of sentinel mode. Degree of innovation, 120%. Dumper truck with positive and negative gravitational subfield. System calculates the maximum hopper volume of the dumper truck to be 100 million cubic meters. Functionality, 8000%. Overall rating, A+. Bonus craft points, 8200. Remaining craft points, 11760. Bulldozer restoration, 100%. With the rewards paid out, the craft point balance rests at 22,999. Gao Yan was in a happy mood. Although the 4 construction vehicle models did not activate the system collection mode, The overall harvest has far exceeded expectations, especially for high-entropy alloys. The forging process has crossed the bottleneck to another level in one fell swoop. Gao Yang's afterglow scanned the AR display on the lenses of his glasses. The time was 12:03. It's time for lunch. Out of the lab, Gao Yang walked towards the cafeteria. The streets of the factory were bustling with people coming and going. Everyone has a bright smile on their face and carries a boundless desire for the future. The Roundup toy factory is not what it used to be. High salary, high benefits, 4 on 3 off. Even if the order has been scheduled for 2 months later, the boss does not allow them to work overtime. Lao Wang, as the workshop director, resolutely carried out Gao Yang's orders. Pull the plug at the end of the day. Leave employees shiftless. Under the influence of this environment, the Roundup toy factory became a paradise in the city of swings. There's no CPU, no internal scrolls, no endless morning regular meetings and those bull ***** weekly daily hourly papers. Only happy to go to work and live happily. Gao Yang saw the oncoming old Wang and gave him a slight nod in greeting. After he's gone, old Wang patted the shoulder of the new employee beside him and proudly said, "Didn't lie to you. The boss and I are well acquainted. You saw him nodding to me just now, right?" The new employee was filled with envy. "Director Wang, you're too good. I just saw the boss greet you." Not far, gathered a group of young and beautiful female employees. They discussed in low voices while stealing glances at Gao Yang's back. The boss has started wearing glasses. So svelte and mature. Can't stand it. I almost passed out just now. Do you guys think I have the looks of the boss's wife? You came late and don't know. The boss already has a girlfriend. The figure and face value are first class. I'm a woman who looks at it and envies it. Yeah, she's also a designer. She designed your favorite factory uniform. As long as the angle is good, there's no corner you can't dig. I've decided to set up a boss fan club. Any want to join? I'm in. Count me in. Roundup cafeteria. It was only after Gao Yang finished the 3-person portion of the meal that the hunger in his belly gradually dissipated. Yoko, why are you wearing glasses? Shin Yongxiang came to Gao Yang's table with a plate full of rice and began to dry the rice. Wear it if you want to. Gao Yang looked at his tanned appearance and laughed. Not bad, much more mature than before. Shin Yongxiang swallowed the food in his mouth and yelled. Don't mention it. With such a large amount of work, every day is busy. When will your equipment for demolishing the building be ready? By the way, there's still the matter of dust. I've already arranged water misting devices around the factory, but the effect isn't that obvious. The engineering vehicles are ready. The problem of construction dust will be solved by tomorrow at the latest. Gao Yang pacified him. So soon? It's only been less than 3 days, right? Shin Yongxiang said excitedly. Yangzi, where is it? I'll go take a look first. It's in the lab. A laboratory? Are you talking about an engineering vehicle of the kind I understand? Gao Yang held the edge of the frame with his hand and laughed. Excavators, dump trucks, bulldozers, cranes, do you think they count as construction vehicles? Count. How does it not count? But do you think the lab put it down? It's all 1 meter long. How come it doesn't fit? Shin Yongxiang was so startled that his chopsticks fell on the dinner plate. Yoko, that's a toy model. Do you know anything about car models? I know you're good at craftsmanship, but how long would it take to dismantle it with such a small toy? Might as well give me the Vixen suit. I can take it apart with my bare hands faster than a model car. Gao Yang waited for him to calm down and said in a flat tone. That's not necessarily true. You'll know tomorrow when you've seen it. Shin Yongxiang's perception had not yet been broken, and he only felt that with the loading capacity of the car model, he would not be able to catch up with the schedule even if he was fast. The remaining 200 acres are barren hills and abandoned factories, and the modular construction team you asked me to find can be in place with materials by next Friday, so can we really make the time? Gao Yang knew the parameters of the engineering vehicle by heart. The 200-acre area can be demolished in 3 days. Keiko, why are you starting to distrust me? Shin Yongxiang froze at his words. From the time he took over the construction of the first phase of the toy factory, Shen Guohao had arranged for the Shen family's think tank to assist him. A construction project of this scale is not something that Shin Yongxiang can accomplish alone. Shen Guohao was also well-intentioned, sending out experts with extensive experience in this line of work. The longer you've been in the business the more stubborn you are, and to reflect technical authority, the think tank flatly dismissed Shin Yongxiang's idea. It's only been less than half a month. Shin Yongxiang was CPU'd by them without realizing it. Subconsciously think they're right. Shin Yongxiang hemmed and hawed and said to Gao Yang, Yangzi, I'm sorry, I've been spending time with a bunch of people who rely on the old lately, and my thinking has become ossified. Gao Yang patted his shoulder and laughed. I'm leaving first, there's still a bubble machine to do. Shin Yongxiang looked at Gao Yang's back, full of doubt. Bubble machine? What's it for? Chapter 73, Shen Yongxiong's Think Tank. Early the next morning, Toy Factory Phase 1 construction site. Dozens of engineering vehicles are working and the site is dusty. 5 middle-aged men in white helmets and suits are pointing at the construction site. Second young master. Look at our newly designed building plan. Atmospheric yet dignified. Compact layout. Can maximize the use of land area? Not that I'm leaning on my old age. I've been in the construction business for almost 30 years. You need to listen to our opinions more. Shen Yongxiong looked at the think tank in front of him and suddenly felt that the previous sheep herding mode was more suitable for him. Uncle Ku, my opinion is still to use the original plan. That plan was approved by Gao Yang and cannot be changed easily. Not to mention that the new plan now almost overturns the original entirely. Kuda face color is a little unsightly. Since yesterday, Shen Yongxiong seems to have changed a person. No longer like before so understanding and obedient. They could be appointed by Shen Guohao as Shen Yongxiong's think tank. All of them were human elites among elites. There are only 3 children in the Shen family. Shen Weifeng went into the military region and basically did not participate in the various decisions of Shen. Shen Muxue was still in college and studied clothing, and the probability of managing the group was almost zero. Then the most likely successor is the kid in front of him. When Shen Guohao decided to equip Shen Yongxiong with a think tank, the competition is extraordinarily fierce. The reason is simple. On the one hand, you can be a slave to the dragon. The other side of the coin is to exert influence on Shen Yongxiong before he grows up, preferably so that he can form a spiritual dependence on the think tank and then gain power and benefits. Kodak acted like he was in pain. Second young master, we are all the core of Shen's family. Millions of dollars up and down every minute. If not for the family master's order, we wouldn't be so vomitous. Why don't you listen to persuasion? The members of the think tank around them also spoke up. Chief Ku has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Second young master, you need to watch and learn more. Don't play small. Ugh. I used to have pie-in-the-sky ideas when I was your age. But respect the facts. You've seen the previous program. That kind of design space utilization is low. Not dignified enough atmosphere. How to deserve the name of the joint laboratory. This is to discredit the Summer Academy of Sciences. Second young master, you must learn to respect us old-timers. We will not harm you. Shen Yongxiong's expression was helpless. These old men were indeed set up for him by Pops. That's why he had always given enough respect before. But after thinking about it yesterday, Shen Yongxiong realized that something was wrong. 10 short days. He doesn't seem to think independently anymore. Uncle Ku, it's not that I don't listen to you guys. Gao Yang is the boss and a professor at the Summer Academy of Sciences. His decisions can't just be changed. A hint of displeasure flashed in Ku Da's eyes. Gao Yang had only been back for a few days and Shen Yongxiong was starting to get out of control. Second young master, I recognize Xiaogao's scientific and technological abilities. But he didn't study construction engineering, and the intervening profession is like a mountain. So if we let him lead you on a wild goose chase, we won't be able to do our job. That was no longer a hint, but an explicit threat. Shen Yongxiong couldn't decide. What if the think tank was passive and delayed Gao Yang's plan? After all, he could not complete the first phase of the construction project by himself. At this point, Gao Yang and Pan Tingting had walked into the Phase 1 construction site. The 2 men were followed by a team of toy engineers. 4 construction trucks bathed in the sunrise. Smooth ride over potholes and potholes in the construction site. Pan Tingting carried a meter-long Gatling bubble machine, veins popping out on her forehead. She approached Gao Yang early in the morning to report on her work, but she ended up being pulled by him before she even opened her mouth. Ting, cheer up. You're doing the people a favor. Gao Yang's attitude towards her did not change due to her status. The toy factory has been growing at a rapid pace and needs someone trustworthy to check for leaks. Pam Ting Ting wears several hats and puts all her heart into the toy factory. It's been a while coming down. The whole person became visibly thin. Pan Ting Ting's face looked a lot better when she heard this title. The boss's cry of sis was enough to blow away her entire body's exhaustion. Mr. Gao, does this Gatling bubble machine of yours work? Sister Ting, it's not a Gatling bubble machine. I've already named it. It's called the Sky Weather Bubble Machine. Pantene won't argue with her boss on such matters. It's not like she asked for a name. Come anyway. Panting continues to report back. Mr. Gao, although this month is still in the middle of the month, our toy factory has already turned a loss into a profit, and based on the current orders, your personal dividend for the next quarter is expected to be 20 million. Gao Yan nodded, suddenly realizing that the third quarter dividend has been fully bountied. At the time, he had 32% of the shares and $5.3 million in dividends. On this figure, Roundup's operating income will roughly triple in the next quarter. Tell us about the distribution of income. Okay, the current toy factory sales volume is the most textile products. Cotton dolls accounted for 86%. The next will produce a number of Shark B. duck, horse, butterfly, etc. To observe the market feedback, Pan Tingting coughed twice and continued. Sales of cosplay costumes are stabilizing. Orders for rocking cars are up 16%, and hand-controlled flying toys are down more because of the impact of export sanctions. Measured from the middle of this month, they'll probably be down 70%. Gao Yang's expression was permeated with a hint of playfulness. Eagle sauce is really sick in a big way. The right thing to do is not to do it. Day by day, you're getting into some crooked. Sister Ting, from the figures you gave, the growth won't be that high to be correct. I'm not done yet. The sales of secondary peripheral increased by 150%. The profit of the product is as high as 300%. And lastly, there are the EDC toys, push cards, fingertip gyroscopes, etc. The profit is not easy to estimate. Gao Yang smiled and asked, someone's already speculating? Pan Tingting looked at Gao Yang in shock and nodded her head involuntarily. Zheng Mingyu is now known as the Grand Master of the EDC world. The products he made have turned into intellectual luxury goods. A piece of pushcard sells for $50,000. The Holy Beetles he made a set, was bought by someone for $1 million for collection. The cost to make that thing added up to less than $250. What cutie pie? Who's the sweetie who bought it for her collection? Pan Tingting pointed at Xin Yongqiang, who was not far away, and said, second little cutie, over there. Xin Yongqiang just happened to see the two. He held up his hand to signal. Here it is, over here. Gao Yang came to Xin Yongqiang and asked, Xiangzi, how are the preparations going? Xin Yongqiang was embarrassed. Yangzi, there was a disagreement over the construction program, and it will take a little more time. Gao Yang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't be anxious, take your time, I believe in you. Xin Yongqiang said with a firm expression. Aha! I'll make sure to do things beautifully and not drop the ball for you. The 5 middle-aged men behind him made eye contact and seemed to be plotting something. Gao Yang took in their small movements. A little thought showed where they were coming from. Just a bunch of clowns. Just then, Kodak walks away from the 5. Turning to Gao Yang with a smile on his face, he said, Xiao Gao, you're a good shirker. You can't see a shadow for a few days after the start of the work. This next period of time should follow us, these seniors, to learn more, and it will help you a lot to manage Yuanmeng in the future. Chapter 74 Collective Layoffs. Never hired. Takeo didn't bother Koda. He's seen a lot of people like that. First you use your connections to get into the company, then you mix it up with executives through favors. Technically inept. Dumping is top-notch. Being obsequious to the top, heavy on the bottom. Not the son of man. Pan Tingting couldn't bear it and opened her mouth to reprimand. Which engineering team are you from? Dare to rely on your old age in front of my boss? Cody inclined his head towards Pan Tingting with a look of contempt in his eyes and pretended to sigh. Alas, young people nowadays are always fond of these fancy dresses, and they don't contribute to society at all. The new factory uniforms of Yuanmeng were uniformly designed by Shin Mushue, with a total of 12 styles, 6 for each gender. There are young and stylish ones, as well as calm and durable ones. The factory uniforms are all made of the finest fabrics and hand-stitched by the cosplay manufacturing workshop. Fine craftsmanship, delicate and soft touch, highlighting the extraordinary quality. Pan Tingting's factory dress was a professional OL outfit that showed off her figure perfectly. Combined with the 1-meter-long gatling, it's very visually appealing. If she was in the cosplay Super League scene right now, it is bound to be the subject of competitive stamp collecting. Old man, our toy factory does not evade taxes, solve the employment of disabled people, bring joy to thousands of families. So many contributions cannot see. You blind ah. Pan Tingting raised her willow eyebrows and said angrily, Humph, young people don't know the superiority and inferiority of the superior. It seems that there is a big problem with the management system of Yuanmeng. Turn around and I'll report to the head of the family and let you roll away. Kuda threatened. Members of the think tank chimed in. Little girl, the Shun group is the gold master of Yuanmeng. You'd better speak politely. We don't forget to dig wells when we eat water. Without us, how could Yuanmeng develop to this point? You look like you just graduated from college. Social inexperience. Remember to drink at night to make amends, or else how unfortunate it is to lose a good job. Without Shin Group's capital injection, Yuanmeng would have closed down long ago. I think you're living in a dream. The crowd's mean words pierced into Pan Tingting's heart, and she held back the tears in her eyes as she stubbornly stood there. She grew up in the factory. Witness a toy being born here. Her parents were very busy in her childhood and didn't have time for her. Toys are her most loyal companions. No one in the room had as much affection for Roundup as she did. Pan Tingting can do whatever it takes to fulfill her dreams, and she can also compromise with her gold masters. But the most difficult to accept, it's denying her dedication to the Roundup. Sister Ting, I forgot to inform you that last night I discussed personnel changes with Old Pan. And Old Pan said that he's old and doesn't have enough energy and wants to rest for a while. Gao Yang's words exploded in Pan Tingting's ears, becoming the last straw that crushed the camel. Tears slipped down Pan Ting's face. After all, it was a mispayment. But Gao Yang's next words sent her straight from hell to heaven. That's why Old Pan and I have decided to appoint you as the executive director of Yuanmeng. In addition to participating in the operational decisions of the board of directors, you also hold the position of company manager, responsible for business execution. Gao Yang added after a slight pause. Sister Ting, if you have any ideas, you can rest assured that you will do it boldly. It's okay if you mess up. Gao Yang, will cover for you. Pan Tingting froze for a moment, wiping away her tears with the hand that wasn't holding the Gatling, her eyes staring straight at Gao Yang. What? You won't be able to handle it, Sister Ting, will you? Pan Tingting stepped forward and hugged Gao Yang fiercely, then carried the Gatling and shouted, Mr. Gao, I can handle it. Gao Yang smiled. Your father and I both believe in you. Shen Yongxiang interjected. Yangzi, what position has been assigned to me? Gao Yang said indifferently. Captain Moving Brick. Shen Yongxiang sniffed with a somewhat depressed expression. Can you change it? The name Captain Brick Moving doesn't sound dangly enough. Shen Yongxiang said. Has Uncle Shen given up on training you? Gao Yang's words meant something. Ha? Yoko, why do you say that? Shen Yongxiang was a bit puzzled. Giving you a punk think tank. It's not giving up is what it is. Gao Yang's tone suddenly became unusually cold. This statement was made. The faces of the group of think tank members instantly grimaced. Kuti said in a conspiratorial manner. When you become a boss at a young age, your tail goes up to the sky. You don't know the heights of heaven. Do you think the family head will listen to you? Gao Yang coldly said. You still know I'm the boss? Xiao Gao is quite easy to call. Bullying my employees in front of me. Who the hell gave you the guts? Kodak said. This is called education and training. How can I call it bullying? The average person is not even qualified to be educated by me. The members of the think tank behind him followed suit and opened their mouths. That's right. It's an honor for you to listen to Mr. Cole's teachings. Apologize quickly. Otherwise we'll withdraw from your construction project and build it according to your original plan, which will definitely make people laugh. Ha ha. Building a casino inside the factory and a separate toy display building. Laughs me to death. The weirdest thing is that 500 acres of land was set aside for employees to build houses, and they're still 3-bedroomed. It's just a gimmick. What boss would give his employees a house? Young and impetuous. It's just a factory, built like a bikini playground. If CAS sees the final result, it's likely that they'll terminate their cooperation with Yuanmeng immediately. Kodak shook the engineering drawings in his hands, full of confidence. Xiao Gao, the drawings are in my hands. If you give in, I'll give you the new program to enjoy. Gao Yang almost laughed in anger. He hadn't seen this kind of tease in a long time. The Shen family has not collapsed until now, and I'm afraid it's because my ancestors have accumulated good fortune. There's no need to waste words with Koda in Gao Yang's position. He called Shen Guahao directly. Just say the word. The Shen family is not qualified to intervene in the round dream. After hanging up, the think tank members burst into laughter. Scare me? The head of the family will answer your call? You can't even imagine the background of the Shen family. Who dares to talk to the family head like that? Ignorant child. If not for the fact that the family head and academician Xian are old acquaintances, do you think that the Summer Academy of Sciences would have cooperated with Yuanmeng? Mayor Ye's side is also looking at the face of the Shen family. Otherwise this place would have become a resort long ago. Jingle bells. Kodak's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and laughed out loud. The head of the family called me. He must want me to fire you. Next. Koda picked up the phone confidently. Family head. I'm busy at the construction site. Please don't worry. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other man. The caller didn't know what was said. The phone slipped from his palm. It snapped to the floor. The think tank member behind him asked curiously, Mr. Ko, what did the family head say? Kodak's face revealed fear as he despaired. We've all been laid off and, well, never hired. The scene instantly exploded. Mr. Ko, did you hear wrong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We're all the patriarchs of the Shen group. It's true. I got the layoff email. It's too desperate. It's not fair. One of them, a short and fat middle-aged man, said to Gao Yang, don't be complacent. The modular construction team will be in place next Friday, and with the current speed of demolition and construction will inevitably lead to the scrapping of building materials, and you'll pay the price for your ignorance. Chapter 75 Gatlin's Weather Bubble Machine. Gao Yang said to Pan Tingting, Sister Ting, tell the security guards to kick them out. The short, fat middle-aged man said, no, we'll go ourselves. Having said that, they pulled the disoriented Kodak towards the outside of the site. Shin Yongxiang finally reacted when he saw them walking away. Yoko, you're laying them all off with one word? You can't give up? Gao Yang's tone carried a warning. How? I almost got CPU'd by them. Shin Yongxiang felt a little overwhelmed. His think tank is not doing its job and dislikes Gao Yang and Pantingting. On the handling of this matter, Gao Yang had already given him a lot of face. Otherwise these people would certainly not be as simple as being laid off. Ting. Sister. I'm sorry. It was the first time Shin Yongxiang addressed Pantingting in this way. Captain Bricklayer, I'm going to have to think about your job duties. Pantingting teased. Now her. It's back to being a strong woman in the workplace, only occasionally sneaking glances to the side. Every time she saw Gao Yang, a warm current would be born inside Pantingting, feeling that all the difficulties became insignificant. Dreams come true. Gao Yang fulfills her childhood dream. Poon Ting Ting suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit here. She inquired, Mr. Gao, can we begin? Gao Yang instructed Shin Yongxiang. Xianzi, arrange for the engineering team to stop work, skip the demolition operation, and notify them to prepare for the next phase of engineering operations. Shin Yongxiang had long since noticed the model of the engineering vehicle behind him. Smiling excitedly, he said, Yoko, isn't this the super toy engineering team? It's so cool. Can you get me a whole set? Wait until the workshop is built. Gao Yang looked at the dust splattered by the engineering vehicles in the distance and said, have the engineering team gather all the vehicles in the open space, and the personnel retreat to the cafeteria. It's going to rain soon. Shin Yongxiang looked at the clear sky. A flicker of confusion flashed through his mind. It hasn't rained in Akihabara for half a month. Did Gao Yang contact artificial rainfall? Shin Yongxiang gave a stop work notice over the intercom. The engineering teams were ordered to get moving. A construction truck all drove up to the center open space. The engineers were talking and laughing as they headed toward the cafeteria. Their wages are settled on a daily basis, and naturally they will not refuse such a good thing as being able to rest and get paid for nothing. Kodak and his group stood at the exit of the construction site. The short, fat middle-aged man wondered, what's this for? How come work has stopped? Kodak shook his head. Can't see how. Probably got tired of the slow progress of the project and sought them out for a lecture. 200 acres of area demolition. No 3 months' time is impossible to complete. I estimate that the engineering team will not do it. Yuan Meng stalled on such a boss. Within 2 years we'll surely go out of business. Cut the crap. That person's background is even higher than Xinguahao's. The short and fat middle-aged man scoffed. Old Ku, you're also too timid. If I say that this one called Gao Yang is probably a relative of Academician Shen. I've kind of looked away this time. The people around him agreed, yes, this time there is no backtone planted. It is not good to mix in the domestic enterprises in the future. Don't worry, if the domestic companies don't work, go abroad. The short, fat middle-aged man looked in the direction he had just gone and mocked. I'd like to see what tricks they're playing. Wait until all personnel have evacuated the site. Gao Yang controlled the excavator model to come to the three people. The top half of the excavator is rotated 180 degrees and then the hydraulic arm is stood up vertically. The top dark silver serrated bucket edge pushed out slowly like the pages of a book. As the hydraulic arm continues to extend, the bucket continues to unfold like a cannibalistic flower. The high-entropy alloy page gradually forms an inverted funnel under the delicate control of the connecting mechanism. It didn't take long. An umbrella, held up by the excavator, covered the three men underneath. Shin Yongxiang's eyes glistened as he watched this scene. An excavator with an extendable bucket? The articulated arm can still be extended? Don't even say you're going to play with this toy in person. Even looking at it could take all day. Just then, Gao Yang said to Pantingting, you may begin. Pantheon sniffed and took down the Gatling bubble machine that was slung over her shoulder, switching to carrying it with both hands. A young girl in a professional outfit holding a Gatling. The image made Shin Yongxiang's mouth water. Panteen's index finger pulled the trigger. The bubble machine went off with a whimper. The air around them rushed madly toward the Gatling's tail. The 10 barrels began to spin at a rapid rate. The muzzle sprayed thousands of bubbles. Bubbles are between 5 and 8 centimeters in diameter. The outer surface looked like it was wrapped in a layer of substance with no color attributes and flew towards the sky one after another. Shin Yongxiang curiously reached out his hand to touch it. The sensation is like touching a water balloon in weightless conditions. Yoko, is that water in here? Yes, pure water. Shouldn't water be affected by gravity and fall to the ground? The outer layer is wrapped with a graviton membrane, so it will float up by the effect of anti-gravity, and after the droplet reaches a certain height and the graviton dissipates, it will do a free-fall motion. Shin Yongxiang was dumbfounded. You can still play like that? The technique should not sound too simple. The first step is to use the bubbles to send water to the sky. Step 2. Poke the bubbles and let the water fall out. Shin Yongxiang was once again in a daze. And where did this water come from? Gao Yang guessed his doubt and said, I installed a Maxwell's demon box in the sky bubble machine to transfer the water molecules in the air to the graviton generator, which is then spewed out by the muzzle. Maxwell's demon box? Shin Yongxiang muttered. You can catch demons, Yangzi? Shin Yongxiang was violently shocked. Sure enough, Gao Yang knows sorcery. Never offend him in the future. Pan Tingting gave Shin Yongxiang a disgusted look. The four great beasts of physics don't even know it. With that she was in a daze. Maxwell's demon is just a guess. When the second law of thermodynamics was introduced, the death sentence was pronounced for Type 2 perpetual motion machines. But, the bubble machine Gao Yang made violates the second law of thermodynamics. The shock lasted only a moment. Pan Tingting's eyes were then drawn to the sky full of bubbles. Countless bubbles floated into the sky. It made her feel like she was in an underwater world. Tick. When the first raindrops hit the ground, they were followed by a torrential downpour. Under the precise control of the bubble machine, the area of rainfall is locked in the toy factory area. In the pouring rain, Kodak and his party were instantly drenched. Instead, Gao Yang stood under the metal umbrella held up by the excavator and admired the rain curtain. The storm lasted 5 minutes. Floating dust turned into a muddy mess in the rain. Shin Yongxiang took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Yangzi, this bubble machine is a big treasure. If the water-scarce areas of Xi'an knew about this thing, they'd go crazy. It's not as simple as you think. When Summer Dream Labs sets up the project, we'll first solve the problem of making graviton generators in bulk. Shin Yongxiang is not interested in research and development and stares at the toy engineering car with interest. Super Toy Engineering Team, can we start?